to being stable. Chaos Scuff! No! Ah! Okay. Okay, I think we're back to being good. I think it's all good now. Yes. Yes, we're good. We're good. We're good. And we're back live again on Twitch, so that's also good, I guess. Whew! Fuck's sake. God damn it. All because I wanted to change a little button thing. God damn it. Oh no! It's back to being bad! Ah! Ah! How the hell? Why? Why does this happen? Boo. What's even being overloaded? Oh no, it's gone now. Huh? Spooky. Anyway, we'll just have to accept it. Everything fine on you guys? YouTube chat, how are you guys doing? Is it everything holding up great? Or holding up well? Damn. 3 hours in almost, and some scuff happens. Although it is me that kind of caused it by accident. But it was an accident, okay? I accidentally caused it, which means it's not really my fault. It's more of a unfortunate thing that happened. YouTube is fine. YouTube is fine, then great, okay. We'll continue. So, welcome back. Hi. Wait, let me quickly update on what happened. So I was trying to because I had the TikTok chat, TikTok stream set to chat and basically be like an ASMR chat type thing. But what I should set it to is gaming Five Nights at Freddy's, because that's essentially what I'm doing, right? I'm not playing Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm playing the worst Five Nights at Freddy's game. Playing all the FNAF videos. No, not the worst, but you know, they're definitely spooky in their own right. So, yeah. Wait, let me quickly go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. Give me 1 second. Plus, the reason I go to the bathroom that much is because, like, hey, I'm drinking a lot of water. Stay hydrated, you know? So, yeah. With that said, yeah, we'll continue doing the Five Nights at Freddy's. Watching all the game theories. Where were we? What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. So this is the one where he tries to predict sister location. He gets pretty close until whatever the hell he was talking about now, but, like, the puppet being reincarnated and, like, entered or whatever the hell, but... You know what? We'll deal with it and we'll take a look.
Sure, as it kept making appearances in game after game, we just kinda accepted its role, but seriously, think about it. FNAF 1 through 4 were all about animatronics with big, bulky bodies and an animal theme. But then insert the puppet, thin and with a human face, complete with red cheeks, crying eyes, and red
Fair
lips.
enough.
Features that we haven't seen on anything else until now. Fast forward to sister location.
Honestly, it's not a bad location.
Laura and Baby.
It's not like a bad connection to make, right?
And now look at Day of the Tentacle over here. Notice that the ears can detach, separate itself from the main mask part of the face. It's the exact same silhouette that our puppet's face has had since the second game. Additionally, if you look at the trailer for Sister Location very, very closely, you discover what may be a very cool Easter egg. In the reflection of Funtime Foxy's cheek, we see something. For all the other animatronics, it's a part of their body. For Ballora the ballerina, we see the reverse of her arm and earrings. For Baby, it's her finger and bow. But Foxy here is reflecting something that has a bright red dot besides 2 colored streaks, aka a bright red cheek and 2 streaming tear tracks. It's like that time we covered reflection mapping to find Super Smash Bros. Hidden location. Could that be the puppet's face reflection mapped onto the model of Foxy's skull? Regardless,
Probably not,
though, if you ask me, we haven't seen the last of the puppet in whatever form he comes in, and Based
Honestly,
on
it's
the
true
designs
that
of
the
these
puppet wasn't
characters,
used more throughout the
Sister
games. That is
Location
sad.
might finally be giving us
My-
the
in my
origin story
honest to God
we've
opinion.
long been waiting for. Now, hopping back to the source code, the next section shows us that there seems to be 3 file directories for various clients. The first is for a place called Chica's Party World, the second for private birthday parties, and the third for CRMN Institute. I can only assume Carmen Institute or Criminal Institute. This starts to tell us a lot about the setting and universe of Sister Location. First, many people have speculated that the industrial feeling setting shown during the trailer for the game is a factory for the robots. I think we can get a bit more specific. Considering the availability
I have to get up early
schedule that
tomorrow,
we
and also
just
I'm not gonna torture myself, so I'll leave you all those, Matt.
birthday
Good luck, you will need.
parties.
Thanks so much,
This new
Scatty.
setting
I'm
will
gonna
be a storage
every so often I'm gonna look at the Discord to see how much what do you call it?
Shipping them out to
How much people vote on like when I'll lose my sanity.
The reference to Chica's Party
Seems to be
World
still
builds
at
out
3.
the lore
3
of the
people for
universe,
3.
showing
So
another
I
spin-off
guess we'll have to
location
see
to
how much of that.
restaurants, but also strikes
the hell?
me as just that, a reference, a fun Easter egg, referencing the one
Good luck.
animatronic who won't be appearing in this new game. So far, we've seen versions of Freddy, Foxy, and a Bonnie hand puppet, but Chica has been noticeably absent. And honestly, I think it's gonna remain that way. For some reason, it just feels like she doesn't fit in this new world. And so the mention of Chica's Party World is a fun wink and a nod to a character that will be sorely missed. But to me, of all
sadness.
this section, the most crucial client is the last one, the CRMN Institute. Notice when you look at it that it has a subfolder called Project. This, to me, is incredibly important since every teaser image
Did
Scott
this shit
posted
ever
on the
get
site
used in the
related
last
to
final
Sister
game?
Location has been labeled project.jpg. Seems like a generic naming convention, right? Wrong. I went to an Internet Archive database and dug through the source code of all the past teaser images from all of Scott's past games, only to find that his labeling system has been very consistent. His FNAF World images were all labeled FNAFWorld.jpg. Images about the book were labeled FNAFTheNovel.jpg. Even FNAF 4 teasers shared the titling of simply 4.jpg. The fact that Sister Location's images are all labeled Project and that there's a client directory hinting at some mysterious institute and a secret project going on there says to me that if we're not headed to a distribution center, then we're going to a place where these guys are getting experimented on, which ties in with the trailer quote of "You don't know what we've been through." These guys are being experimented on, a project at some mysterious institute, and you can bet that they're not happy about it. But perhaps the most crucial detail hidden in the source code is the last line. A line that blows the door wide open on the story for this new
Oh no!
service
No! The
maintenance
books!
or care of and robotics. Afton Robotics. What the heck is that? It's a good question. If you're like 99% of the fan base and only know the games, this might not ring a bell. But if you happen to buy and then make it through all 500 pages of the Five Nights at Freddy's Silver Eyes novel, then that name sets off all sorts of alarms. You see, in the book, the Fredbear and Fazbear restaurants were founded by 2 men. The first is named Henry. He's the father of the main character and the creative half of the company, the one responsible for designing and building the robots that we all know and love. The other co-owner was, ready for this? William Afton, in charge of the business side of the restaurant.
Here we go.
Taxes, things like that. So to see Afton Robotics in the source code teasing Sister Location is huge, because it means that the stories of Sister Location and Silver Eyes are linked. But get ready for this. Here's the bigger twist. By the end of the book, it's revealed that William Afton is what we fans of the game would know as the Purple Guy. Yeah, in the book, Purple Guy is revealed. Afton is the one who kidnaps and kills children while wearing Fredbear-themed suits. His first victim is Henry's son Sammy, followed by 4 other kids, whose souls eventually possess the infamous suits. So, through these source code teasers, not only has Scott confirmed that this new game will be tied to the lore of the book, but will be dealing with a robotics company founded by and named after the child-killing Purple Guy. Now that's already a huge mind blow, and I'm about to go further, but before I do, let's address the elephant in the room, the canonicity of the book. The internet, by and large, dismissed Silver Eyes under the assumption that Scott said it's not canon to the first 4 games, but that's not entirely true. If you read his entire statement, and I understand that it's hard for you, internet, since it's 3 whole paragraphs that aren't summarized with a TLDR line, he actually says, quote, "Sometimes the lore of something can become so crowded that you can't tell an original story anymore. The first 4 games and the books should be considered to be separate continuities, even if they do share many familiar elements. The book is canon just as the games are. That doesn't mean that they're intended to fit
They're
together
two cannons
like
sticking
puzzles.
together.
The book is a reimagining of the Five Nights at Freddy's story," end quote. And this makes sense, right? The first 4
I wonder
games
if the
were
movies are
crushed
going to be
under
more
their own
based on the
convoluted
games or the
lore
books.
and fan base dedicated to making every new toe added to Foxy mean something. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing to have people enthusiastic about your story, but it does become limiting when you make continuity errors or want to do something new with these characters. And with the Five Nights at Freddy's movie coming ever closer, it becomes even more important. There needed to be
Well, now
room
it's
to
funny,
insert
but-
actual characters into this story. You can't make a movie out of some pre-taped phone tutorials and silent furry monsters. Thus, enter Silver Eyes, which builds out new characters, new faces.
Honestly,
and
that
new
makes a
stories
lot
that
of
can be
sense,
told
yeah.
in the setting of these games. So yeah, the separate canonicity of the book makes sense, but as Scott said, it's a reimagining, and obviously there's going to be a lot
It's
of
extra
crossover.
fodder that
Based
the
on that
movie can be
Afton
based
clue
off
we
of,
just
probably, I
saw,
imagine.
Sister Location is going to be bridging the line more and more. So does any of this matter? Yeah, actually a whole lot. Because if we take the Silver Eyes Sister Location connection to its logical conclusion, huge pieces start to fall in place. Let's start by working backwards. Based on the
Alright.
trailers and teasers,
Welcome,
Sister
Cakes.
Location's main
Welcome, Cakes, to the
animatronic
YouTube
is
chat.
this cloud
Oh, yeah.
girl. Baby. But the teaser
Bobby.
trailer isn't the first time she appears. She's introduced at the end of the FNAF World Update 1.2, something we discovered in our playthrough of the game over on the GT Live channel. Once you collect all the characters and beat Chica's Magic Rainbow, long story not worth explaining, you're immediately taken to a cutscene where a mysterious figure at a desk apologizes to you for creating a robot that cannot be deactivated. The bot's name? Baby. We then see a pair of eyes light up,
Yeah, where the hell
telling
does
everyone
this-
to take their seats before cutting back to the room to see the desk guy lying there dead, presumably killed by Baby. Now, many people assume that desk guy was Scott Cawthon,
it's-
since he's the creator of the
It's
animatronics. and the
funny how
movies
this
that
stuff
you
got
play in
retconned
FNAF
really
World. However,
badly
it'd
by
be
the end of
weird
6,
for
right?
Scott to kill himself. Plus, the dialogue from the FNAF in Space minigame,
What the hell?
yes, again, FNAF World is a weird game, seems to imply that Scott is a separate entity from this desk guy creator figure. So if
How many
desk
FNAF
guy isn't
videos do you
Scott
have?
Cawthon, then who else could it
Well,
be? Now that we
he
know
has
that
like
Baby and
59 of
Sister
them.
Location both have
We've made
ties
it
to
through
Silver
about
Eyes,
10 of
we
them
can
now.
actually
Oh, this is the
identify
10th
who
one.
this
The
mysterious
number on the
creator
top
of
doesn't fully
FNAF
make sense.
World
I'll just
is.
keep referring to the
He's
actual number of the
Henry,
playlist.
co-founder
We've made it
of
now
Fredbear's
almost through
and
10
Purple
to
Guy's
9 videos
business
of the
partner. How do we
58
know? Well, not
video
only is he the
playlist.
creator of the games and
Which is
animatronics,
all but
his
wait,
death
wait,
also
wait.
lines up with the way he dies in the book. Stricken with grief over the death of his son, Henry commits suicide in the living room by letting one of his animatronics kill him. One that remains nameless in the book, but is clearly not any of the core 6 of Freddy, Foxy, Chica, Bonnie, Golden Freddy, and Golden Bonnie. In other words, Henry the creator is killed in his home by a mysterious new animatronic, just like we see happen to
Except
Death
that
Guy
kinda is
FNAF World.
sorta.
The events just line up. Now that's all the stuff that I feel really confident about. But now let's have some fun.
How's your sanity doing? Try making
Admittedly,
small
I don't think that
conclusions
this
from
is
each
where
video
Sister
to
Location
sound
is
smart.
headed, but there
Or maybe
is
you
enough
are.
of an
Lol.
evidence thread to take
At the
us
end of
to
any
some
video, I
awesome
talk about it a
dreams.
tiny
So
bit.
let's have a little bit of fun with this, shall we? First,
My
notice that
sanity's
Baby
doing
is
fine for
introduced
now.
to us at
I'm
the end
still
of
alive,
FNAF
right?
World as 2 yellow eyes.
Hello, eyes!
And what's the first image we see in that game? 2 yellow eyes in the dark, along with the iconic ending line from FNAF 4, "I will put you back together." It's also the last thing that we see in the true ending to the game. 2 yellow eyes saying, "I will put you back together." Now, I know what you're thinking. There's no way that
That
those are
sucks.
Baby's eyes. One, why would she say that when she wasn't even in FNAF 4? And 2, we all know that that line and those eyes belong to the imaginary friend, psychic friend Fredbear.
They're the same one, all of
There,
them.
he's everywhere. Who
He
you gonna call?
really wanted to push
Psychic
this
friend
one, didn't he?
Fredbear. Well, don't be so
Yeah.
sure. Let me remind you of something. In the FNAF 4 cutscenes, each character has a specific color for their dialogue. Number 787878 for the brother, FFFFFF for crying child, 57C0FF for the brother's friend, etc.
Wait till
Psychic
you reach
friend
vid 30 or
Fredbear's
40.
dialogue for all of his
Wait, I remember
lines is
Jacksepticeye saying that
always
Chica has a nice-
FFFF
how do I say it
57
nicely,
shade
but-
of yellow. And yet, for the final lines of
Hey,
Your Broken
we're not gonna argue
Your Friend,
the
I will
smash or Adventure Pass list for FNAF, okay? Like, that's just getting to furry shit.
Which
I guess I could do another video on, but that stream wouldn't be as long, I think.
So very
I think the internet would smash Chica. It would.
But in a
Especially
twist,
FNAF 2
it's
Chica.
dialogue shared with one other character we see in FNAF 4, Pigtail Girl.
Oh god.
The one who knows that the animatronics come to life and get stuffed with dead bodies. Coincidence? Yeah, or at least we all thought so last year, but look at her design! Dressed in a skirt with reddish pigtails and big green eyes. Just like the design of Baby. You hear that? The collective sound of minds being blown across the internet.
How is this video more dated than the earlier ones? What the hell?
Similar designs and
That's
repeated
funny.
line of "I will put you back together" didn't convince you. It doesn't stop there. Remember the biggest lingering question from FNAF 4?
You're not a
The
furry.
girls
What do you
were-
mean I'm a furry?
No
Why
one
does my
mentioned
chat call me a furry?
I didn't have
What
an
the hell?
explanation for it,
This is
and yet
bullshit.
Scott felt it was important
I understand
enough to the
furries,
lore of the
there's a
story
difference.
to show us. And now we might actually know why. What if the girl is a part of the crying child's family?
Or not the-
First, it would explain why we would see her color of dialogue reappearing in his final moments. As a family member, she would be there in the hospital with the boy as he tries to recover. And if she shares a connection with Baby, it would also tie together the random presence of Mangle in the room.
You see how he's getting some things right that would later on be proven to be right, right? Like some things, predictions are pretty spot on. Other things are just totally weird.
Mangle. Again, we're looking at the major details. Yes, some things may or may not be there. Notice the lipstick, the red cheeks,
'Cause you are one.
fingernails,
God damn it.
One-time Foxy, all of which reappear on Mangle. So in the
You
two
can in
games,
the
we would have
Discord
Baby
vote
and
on
Foxy linked.
which
Is it a
hour
stretch?
I'll lose my sanity
Absolutely.
completely.
But then again, this is Scott's
Supposedly
fault.
now it's between
To me,
7 and
though,
9
the
hours, which
coolest
takes
part
place in
about
like,
this
what,
connection
5 more
would be
hours,
in
I
the
think?
name of the game. This whole time we've been assuming that sister location was
Yeah, 'cause now we're at
referencing some
hour
other spin-off
3,
chain of
indeed.
restaurants, or like I said earlier, a storage and distribution center for the robots. But if the Pigtail Girl's soul is trapped in Baby, and she was indeed the sibling of Crying Child, the phrase sister location takes on a whole new meaning. This is her game, a game about one sister's soul trapped in the baby animatronic.
You see, he kinda gets things
revenge
right
for
here,
her
which is
brother's
interesting.
Death. Just don't hold it against her. You don't know what she's been through, or maybe now you do. But hey, that's just a theory. A game
theory, balls!
Poor
No,
Scott.
what? FNAF is a cusser freak with too many metal scraps and dead bodies. True.
You should subscribe for more episodes of Game Theory. You should subscribe for more episodes of Game Theory. Or cast your votes. Are you excited about sister location?
What the fuck's with the ASMR here? No, stop that, Matt Pat. Nobody wanted to go. Hear you go like, you should subscribe and like the video, and if you like the video, you should subscribe and like the video, subscribe, like the video, subscribe. Like nobody wants that. God damn it. Jump in the ball pit. Ah, yes, turn into lore for the spin-off book series, please. No. Oh, okay, let's load up the next one so we just see. We're getting through these. Again, what surprises me the most is how diegetic these are, or digestible these are. Like these are very. The videos are very. They're so well edited that like 6 years later they still hold up to like my easily distracted head, you know. That might also be my bias, probably speaking, but at the same time, you know, for them to keep my attention this much is they're doing something right, I suppose, right? I wonder if this is another prediction video, or is this one where he like starts talking too much about the books? More likely the books. It is what it is. Wait. Does he speak about? I think, yeah. Okay. So now sister location is released, and then he makes a theory about it. So what have we done up until now? Up until now, we've kind of skipped FNAF World, which is interesting. I thought there would be a video on that, but I guess there isn't. I guess maybe way later he goes on to like see if there was anything interesting in those, right? But yeah, look at that. We're at number 10. Well, technically we're at number 11, but yeah, let's just discount that one video because it was technically the second part of another video, right? So we're on video 10. 10 videos into the 58 video playlist. Why did I choose to do this? No, I'm actually having fun so far. It is an interesting. It's an interesting bit of trivia, and it's an interesting bit of what you would call it. It is an interesting amount of content going on at the moment. It is very weird, but it's also interesting, you know. So yeah, I guess we'll just kind of continue. We are live, by the way, for everyone watching on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. Please head over to the YouTube one if you would like so much, and leave a like on the video if you like the video. You know, helps out the channel, helps out the algorithm, and it very much shows that people like the shit I'm doing. And or check out other edited content and tell me what a weirdo I am. I don't know. Where were we? Ah, cock. Yeah, more videos. Damn it.
When it gets dark, they will awaken. The children's spirits will rise. They will kill you. I'll just walk out in the morning, stepping over your corpses one by one.
Wow, Matt. Jesus Christ. You okay?
Are intruders. None of you will survive the night. And what makes you think they won't kill you? Because I am one of them.
What?
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game
I forgot this one,
Theories.
apparently.
Still available to consult on the FNAF movie's storyline. Seriously, Scott, I'll be waiting by the phone because I can practically guarantee I've put more collective hours of thought into counting animatronic toes, tracking.
What the? Why does he keep bringing up the toes?
Diners and rental
Oh God!
parsing out your phone guy calls.
God, Matt has a foot fetish. Confirmed.
Again, the number of dead child carcasses left in your story's wake than literally anyone else out there. I mean, I've even gone so far as to do the unthinkable for these sister location videos. That's right, I reread The Silver Eyes. In an ironic twist, it took longer than the actual game. Now, here I am piecing together this script after, I kid you not, a weekend spent doing nothing but thinking about these games, writing and rewriting timeline after timeline to account for all the nonsensical Easter eggs shoved into this 4-hour experience.
Okay.
I know the conclusion that I've reached, that your version of events isn't satisfying. That any theory I come up with that attempts to bend over backwards and cobble together every line of dialogue,
Your games are trash.
and character motivation will be
Damn.
overcomplicated at best and inherently flawed at worst. And that's not me admitting defeat. It's a fundamental problem with the series right now.
10 videos in. This is the fundamental flaw. Wait, we have way more to go.
FNAF world mixed in with the book, all of which at this point have questionable canonicities.
They're all canons.
Storylines and competing dates.
Like the
Couple
AVGN
that
says,
with
like two
characters
canons
with
coming
other
together.
Characters that lie to you, and characters that may not even exist across the different story threads of the franchise. And it's unclear if this is a continuation of the books, if it's a continuation of the games, or just an outright reboot of some kind. The best analogy I can think of is that it's like the giant human glob you turn into at the end of Inside. A mass of limbs all struggling to work together to move in one direction, but all just flailing out randomly. And honestly, it could have been easy. With Scott saying that the original story was completed with FNAF 4, we could have just said that Sister Location was aligned with the book and FNAF World to start paving the way for the movie. But then you couldn't help yourself, Scott. You just had to throw in those FNAF 4 Easter eggs, huh? And those put everything into chaos. And it's not just me feeling it. Based on what I'm reading online, a lot of FNAF theorists sense that the lore contained in Sister Location is a game changer, but then they don't exactly.
Honestly, actually, you know what? All the FNAF games are like this. All the FNAF games are always like, well, it all kind of sucks.
Williams, casual bongos, and exotic.
Oh yeah, was the FNAF movie ever made? It's coming out next. It's coming out this year around Halloween. So yeah, we are topically actually doing topical content technically.
And that is what
This is 6 years ago that we're talking about the FNAF movie. Although indie movies do have a longer development time. If it's some kind of AAA movie, they have an even longer development time. So for them to really have waited a long time with polishing the FNAF script before actually doing the movie is probably a good thing. I have no idea if that movie's gonna be good. Let's be honest. Maybe not, but at this point, I'm just curious and I want to see it for whatever the hell comes out of it. My bro's a huge FNAF fan. I'm not a huge FNAF fan. I just I casually like this shit, you know? I'm more of a game theory fan and stuff like that. If you want to really like go down into it. They've gone through like 4 scripts. Damn, that's a surprising amount. At the same time, though, like it makes sense, right? Like, hey, if you make your first draft, and more than likely the first 2 drafts were somewhat based on the games, but more with their own stuff in it, and probably weren't that satisfying. So, oh, not you, my brother. Oh, well, that makes sense because yeah, FNAF has a very wide appeal, and it's you know it's a good thing. Tell them that your favorite, because of course I am your favorite VTuber streamer. a stream with this shit. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Like and subscribe. God damn it. I'm just gonna shut up and continue playing the video.
Picking sister location
Damn,
apart
4
to
scripts.
definitively
Ooh.
put together which
Yeah, no,
game
around Halloween the movie's
and
coming out.
why this is such a monumental game.
Apparently they've made real animatronics for movies. Yeah, they made the suits. They made the suits in real life, which is really cool.
Scotty boy, I'm here to translate your madness to the world. First
Oh,
off,
yippee.
who are we playing as?
Uh-huh.
Historically, the protagonists of Freddy's games have had a varying degree of importance. There are those like Mike and Fritz who, for all we can tell, were just names with the sole purpose of filling out the "to" line on a paycheck. Sure, they may have been retconned into some importance now, but they were never really intended to be that way. Then there was the crying child of FNAF 4, hospitalized and trapped in a waking nightmare. Slightly more important, I would hazard to say. And the game recognizes this as, during your first encounter with the new animatronic baby, she calls out,
It's a strange thing to want to do, to come here. I'm curious what events would lead a person to want to spend their nights in a place like this. Willingly. Maybe curiosity. Maybe ignorance.
Horniness for robot puss. Let's go.
than any of the rest of the franchise, since it practically dictates every other element of the story. Why you're there, what the endings mean, what this location stands for, how this fits into the overall timeline. It's a big deal.
You did not just say that. I love how Kay and you just responded the same way. It's like, what the hell? Sir, you need help. I don't need help. I'm 3 hours into this shit. I'm not that far in.
He's not above trolling us. But assuming he has a little bit more respect for the fan base than that, there can only be one possible conclusion.
It's like furries and robots combined. Think about it.
As William Afton, purple
What?
guy himself. And no, I'm not just saying that because the eyes in the ending are purple, like literally everyone else on the internet's been saying. Sure, it's a nice detail that may hint at Scott's intentions, but it's not proof. For proof, we begin by turning to the in-game dialogue. On your quest to unlock the game's fake ending, the animatronics taunt you with these little bits of dialogue, spoken by a young girl in a British-sounding accent.
I'm still here.
Isn't this why you came here? To be with her again.
So we know that whoever the
Oof.
player is has some sort of connection to this mysterious
But Springtrap,
But
how
who
Springtrap
is she?
work?
Well, throughout the game, between nights, we hear
Matt
the
Pat,
girl
Matt
pressing her
Pat,
father to let her play
Springtrap,
the
Matt
game,
Pat.
saying things like,
Daddy just once let me go play with her.
No,
She's so pretty and shiny.
boy.
Didn't you make her just for me?
From that small snippet, we can not only tell that our character is her father, but that he's also in some way the creator, or has some level of control.
Sure, you
over
need help.
animatronics. This in turn narrows the field down by quite a bit to 2 men, William Afton and Henry, no last name given, the 2 co-founders of Fazbear Entertainment as introduced in FNAF Silver Eyes. By the way, low blow, Scott, forcing people to read in order to have any sort of clue as to what's going on in the franchise now? Because seriously, without reading the book, you would have no clue the importance of William Afton. Oh well, that's what I'm here for. I read it so you don't have to.
There you go.
Nostalgia critic. Anyway,
Ah!
based on the girl's accent and William Afton's similar dialect at the beginning of the
I
game.
will not read those
She
books.
can dance. She can sing. She's equipped with a built-in helium tank for inflating balloons right at her fingertips.
It would seem as though we have ourselves a match.
You are the father.
What the hell?
But let's not be too hasty there, Maury. We can be even more sure. In the game's real
What the
ending,
fuck
you get
is
yourself
happening?
tricked, becoming animatronic fodder as the machines scoop out your internal organs and replace them with endoskeleton cords. Now, this really bothered me since it's like the antithesis of what we expect from our stories when we beat the game. Here I am wanting to finish my night and return home to my basket of exotic butter, but no, that's reserved for the fake ending. Becoming a flesh suit is somehow canon to the series. I wanted to write it off as jumping the shark, like, hey, we're getting a little bit too absurd right now. But
Oh,
then I
now.
realized that this is a franchise
okay.
built on haunted animatronics chasing you through a pizza restaurant after they've been killed by a serial killer hiding in a
Exotic
mascot
butters.
suit filled with killer springs. So, crossing the line of absurdity? Yeah, I think we're long past it at this point. Becoming a flesh suit is an oddly specific event to be integral to the lore, and yet, there it is. So we're left with 2 options. Scott's either completely lost it at this point, or he has some other plans for this character. And indeed, he does. As the novel once again shows us why this this odd story turn is so important. In its pages, we're treated to all sorts of lines that make it clear Mr. Afton is the one who gets himself stuffed. Page 407, quote, "Charlie, there's something different about him. It was as if the guard, the man they had met, had been stripped away, and what sat before them was nothing but a blank canvas," end quote. And again, 2 pages later, quote, Dave is the fake name for William Afton in the novel. He's hiding out in another identity. Long story. Anyway, just go with it. Dave's body moved upward, straightening, but the movement was too smooth. He seemed to make no effort, use no muscles, and exert no energy. Dave's eyes opened steadily, glassy, and without emotion, like the robots on the stage outside, end quote. And there you have it. That totally just spelled it out for
I wonder
us.
if they're gonna
Like
do that in the movie.
robots on the stage outside. In fact,
Probably
the book
not.
makes a huge
Probably for the
deal
sequels.
about Afton's eyes over and over again, like when the character John describes seeing Afton kidnap his friends on pages 120 to 122. Quote, "The eyes, they were all I could see. They were dead, just dull and flat. Like they still moved and blinked and saw, but whatever was behind them had died a long time ago." End quote. Died a long time ago, you say? Like perhaps in an underground murder bunker, doubling as a robotic
Honestly, at this
distribution
point,
center.
not
So
thinking
real
about
quick, let's
Mike
pause
as
here
like
and
his
have
own
some real
character.
talk. Entered baby
There very
and
much is like
guys,
a
we're gonna have a bit of an
what you
intervention
call it?
here.
Like
If your
so
goal
far,
is
this
to
theory
blend into
doesn't
the outside
make
world
sense
and
with
look
what's
like
given,
us,
right?
Look like any other human. Choosing to go with the purple eyes is not gonna be helping your cause all that much. Artificial intelligence, more like artificial idiots. Do your homework. Humans don't tend to have purple eyes. I mean, seriously, you have a blue-eyed animatronic just waiting to go. Look, there's Foxy. He has brown/orange eyes. Great. Anyway, I digress. Who am I to judge?
yellow,
Maybe we're all
you
just
idiot.
left to assume that Afton walks around in those cool colored contacts. Anyway, it's not just the eyes that give away Afton as the animatronics meet puppet. His overall physicality has undergone a drastic change over the years as well. On page 418, we hear that Afton started off robust and lively, a hefty man who had the ruddy geniality of a financially shrewd Santa Claus. Financially shrewd Santa Claus, huh? No one said the writing of this book was any good. There's clearly a reason why only 500 people made it all the way through this book. And I say that because on Amazon Kindle, they actually show you the most popular highlighted sections, and like, they all drop off by midway through the book, so I can only assume that I'm the only person who made it all the way through. The things I do for you. Anyway, soon after, our financially shrewd Santa Claus is accused of murder. He's released due to no bodies being found, and then he skips town. However, when he comes back, he's a changed person. Quote, "Afton had been fat and affable. The man in the picture was sallow and thin, his skin sagging, and his
What the fuck is that picture?
What
is that? Who is? I love the captions. Yeah, the captions are good, right?
It's
like an extra person talking.
He looks like a poor copy of himself. So that's us reading the subtext of these lines, but you don't even have to read between those lines. Afton tells us directly
that's
in the quote
text.
I used at the top of this episode. Quote, "And what makes you think they won't kill you?" John said again. "Because I'm one of them," he said. I mean, let's face it is hard to argue with that one. He is outright saying he is an animatronic. Reading the book the first time, you all assume it's like, oh, he has a kindred spirit with these animatronics because he loves them so much and he dresses as one and this and that. But oh no, after playing Sister Location, it takes on a whole new meaning.
Wonder where all this
Major
stuff went
complaints
into
against
later,
Afton theory. One, that baby's first lines are,
I don't recognize you. You are new.
and two, that none of it makes sense if Afton bleeds out in Springtrap and FNAF.
There we go.
But there's an easy answer for both of these
Is
situations.
there?
First, think back to the FNAF world ending, where Desk Guy, who in our last episode...
Oh, thanks for the follow. Holy
Henry,
shit.
no last name given. William
I
Afton's
forgot.
partner
I
in the
still
Freddy
haven't turned
Fazbear's
that bing
franchise,
ding off.
confesses
God
to
damn.
building Baby. He's the creator. The one Baby would be most
But thank you. I
familiar
very
with,
much appreciate
not
it.
necessarily Afton. So Baby not recognizing Afton isn't all that much of a stretch. And regarding Purple Guy's death, we see in the book that William is covered in scars. Scars left over from surviving one major round of Springtrap failures. Quote, Dave had been shirtless under the costume and now his bare chest was clearly visible. His skin was horribly scarred, with raised white lines that scored his flesh in a symmetrical pattern, each side of his body mirroring the other. He
Bling
raised
blong.
his arms and turned slowly in a circle, giving Carlton ample
welcome.
time to see that the scars were everywhere.
Ooh.
Also note that we never actually see Springtrap die in FNAF 3, just collapse into his own pool of blood and shiver there. The light never drains from his eyes. And Silver Eyes shows that it's not only possible, but that William has indeed survived a spring lock failure in the past. So could the FNAF 3 incident be the reason he has all those scars in the book? Absolutely. So according to the timelines, the events line up. All of the events of Silver Eyes take place in 1995, placing it long after any events that we've seen in the games thus far, with the exception of Fazbear's Fright, which may have been a hallucinogenic dream sequence anyway. So all in all, cool story, bro. We play as Purple Guy in Sister Location.
Thank you for selecting Casual Bongos.
But why? What does all this mean for the plot of the game? It actually explains a lot, but from here it also tends to get really complicated. Because now we're dipping into the FNAF 4 surveillance footage, FNAF 4 locations being tied to Sister Location, child experimentation, and the identities of Baby and Ennard. So instead of rushing my way...
Afton has a British accent. Isn't he American? Yeah, no. The games are vague with that. They're evil, therefore they're British. That's all we have to know, right?
The rest of the series as we know it. So click that basket of exotic butter to subscribe and be informed of when the next half of this theory comes out. And in the meantime, listen to these casual bongos and do me a favor and vote. Sister Location, yay or nay? Was this the game that you were waiting for, or did it end up under-delivering? Click on one to choose, and I'll let you know next time how y'all voted. And
wait a minute, he has to still say the line. He has to still say the line whilst I put on the background music.
in the meantime, remember, it's all just a theory.
Game theory!
Thanks for watching.
Let's go. Oh, immediately went to the next video. I still wanted to talk about the last one. God damn it. British in spirit. Is that why I'm the most evil out of all of us? British in spirit. But, no. So let's talk a little bit about the last one. So, Sister Location releases, some things come out, and so far, it is the theory that makes it makes sense, but then again, it's like, okay, so wait, so then William survives the spring trap failure thing, looks like a corpse, but then also is able to look like a human by the end. Like, no, dude, like, no, there's two different people. But I think the line at the end of Sister Location where Michael says that he's coming after his dad, I think that only got revealed after the after like the custom night for it got released, and it was like an extra final ending there. So I guess from the information he went off of, it's not the worst theory. And honestly, the whole surviving a spring lock encounter thing and having the scars of it, it is interesting that didn't get used later on. I wonder if that's the sort of like language that would be reincorporated within like the movie, right? Like, let me theorize this. William Afton is like an older dude within the movie, right? Well, he's played by the guy who plays Shaggy. So at a certain point in the movie, we'll see him like either undo his shirt, or we'll see like scars and stuff like that from his animatronic background from when he used to wear the suit, right? Yeah, no, I'm very curious for what the story of that movie's gonna be. And if anything else, what I'm most excited about for the FNAF movie is it actually gonna be scary? It's a Blumhouse picture, so hey, we'll at least get some cutscenes and hopefully some creepy sound design in it. So I wonder, are they gonna finally bring, you know, the killing dead kids back to it? You know, because that's what this franchise has been missing. Security Breach doesn't have it. By the end of FNAF 6, it isn't even about, like, the kids are already dead. It's just about the spirits basically, like, hopscotching around, right? So I wonder if by Security Breach not having it, maybe the movie will have it again, where, like, it is a proper horror movie where we know, where are the dead kids? If FNAF doesn't have dead kids, is it even worth it? If the children are not being killed, is it even worth it? Oh well. Let's go back to our children killing show. Let's hope that the children finally die in the movie. No, you know what? I'd be amazed if they actually show it. Like, they don't pussyfoot around it, right? Because it kinda did. Except in a few cases, it's like show that. Show some like you show the chase sequence up until the point where the child gets killed. Then you cut away to black because of course you do, because you can't show an actual child get murdered in the movie, right? But what you then do is you show like the corpse being stuffed away in the suit and stuff like that. And like at a certain point in the movie, I imagine like the child will probably be like stuck in the room with the animatronics, and then the maintenance thing, and then they'll do that thing where like, oh, they knock over one thing, they knock over a million things, and it's a lot of like either body parts or like maybe cloths of hair or skulls or whatever sticking out. Like again, doing that correct, there is potential there to make a fucked up scary movie. That's the biggest thing FNAF always is going for it, I think, is that it has a lot of potential, you know? Want the lore in the gore, yes. Lore and gore! Thanks for watching. Let's continue. We want gore.
Isn't this why you came here? To be with her again?
Damn, these videos are getting louder, damn. Ah! Will you now? What's with these action intros? It's Five Nights at Goddamn Freddy's.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game
Theory.
Strong.
7 million.
That is thanks to this franchise. More often than not, when I talk to people about their favorite episodes of this series, it's the
second one.
Young, old, it doesn't matter. The FNAF series was their first introduction. So I always feel a lot of pressure on these videos to deliver in a big way. You know, looking back, they're some of my personal favorites. Not only am I proud of the final product, but I'm proud of what they represent, as the FNAF series has been a true team effort, branching out across every person who has ever touched this channel, spanning every editor who's ever worked on an episode of Game Theory, getting you loyal theorists involved with theories.
What if the AI just gone rogue? But AI gone rogue boring. AI, I want kids dead. God damn it.
We've used
not AI. AI is fine.
Titles, real-world
I've already seen iRobot. That movie exists with Will Smith. Pretty good movie.
And even US trademark data. Looking across this series, it's incredible the breadth that we've gone to. I almost never covered this series to begin with. It was going to be Slender, but then you guys, you loyal.
Yeah, where's the Slender episode? I'm very curious for that. I'm not gonna lie.
You guys made it happen, and the rest is history. Funny how life goes sometimes. Anyway, like I said, I feel a lot of responsibility. But I think today is my favorite of the whole series, because now we finally have all the pieces necessary to tell a coherent plot. It's not just some corpse kids and silent puppets and mauve murderers who don't say anything.
What do you mean?
That's personalities now. Actual characters.
No, you don't.
Most importantly of all, motivation. Motivations for why a serial killer would create a place like Sister Location. And believe it or not, the answer is actually quite sad. So the question of the day is, can a game make you feel sympathy for a child murderer? Because once you have the complete story, you might see the purple guy in a whole new light. One line across this entire franchise answers everything. I will put you back together. But before we get to all of that, let's back up a bit. Last time we established that William Afton, Purple Guy himself, is who you play as in Sister Location, and the one who got himself scooped. We also established that he once had a daughter who got herself killed at the hands, or should I say at the metal claw grip, of Baby. But there is so much more hidden in this game than that. By playing through the game and unlocking Sister Location's secret private room, players get treated to a shocking Easter egg. By typing the date 1983 into the keypad besides the monitors, the static blazes to life, revealing blurry footage of the FNAF 4 house, the plush trap hallway, Foxy's closet, and creepiest of all, the crying child's bed. We also get a clue as to how this is being done. Sitting there on the desk is none other than our good old friend, Psychic Friend Fredbear.
Hey! Oh.
He's
everywhere! Where you gotta go? Fredbear!
Less psychic this time and a little more plush. What appears to be a remote
control.
Now, many have said that this is a walkie-talkie, but it is, in fact, a camera control. Notice the buttons on top. Those are switchers, allowing you to switch between the different cameras you have placed in the environment. The wheel on the bottom presumably allows you to turn the cameras or potentially focus them. The Fredbears from FNAF 4 are just that. Fredbear plushes equipped with hidden security cameras.
I guess they were
mothers are using all the time these days to monitor their children, and also getting getting themselves hacked while doing it. See also the Watch Dogs episode. Creepy stuff. But that begs the question, why would anyone have remote monitoring of a child's bedroom programmed to run into a secret room in an underground animatronic storage facility?
I don't know,
So
you know,
why that
because they get quirky at night.
To note that it's not just any house, it's a house that's connected to Circus Baby's rentals. You heard that right. Sister location is under the FNAF 4 house. During the Freddy Breaker Room Challenge, we're presented with a map of the facility. We see the entrance elevator, main hub area, and the various holding rooms branching out all around it. But what we also
How
see,
do you get,
more
like, all the
faintly,
construction
are
of this
3
done?
other areas. Maps that should look pretty familiar to fans of this series. The plush trap hallway, the path to Fredbear's, and the crying child's bedroom from FNAF 4. No joke. Just like the vent system maps from previous games, the faded diagram would imply that all of this is located on a different level than sister location, i.e. above it. And as we can see, not just above it, but connected to it. In fact, while we were too busy freaking out over the ever-nearing Funtime Freddy, most gamers overlooked that as a part of that minigame, we were responsible for returning power to those areas of the map. They were even labeled Observation 1 and Observation 2. Observation? Observing what? It just gets
These nuts!
Before saying that an underground facility attached to a house is far-fetched, it's actually something supported by the book
it's in the fucking
details
book.
I guarantee everyone overlooked while reading it. Page 118, our main character Charlie is outside her childhood home, which is also home to Henry, co-founder of Freddy's. While exploring her father's animatronic workshop, we get the following quote. She knelt again and put her hand on the ground, fishing around until she found a small screw in the bare dirt. She palmed it, then looked closer. There were small holes in the ground, exposed when she moved the loose dirt. Charlie ran her fingers over them, thoughtful, end quote. Tiny holes hidden under the dirt of an animatronic workshop, huh? It's an oddly specific detail that never gets mentioned again and never goes anywhere, but is one of those things that gets the theorist mind to tickling. Because when I hear of mysterious holes in the ground in someone's private workshop, I think trapdoor. Hidden trapdoor, or more accurately, secret entrances. Could this be a hint as to a secret entrance in Henry's animatronic workshop into sister location? In fact, we can prove using more details from the book that it is still being used by Afton. Earlier in that same chapter, Scott makes sure to drop a few more hints that seemingly never go anywhere, but we all know Scott better than that, right? And now that we have sister location to reference, these little details start to make a whole lot more sense. Quote, the benches were there where her father had assembled and tweaked his inventions, but the materials, the blueprints, and the half-finished robots that were once crammed onto every surface had disappeared. Where are they? End quote. So we have missing blueprints and partially finished bots that have just disappeared, but it continues. Quote, Charlie, John said from across the workshop, he was in the dark corner. If the skeleton had been there, it could have reached out to touch him, but it's not there. Notice the italics here. This isn't something that we're doing for effect in the video. This is actually straight from the book. Time and time again, Scott and the team working on this book are emphasizing these lines as though they're pointing to a greater mystery here, that someone has stolen these materials and are using them for their own devices, that they're hidden somewhere in this world. But it's a mystery that never gets solved.
So you have
within the
37
pages of the
videos
book.
left to watch.
But perhaps most importantly of all,
I'm
a few sentences later that
11
pulls all these
in,
clues
so
together
yeah,
and
probably.
may finally give us an answer as to what is in
We have
the
a lot more to
box.
go, that's
You
true.
know, the box.
Box!
Quote, John was standing beside her father's toolbox, and he stepped away as she came over, giving her space. Charlie knelt down before it. It looked as if it had just been polished. It was made of dark, stained wood. Glossy. All the tools were polished and clean. They looked as though they had just been used that morning, wiped down and put away meticulously, like someone still cared for them.
Box era.
Stolen blueprints, missing robots.
What's in a
pristine
box?
Despite supposedly going unused for 10 years, hints at a trap door and William Afton lingering around the town in disguise. Quite simply, the pieces here add up. But again, that's hints that we can glean from the book. The bigger question here is, why would Afton be spying on the FNAF 4 house in the games? Well, because it's his. As we established last episode, you play as Purple Guy, and each night you go back to your retro-themed house.
Again.
At first, these cutscenes seem like they should just be absurd breaks from the spoopy action of the main game.
Clara, the baby isn't mine.
But look closer and you notice the details of the room. In particular, a very ugly lamp. A very ugly, very familiar lamp, one that we saw in, you guessed it, FNAF 4. In other words, this is Afton's house, and from his underground
ugly house.
room, he's observing his kids, crying child, the older brother, and the girl who eventually becomes baby. As I suspected in my prediction video for this game, this truly is a
some
sister
things are getting
location,
closer,
a
right?
sister's
Some things
location.
are
And
getting
from
close
there,
in
all the parts
the
start to fit together. So let's retell
in
this
these,
story
like,
from the
in
beginning
this
now that
story.
we have all the pieces. Remember what will happen
Just
if he
the shift
catches
has
you.
to go
It's a line
from
we
the
hear
dad
repeated
to the
over
older
and
brother.
over again throughout FNAF
That's
4,
all.
and now we know why. Crying Child has seen Golden Bonnie abduct children multiple times in the past. This moment in the back room that we all debated about whether or not it was a murder is in fact a child kidnapping. Silver Eyes proves it as it shows that Purple Guy kills by trapping the kids in spring-lock suits. Quote, Carlton was wedged inside the heavy, barrel-shaped torso of a mascot costume, the headless top half of some kind of animal. His arms were trapped inside the torso section, pinned to his sides in an unnatural position. He could feel pieces of metal that pressed against his back and poked him. Dave said to Carlton, if you trigger those spring locks, two things will happen. First, all the locks will snap right into you, making deep cuts all over your body. And a split second later, all the animatronic parts they've been holding back will instantly be driven into your body. You'll die, but it will be slow. Having witnessed a scene similar to this, the boy is justifiably terrified.
Yes, because when killing a child like that, no one would notice the screaming.
Father is one of the owners. Meanwhile, William Afton knows that he's been found out, hence the observation monitors and security Fredbears. He needs to be sure of his son's movements, even when he's at work, be it above ground or below. I mean, the guy may be a killer, but it's not like he could just kill his son, even if he was the witness to a gruesome murder at the restaurant.
A little tear.
Gets solved prematurely with the fatal chomp of 83, a son William loved killed by the very animatronics he also loved, leading us to one fateful promise. I will put you back together. We've analyzed this line a lot in past theories because it's not only the final lines of FNAF 4 and FNAF World, thereby making it super important to this franchise, but because it's also presented to us in a different color than Fredbear's yellow. Someone else is talking here. And now we can finally pinpoint who said it, and more importantly, why. It was Afton. I will put you back together. A promise to fix his son, a broken son, in the only way that he knows how, animatronics. Enter Sister Location and the Funtime animatronics, not built for entertainment or for being worn, but built to help Purple Guy save his son. Built for capture. Although no one has yet found how to unlock them in the game, if you dig through the Sister Location files, you find a set of blueprints for the various animatronics, outlining their size and special features. Not only are they enormous, topping 7 feet in some instances, so bigger than a small child, but they're also equipped with things like 360
Demitresque shit going on almost. Damn, boy.
And storage tanks. Look closer at the wireframes and you see that the storage tank
horribly
isn't
unoptimized.
quite empty. Yeah, that's a child in there, curled up, hidden in Fredbear's stomach.
Finally, more dead children. Hey, that
Ready
took a
to be
while.
experimented on. Because Purple Guy is no longer killing to satisfy himself. He's doing it to recover his son, to figure out the secret of fusing souls into animatronics. You heard me. Afton wants to unlock the mystery of giving gifts, giving life. And if that seems like a stretch, just look at the number of sentient, independent, and fully aware robots in Sister Location. You not only have the core set, but there's also the baby babies and the mini Renas. Tens of sentient animatronics moving against their programming. And unlike past games where we received explanations like anti-criminal systems, dying guys in murder suits, or the products of a nightmare, here they just kinda exist. Why? Well, Baby tells us over and over in the trailer for Sister Location.
Don't do it against us. Don't do it against us. Don't do it against us. You don't know what we've been through.
Before the game's release, we had no idea, but now we do know what they've been through. Experiments and controlled shocks. Dozens, and I mean dozens of children captured as the Funtime animatronics executed on the programming that told them to collect. Also that Afton could learn the secret to reawakening lost souls. As we see in Silver Eyes, he knows it's possible as he's not shocked at all when the animatronics come to life at night. Quote, "They're home with me." Dave's voice was coarse, and the large mask mascot head slid forward and tilted as he spoke. Their happiest day. All they know is that you're here, trying to take away their happiest day. You are intruders, end quote. And as evidenced by the animatronics crawling
Everything fine
throughout
in the
Sister
YouTube chat, by the
location,
way?
he succeeds in his goal. But in doing so, he pays the ultimate price, losing the second of his children, his daughter, when she ignores his warnings to stay away from the robots. A daughter whose soul goes on to possess Baby, as evidenced by the eye color shift from blue in the minigame to green in all the other times that we ever get to see Baby. Now flash forward to the beginning
YouTube
of
is
Sister
okay.
Location,
Okay.
a place where, as we're told in the trailer,
Weird.
memories sleep, anger is restless, and secrets don't keep. The children's spirits are mad and eager to get
Angry.
out, but how does a ragtag group of sentient robots escape? Even if they made it to the surface, giant endoskeletons roaming around would be like the coming of Terminator 2, and humans don't take kindly to that sort of thing. And so they've been forced to concoct a sneakier plan to escape. They've put together their individual abilities often programmed into them, like Freddy's voice mimic and Bellora's misdirection tactics, to create a new entity, the collective consciousness known as Ennard, a tangle of wires and eyeballs that serves as their final hope. And we know it's all the animatronics together because it refers to itself as we.
There is nowhere to go when we look like this.
As the teaser said, there was a part of him in every body, after all. Throughout
He was the 5
times,
bodies
he uses his
together.
skills and pretends
Oh.
in order to gain our trust, using the voice mimic to sound like Baby and be sympathetic, adopting the voice of the little green-eyed girl to make us compelled to move forward and save her. But it's all a trick, and by night 5, they've cleared out all the evidence, killing the other technicians so that no one can speak of the
Why didn't they
haunted
take their
animatronics.
bodies?
But note that those guys haven't been scooped. They've
Yeah.
saved that honor specifically for you, the purple guy. The reason they're stuck there in the first place. Using Baby's voice, they push you into the scooping
Almost.
room, remove
Almost,
your
Matt.
skeleton,
Almost.
and inhabit your body. And as we
Lady
see in the
Dimitrescu
final
is based on
scene,
a
their escape is
Hachishuka
successful.
Sama?
The purple guy,
Was 8 feet
the
tall
serial
woman from
killer
Japanese
father
urban
trying to
legend.
put his
Hell
son
yeah, let's
together
go.
is killed by the exact monsters he first created, but not in an unhappy way. He achieved what he wanted, being reunited with his children. Page 411 of Silver Eyes. Quote, "The
Yeah.
voice of the rabbit was smooth and rich, almost musical. Dave cocked his head to the side so that only one of his bulbous eyes could peer through the sockets. We both wanted to love," he said in those melodious tones. "Your father loved, and now I have loved." End quote. But hey, that's just a theory. A
Game theory.
Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the
Super Amazing End Card Tournament.
Where last time I asked you whether you thought Sister Location was scary good or frighteningly bad. Survey said 97,000 votes for Sister Location
Ooh.
and 30,000 against.
Not
So
too bad, I guess. Let's go. So this is the first Sister Location video then, I guess. Again, it's funny how like later on we get the more context that hey, it's the brother, because at this point like you do know it's like he's ignoring the older brother. Like hey, you have the younger brother who died, you have the sister who died, you have the dad who owns the place probably and built it all up, but like what happened to the older brother? Why didn't you bring up him? It's surprising. It's kind of surprising, right? It's like something being purposely overlooked and ignored, but you know it'll come back later probably. What the hell is happening? Oh my god. Is there stuff being skipped? Supposedly stuff is being skipped, but I don't know if that's the truth, yes or no. Wait, let me just shake my head around like an idiot, but it's to test the thing, right? On the YouTube one. The urban legend actually scares me a bit, to be honest. Oh, the YouTube stream seems to be doing fine. Might be the Twitch stream that is then suffering, I think. Huh. Night 4 in Sister Location is a pain to play. Oh, yeah, no, that's what okay, so a bit of like story time recapping, right? Of like how were these games when I didn't watch them really, but I more experienced them through people like Markiplier. Like I think it's Markiplier's playthrough of Sister Location is the most famous one, right? How did that happen? I can remember it somewhat. So Sister Location was the first one where, hey, it has like voice acted lines and also has like a story mode. It's not just this weird arcadey get through all the nights and they progressively get harder kind of thing. They were all like different mini games, sort of, right? Which made them interesting in their own right, kind of. What was that for? Is it the Blura one, or is that the one where like you're in the suit and you have to stop the mini arenas from entering you or something like that? Because I know there's like a lot of them, and there are a lot of they're just one-off mini games essentially all, but you know the way they connect together makes them interesting. I honestly thought for Security Breach they were gonna do something more like that, where you have the Pizzaplex to walk through, but then sometimes from time to time you have like little mini games where you have to do them, right? The suit, yeah, so it's the suit where you're stuck and shit. Oof. That definitely sounds like a pain. Never really played it though. I don't know why. Just Sister Location was, yeah, no. Again, we're very much now in the territory of games I've definitely never played, but only seen the playthrough of. Where, you know, it was like every day a part would, or every 2 days a part would get uploaded by Markiplier, and it was just fun to watch him play it because, yeah. Why am I gonna get it myself and watch Mark play it? You know, that's a sort of style of video I would want to emulate eventually within streaming. You know, becoming a that would be the dream essentially, becoming the VTuber equivalent for Markiplier's like playthroughs of scary games and stuff like that. I just don't have the. I would just have to set up a better plan for it of how to do it and stuff like that. But there is something interesting in the way he used to do stuff, which I always appreciated. Also, he's just kind of funny, you know. Back to FNAF. So at this point, we're just it's basically kind of like a hey, Sister Location. Let's make it happen then. So Sister Locations is pretty straightforward in that aspect, outside of a little bit of like world building and things outside of this game that it influences. However, still Sister Location was also one of the first games that was very self-contained, right? The story that happens within it is very much, it happens within there, and you don't have to really go outside for too much side content to figure out what the fuck is going on, which is, at this point in the franchise, definitely was a nice change of pace. Compared to the other ones, which were very much the only way you would get it is if you were to, yeah, not only play the games, but like incessantly speculate on forums and stuff like that, which I just never was that kind of person, because I never cared for Reddit. I'll be honest, 100%. This is my big problem. I do not understand how Reddit works, okay? Because half the channels there always tell you not to do self-promo, but then again, self-promo is the only thing you would want to do there. It's like, become part of the community. How? I don't know. The way Reddit works just never really appealed to me. Say what you will about the garbage fest that is 4chan, at least it makes somewhat more sense. It's just articles, and they're very easily like you could very easily click on the thing and go down a thread of people being all like angry about each other and stuff like that. Not as much with Reddit, where it's like, okay, try to vaguely know what the hell is going on here, or oh look, those users have more karma than you, and it's like, what the hell is all this gamified bullshit that you put in there? Although Reddit is, for one thing, Reddit's handy is like if I'm having tech issues and I'll type in the tech issue and I'll get like the Reddit pages for it, and then there usually I'll tend to get good results. So that's what they're useful for, more in my opinion, than interacting with like any community or whatever. Because I'm trash at it, you know. That's just the way it is. What was I even talking about? Oh yeah, let's move on to the next video. I was seeing some scuff earlier, like some skipped frames due to encoding lag, but that might be the Twitch stream going through those issues and not the YouTube one, which is interesting because I didn't know that was gonna happen. It's very odd. Reddit is something. Reddit is definitely something, but it's just something I don't know. I just don't like it. Never really cared for it either. Yeah, no. The only problem is that, like, hey, a lot of people tend to grow their communities through Reddit, right? Like, they tend to use it to expose their content to new people. So, like, from a content distribution side of things, Reddit would be a very interesting thing to learn. But I just suck at it. So, you know, it is what it is. With that said, yeah, I guess we'll just move on to the next video. Hell yeah. Okay, check the poll. No poll has changed yet, so let's continue by watching parts 12 of 58. Let's go. Okay, this is after. No, okay, so quickly before we start, this is then after the custom night releases for Sister Location and confirms and rewrites a lot of things. So from here on, I think Matt is gonna use Michael because it's very much Yeah, this one cutscene puts like a definitive end on a lot of question marks. Interestingly enough, just with one little quick cutscene. So that's yeah. Sorry for the in between taking so long this time.
I found it. It was right where you said it would be. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
Nope. Nuh-uh, not touching it. No, sorry, Bob. No way. You can mechanically wheeze all you want, Michael Eggs Benedict, Afton, Purple Guy, Jingleheimer, Schmidt, but I am not spending another 20 minutes trying to piece together whether you're Springtrap, whether you're Purple Guy, whether you're a second Purple Guy, and whether all of this requires yet another rewrite of the timeline. I am not doing it. At least not until the next book comes out in June. Nope, no siree, doggo. Today, the series that prompted lore-based theories to flood this channel is getting the old school game theory treatment. That's right.
What?
Today, I'm tackling the science of Five Nights at Freddy's.
What the hell is this? And then we also have Mustard Man. No!
Hello, Internet.
Oh my God,
Welcome
Orange
to
Guy.
Game
Yeah.
Theory, where today's Freddy theory is going to be a bit different. No source
spin-off?
code deep dives, no rooting around for obscure hidden Easter eggs, only hardcore.
Mustard Man
real-life
is
research.
Orange Guy
But
from
speaking of the
6,
source
I
code,
think, right?
something really fascinating
Which is
going
also
on
just
right
Purple
now.
Guy.
Scott Cawthon's two websites are having a conversation. Scott Games is saying things like, "You're crowding us. You can't tell us what to do anymore. We outnumber you." And the FNAF World website is replying with, "Be quiet. Yes, I can. You will do everything that I tell you to do." Which makes it seem like FNAF 6, Sins of the Father. It's my title. Feel free to use it, Scotty C. It's
That's
gonna be
kind of
like
what
an
happened.
all-out animatronic Civil War style battle against the
Oh my
OG
God,
creator,
cringe!
aka Springtrap Afton.
No.
How awesome would that be?
That would be terrible. That'd be a terrible idea, Matt Pat.
Meanwhile, another FNAF
Oh my
update,
God.
since a lot of you have been asking me on Twitter about my thoughts on this. It got itself canceled and then found itself a new production partner, Blumhouse Productions, the same guys who did Paranormal Activity, Oculus, The Purge, Get Out.
Okay, they did more interesting videos later on, though.
News.
But, like,
Blumhouse
Get
has
Out's
made
pretty
a name
good,
for
so-
themselves by doing
No,
awesome
do not show that
movies
one.
on really teeny-tiny
There you
budgets,
go.
and FNAF as an indie franchise needs that cheaply made indie vibe to really make
That's
its
not
jam.
true.
It doesn't need a big studio like Warner Brothers, where it used to be, going in and meddling and trying to make it more family-friendly so they can go in and sell more FNAF toys and it becomes the next Minions or something. Low budget
already
is the way
is.
to go because it forces you to get creative. So this news actively made me excited for the movie. A video game movie based on FNAF. Seriously, all the subs to film theorists better get themselves ready for a heap and helping a Freddy when that movie rolls around. Anyway, enough updates. I think that
gonna
covers
take a
all
while,
the
Matt.
FNAF-related things that you guys have been asking me about on Twitter. On to the episode. This week, I'm covering a topic I've wanted to do since the release of FNAF 4 back in 2015 and never had the opportunity to because I was always so busy trying to piece together the damn lore, and that is, can an animatronic actually kill you? Since, you know, this series has a lot of
That's
animatronics and a whole
well-
lot of death at the hands of animatronics. But more specifically, I want to focus on the bite. You know the one I'm talking about. Whether or not you believe this
I love
moment
the
to be
minions.
the
They are
bite of
cute.
a
When it'll come out 5 years later.
Whether or not the
True.
data really
5 years ago.
matters anymore.
Which
One thing is clear.
honestly, if Blumhouse announced around that time that they were going to be working together, a 5-year production cycle for a movie, if they're going from 0 or close to 0,
This is
now it's out of the ordinary, not gonna lie. Especially with COVID. Let's not forget, COVID really put a damper on a lot of the productions, right? So,
William Afton, creator of the animatronics, suffers
It works,
this
it works.
tragedy where his son's head gets crushed in a childhood bullying incident. A few days later, the son dies of his wounds in his hospital bed, setting in motion Afton's quest to, quote, put him back together. Cut to scoopings, sister locations, a dead daughter, and more missing children
yippee.
than you can shake a basket of exotic butters at,
Butters.
and all because of this one moment. The bite is treated as a freak accident, something that couldn't have been helped. The horrific ending of an innocent childhood prank gone wrong. A series filled with haunted
wait,
puppets
what year
and
did this come out?
radiated skin
5
suits
years ago,
and
so it's
stars.
2023
This,
now,
just
so
a
this is
random
2018.
tragic incident that nobody could have stopped.
Yeah, we're
A
getting old, my
simple
guy.
mechanical failure. Remember,
Not
this
really,
is
but
before any of the suits are haunted. It's still just
because
a
this is
regular
past
old
Matt Pat. He doesn't know
animatronic.
yet.
But is that really true? Does a regular old animatronic actually have the ability to crush a child's
But it was a
skull?
spring
Is there
lock.
Something a bit more sinister going on here. Let me just say this. I will never look at my last sister location theories the same way again. And it's all thanks to the results of this episode's research. To
Well,
begin to piece
Purple
together
Guy
the real
kills more
danger these
children.
Disney rejects pose, we need to understand what makes them so dangerous in the first place. Sure, it might be easy to assume that Golden Fredbear and Golden Bonnie here are so deadly because they're spring lock suits, but as we hear about in FNAF 3's phone calls, the locks are only used to hold back the sharp pointy innards so they could be worn in suit mode.
To change the animatronics to suit mode, insert and turn firmly the hand crank provided by the manufacturer. Turning the crank will recoil and compress the animatronic parts around the sides of the suit, providing room to climb inside. Please
Ah, yes, because just having suits is too much of an issue, you know.
It's also something that we witness up close and personal during Night 4 of FNAF's sister
that's Night
location.
4.
The spring locks hold back the robotic innards, and them unsnapping and releasing the mechanism is what makes them so deadly. But during FNAF 4's Bite, Golden Freddy is already in robot mode. There would be no spring locks activated. They would not be snapping shut. To put it
I was
simply,
literally
the
starting
robot
college
is
then.
operating like any normal animatronic would be, meaning that the danger is coming not from some weird, unique detail of FNAF-verse-style robots, but rather from the same mechanisms that exist in any animatronic, be it in a fictional pizzeria to the creepy remnants of Big Bear Jamboree heads looking down at you from the Winnie the Pooh ride in Disneyland. Go ahead, look it up. There's some nightmare fuel for you. Or better yet, if you're at Disneyland leaving the Heffalump and Woozle section of the ride, look behind you and look up. Ho ho! Prepare for a surprise. Anyway, all things considered, to truly unwrap this theory, we need to know how normal animatronics actually work. Enter a man named Vern Grainer, an engineer who used to build robots for Chuck E. Cheese. Turns out, how these things are built
From
is
other people
actually
younger
close
than
to
me?
garden
Yes.
trade secret.
You're old
'cause
now.
I can pronounce my
Take that.
But in an article he did for Nuts and Bolts
Watching FNAF.
magazine back in 2009,
FNAF franchise people are becoming older now. They're not just kids. We're not 12 anymore.
One core technology: pneumatic actuators.
What
are those? Well, yo, listen up then. Ya homies know that when all
What the fuck is this? Matt Pat turning racist out of a... No, not actually, but still, it's just fun to say that. What the hell, Matt Pat? No rapping. Stop that. No white boy that raps. That's spooky.
You build up a bunch of air pressure and then release it. That release moves whatever you want. A piston, a pulley, the deadly grin of a lifeless singing bear.
Let's go!
They're used in everything from robots to build cars to the jaws of,
Oi.
well, Jaws at Universal Studios.
Oh.
Now, Grainer doesn't specify how powerful pneumatic actuators and a
What
Chuck
about
E. Cheese
Eminem?
style robots
Oh.
would be, but we can go ahead
Oh,
and
that's a good
calculate
point.
rough estimates.
No, Eminem
Other
counts. Fair
actuators
enough.
in the
Just
body
Matt
and
Pat
mind
should not be the kind of guy that does
powerful
rap.
since
You
they're
know,
moving
there's something about Matt
larger,
Pat's
heavy
aesthetic where if
chunks of
he does
robot,
rap, I
the
get
ones
scared,
in
okay?
the mouth are smaller, more delicate. They only have to move a couple of ounces of plastic and metal for the jaws.
Maybe it's a lot of metal on the
The
head.
pneumatic tubes themselves are also only a couple inches
Maybe
long,
the child
meaning
was
they can
very,
only
very
build up
soft.
So much air pressure. All things considered, you're only going to need about 40 psi of air pressure max to do all of that. That's not a whole lot. It's
Oh, we're
like the
turning into a
pressure
boomer.
created from
This
a
is a
strong
boomer channel
breeze.
now.
So
Only
how
for
the
boomers.
Heck do a handful of small pistons powered by air create enough force to crack a child's skull wide open? They can't. You
Oh.
see, crushing a human skull ain't easy. The 22 bones of the human skull are there to protect the most important organ in our body from damage. And the whole thing has got a rounded structure to help disperse
Aha.
any forces
Nice.
applied to it. The strongest boxer in the world could punch you in the head at full force and it barely crack. But this perfect
Yeah, because that's what I'm worried about when the boxer hits me in the head, Matt.
but breaks through hard enough to cause severe trauma to the brain? How much force is needed to do that? Well, it's actually a tricky question. First, we gotta ask, how old is the victim? When you're first born, the skull is softer, moldable, since, you know, it has to pass through.
Don't make it weird, Matt Pat.
Once it's made that
Just, oh
journey,
my
it
God,
has
you
to be
made it
ready
weird, Matt
for your
Pat.
growing brain. So
God
it has
damn.
these soft spots called fontanelles to give the skull flexibility. So I immediately
Yeah,
thought
it's not
that
like you
my
won't get a
child birthday
concussion.
boy might be
Indeed,
a
or my
bit
brain will
easier
like
of a nut
bounce
to
around in my
crack,
head.
considering how young he is, but the research didn't pan out that way.
Feel a
The
little bit
soft
like I'm
spots
turning into a
disappear
boomer. Do you
or
feel like a boomer?
ossify by
Actually,
the time that
feel
you're 9 to
fine
18
at the
months
moment.
old. And I don't care how
Always used to
heartless
feel
of a
weirdly
killer you
young
are,
or
purple
something
guy,
like
you
that.
ain't letting your 1-year-old hobble his way home after a day of sitting terrified in a broom closet. Second, to answer the question I had to ask, what parts of the skull are we talking about? Because different sections have different thicknesses and, as a result, different strengths. According to research done by Tobias Matei, who studied children's bike helmets and how
I was about to say, why is he researching how to crush children's skulls? What the hell? That's a red flag.
Exactly where our crying child is seeing most of the damage done. When he's placed in golden
because he's
threadbare style by the
sideways.
bullies, he's facing outward towards us, mostly facing the camera, meaning that the weaker sides of his skull are the ones that are having to deal with the crushing forces of the teeth. So I looked it up. To fracture the skull there would require the equivalent of a 1,100-pound man or 500-kilogram woman, equal opportunity, not being sexist here, to step on the head in that exact
yes, Matt, because that's the problem here.
Fracture. We're talking about a catastrophic head failure that impacts the brain. So we have to get a bit more specific and a bit harder of a bite. Luckily, I found a study looking into exactly that. Testing over 300 samples, some scientific madmen determined that human skull bone, when put under various kinds of stress, had a failure pressure of 1900 psi or 13 megapascals. 13 megapascals means that for every square meter of surface area, it takes 13 million newtons of force to break a skull open. Now, obviously, that number is hard to imagine without me giving
because I don't know science.
The challenge, though, is to
Tori,
accurately
2023.
represent that pressure, we need to know how that pressure is being delivered. If I'm delivering a lot of pressure onto a small point, it's going to do a lot
arguably,
if I deliver
the
that same
teeth
amount of pressure
are the things that
across
crush,
a wider
right?
surface area. Think of it like the difference of stepping onto a single
Hydraulic
nail
press
versus
channel.
laying on a bed of nails. One's a bloody good party trick. The other is just bloody. So think about it this way. 1 megapascal of pressure is about the pressure of an average human bite. We're talking 13 times that. That is a lot of pressure. And in our case, that pressure is being delivered by small animatronic teeth clamping down on either side of the crying child's head. So a whole lot more like that single nail example than the bed of nails. But to find out just how powerful and deadly these teeth are, we're gonna need one thing: pixel measurements.
Oh no.
We need to know the surface.
This is an
area
old school
trace
game theory episode.
so we can figure out how much force
Well, which
minimum
model are you
those
going off of?
are delivering. Now, obviously, we're gonna have to approximate a bit since the game contains no real measurements to go off of. So instead, I started with Freddy's face. It's an Easter egg I never really addressed in the theories, but way back in vanilla FNAF 1, lots of theorists were talking about an oddly shaped smudge on Freddy's face. This smudge is in the shape of a handprint. Now, granted, it is in a golden suit, but as we see in that game, the two are comparable in size. Given that the average human hand is about 18.89 centimeters long, we can use this handprint to scale.
Is this the one where he basically reveals that, like, these animatronics are big fucking boys? They're huge.
Which makes a lot of sense.
Think about that. That's like
as a costume. Now, with a combination of images from different angles, we can use this to determine the dimensions of one tooth, which comes to 1.4 square centimeters. It looks like he was bitten with 8 teeth, 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom.
They are
This
huge.
gives us a total surface area of 11.26 square centimeters. So, using the power of math, we can use this figure to determine how much force each tooth is biting down with. And that number is bone-chilling.
You mean bone cracking?
14,758 newtons. Why is that a bone-chilling number? Because that's the strength that a full-grown crocodile bites with.
Damn.
It's almost the strength of a great white shark bite. In order to deliver that amount of force, you would need 2 high-end industrial-strength pneumatic actuators. These things are as long as your arm, and they need their own dedicated compressors pumping out 100 pounds per square inch. I mean, your own teeth would crack if you bit down with that kind of force.
Well, but they're
And it
metal,
is most certainly way overkill for moving the mouth of some cheap mascot at a sad sack themed restaurant. It's almost like someone built these things to intentionally be deadly.
Nutcracker.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, is our smoking gun. When we last covered the lore of this series, myself, as well as other FNAF theorists like Treesicle and Dawko, concluded that William Afton was driven to his murderous rampage by tragic circumstances. His son was killed in the jaws of that machine, and so he dedicated dedicated his life to twisted experimentation on other children to bring his son back. Sure, it doesn't mean that William Afton
Also,
kidnapping and killing
Cocoa
tons of
Pops, by
kids
the way,
is okay,
would murder
but it
people
does
with
make
best
us
cereal.
sympathize with him
Cocoa Pops are
He was
good.
driven
I'm
to
more of like the
madness
Choco
by
Choco
this
Shells.
immense
Shells?
sadness. But
I
if
like
all this
those.
science today is truly
Pops are
correct,
pretty good, not
it
gonna lie.
proves that he was a madman all along. That even in the earliest days of Fredbear's Family Diner, William was making suits designed
No.
to kill.
The suits
with
just had to be
mechanisms
good,
way
you know?
overpowered
There
for
you
what they were
go.
meant to do. Any
Matt
normal
Pat,
animatronic would've let
if
the
you've
crying
ever been
child
into
with a few
PC building, you'd
scratches, maybe
understand
some
that
psychological
making
scars,
something
but that's
overkill is
about
just
it.
part
He'd
of the
be
fun.
alive. But Afton, being the psychopath that he is,
God
had
damn
other
it.
intentions. Not only did he create a deadly system with the spring locks, but even the basic robotics of his mascots were built to kill. Something that he
Well.
would continue to do throughout his career, particularly with the Funtime series. We all thought it was a freak accident that killed Afton's son, but at the end of the day, this death was completely avoidable. It was all
But then he would have had to
Afton's
cheap
fault.
out on
He
the
has his own
things, you know?
Twisted experiments to blame, claiming first his son and eventually his daughter too.
Or first his daughter, then his son.
I gotta say,
Depends which.
that really bites.
Oh!
That's just
This
a
is an old school game theory.
A game.
A
theory.
game
Thanks for
theory!
watching. 6 whole months since a FNAF theory? Wow, time flies. It's actually really nice to cover the series again with fresh eyes. I even figured out some new lore bits while working on
Oh,
this
no.
one. Stuff that I'm sure will show up in the next FNAF theory.
No. Well, we don't have to wait that long because we just have the next one. Cocoa Puffs are S tier. We're not gonna make a theory. We're not gonna make a fucking what you call it. We're not gonna do a goddamn We're not gonna do a goddamn tier list for cereals. Plus, Cocoa Puffs is probably near the top. I just don't. The problem is that every country, you know, you have all the Kellogg's ones, right? However, you also have the from the store, but they're not Cocoa Puffs, but they're also Cocoa Puffs, you know? They're Cocoa Puffs, but they're not the brand of Cocoa Puffs. They're the brand of the store that are better because they're cheaper, right? But they're essentially the same thing, right? So it's like, okay, how the hell do I start rating all the tier list? I would need to have like little images, so I have the images on the box so I know what the cereal is. Otherwise, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what the hell I wouldn't know what the hell which one to do. I mean, it's good for Ludwig. Then they could also make a tier list. But that's just a theory, a food theory. We just start making food theories in this bitch. Let's go. Well, I guess we kind of could do that in a way. No. Just open up like a tab. Just open up a tab on this image. It's like, okay, within our long ass like FNAF marathon, let's take a diversion and just quickly make like a tier list video in between. Also, that wouldn't be a bad idea to do, but then like yeah, I would need links in the Discord sent to do that kind of stuff. Like it already being set up, so I could just switch to that. But let's not do it. Let's just continue with the theory videos. Yeah, no, that was a funny one. That was just like a totally different off the cuffs. Like hey, could the animatronics kill you? And it's like maybe I don't know. Then again, he was also crying in the spring lock suit, so like it's not just the teeth that bit down on him. It's also him crying in the suits. Like all of a sudden he forgets that little detail that he talked about before. You know, giving me more work. No. It's fine, Kay. You don't have to actually do that. I'm quickly gonna go to the bathroom though, so let's hope the stream doesn't like explode itself. Because sometimes something weird I've noticed now is it'll tell me that it's dropping frames due to encoding overloading, but it's not actually the YouTube stream that's overloading. It's either the Twitch or the the TikTok one, which it is what it is, you know. If TikTok wants to be a bitch, if Twitch wants to be a bitch about it, then it can do what it wants. BRB. I want to see if I can do like the Enna face as the thing, because I actually think it'd be funny, right? Like do like that. That actually kind of worked, right? I did the whole like the smiley thing. That's funny. Where were we? We were in animatronic hell. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. Kinda. Possibly. It depends from a certain point of view. Anyway, where were we? Press video to continue the stream. So, essentially last one he already confirmed that, hey, so the custom night came out and that like recontextualized the whole thing of essentially revealing that Michael is the one that got scooped and not William Afton. So either he'll continue on that, on the actual theory, or he's gonna go into a weird ass tangent. Who knows? It's a dice roll. Who knows? 50-50% chance. We're 13 of the 58 videos. How many more? Oh my god. Oh my god. So wait a minute. Let's see. Around here-ish. Okay, we're not that many theories removed from at least Five Nights 6, right? Ultimate Custom Night. I mean, Ultimate Pizza Sim. God damn it. Is the second half just all like... How many videos did he do on Security Breach then? Oh my god, this is gonna... I'm never leaving this place. This is my purgatory. For now, after this purgatory is being stuck in Ultimate Custom Night, and my purgatory is watching these videos. God damn. Just kidding. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't having a bit of fun, at least. Losing sanity already? I'm not losing sanity. My sanity check is strong. My mind is strong. My mind is like an impenetrable fortress. It is made up of the most artificially intelligent gun that have ever been smart. You see, my mind is the ultimate mind, if you think about it. I have the mind of a warrior, and the greatness of warriors is that the mind is impenetrable. Or something like that. I don't fucking know. Well, let me kick it. Let me just connect that one for shits and giggles. Why not? See if that does anything. No. Oh. That did nothing. Shit. Wait, we activated the kick stream. Wait, let me quickly separate tab because it's in a different tab. Quickly just kick out the kick out the thing for it. Kick out the chat for it, I suppose. Pop out. There we go. I wonder if I because I have the whatchamacallit. I have the Twitch thing set as a just chatting stream. Would it be smarter to set it to Five Nights at Freddy's instead of just chatting? Because essentially what we're doing is... I don't know. Sorry for the distraction. My bad. I'll continue the video now. Let's continue doing the thing that actually matters, you know, the FNAF. And not my weird tangents that come out of nowhere, you know. Oh god, I'm gonna be honest, that FNAF 2 music is really good, right? Like, it is just really good as like an in-between thing. Maybe I should use one of the other menu music soon. But like, which of the other menu musics is good, do you guys think? Like, I'll let you guys in chat, the YouTube chat will decide. If you guys have any like suggestions for other music I could use in the meantime, like either FNAF 3 maybe, or maybe this. Maybe when I get to the Security Breach ones, I could use it. That fucking song for a million times. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. Anyway, let's continue. Ooh. We have been live for 4 hours, by the way. 4:20. Hey, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Let's go. I think MatPat lost his sanity. Oh no, the books! No! Please no! No, God, please no.
Pointed teeth chattering loudly as they wobbled forward with staring eyes. Not again! I hate these things, Jessica cried.
Not again.
You and me both, sister.
Let's go!
Up top. Can I five me up top because you're a fictional character? Hello, internet. Welcome to Game.
Welcome to Game Theory. Oh.
Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. FNAF 6 is canceled.
Well.
Looks like I had more staying power than you, Scotty C. Let's be honest, though. It's gonna be more delayed than canceled, really. And there's still the movie, the merch,
captions.
a second book just released, a third book coming soon, and a fourth one on the way. So just like the animatronics, the series itself keeps getting reborn in new forms with increasingly absurd names. Withered Freddy, Nightmare Chica, Not So Fun Time Franchise. Speaking of
the
ridiculous
hell?
new names
Damn,
for
he's
the
going,
single cast
he screamed like a
animals,
little
let's
girl.
talk
I
about
don't-
the latest
oh.
addition to the roster, the Twisted animatronics.
Can't
Stars
prove
of the
nothing.
FNAF book that came out at the end of June. Now, I'm gonna be honest. This book was definitely a step up from the first. It had 200 less pages.
Hey! Woo! Let's go!
Calendar, man. I mean, don't take that as too high of a compliment. In 200 pages, you still had a college robotics major going to the scene of a murder and then touching the victim, getting blood all up on her hands, and no one on the police force even batting an eye over the blatant crime scene tampering that was happening. Then there's the fact that in the book, multiple balloon boys, including
What?
BB, JJ, and whatever other ridiculous combination of letters you can come up with, are canon too. But you know what? I still
What?
gotta appreciate lines like page 183. You never know when a corpse may wander out of the shadows wearing a rabbit suit. Even the books have become
What?
self-aware of their own absurdity at this
Okay.
point. Now, at this point, Scott has made it clear that the books and the games are separate canons. And while that may be true, both are still shambling their way out of Scott's mind brain. We all know that Scott leaves plenty of holes in his stories, details or events that are left purposefully vague so that we can theorize to fill in those gaps. But what's interesting is that he leaves different holes in each series. And by looking at the two series in tandem, those holes start to fill themselves in with events from the sister series. The sister location! No. No,
Stop
just
it.
no.
Stop it,
Anyway,
please.
reading
No.
Twisted Ones was like
I cannot
reading
have
the
13
cryptic
videos
for
in you
Sister
losing your
Location
mind.
because
I
a
gotta be the
lot-
one
and I
losing my
mean
mind, not
a
you.
lot of that
God
game's
damn it.
weirdness became more and more clear as I turned more and more pages. So FNAF 6 may be dead, but we're gonna go
Hey.
back to beat the dead horse animatronic that is Sister Location. Can we name it Horsey? Horsey, the dead horse animatronic, and we just beat it every time we do an episode about one of these games? Great. Dead horse animatronic, Horsey.
We
one
went from
final time
killing
thanks
childrens
the
to
Twisted
beating
Ones.
up
We have
animals, so
all
you
the
know.
information we need to
Evolution?
help that game make just a little
Question
bit
mark?
more sense. First, how do we know that this book is anywhere
Oh,
close
but
to
both
the
lose their FNAF mind. No, Li Yingming, no.
Twisted Ones. The recurring threat
FNAF lore does damage to it, man. It does damage to the brain.
But even though we're supposed
Lore
to think
make
that
the
this is a
brain
new
brain
breed of
hardy.
killer robot, they're not. Not at all, in fact. We've seen them before in Sister Location.
Have we?
Check out this description and let me know if it sounds familiar. Page 90. The creature had no fur and its face was smooth. It had a short muzzle and oval ears sticking out from the sides of its head. It had the general appearance of an animal's head, though much larger than the animatronic animals from Freddy's. Running down the center of its face was a long, straight split,
Ugh.
exposing wires and a line of metal frame. A thick plastic material was stuck to the face in large patches. So the twisted animatronics have a plastic-like covering and a face that splits open. It certainly sounds like the aesthetic of the Funtime animatronics, but it doesn't stop there. These guys were built to be big because their mission is to capture children, like Pokeballs, out for revenge. Page 140.
Okay.
Freddy's face slid across the bed like a python. His head lost its shape as it folded outward, taking hold of her feet and beginning to swallow, moving slowly upward
no.
as she fought not to squeeze
Inflation.
or bite. His cheeks
No!
became
No,
dislocated.
Scott, no!
No longer
Do not
resembled
bring more
the
weird
flesh
fetishes to this franchise!
further, her arms were pinned to her side, trapped inside the thing. Only her head remained
Ew.
free. She gasped for a last breath, then was violently scooped up, consumed by the creature. She done got scooped. Then, a few pages later, she was inside a cavity made for a human being, but the suit was moving with complete autonomy. In case you've forgotten, this is exactly what we see in Sister Location's hidden animatronic blueprints.
Okay.
Oversized robots with special containment features to lure in and trap small children. Even the description for how people get scooped into the animatronics is reminiscent of Sister Location's horrific ice cream minigame with Baby.
That
Page
one is still one of the
92.
best jump
The
scares in that
animatronic's
game, not gonna
arms
lie.
lifted and its
That
chest
mini
opened
game, just
like
that
an iron
scream,
fist.
the
Its
scream in that
neck
game,
was to reveal a dark
my,
blade.
like really,
Sharp spikes and
spine chilling.
spring locks were just barely visible. It was a trap. waiting to be triggered. She beat against its bent and damaged arm, but the other arm steadily forced her closer to the chest cavity.
Ew.
So why does any of this, and the Twisted Ones as a whole book, matter in the context of the FNAF games? Well, in the opening sequence of Sister Location, we hear that the Funtime animatronics were built by William Afton.
With all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
Wait, did he just get done doing a whole presentation of, look, and this is how they kill the children? It's like, Afton, we're not really interested in that, but,
The killer who kidnaps
fine.
kids while wearing a golden bodysuit. But Silver Eyes also introduced us to other important characters for the FNAF series as a whole.
Lore.
Henry,
Oh.
no last name given, William's partner and the more creative half of the company.
Stop
The
horse
one who
animatronic
actually
abuse, what the
created
hell?
animatronics. So
No
after reading
cop,
Silver Eyes, we were
horse
left
cop.
with William,
Nah,
the
nah,
business
nah,
guy
nah,
who doesn't
nah, nah.
create robots but does kill children, and Henry, the creator who does create robots but doesn't kill children.
Oh.
Got all that?
Okay.
Good. Now, in my FNAF 5 Decoded video, I drew parallels between Henry and a mysterious figure that we saw during a secret cutscene of FNAF World, both of whom create animatronics and commit suicide. Long
Oh,
story
yippee.
short, in the game, he ends his own life because he created Baby, a robot that he's ashamed of. In the book, why Henry
Why
kills
wouldn't he just
himself is
destroy the
still a big
robot
part of
instead of-
mystery. Now, if you want more information about the parallels between these two characters, click the eye icon in the upper right-hand corner of the screen because I go more
I already
in-depth there.
watched that
But
one,
after
right?
that
Yeah.
video, it seemed like a lock. We finally
FNAF
had
5
some
Decoded.
solid
What?
leads as to who these key players in the games were, and the
Which one is
clues
it?
were
Oh, yeah,
coming
here,
from
this one.
Silver Eyes. But then that opening cinematic from Sister Location played the first time we all booted up the game. Afton acknowledged that he was the one who created the new robots, and everyone, including myself, was like, well, there went that theory. Afton was supposed to be the business guy, not the creator.
Maybe he was
So if he's
also.
the one who builds animatronics in the game, then
Creates
Henry
one
must
rad
not
robot
exist in this
dies.
universe.
Indeed.
Scott had
Make
rolled
one
the
bad
ball
video,
with
just
my eyes,
die.
or at least retcon huge parts of his story to keep me off the set
No.
once again. Except not. The theory was right the first time. The Twisted Ones book confirms that both Henry and William Afton create animatronics, with the originals being built by Henry and the Twisted Funtime style animatronics
Ooh.
being Afton's. On page 92 of the Twisted Ones, we see the main character Charlie, daughter of Henry, talking about one of
What
these
the hell's that face?
Whoa,
Who's-
the hardware, the joints. It's older technology. Maybe he made them earlier? I don't know. I recognize some of this as my dad's work, but then a lot of it's foreign to me. Someone else may have had a hand in it. I'm not sure if my dad made it or not, but I have a feeling he's the one who buried it. Oh yeah, by the way, in the book, the twisted animatronics bury themselves during the day and come out at night to nab
What?
people. Animatronic zombies.
What?
Why not? It is
Okay.
probably one of the things that makes more sense in the book.
How does that make sense?
Throughout the book that these animatronics weren't
Okay,
built by
fine.
Henry. My father wouldn't have used this. He always put stops so that the joints couldn't do things humans can't do. Then again, on page 113, the bear was frightening, misshapen, an imitation of Freddy created by someone else. It was a strange variation into which her father had never breathed life, but William Afton, Dave, did. And then
Dave.
finally, William Dave, maybe
Who's-
Purple Guy, Springtrap Afton confirms it on page 186. Did you think my robots would be as poorly designed as your father's?
What
So
the
there you
hell
go.
happens in the
original theory
books?
still
Fucking
stands.
Star
Henry
Wars
and
inside of
William can both be
animatronics?
active players
Goddamn.
in the game
It
universe
should just be
because
about
both
people that kill children.
animatronics. And
Why
if
is
you
this all
need
so
even more
complicated?
evidence, then think about it this way. At the end of FNAF World, Henry admits that he created Baby, and then he kills himself, ashamed of his creation. At the beginning of Sister Location, we see that Afton is still alive, he's claiming creation rights, and he's obviously proud of his new robots. Then, at the end of the game, his son Michael Afton says that he's gonna come find his father.
Father, it's me, Michael. I'm going to come find you.
Thus, William is still alive, Henry is dead, but both must be a part of these games. And that's an important detail to solidify because the book also confirms something that FNAF theorists had been speculating about since the release of Sister Location. One of the weirdest details from that game was hidden in Funtime Freddy's room, where a map of FNAF 4's house was above and directly connected to the map of the Sister Location facility. It was also something that was hinted at throughout the Silver Eyes novel. Again, something that I covered in a previous theory linked via those iCards in the upper right-hand corner. But Twisted Ones not only confirms this underground bunker for Sister Location exists, it also confirms whose house it's built under. Henry's. house. In the novel, we see the twisted animatronics capture the main character Charlie, again, Henry's daughter, and drop her off in some remixed version of the FNAF 2 pizzeria. I say remixed because, like a lot of this book, it's a weird hybridization of the things that happen in the games and other stuff. It's got the carousel and balloon boys from the FNAF 2 location, but then there's a cave and a waterfall for some reason. Because why not? FNAF 7, Under the Sea! Earlier in the book, Charlie and her boyfriend John, who admittedly has to be the most patient and loving boyfriend in the history of the universe, like, Charlie shows him no sense of affection, and he is there just like a sad puppy dog. It is tragic. Anyway, those two
A simp! We have located a simp!
Destroyed by a storm, and what they find is that the storm has broken down a wall to reveal a new room.
Okay.
Secret room hidden in their house that Charlie had
Bruh,
never known about.
the amount of like shit.
Part of the house.
Gymnastics to find shit in this game, in this franchise.
Were made of dark concrete, and the room was small and windowless. A box jammed into the house and sealed away beneath the rooms. Whatever's out there killing people came from there.
Wow.
When the storm broke the wall, a section of the house was sealed until the storm broke through. But what's really important here is what's revealed when Charlie and the gang escape from that
More pizza.
pizzeria I
Underground
mentioned.
pizzeria.
194.
Okay.
We're out. We're okay. Don't you see where we are? She whispered. Slowly, she walked the length of the room, gesturing to the 4 enormous pits in the floor, one of which contained a headless, half-buried robot. John, this is my dad's house. It's the room we found. They escaped upward out of the underground pizzeria and wound up in Henry's house. So slowly the pieces start to fit together. Henry in the book buries and tries to seal off the twisted animatronics and then commits suicide out of guilt for helping William to build these things in the first place, just like we see him do in FNAF.
Okay.
And just like we see the underground bunker underneath a normal everyday home in Sister Location. And I'm just getting started, because while all this other information is certainly interesting, Twisted Ones exposed a detail from Sister Location so tiny and so minute that we all overlooked it in our excitement over
Please.
decoding
Is this the
underground
start of the
storage
fucking
facilities
illusion
and
disc?
tracking animatronic eye color. And yet, much like that infamous Chica Beak clue from FNAF 2 and 4, this small detail is so monumentally earth-shattering to the
No.
franchise as we know it that I
Let me-
can't not talk about
Is
it.
it illusion
On
discs?
Sister Location's Night 3, Michael Afton's big task is to remove a power module
Ah, it
from
is.
Funtime
It totally
Freddy.
is.
After following the narrator's instructions on which buttons to press and what order to press them in, Freddy's chest
Not the
pops
discs.
open and the power module reveals itself. And it's this.
Oh, it
Literally
is. This is the.
blacked out,
Oh.
oddly unconnected to literally anything else in the animatronic.
It's the
And
discs!
place, just
No!
slightly off to the
Remember
side.
when it was about killing
Kind of an
kids?
odd design choice for something that was supposedly powering the whole animatronic, but how would I know? No one, and I mean no one, called this thing out, considering Night 3 in general was just kind of
It's a
forgettable,
thing that happens.
overshadowed by the misery that was the Spring Lock challenge on Night 4 and the
enough.
fascinating map Easter eggs hidden on Night 2. But of course, this is FNAF. And no detail is too small in this series. And Twisted Ones blew the lid off
Oh,
this
no.
disc's
Oh,
true
no.
purpose.
No.
Its little mystery being so
Ah!
reason they're called
Twisted Ones!
in the first place. Stick with me now, because I'm not making any of this up. That little device from Sister Location is actually a mind control disc.
Lovely! This shit will never. This will, until the end of days, haunt the fucking franchise, by the way, from this point onwards. I forgot about them. Anyway, it's time for me to go to sleep. Good night, Tori, and everyone. No problem, Yingling. Thanks so much for somehow already facing the first 4 hours.
Its artificial skin took on a luminescence, and its movements were fluid and sure.
Oh,
its
my
casing
God.
suddenly appeared to have skin and fur, though they were blurry, flickering like a trick of the light. Now, after destroying one of
Honestly,
the twisted animatronics,
honestly,
Charlie and
controversial
Boyd
opinion,
discover a weird object
the
in
twisted,
Henry's
like,
machine. Quote, it was a flat disc.
would be interesting in the movie. If they could, like, lose that for, like sound illusion, like, for big CG monsters and stuff like that, that would be interesting.
Sick. It emits some kind of signal. It changes
Like,
what
for the
those things
movies, I imagine this exists, right? The illusion discs are a shitty concept, except in the movies where they could be have interesting implementations.
From his fur, then everything that made him Freddy winked out, leaving only a smooth
Given the right budget.
plastic figure in his place. It looked like the rest of the animals in the room, a blank mannequin stripped of its characteristics. These aren't made out of fur and fabric. They're made by us, by twisting our minds. You shot the chip, you killed the illusion. Twisting our minds, you say? Roll credits.
Oh, sad caption.
Now, for as ridiculous as a small disc that emits sounds that gets your brain to change the way it perceives the world around you sounds, it's actually kinda based in scientific fact.
What do you
The brain is
mean?
constantly having to process tons of information,
Of course,
so
this
it's
is.
always
By the
looking
way,
for shortcuts.
in video
If I could
13
do
of
that,
58
you're probably
is
gonna be
where
able
the
to
sound
do
illusion discs get introduced. That is
because the brain
earlier
isn't
than I thought they
taxed
would.
by
I swear to
individual
God.
letters, but rather by the
Oh.
context of the other words around
Oh,
it. The brain
well.
expects the sentence to go and making guesses
Welcome,
off the most
by the way.
frequent short words that it sees on a day-to-day basis. The same is generally true in visual perception.
Would be cool if the
Without
illusion
going
discs
into detail
malfunction and
here,
glitch.
it's how
No, yeah,
optical
they would be
illusion
an
and
interesting
how the
implementation
brain fills in
if they
visual
get implemented within the movie, right? For the movie, it's an interesting mechanic that they could use to do a lot of artistic things with, right? However, this being like a thing from the book that then is also like a tiny detail in the games that never really gets used in the games. Ugh.
Vor unsuspecting victims, which is literally a thing that happens in the climax of this
What?
book. Not to spoil it. or
What?
anything.
No, oh my
And of
God.
course, it
I
probably
cannot
goes
escape
without
Vor,
saying
can
that
I?
these little
I'm gonna get
mind-controlled
vored by a
discs
goddamn
were created
animatronic
by
if this goes
none
on.
other than dear old dad, William Afton.
It's William!
There was writing along one edge. She had to bring the piece of
Willie!
plastic over her face to make the letters out. They were tiny and written in an
What the heck?
old-fashioned
Hey,
fluent
don't
script.
mind me.
They
We're
read,
this is
Afton
this is
Robot.
hour 4.5.
Charlie dropped the
We're doing
disc.
all of these videos.
William
We'll get
Afton.
through it
That's
one
my
day.
father's old partner. That's Dave's real name.
Dave.
John finished. I thought he was just a business partner for Freddy's, she said slowly. I guess he did a bit more than that. So why and how does this matter in the context of the
Yes,
games?
Matt Pat.
I actually think it has the potential
No.
to explain
No,
a
Matt
lot.
Pat, no.
First, from the book. So the animatronics aren't changing shape, we're just being distracted. What's the purpose of that, though? To earn our trust, to look more friendly, to look more real, to lure kids closer. And that's something we definitely see at play throughout Sister Location. It was even in the hidden animatronic blueprints that we discovered. Weird technology put in place to lure and trap kids.
Ah, yippee.
Now, this is speculation, but remember Sister Location's secret control room that allowed us to observe the crying child's bedroom, as well as other key locations from FNAF 4? On the map, they were labeled as observation rooms. Could that be what William was observing? The effects of his mind-twisting discs on
Honestly,
children?
this is
Could
probably
FNAF
the
4
best.
not have been a dream, a nightmare, a hospital hallucination, whatever, but rather the twisted dreams generated by these distraction discs. But even beyond that, I think these discs explain a topic that I have actively avoided throughout all my theories on this series. The phantom animatronics from FNAF 3.
Oh.
Remember way back to FNAF 3 when this was supposed to be the final boss battle? There was only one real animatronic out to get you, Springtrap. All the other main jump scares were hallucinations in a building that had a high-pitched whining noise the whole time.
Is that
Especially
supposedly
when
what
it
this
attacked
is?
you. Weird that these hallucinations
Oh, that could be interesting, honestly.
like these discs.
Damn, I really forgot this theory. I just know that they're a pain in the ass, that's all.
After you had been scared, not before.
Huh.
It's as though these hallucinations aren't coming from a lack of oxygen, like Phone Dude says, but rather from some other source.
I guess they're small enough so it could be innocuous, right? So you could like say it's somewhere hidden in the background or whatever the hell.
And regardless of whether you
Good
think
night.
Springtrap is Michael
Good night,
Afton
boyo.
or
Oh,
William Afton, which
good
is
night,
honestly
nighty
a
night.
theory
Could probably go
for
to
a
sleep,
whole
so
nother
good
day.
night.
One thing
Good
you
luck on
can't
watching
deny
these.
is that
No
these
problem.
discs
More than likely, when you guys wake up, I
Afton
might still be
family
watching
are
these,
over
right? Because we still have a
creating
lot of
a
videos to go
family
through, right?
Coming into direct contact with a giant
Pain.
golden
It is what
bunny
it is.
definitely makes a whole lot of sense. Could they also be the explanation for the other random Easter eggs we've seen throughout the series?
Yes.
The Lolbit mask and the mini Rena's random appearances in the
No,
control room.
those were
Sister
just Easter-
Location. The Phantom Freddy and Phantom Bonnie.
Of course,
from
every
FNAF 2.
Easter egg
I mean,
needs an
FNAF 2
explanation,
location
right?
does make an appearance of sorts in the book with the discs hidden in the lights of the building. Maybe even the hallucinations of It's Me way back in FNAF 1. The ramification of discs like this changes everything, and we physically see them present in Sister Location. So even if Scott is tired of the franchise, that doesn't mean it has to end without the answers that we've all been waiting for. You know what? I'm here for you to
The
try and
chest
put
was
together
full of
this mess
discs.
of a puzzle as a community of theorists. There's still plenty more to speculate about as the Twisted Ones opens the door to even more interesting and even more absurd ways of maiming and murdering children with Chuck E. Cheese style
Well,
robots.
you are
And
making
I
out
haven't
like
even
more
gotten
kids
to how I think
died
the
and-
main character of the book series is probably a robot.
lovely.
But again,
Oh,
those are
lovely.
theories for other days.
In the meantime,
remember that
just a theory.
a game
Game theory.
watching. You know, at this point, FNAF is 3 years old.
I cannot listen to this music without like.
Years. That means most of you younger fans of the series are probably hitting that special time in your life where hair starts to...
Hey, Matt, what the fuck are you talking about? Shut up. I don't need you talking about weird shit. God damn it. Look at some of the comments. The fact to put random things in the FNAF game to use them as Easter eggs 3 years later is astonishing. No. He put random things in the game, then 3 years later thought about retconning them more than likely. Like, if anything, it does show a level of creativity of like how to retcon shit, right? Because if it's all intentional, if it's intentional, it's a little bit insane. If it's all a little bit accidental, then that would be the true kind of genius to adapt over the years, right? Which makes more sense, honestly, in my eyes, but... 99 nights. No! More Leon as Kennedy bad impressions. What are we doing? What's the next one? The final theory! Hey, the next one's called the final theory! You think it's the final theory, guys? No. No, of course it's not. Anyway, it'll be interesting. So this is essentially before Ultimate Custom Night. Yeah, okay. So essentially in all these like theories up until now, he's been talking about the books and talking about like a random side theory, but actually none of them really have been talking about the events of what happens within Sister Location. And how it concludes with the whole, thanks to Ultimate Custom Night, how it like wraps up the whole timeline thing. Like he mentioned like William Afton being the son of Michael Afton, but like not anything. No, I mean Michael being the son of William, but like he didn't actually expand on that, which is what I imagine these next few videos will probably be on. Again, 5 years ago, so still 2018. Yeah, mighty consistent in that sense. So yeah, let's go take a look. Well, I feel like that's intentional. Then I mean, I don't think it's that intentional. I think I'm very much convinced. I'm in the ballpark of like, hey, he probably didn't intend for all of it, but over the years he did see how he could either readapt stuff or be like, yeah, you know, I can incorporate this without it changing too much stuff. The game theory.
It's the 201st and a half episode because we had a mini theory way back on the channel a long time ago that's now privated because of reasons. And then technically the Bendy episode last week was the 200th episode, but I thought this felt more appropriate because it's solving FNAF with one final mega theory. So the 200th episode of Game
The
Theory.
final one.
Of the Pink Guy Truthers Club. Now, for those of you who don't know, one of the longest held debates in FNAF theorydom is whether this murderer watching children die is the same as this murderer watching
Why
children
would it be different?
die. Because of their different colors,
Oh
they
my
became
god.
dubbed Purple Guy and
Thank
Pink
God
Guy,
that theory
the
died.
two most threatening colors. Taste the rainbow, slaughter the rainbow.
What the fuck?
Anyway, since FNAF 2, I have been
Okay, this theory so far has been a little bit of a fever dream, but okay. But the time frame is also different.
Like a child wanting a mediocre slice of overpriced pizza dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. One look at Scott's new strategy guide for the series, the Freddy Files, confirms it. Page 48, when describing the Foxy Go 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 minigame from FNAF 2, quote, Purple Guy is visible in the lower
there you go. It's Purple Guy.
of the room. There it is, clear as crystal. Purple Guy in the corner. Now comes the super awkward question that I never thought I'd have to answer. Which Purple Guy? Because there's two now.
No.
If you didn't know that, strap in. It is gonna be a long episode. FNAF as a franchise has always been defined by questions. What was the missing children's incident? Who is Purple Guy? What's the deal with Balloon Boy? Seriously, what?
Yeah, we
is
still
the
don't know
deal
that one, but
with
like
Balloon
we kind of always get an answer for a question of a game 2 games later, but by that time you have so many new questions that the old questions don't really matter that much, right?
Freddy, a Phantom Freddy, and a Nightmare Freddy, let alone a Golden Freddy versus a Golden Fredbear. We had Fazbear Frights, Fazbear Pizzas, Fazbear Entertainment, Fredbear Diners, Fredbear and Friends, Missing Children, Crying Children, and Life from pretty much every decade. Then came Sister Location, where between the butter and bongos, theorists, myself included, struggled to try and fit together a story told by animatronics that lie, hand units that lie, animatronics that fuse with other animatronics, and animatronics that fuse together with humans, who then become purple and immortal. Needless to say,
yeah, that one is
For me, what had become the scariest part of FNAF wasn't the jump scares, it was the
True.
lore.
Lore is a true horror.
When the novels came out and offered what seemed to be simpler solutions, I hopped aboard. I started looking for more streamlined solutions within their
But they didn't have them either.
a place where they didn't exist, but kind of looked like they exist and probably should have existed, but didn't exist. And the only thing I accomplished in the process was making things more complicated. So in all the time that FNAF 6 has been percolating in the back of Scott's mind brain, I've thrown out everything that I thought I knew about this series, and I've gone back to doing what I do best. Darn it. Basic counting. 1 Freddy button, 2 Freddy buttons, 1 Foxy Toe, 2 Foxy
No, back to toes.
I was aided
The
by
toe fetish
knowledge of where the
returns.
series was headed, as well as Scott's latest release, The Freddy Files. It's a book that many others dismissed
From all the
as
games in
merely an
secrecy,
elongated strategy
Secretly
guide to the
Breach
games,
is so
but to
unique.
me, it was invaluable at filtering down years worth of
Security
lore
Breach is
details
something.
that Scott himself deemed as the most important to
Not the
focus on.
best
And this entire
one,
process
I'd
of
say,
starting
but
at
if
square one
anything,
has helped me to see
The
connections
lore
I
has always been the
didn't
most unique part of
see
this
when I
shit.
tried to create the thing I was most scared
Uh-oh.
of.
Timeline!
A series of events that explain key breadcrumbs that Scott has left for us along the way. And the more I looked, the more it all started.
I would
to
like
make
Security
sense.
Breach
And
so much
definitely
more
for
if
this
it was
video,
actually finished.
and spoiler
Which is
alert,
why I'm
next
waiting for
video,
that
to
DLC
create
before
a
I'll ever
final
play it, right?
definitive lore-based theory on the
Which is the one sad
insanity
thing about that
is
game, you know?
FNAF.
In
Putting
my
to rest
opinion,
the
hey.
key lingering
'Cause it is
questions in
sort
the
of
first
a
5 entries of this
half-baked
franchise and
game.
opening the door for Scott to usher in FNAF 6.
Oh yeah,
Since
remember when
at this
everyone was
point,
waiting
we
for
all know
that
he's just
one?
waiting for us to solve the previous games before he releases the new one, right? Come to think of it, maybe I shouldn't finish this theory. Now, while I could sit here and rattle off hexadecimal color codes and animatronic design features to painfully hammer out the timeline inch by inch, no one cares. Trust me, I know I wrote 2 other versions of this script where I did exactly that, and both of them sucked. I was boring and confusing myself. It gets way too convoluted way too quickly when you dive into the details. But when I
Tell
took a
a
step
story.
back, I realized that the best way to understand FNAF at this point in history is to know that it's not a story about a haunted pizzeria, it's the story of a family. Meet the Aftons, a perfectly normal family of 5. Father, daughter, son, older brother, and mother. And the secrets of the Fazbear timeline are actually buried in the fates of each one of these characters. We begin with William Afton, the original purple guy, the father.
A
the
lanky
one who
purple
starts
man.
this whole timeline with a story
A purple
that's all too
boy.
familiar to us by this point. He starts killing kids at bear-themed pizza restaurants. It starts back in the 70s. Should have given him a big purple afro there, Scott. FNAF 2 flashes us back to these origins, showing us Purple Guy's first victim at Fredbear's Family Diner, before flashing forward to show another 5 victims of the Purple Guy in the FNAF 2 location, and potentially yet another 5 victims in the FNAF 1 location. And he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Literally, because his victims refused to stay dead. The soul of the first child enters the puppet, who then gives life to the other children by preserving their spirits in the bodies of the other Fazbear animatronics. Give gifts, give
just
life.
cut there?
We've all known this for years, and Scott
Lanky
even
purple guy
confirmed
with
it,
an
but we had to
eggplant.
start somewhere
True.
since this is where the story begins. But where the story heads to next
Purp.
might surprise you. Sister location.
What?
More specifically, the mini games from Sister Location, where we
Oh.
meet Afton's adorable green-eyed daughter. No name. Doesn't help that none of these characters have a name. You see, old Billy Afton isn't content with manually killing kids anymore. He's busy figuring out new ways to mass murder the youth of this nation, and he does what any good business owner ought to do: outsources it to the machines. He designs a series
I guess
of
that makes
fun
sense.
animatronics with features specifically made for luring
14 of 58.
parental tracking, grouping, deter and misdirect, parental voice sync,
Damn.
and once again, he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Or kid, in this case. His own daughter, in fact, who is so excited by the circus baby animatronic that she ignores her father's warnings to stay away from it and falls victim to the claw. In true FNAF
That
fashion,
screech
young
still
kid
is one of the
herself
scariest fucking
goes
things
on
in
to
the
possess
entire game,
circus
not
baby,
gonna
and
lie.
that causes the eye color of baby to shift from blue to green.
Oh.
The tragedy results in the spin-off restaurant Circus Baby's Pizza World closing down in one day. The day it opens, and the fun times get stored, as the trailers say, deep below ground where memories sleep, just waiting for the day that they become rentals. One Afton down. Now, before we kill off
I
the
never
next
understood
Afton
that
child,
part,
let's
the rental
rewind
part,
a minute to
like-
explain why Afton's daughter getting turned into human Froyo goes here. Since this is a pretty extreme
Maybe it's like
break
a
from how
business
most
for people that don't
understand
want their
the
kids
FNAF
anymore.
timeline. Evidence the first, not only do we see the animatronics actively moving around their respective galleries, but their luring and capturing features were built with the specific intention of them acting as free-roaming robots, something that we know was phased out in the aftermath of the bite of '87. We also know that this incident happens before spring lock suits, get decommissioned. On night 4 of Sister Location, Baby traps you inside a springlock suit and says this.
You're inside something that came from my old pizzeria. I don't think it was ever used. At least not the way it was meant to be used.
Oh, that's
So
fucking
Circus
spooky.
Baby and her pizzeria were from a time before the
Unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures.
which prompted all spring locks to be banned, aka the Bite of 83. More on that whole thing in a minute. But perhaps
But
the
why
biggest
does the why
timeline
then
reason
why
that
do the
Baby
mechanics in
come
it look
from
so
FNAF
advanced?
4.
That's always what pissed
Most
me
of us
off,
have
you know?
considered the first game in the timeline where the crying child gets bitten at his birthday party while psychic friend Fredbear, he's
Oh, here we go everywhere.
promises to put him back together. Throughout the
Think of
game,
it like
the
hiring a
crying
clown for a
child,
home
Afton's
birthday party.
youngest son,
Yeah,
keeps
but the one it'll take your kid away at the end of it. It's like a birthday party, but the kid also disappears.
Came out, the best I could do was speculate about what this was referring to, but now I think we have our answer. This moment. His sister getting scooped. The crying child saw this happen, thus prompting his fear of animatronics.
Oh, that's fair enough.
And we know he saw it through one crucial design detail that Scott included. Look at how this kid's nightmares of Fredbear materialize. The stomach mouth. It's a design detail that we all overlooked, but there it is, positioned
That's
in
a
the
clever
exact
reuse.
same way that Baby rips in half
Clever
the
reuse for like
rip Afton's daughter.
recontextualization,
It's how
right?
a child would perceive that incident, and that's not all. It also explains why the Afton home has an empty girls' room in
Aw.
it. Something that Scott clearly thought was important for us to see. So why is it empty? Because the sister is gone. She's dead.
She's in a
victim
sister
of William's
location.
sloppy kidnapping scheme.
Underneath.
Just to be clear, I know a previous theory said this girl was Baby, but she's not. It was a predictive theory based on visual similarities that didn't pan out. In Sister Location, Scott very clearly showed us that Afton's daughter doesn't wear her hair in pigtails and has a different color of hair than the pigtail girl in FNAF 4. And we all know how picky Scott is about colors, at least at this point in the series. He learned his lesson after the whole pink guy thing.
That's not all. Laura also gives us an interesting perspective. We move on to the next member. Here's a big question that no one's thought of.
That's the birthday present for the parents. That's a good one.
Don't get me wrong, adoption
Lol.
is a great thing, but something tells
Ah,
me that
yes.
Slick Willy over here is
Nick Willie. I did not think I was gonna hear Pat say those words.
Until the answer
Or like realize he said those words.
in the face while I was reading the Freddy files. On page 127,
127.
Scott draws a very clear contrast between Funtime Freddy's voice system and the one belonging to Baby and Ballora. Quote, Funtime Freddy's audio seems pre-recorded and relates to kids and birthday parties, unlike Ballora and Circus Baby's audio, which is more complex, end quote. It's an interesting detail for Scott to specifically call out that I honestly never considered. Ballora is much more aware of her surroundings, responding in real time to movement in her chamber and not seeming to rely on pre-recorded lines like the more rudimentary animatronics.
I can hear someone creeping through my room.
It seems like more than just a coincidence that the only other robot possessing this level of speech ability is the one that we know has Afton's daughter inside of her. Up until now, we've all been quick to write off Ballora as just this weird Rule 34 bizarre
No!
addition to the
Do not show that!
roster. But is it possible that she has a bigger part in this story than we all realized? This is far from speculation. Another major clue hides in the song that she sings, one that Scott draws particular attention to in her character profile in Freddy Files. The lyrics go,
Why do you hide inside your walls when there is music in my heart?
Double use of halls, bad lyricism. God damn it. This next one is a pretty good rhyme though.
No more joy, an empty tomb.
Room tomb. That's pretty good.
To sing
Oh, we're doing the whole thing. Wow.
to dance, to spin, to fly.
That's only the first line I have issues with.
this reference to an empty tomb
What the
devoid
hell?
of joy, resembling a vacant tomb, is the same sort of language you would hear from a parent who had just lost a child, with the child's bedroom acting as a sort of tomb, reminding them of their loss. Could it be that this song is referencing the daughter's empty room that we just talked about from FNAF 4? And if that's the case,
The
does
music is
that make
spooky.
Ballora's true
It's haunting.
identity Mrs. Afton? Ballora is motherly in a way that all the other animatronics
How?
aren't, with the mini Renas as her children. And she's a much older and more mature looking robot than anything that we've seen throughout the series.
William Afton's
If this
weird
was
sex
truly the
bot.
case, based on her song, it sounds like
Oh,
after the
no.
daughter done got herself scooped, William retreated into his work and probably a fair bit of child murder, hiding in his private room to bury his grief. That's what Bellora's line, hiding inside your walls, is referencing. It would also explain why William has abandoned his other two sons by the year 1983, the time we see FNAF 4 roll around. He's too grief-stricken, leaving the older brother to be the one to have to take care of the crying child. Somewhere before 1983, his wife leaves him, or dies, or something. It's not really that important. And Afton preserves her memory inside the animatronic Bellora. And with that, another Afton
That's a
gets
spooky
buried in
little
the
visual there.
basement. Which brings us to 1983 and leaves the men of the household
Oh,
as the
no.
last one standing. Crying child, older brother Michael, and the fate of William. One gets bit, one gets scooped, and one gets sprung? Ugh, I don't know, that sounds kind of bad. Regardless, the debate of whether
Crushed.
Michael or William is the true purple guy who ends up in Springtrap is part of next week's video, along with how we know that
We
this
know
is
who.
1983 and my definitive answer on who the crying child becomes. So make sure you ring the subscription
the
bell
fuck?
down below to find out next week as soon as part 2 of this ultimate FNAF theory airs. Seriously, do it. Otherwise, you'll never know how this
Locked
series
up.
ends. And you'll forever be wondering whether
Literally
Will
inside the
Trap
back
or
room
Mike
and
Trap
inside the
when FNAF
suit.
6 will come
So
out,
he's like
everything
double
will be
locked
all
up.
higgledy-piggledy. And as a final treat for those of you who want to get super nerdy about the series and need more clarity
Just
on these
say the
early
game theory.
controversial
He's not
timeline
saying the
placements,
line.
well, if you look beyond just their fancier,
What?
more modern design, the evidence around the sister location animatronics points to them being earlier models. One detail of FNAF 4 that I've been kicking around in my head for a year now is the canonicity of the Halloween update. In the update, Scott included 3 new characters, Nightmare Mangle, Nightmare Balloon Boy, and Night Marionette. The appearances of Mangle and Marionette were both labeled as non-canon to the series, but things hit a wrinkle with Nightmare Balloon Boy because he got a pass. He was deemed canon, and that set off huge red flags for me because it tells us a crucial detail. That by the time of FNAF 4, Mangle doesn't exist yet, and Crying Child hasn't seen the puppet, but Balloon Boy does exist and has been seen by little Jimmy Night Terrors over here. Logically, for Scott to officially say that Nightmare Balloon Boy is canon, he has to have predated the events we see in FNAF 4. Balloon Boy had to be around prior to 1983, which leads us to what we see and hear in Sister Location. Sister Location's location is full of humanoid robots. Sure, there's Ballora and Baby, but there's also these little dolls that share a similar shape and visual style to Balloon Boy, making it seem like an earlier pizzeria had a more human theme than the Fazbear restaurants. That restaurant, I believe, was Circus Baby's Pizza World. Now, one thing I know people are going to bring up. In Sister Location, Hand Unit says,
Due to the massive success and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender.
Okay, quick lore is actually interesting. I'm
Sister
gonna lie.
Location opened after Fazbear Pizza closed down would lead you to assume that the events of Sister Location are happening later in the timeline, and you wouldn't be wrong, they are. But Hand Unit is talking about Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals. Baby and Ballora were built for Circus Baby's Pizza World, which, as I showed, came out long before that. This coincides with what we learn about Circus Baby's Pizza World in the pre-game teaser Scott released on Scott Games. Quote, the grand opening of Circus Baby's Pizza World has apparently been canceled due to reported gas leaks in the building. There was only a handful of people that ever got to look inside, kids from here and there, end quote. Obviously, this is all a cover-up for them actually closing the restaurant in the wake of Afton's daughter's death. That's beside the point. What's important here is that the animatronics were built at an earlier time, clearly during the period when Rosy Cheeks got a big thumbs up in the design department and were then stored underground after opening day when Afton's girl got scooped. Some were kept in rotation, rented out for parties, which explains how Balloon Boy shows up in FNAF 2, while all the others got forgotten underground, only to be uncovered when Michael was sent to put them all back together. Wait, are you all still
pretty,
here? Oh, good,
that's pretty
because I have yet
comprehensive.
to say it. Remember, it's all just a theory.
Game theory! Yeah!
Finale to my final FNAF theory.
Final.
Well, at least final FNAF
Oh,
lore theory.
at least-
I suppose I could do a science one if the mood struck. And if there is eventually news for FNAF 6, I could do a predictive theory about it, I guess. By the way, did you hit that bell yet? You should.
Honestly, that last, like, very sped up thing is the most comprehensive thing I've had so far in one of these videos, I'm gonna say. Like, it's quick, it's to the point, it doesn't add too much fluff, but it's a lot of just, like, information. Just go, did someone say backrooms? No, not like that. Not that kind of backrooms, okay? Lore boring. No! We watch only lore! Only lore videos! Wait, can I move to the side? Only lore videos! I'm not losing my sanity yet, okay? I haven't lost all of it just yet. It's fine. Hi, welcome to the YouTube chat. And no, the back rooms is in that, you know, he's locked in a back room because it's a back room. So it's kind of like the back rooms, except not really. The back rooms kind of looks like it's to say like it's the way it's designed of like it being like creaky, moldy, and like old and shit. It kind of looks like a lot of the FNAF locations, you know. 200 videos. No, 58. We're watching 200. Where did you get 200 videos? No, we're watching 58 videos. It's still a lot, but still, whatever. No, it's the 200th episode. By the time this video came out, this video here, so the 14th theory video of the 58, it was the 200th game theory episode. So the backrooms looks like my house. Ah, oops. Wow, that's fairly oof, big oof. Ah! No maniacal laughter. And 1080p. Because you got to keep the quality high. Oh my god. More lore. Let's continue. So now he's gonna maybe do so. I have no idea actually where Matt Pat's going with this. He's doing his final theory. How far are we? So he's just putting all like the pieces on the deck so that he can then go through the game. Because again, the FNAF 1, 2, or mainly like 2 and 3 are fairly definitive, right? They're fairly confirmed. They're fairly definitive at this point. The whole children die at a certain point, then they get brought back. 2 is a prequel. 1 takes place after 2, but that location also gets used before 2 to have the original animatronics, which get used in 3. Boom. Something like that. My house is underground. Looks like the back rooms I can't get out. Sadness. Sadness. You drink enough almond milk. Gotta watch out with that milk, you know.
Well, hello again, theorists! We have a party planned today, and it's all for you! So,
this is disturbing.
Ready for round 2? Well, are ya? It's too late!
Ah, yes, because this is a good idea.
Get ready for a surprise!
It's cool that he got to work together with like the voice actors. He brings them on or whatever. That's neat. He gets those connections. Oh! I love how they all feel definitive, but we know they're not because, you know, otherwise the stream wouldn't exist.
Hello, Internet.
I'm confused for a concern for Matt Pat. Confused for him?
Know that Funtime Freddy was almost German?
I was just about to say that.
Hello, little children. Glad to see you back again. Come closer. I'll sing a song for you.
How wild is that? Forget Freddy Fazbear, it's Freddy Fuzzbar.
Freddy Fazbear! Yes!
6 gives us international expansion. So, this is it. The end of an era. My last FNAF lore theory until a new game gets released. Makes me kind of sad, actually. So let's make it a good one as we set out to we started 3 whole years together. And spoiler alert, purple guy is not the phone guy. Believe me, I tried. So of the 5 Aftons, last time we had killed off 2.
Sadness.
Mother and daughter who go on to become Baby and Ballora.
Somewhat.
Afton's daughter getting clawed results in the
sounds like a deeper version of Claptrap.
Pizza World, leading
Oh
the
god, no he does.
creepy
What the hell, Kay? Yeah, no, that's true.
deep underground where memories
Are watching the
sleep.
lives as well? No, the lives get cut out. There's
One that was on
hey, I gotta draw the line somewhere, you know. So it's only the game theory episodes, not the
time in these games, one of the core
not the regular ones. So it's only the game theory ones actually, not the lives. The lives don't count because that would just be too much like, you know. Gotta draw the line somewhere. This is already 19 hours of content technically speaking, so you know. And every time in between, I keep taking like maybe a 2-minute break, so that ends to add up as well, right? Lives would be yeah, no, they would be kind of insufferable because they're live streams, so they're not, you know, to the point.
It's not just wild
Although
speculation.
it kind of could work, but not really.
Code leading up to sister locations release,
It would be
all
war
sorts of
crimes.
hints in the form of animatronic
Maybe
schedules.
being forced to watch all the FNAF videos. That's
Chica's Party World, mentioned by name. Definitive proof that the character was the mascot of another business existing at the same time as Circus Babies, which was also a client of Afton Robotics. Chica isn't in sister location because she isn't a part of the family yet.
Yippee.
She's still a solo act, but we know by FNAF 4 she's clearly a part of the Fredbear and Friends lineup. So it would seem that Fazbear Entertainment grew by merging with or buying out the other animal-themed restaurants in the area, with Chica being the last addition to the crew.
It's funny how this prediction kind of predates FNAF 6, right? Because FNAF 6 almost kind of predicts it, or like kind of
reduce the amount of
what do we call
creepy
it?
poultry-themed fan art. Let's be real here for a second. Bibs aren't sexy. I'm just saying it now. Calling it like I sees it. So Fazbear Entertainment decides to go all in on the animal-themed robots because the whole clown thing was just a stupid idea. I mean, seriously, William, do some market research. Americans are more afraid of clowns than global warming. Know your consumer,
Oh,
man.
great.
Anyway, in FNAF 4, Fredbear's expanded to have himself some friends and has become so
Friends.
popular that they're in full sellout mode, complete with plushies, toys, a TV show, and the ever-popular item, masks. Get them now, because I hear they're selling like a god church. None of this would exist if this were truly the first location of a local pizza chain, confirming that this location in FNAF 4 is not where it all started like many have been assuming. What we're seeing here is something else, presumably what the TV says. Fredbear and Friends, a hybrid restaurant of the old Fredbear characters and the new spin-off ones where every character has their own spring.
Yippee!
Notice that the FNAF 4 Nightmare animatronics all have 5
Oh.
fingers. The only other animatronic to have that feature, Springtrap. 5 fingers because the humans have to wear the suits.
Oh, fair enough.
Which leads us to one of the biggest debates in this franchise. Is this 1983 or 1987? The bite at the birthday
No.
party
FNAF
makes
2
it
was
seem like
87.
1987, but the TV says that it's 1983. Never before has so much nerd rage been prompted by
Clowns
discussion
are
over
scarier. Ever seen it?
rage
It
that we have
is.
to this day. But now
It
I
is
can finally
spooky.
bring home to the storm.
It is spooky.
This is 1983.
Clowns are
We
scary
know
because
this
they
based
act
on
all
a recent
friendly and
Reddit
shit,
post
and that makes it.
Scott made on the subject of whether or not he's ever retconned his story.
Oh.
Quote, the truth is that I've done one actual retcon in the series, although I'm not going to say where it was. There have been other times, however, when my original intentions didn't come across clearly. In those instances, I make a point to clarify in the next game. I used sister location to clear up a misconception from FNAF 4. End quote. Reading this, the obvious misconception from FNAF 4 was the year the events of the game took place, which, true to his word, he clarified via sister location and the private room camera code of 1983, 1983. When Michael Afton revisits his father's control room
Fair enough.
decades after the fact, he sees that all along William had been surveilling their family home using cameras that were password protected by one of the most sorrowful dates of his life. Regardless, neglectful father William participates in the worst Bring Your Son to Work Day program ever by taking his traumatized son to a restaurant filled with robots he's afraid are gonna scoop him. And solidly in the no-help column is his older brother who taunts him mercilessly for his fears. The story comes to a climax when the brother's teasing goes too far, getting his younger brother chomped at his own birthday
Ouch.
party. At the end of the game, William, through his psychic friend Fredbear observation plushies, patent pending, promises to put his son back together. Except
I
he's
fear
too late.
wasps in the
In a
dark. Well,
hospital
those are pretty good
flatline
things to be scared
completely
of.
In the background as the cutscene ends, meaning that the child dies.
Oh,
That's far from where
sadness.
his story ends. He appears in every other FNAF game because even though Daddy fails to put him back together, miraculously, the crying child finds his way into becoming the ghostly Golden Freddy. For proof as to why, let's speed things up.
Scott sent his Reddit post. He tries to
Let's
clarify
go.
things in the next game. And between FNAF 3 and FNAF 4, there's a point in nature to clarify the happiest day of the
Quick.
game. Notice the masks across the two games. Not just symbolic imagery, but a direct reference to the masks worn during the crying child's failed birthday. Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, Chica. The restaurant layout is also the same, just mirror flipped, with 3 party tables decorated with green, yellow, red, purple, and blue balloons. And it's a birthday party as evidenced by the cake. The puppet is recreating the birthday that was stolen from the crying child, and the mask that the crying child is seen wearing, Golden Freddy. But that's not all. The crying child gets taken by Death, aka Nightmare, an animatronic who just so happens to have an inverted Golden Freddy color palette. Yellow hat and tie with a black body as opposed to a yellow body with black accessories. Coincidence? I think not. It's also worth noting that Nightmare is one of only 2 canon animatronics to have a jump scare that's a static image with strange noises that crashes the game. The other, Golden Freddy.
That's fair enough.
Which leaves us with
Good
2.
one.
William and Michael, father and son. Purple guy and other purple guy. The rest of the timeline
Lol.
is the story of a serial killer father and the son who's following behind, retracing William's steps to undo his father's cruel work and free the spirits of the dead children. This next bit we're all pretty familiar with since it's based on evidence from Phone Guy. The bite of 83 causes spring locks to get discontinued. William, acting as a technician across all the Fazbear restaurants, is responsible for handling the recalled
Guess that
suits
makes
and starts
sense.
using the Golden Bonnie outfit to lure children into the secret safe rooms hidden in the back of each restaurant while he'll be safely off camera.
See, a lot of
He
this stuff
first
seems
strikes
to, you know,
on June 6th
it's
at the
pretty
FNAF 1
consistent.
location. This
So-
murder, dubbed the Missing Children's Incident, eventually gets the place shut down, but results in Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy getting newly murdered children to power their engines.
There we go.
Those animatronics, along with the puppet, get shifted to the FNAF 2 location, along with some new toy robots linked to a criminal database to prevent a
See,
mass
so
murder.
FNAF 2 is
Happening
also
again.
logical.
Even
Like,
some of my
FNAF
favorites
2
get pulled out
all
of
makes
environments,
sense.
specifically
Not so
Balloon
much, you
Boy.
know.
With that full roster, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza
Boom,
has its
easy,
grand
easy. It's all the stuff around that makes it more difficult. This part, good.
Crank in hand, not phone, strikes again, causing the place to get investigated. William flees the scene, leaving the day shift security guard
Boom.
position open. Jeremy Fitzgerald moves up to fill the empty slot, but gets himself bit by the agitated animatronics in an event that comes to be known as the Bite of 87, an event that forces the company to cease any free-roaming activities of the animatronics from that day forward. The toy animatronics get scrapped for just sucking at spotting a child murder. The old robots get stored back at the original FNAF 1 location.
FNAF 3 and
At this
6 is
point,
gonna happen
though,
this
William
year.
knows that these things are alive and angry at him, so he tries to dismantle them using the safe room room as his cover. And it would have worked out too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Or at least their meddling spirits, because he didn't calculate that the spirits could live on without the animatronic shells. He tries to defend himself against these ghosts by ducking into his trusty murder suit, but his haste coupled with the moisture of the room causes the Squiggles to fail and Afton to get skewered inside of the big yellow bunny. The company, trying to save
Michael!
face and
Michael, help!
covers up William's crime spree by sealing off the safe room with the dying William Afton, now Springtrap, inside. I know, but Michael might be Springtrap. We're getting there. The management instructs all Fazbear employees to behave as though those safe rooms never existed, and another Afton falls victim to a horrible fate. Only this time, he absolutely, totally deserved it. But now let's look at the final Afton, Michael.
Mikhail.
His story begins with the main gameplay of Sister Location, where Mike Afton, who we learn looks a lot like his father,
They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
is sent by dear old dad to put his sister back together. A promise that William makes to apparently a lot of his kids. This request of Michael presumably happened some years earlier when Mike was still a child, or before Afton ran away to escape murder charges, as implied by him saying,
I'm going to come find you.
Mike succeeds in saving Baby, but gets himself scooped in the process, having his innards replaced with ennards. As we see throughout the canon Custom Night cutscenes, this causes his body to slowly decay, turning purple, until Ennard abandons ship to look for a fresher body that'll draw less suspicion. Michael miraculously survives his Ennard enema, and here's where all sorts of...
I'm surprised that at this point in the series, Remnant isn't a thing. It's so weird.
Mike, as shown by his name tag on hand unit. This immediately connects us to FNAF 1's Mike Schmidt, the original security guard, a guy who eventually gets fired for tampering with the animatronics and his odor. It was the first game in the series, so we all thought it was a funny joke, but now we know better. Scott doesn't do jokes. Not only does the name Mike match, but a rotting flesh sack with no innards would definitely be pretty smelly. And if true to Sister Location, Mike's mission is to free the spirits of children killed by his dad, he would absolutely be guilty of tampering with the animatronics. It even provides us for an explanation as to why the animatronics would be trying to kill him in the first place. We hear it in Sister Location. He looks just like his father, which, man, William, if your face looks like a rotting corpse, might be time to consider getting some plastic surgery. But if all that wasn't enough, we can even tie it in with Golden Freddy's behavior in the game. Anytime Golden Freddy appears in FNAF 1, he's accompanied with the flashing text of, "It's me." As we just saw, Golden Freddy contains the spirit of the crying child. Mike,
see how all of this feels final?
one brother speaking to another brother, making him aware that he's here, he's present, and in need of spiritual release. Now, knowing that Mike Afton and Mike Schmidt are one and the same, rewind to FNAF 2 and the character Fritz Smith, a security guard fired on his first day on the job for what? Odor and tampering with the animatronics. Coincidence? Absolutely not. Scott doesn't
It's
do
Stinky Man
coincidences.
returning.
Michael Afton is literally going location to location, undoing the sins of his father's past and stinking up the places as he do. Like Michael says at the end of Custom Night,
I'm going to come find you.
and find him he does at Fazbear Fright.
But before we get to the end of the timeline, let's address the elephant in the room. The fact that Purple Guy is established to be the killer, and Michael is clearly shown to be purple in the Custom Night. So wouldn't that make him the killer? No. As much as I hate to say it, there are actually two purple guys, but only one real purple guy. Admittedly, I left that purposely vague.
When wears
but let me
purple,
explain.
maybe.
Or better yet, let FNAF World explain. In it, you recruit a familiar-looking purple sprite onto your team, and he says this: "Don't confuse me with the actual purple guy. I'm just a game sprite." And there's the difference. One of these characters is physically purple. That character is Michael, and the other is just a placeholder on the screen. A sprite representing a shadowy figure who, because the background of the minigames happens to be black, had to be colored differently, and that color was purple. But you don't even have to get that meta. It's made pretty darn clear in Sister Location's intro that William is the one who built the animatronics intended to capture kids, whereas Michael is established as the one who's trying to save them. Even the timeline supports this. The murders date back all the way to Fredbear Family Diner in the 70s with a guy who's old enough to drive. There's no chance that Michael, the son, would be the right age to be the original.
True, because he has to put his brother inside the thing as well when he's like a kid.
Evidence suggests, then the phone guy calls give you an alibi. Phone guy is talking to you about other security guards being investigated for murder, which implies that you yourself are not guilty.
Mike's efforts to atone for his family's past proved to be
Don't forget
successful.
Cassidy's the second Golden Freddy spirit. Oh, and that probably comes up later as well. Oh no.
Both Ballora and Baby. Then in FNAF 3's Fazbear Fright, Afton's younger brother, now in the form of Golden Freddy, receives peace via the Happiest Day minigame. Even the spirits inside Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica get exorcised by Mike, which is why the good ending of FNAF 3 shows 4 empty,
Which is already then,
unwritten
but there's still like 10 other people dead, right?
main gameplay of FNAF 3, the only animatronic that's still active in real life is Springtrap. Mike has been successful at appeasing every other one of the spirits, leaving him alone with dear old dad.
The boss battle of the century.
He gets a job as security guard of Fazbear Fright.
Wait, does that mean the next ones are gonna have Scrap Trap in them and I'm gonna be pissed off because it looks terrible?
Room with the remains of Mike's father spring-trapping around inside. Mike sets the place on fire to finish off his killer dad once and for all, because seriously, did you really think that building just spontaneously caught on fire? Fires in fictional stories always have a dramatic purpose, and Mike would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for that meddling father, who in both the FNAF 3 newspaper clippings and Sister Location's special ending is shown to have survived the fire and is now undoubtedly more bloodthirsty than ever. The end? Question mark.
Probably.
Hallelujah. The craziest part of all this is when you actually stop and look at the story, there really isn't a need for FNAF 6. Outside of the return of Springtrap cliffhanger and revealing what's inside the box, yeah, remember that? Everything else pretty much has an answer. Sure, there are still parts of the tale that could be more fleshed out, like the origins of the puppet or what happens after Ennard gets ejected from Mike, but at this point, all the characters have completed their story arcs. The family is reunited and the spirits are all at peace. It's actually pretty poetic. It took nearly 20 theories and literally weeks of my life studying these breadcrumbs to get there, but we did it. We got to a solution that fit together practically all of the loose ends, and that's pretty darn special. Thank you for being a part of that journey with me. It's been an incredible ride. I have no doubt that this isn't 100% correct, but you know what? It's an explanation I'm happy with. One that I feel provides a sense of closure to the series, and one that I'm gonna let stand as my final word on the 5 games worth of series lore until a new installment. Crap, a new installment that just so happened to get teased immediately after last week's part 1? Scott, don't go getting predictable on me. Calling it now just so I can avoid the inevitable prediction theory. It's an installment that looks like it's gonna be taking yet another step back in the timeline to tell the origin stories of the puppet. Notice how the sprites are the exact same as the FNAF 2 Give Cake minigames, where the first child gets murdered and the puppet pops out of the screen. Also notice that the rainbow design is a direct callback to the aesthetic of 70s technology, which is when Fredbear Family Diner and the first murder would take place. Lastly, the source code on Scott Games keeps saying, what is paragraph 4? Well, paragraph 4 could be relating to a lot of things, but the one thing that jumps out at me is that as soon as my episode went up, this teaser came out. Paragraph 4 of my episode last week happened to be about William Afton's first murders. But before I end all this, let me give the hardest of hardcore fans one more deep dive on the whole Will Trap versus Mike Trap debate. Let's speed it up.
Oh no, more speedy.
Most hardcore fans believe Mike is the purple guy currently in the Springtrap suit, and it's easy to see why. His voice is modified with an electronic effect in the custom night ending. Springtrap pops up at the end of Mike's final words.
I'm going to come find you.
And the purple guy sprite who ends up in the suit is seen releasing kids from their animatronics. However, these are easy to explain away.
Yeah,
We've heard
no.
Springtrap talk before, or should I say gurgle before in FNAF 3. And Mike's voice is very different from Springtrap's. Springtrap popping up on I'm going to come find you could very easily just be a visual storytelling element where Mike is stating his mission to track.
Yeah, this one ended up being correctly.
Did it, but oh no, cliffhanger, Dad ain't dead. And we already talked about how William could very well be dismantling the animatronics to try and stop their attack. So it seems like a pretty balanced debate, or at least it does until you look at the timeline. Based on order of events, William inside Springtrap is undeniable. Whoever is working as Night Guard and Fazbear Fright can't just be some random guy off the street. It's someone who has seen both the FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 animatronics, considering he's having hallucinations of Mangle, Balloon Boy, and the puppet, as well as the first generation version of Chica. The only person who worked at both of those places outside of William Afton himself is Michael Afton. Also, we hear that Circus Baby's rentals appeared in the wake of Freddy's Pizza.
Fair enough.
Closed, but the safe rooms were sealed with Springtrap inside while Freddy's Pizza was still open. That's why there's a whole series of phone guy tapes telling employees about safe rooms how to use.
If you go to the bathroom and you hear a weird yelling, ignore it. I like this music though, by the way. This background music.
If Mike were truly Springtrap, that would mean he never would have had the opportunity to get souped and turn purple, since Circus Baby's rentals wouldn't have opened at that point, and he would have been trapped in the walls of the FNAF 1 location in the Springtrap suit. Lastly, if Mike were Springtrap, then who set fire to Fazbear Fright? I guarantee that fire was intentional. It was meant to finish off the last awful pieces of Freddy's legacy, and Mike's really the only one possessing that sort of motive. William is the established killer who would be cocky, thinking that he got away from the spirits by hiding in his golden Bonnie suit, which seems very counter to how Mike behaves. Oh yeah, and let's also not forget Scott confirmed our theories on the killer being in Springtrap trap years ago. If all of that doesn't convince you, hell, I look forward to watching your research.
All right, 12 pages later, I'm finally ready to close this thing out. But hey, that's just a theory.
Game theory!
Now don't get mad at me when the new game comes out in a few weeks and everyone tells me to do another theory about it. Hey, and a very special thanks to Kellen Goff, the voice of Funtime.
Oh, I actually got the guy to do that. You see, I thought that was the case. That's kind of cool. I'll be honest. that was all. That was a really good, by the way, summary of all the things. And then now the 6th game comes onwards, adds on to it. And at this point, the theory that game theory puts forward, right? That MatPat puts forward, the timeline now doesn't really change that much. Like here in part 15, compared to the part, like the latest part that that he has released and stuff like that, it's fairly linear from this point onwards. It's only now just adding stuff to it, or you know, like clarifying some other little things in between it. But like the main skeleton for the timeline now is as clear as it's ever gonna be, in a way, right? If you ask me, at least. Give me a second, bathroom break, and I'll be back for more. Ah. Still alive? I am. God damn, did you know, by the way, we're 5 hours in. 5 hours in and still alive. Crazy, crazy. I'm gonna add a tweet because funny, you know. How many videos are we now? We're in video 16. Let's go. We're making progress. Well, progress. Whatever the hell in my my definition of a word is called progress. 5 hour 5. So 5 hours, 5.21 hours in, and still paying attention in the fiving all the FNAF MatPat game theories stram. Ah, fuck it. Let's tag the movie in there. FNAF movie. Nah, fuck it, not. We'll never leave. I get to be in here forever. So that is essentially all the theories he did up until sister location. I think from now on, it's, hey, FNAF 6 actually gets revealed, right? Pizza Sim, then it's Pizza Sim, Ultimate Custom Night, then I think Security Breach, and then we're gonna be on that one like for 300 years. So, or he starts talking about all the goddamn books. God, do I not feel like? Oh, he's gonna probably talk about all the goddamn books soon. Ugh. Fine, but like up until this point, hey, we are fairly like not strict and linear, but like we understand the timeline. The big skeleton has been formed over the years, and now it's essentially all because Scott confirmed his FNAF 2 theory, where it's like, yeah, that one's pretty dead on, that all the other ones make more sense, right? Like, that's the most, like, what you would call it? It's the most... It gives the most grounding to all of these theories, because you can always fall back on at least that one being correct. So all the things around it, you know, I'll figure it out along the way. The motivations aren't still all there, that he comes up with later, but like for now, the placement of events seems to somewhat make sense, even though it it's weird that animatronics that look like Baby and Ballora, which look more technologically advanced. Then again, the toy animatronics also didn't looked more advanced when FNAF 2 came out, which then also was a prequel. So, always that's weird. What I always found weird is how quickly supposedly technology evolves within this little fantasy universe. That's the one thing I would have always liked that was a little bit more consistent, right? That if like animatronics came from an older generation, they also looked older. Like, hey, if Circus Baby is from an older generation, don't make her look like all high tech with like the wires and shit. Make her look like a piece of shit, like full of like pistons and shit. Then at the same time though, that's harder to model. Doing just wires is an easy. It's a tactic to more quickly get your models done in 3D, because you have to pay a little less attention to the logic of it. Which I wonder if the movies will go back on that and like within the design. Of course, they'll keep the design of what the shells look like, I imagine, for the animatronics, right? But I do hope to a certain extent they redesign what the endoskeletons look like to have that make more sense, if you ask me. I think that could be an interesting like evolution from like a concept design perspective, if you ask me. But oh well, that's just some rambling for another day. Let's continue with FNAF 6. FNAF 6. Let's go.
And to you monsters trapped in the corridor.
Oh, this one goes hard.
Spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace and perhaps more waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, friend.
Jeez, Scott. I know we didn't get along all the time, but condemning me to hell seems a bit extreme. Seriously, though, can we turn on some air conditioning here or something? It's, getting a bit warm in here. Oh, wait, it is me because I'm wearing my
What the hell? Oh, my God.
And you too
No, I don't want to watch your goddamn merch sponsorship. Oh, where does the thing happen? How long is the merch?
Do you know the way to good
No,
fashion?
shut up. No cringe. Bad.
Get in the store and again,
Oh my God, this is a 3-minute fucking ad?
Don't want to get arrested. Anyway, enough shilling. Let's talk about the end.
Let's
of this
go.
channel's
Well,
popular
end.
franchise.
Ah, that was loud.
Hello,
Jesus Christ,
Internet.
MatPat.
Welcome to Game Theory, where let's just take a collective moment and get this all out of the way. Say it with me now. Another FNAF video. You said the last one was gonna be your last. Yeah, I know, but I also said this. Now, don't get mad at me when the new game comes out in a few weeks and everyone tells me to do another theory about it. And
there
true
we
enough to
go.
form, that's exactly what happened. I released my final
that was
two-part
free.
theory on the subject,
Forgot.
and exactly 1 month later, FNAF 6, disguised under the fan game-esque name of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, gets released. Now, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if you all thought that Scott and I were the same person. Come to think of it, you have never seen us in the same room together at the same time.
Very smooth.
Anyway, the game came out over 2 months ago, and ever since I've had countless people asking me for the theory. Over 10 people in the last week alone stopped me on the street and asked for a FNAF episode.
Oh, the poor MatPat. Oh my God. Imagine being stopped on the street and people going like,
Phil, Cassie,
what the
Matt,
hell?
Lucas, Sarah, Alex, Matt number 2, and NBA Rookie of last year, Carl Anthony Towns. That's no joke, actually. As well as everyone who has sent in something requesting an episode on FNAF. This one, and potentially one squeezed between this one and the next theory, and maybe even a third one down the line at some point.
Well, yeah.
Those are all for you. Now, FNAF 6 was a very different game from any of the ones that came before. Not because it had a weird roller coaster tycoon-esque metagame connecting all the security camera maintenance you've come to know and tolerate from this series, but because it's much more
Music is nice.
explicit than usual. This game has a lot of talking, accompanied by clear visual storytelling to reinforce what
see?
you're hearing, meaning that
Except
a lot
Scrap
of the major
Trap.
plot points
That
of this
part
game
is-
are fairly easy to understand, which
Hey.
has gotta be like a first for the entirety of this franchise. FNAF 6 is filled with a sense of finality. It's clearly meant to tie up all the loose ends and serve as the last game of the series. Or, let me be clear, the last part of the series covering what I'm gonna call the Purple Guy saga. It's like Dragon Ball Z up in here. A saga which begins with a series of murders that result in animatronics coming to life, continues with the Afton family meeting with a series of terrible fates, and ends with the spirits of everyone involved getting closure. one way or another. Because this game feels much more obvious in its story, many online theorists have chosen to focus on the major story beats, actively ignoring the game's more unusual bits, the wrinkles that don't quite fit in cleanly. But it's in those wrinkles that we find answers to some of the longest held questions of the franchise, and the clues that we need to finally put the whole puzzle together. So stick with me and prepare to get a little wrinkly like a toe left in the bathtub for too long, because while today is certainly a theory,
multiple theory,
all in one episode, it's also me trying to open the door to you guys, equipping you with the information necessary to discuss the final points lingering around the edge of this mysterious franchise, finally closing the book on the Purple Guy saga. Now, before I get to the deep lore here, let me quickly run through the major reveals of this game just to make sure that we're all working with the same understanding. In the aftermath of FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigame, the spirits of Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and Golden Freddy have all been put to rest, which left only the lingering threads of Springtrap with William Afton inside, Ennard with Baby inside, Michael Afton, I'm a living corpse who used to have robot tentacles inside, and the puppet with nothing inside. Prior to the release of this game, Scott's two websites, scottgames.com and fnafworld.com, were talking to each other in their source code, a conversation which showed Baby and Ennard getting into a fight, and Baby basically getting voted out of the tribe, which is why in this new game the two are once again separate entities. Ennard in this game assumes the form of Molten Freddy, which, adding in this game's
I'm
other
be honest,
new
looks like the
edition of
shittiest
Rockstar Freddy,
model.
brings the total number of different Freddy forms across the entire series to 12.
Ew.
12 different
Models do kind of
Freddys
get shittier
alone. And you'll
depending
wonder
on
why this game is
as the games
confusing
go
to talk
on, you know.
about. Baby, meanwhile, becomes Scrap
What the hell
Baby
is that?
with a lobster claw and roller
What?
skates because Scott was like, "Wee, it's my final game. I can make the designs whatever the hell I want to."
Fair enough.
Springtrap now has a cleft chin, and heck, why not? There's a weird black bear named Lefty, because why the heck not throw a 13th bear onto the pile? Throughout the game, you're not only tasked with handling the best characters ever, featuring such standouts as Number 1 Crate and Mr. Hugs, but every night you'll find one of your old friends out in that back alley, and it's your task per paragraph 4 of your employment contract to salvage that animatronic.
Ah, yes,
Bring
the one with stinky corpse
If you are
bits.
playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
Fast forward a couple nights to the true ending of the game, where we learned that the whole pizzeria was just a trap made to lure the stray animatronics into the same place at the same time, so that they and the horrors of Freddy Fazbear's could be finished off once and for all in a final blaze of glory. Even though that technically happened once before in FNAF 3 and Springtrap survived. But hey, who's counting? Me, but you know, that's what I do. And who of all people set up this trap? What is the identity of this mysterious cassette man? Well, the first clue we get is actually in the closing monologue.
Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
It's an old friend of William Afton's, Henry, no last name
He wasn't
given.
dead
If
after
that
all.
last name sounds familiar, well, it should. I mentioned this guy a lot during that dark period where I used information from the books for my sister location theories. In the book series, he's the animatronic genius who partnered with William to create the Freddy bots. And this isn't only speculation. One of the secret endings, the insanity ending, proves that this is Henry.
Hey,
If
you see?
freak show egg
What the
creature
fuck?
for way too much money, it causes your computer's power button to switch from green to blue. If you then hold the power button like you're starting the computer in safe mode, it causes a hidden recording to play. An audio tape that happens to be labeled HRY, Henry. But the insanity ending shows us even more than just a light connection back to the novels. As Henry talks about his regret over ever helping William create the animatronics and his plan to lure everyone together to finish this off once and for all, we're shown a series of secret blueprints. Most of them provide a bit more detail into how this wacky world works. We're shown that Afton's scooper from Sister Location functions by infusing things with, for lack of a better term, soul energy, what Afton calls
It's the start of Remnants.
post his Ennard enema. We also see that Molten Freddy, formerly Ennard, still contains the souls of Ballora, Funtime Freddy, and Funtime Foxy, and that our mission under paragraph 4 is to specifically collect and destroy the Remnant once and for all. Remnant is destroyed by overheating, hence the fire at the end. We even learn the detail that literally no one was asking for: how to simulate children. The RASC, or
Oh,
Remote
lovely.
Activated Simulated C, I'm assuming stands for child, simulates body temperatures of 98.6 degrees and then runs around making child noises. Hence how you're able to lure all the murderous animatronics around in this game, and also probably FNAF 3. But what's most surprising is the final blueprint. Lefty, that oddball black bear that just showed up in this game. A bear that, according to its acronym, is programmed to lure something by emitting a bracelet code and then encapsulate it with a combination of lullabies and controlled shocks. A bear suit that was made by Henry that has the sole purpose of capturing none other than the puppet. You can even tell it's already accomplished its goal if you look closely at this rare screen you sometimes get when you boot up the game.
I have a puppet in the corner there.
Right
Lol.
arm of the puppet showing through the
It's already
left
captured.
animatronic. But it doesn't stop there. If you buy and then play the security puppet minigame 3 times over the course of your week in the restaurant, you see a child trapped outside the pizzeria wearing a bracelet. The puppet, a security device of all things, is trained to respond to her specific bracelet code, green, and so it chases her outside only to find her dying in the alley. Short-circuiting from the rain that's pouring down around it, it lies down next to her, and the two fuse into one. And this lines up with exactly what we hear in the game's true ending.
My daughter, if you can hear me, I knew you would return as well. It's in your nature.
Again, this game really does the more like just literally telling you stuff and confirming so much, right?
It's time to rest.
That's why everyone loved it. It was the most clearer one.
Henry's daughter, the first victim, is the puppet, the one who gave life to everyone that came
Yes,
after
you had it
her
right the first time, Matt.
their souls in FNAF 3. Finally confirmed after I'd been predicting it for 3 years since the release of FNAF 2. So, there you have it. Henry from the books is now canon in the games. His daughter is the puppet trapped inside Lefty. Everyone, including Michael, dies in the FNAF 6 fire, and Baby's name is established as Elizabeth in Henry's closing monologue. It's all pretty cut and dry. I mean, if you want to get really deep, the images on the walls in the alley are actually blurry contracts. You can tell based on the bullet points and oddly short paragraphs, which I have seen more than enough time to identify at a glance.
Lol.
And all of that relates back to that theme of what is paragraph 4, which has been Scott's calling card for this game. The creepy imagery of the ventriloquist and clown that you also see in the alleyway isn't teasing some new game like a lot of people have been assuming, but rather it's just an artistic recreation of the Afton family. William is the ventriloquist. The dummy, who looks exactly like him, represents Michael Afton, who, as we know, looks just like his father, just a smaller version of him, and has to parrot back a lot of what his father tells him to do. Elizabeth, aka Baby, is the clown, for fairly obvious
Why is it so
reasons.
spooky,
and Bear on
though?
the Leash is just crying child, a child who is trapped and held back by his family, who ultimately dies in the hands of Fredbear. FNAF 6 even offers explanations for the inappropriate costumes that were mentioned by the phone guy calls from FNAF 3. Yeah, you remember those?
Until replacements arrive, you'll be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected.
They're the Mediocre Melodies crew from this game, which also happen to match up perfectly to the other masks that you see during FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigame. A green one is Happy Frog, the pink one is Pig Patch, Mr. Hippo
That's
is
cool in
purple,
reincorporation, I'm gonna be honest.
and then
Blue.
the elephant is the orange
No.
one with the long nose. But for as
Don't bring
much
Sonic
as
into this.
FNAF 6 explains, and it explains a lot pretty explicitly, it leaves open 3 huge questions. 3 questions
More
that no one's
questions.
been able to answer for the past 2 months until now. Or at least I'm pretty confident that I can answer 2 of those questions. For the third one, I'm gonna need your help. Now, you don't need too much to get that true ending. You just salvage all the animatronics and survive all the nights. It's basic FNAFing 101. But there's another
I've been at it for
layer
almost
to
6
this game.
hours
The
soon.
ending goes one step beyond
This is
just
craziness.
the big storyline. The lore.
Lore.
Things start to get complicated in a
What?
hurry. To unlock it, you have to play 3 specific minigames through to completion. Security Puppet, Fruity Maze, and Midnight Motorist. Security Puppet was easy to explain. The others, though, are where the questions start to pop up. In Fruity Maze, the game starts to become more and more unstable as you progress through the 3 levels. By the end of the 3rd stage, collectibles have transformed into slaughtered dogs and
yippee!
flowers. Your on-screen avatar is trailing bloody footprints, and the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl reflected in the arcade screen is crying. And for good reason, since standing behind her is none other than the purple guy, dressed in his golden best. Now, this one's confused a lot of online theorists, but in my opinion, requires some process of elimination to solve. FNAF 6 is all about tying up loose ends, right? And at this point, the puppets set the souls of FNAF's core 4 of Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica, as well as Golden Freddy free in the Happiest Day minigame. Baby, the sister location crew, Springtrap, and the puppet are all taken care of by Henry in the true ending of FNAF 6, and the 3 toy animatronics from FNAF 2, which do seem to legitimately be tied to a security database, are scrapped at the end of their game. So who or what does that leave? Mangle. But I'm not saying that the girl is Mangle. I'm telling you it's her dog. Mangle is William Afton's first successful experiment with a remnant. Dog remnant. Which now
great.
out loud sounds a lot more like dog duty than Miracle Soul formula, but let me explain.
Fuck's
We
sake.
obviously
Not
see
that.
that the girl's crying, but it's not because
She sees her
scared.
dead dog.
We
No.
see that Will Trap is able to have a normal conversation with her, saying, "He's not dead. He's still alive. Follow me." She's crying because her dog died, as represented on the screen. And that's the he that William's referencing here. Your dog is not dead. He is still alive. And we have proof that William isn't lying about this either. It's an odd detail that I've never talked about, which is pretty incredible that after so many of these darn videos, I'm still pulling
Pack
out
of tuna
random
and cheese
factoids
sandwiches.
to piece into this
Welcome back,
puzzle,
Kay.
but in the Save Them
Save the
minigame,
minigame. We're at FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. We've made it. We've made it to FNAF 6. Well, not Ultimate Custom Night.
All the other animatronics are
Pizza Sim.
stationary except for one, Mangle. Alive and well, and unlike every other animatronic in the entire series, roaming around on all fours. Even though Mangle technically walks around on 3 legs, but you get the point. A design decision so important that we see Scott keep it in Mangle's quest from FNAF 3 as well. Mangle is alive without the puppet giving him gifts or giving him life. So how is the Mangle animatronic moving
Dead
in
dog.
this moment? William, experimenting with animals and Remnant. And as we see in the Fruity Maze, William
We're
uses
in the
the
Remnant
fact
arc
that
now.
the dog is still alive to lure this
Honestly, I'm
girl
surprised
to
he hasn't been talking too much
that
about Sound Illusion
be
discs. I
reunited
think that
with her
maybe comes up
dog
later.
Forever. For more proof, notice that the dead dog in the
Ah,
Fruity Maze
lovely.
game
Do you notice more about the dead dog?
a detail that we see a chair with Mangle. Additionally, you ever notice how Mangle is the only animatronic that actually doesn't possess any human-like noises? The core 4 all feature moaning, sighs, or laughs at various points throughout the series. Ballora, Baby, Springtrap, and the Fun Times all talk. Even the Nightmare animatronics breathe, which is a whole nother can of worms I'm not opening up today. But Mangle just has garbled radio noises, almost like its cognitive functioning is much less than all the other possessed creatures in the series.
I mean, sure.
Fruity Maze, but then comes the biggie. Perhaps the most vague and bizarre moments
Oh,
from
no.
FNAF 6 come from the hidden Easter eggs in the final Lore Keeper minigame, Midnight Motorist. It starts simple enough, a top-down racer game, but glitch through an opening in the bottom of the track, and suddenly you're on a rainy drive through a rural tree-filled landscape, visiting a bar named Junior's, and eventually making your way to a lonely house hidden deep in the woods. Out pops the driver, and he's orange? Thanks, Scott. We finally solved the identity of Purple Guy, and you just had to throw in one final monochromatic mystery man. Orange Guy? I like to call him Mustard Man. He charges...
Is that where the Mustard Man? Oh my god. My chat. I just unlocked the chat thing.
He goes around
That's
back
why
to
someone
find a
said
way
Mustard
in,
Man. Oh
only to
no.
discover that the window is broken with a set of footprints and some bear tracks, leading to, quote, that place again. And that's it. The minigame abruptly ends there. No matter how many times you replay this game, it's always the same. It's weird, it's disturbing, and most of all, it's frustrating, since it seems to introduce all new characters in a game that's mostly about bringing every other character's story to a close. But are these truly new faces? No. Look first at the house. A lone house in a clearing surrounded by trees. Believe it or not, but we've actually seen this house before on the title screen to FNAF 4. A lone house in a clearing surrounded by trees. Not only that, but both houses have 2 stories. Even the roofs look roughly the same. But now think back to a quote that I mentioned last episode about how Scott writes these stories. Quote, there have been other times, however, when my original intentions didn't come across clearly. In those instances, I make a point point to clarify in the next game. FNAF 6 is all about clarifying,
Yes,
explaining
it's the
remnants,
best. It's the
explaining
best
the
one in that
scooper,
sense.
the puppet, and what's
The most
our
satisfying
connective
one in that
tissue
sense.
in this minigame? Someone sitting in a living room watching TV. And what did we see at the end of every night of Sister Location? Michael Afton going home after his shift to watch TV. That slouchy figure there may look like a balding grandma, but it's good old Mike Casual Bongos Afton himself binging on his Immortal and the Restless. And I can further prove it via his text. Scott has always roughly adhered to the convention of dialogue colors being important. And this final game is no exception to this rule. Green bouncer dude talks in green, orange guy talks in orange, and Michael Afton on the couch talks in gray. Exactly like he did when he was laughing at his crying brother back in FNAF 4. It's definitely a slightly different shade, but he's also the only one in the entirety of this series to speak in gray lettering. They also both wear gray shirts, only the truly fashionable match their t-shirt to their font color. Couple all of that with him watching TV, the FNAF 4 title screen house, which always has a TV in it, and the character being protective over some him, say a younger brother, and you have yourself the perfect portrait of the Afton family.
Except the
which would
mom.
make orange guy, purple guy, otherwise known as William Afton. He's even got a signature purple car, the same one that we saw him use in the FNAF 2 Take Cake minigame before he killed off Henry's daughter. But why? Why would Scott choose to make William Afton some color other than purple for like the first time ever in the final game in the series? The answer is actually kind of mundane, because by this point in the series, there are two different purple guys, William and his son. It would have been confusing from a storytelling standpoint. Though, I do gotta say, Scott, it's not that much better, since now you're swapping in a whole new color.
Well,
for a
is
character
it,
who's
or is that the orange that he used on the color? Look, isn't the orange from the security badge, maybe?
Why, out of all
Right?
things, did Scott
If that's
choose
the
to
same
show us
color,
this
then, you know, that
random
explains that.
scene? What is he trying to explain about the
That
story
might just be me
through
that
the
come up with
battle
that, but,
between an
yeah.
orange William Afton and a runaway child? All of that in just 3 minutes. This video is really long already. Plus, in a game that tries to answer
God,
everything
these
from the
get
entirety of
worse
the
and worse
series,
when it comes to the cliffhangers.
in the FNAF
All of
4
them just more
box?
cliffy
Was it
cliffs.
truly left forgotten forever? Is Scott waiting to reveal its contents in a future game? Make sure you take a bite out of that subscribe button to find out those final answers, as well as the solution to perhaps the biggest question of them all, the Lore final screen. After unlocking all of these glitched minigames, Scott presents us with a series of gravestones filled with names. Some familiar, and some not so much. So, who are they? What do they reveal about the story? And how can you help me to solve Five Nights' last and most closely guarded
Children!
secrets?
It's all the children. Welcome.
In the meantime, though,
Welcome to me losing my
Game Theory
mind.
merch
No,
is
I don't
now
want to talk
available
about your merch. Welcome to me listening and playing all the goddamn. Welcome to me continuing my quest to finish all the goddamn Game Theory episodes. We're now on video 17 of 58, so that's we're making pretty good progress. Not gonna lie, we're almost watch it all. Indeed, K. We're almost at the halfway mark, right? The halfway mark is like what? 29. So around when we end here-ish. Oh wait, yeah, you can't see it. Oops. God damn, we have a long way to go. Fuck, we have a long way to go. I thought everything was answered. How does it still? Hey, we're almost at the thumbnail, at the second thumbnail I used in the thumbnail I'm using. Yeah. Want someone to join in call? Not now, okay. I'm fine for now. Because I'm just watching casually the episodes, right? Like, the thing is, like, if I were to go open a call, right? This is what would happen. We would start talking through either a lot of it, or, like, how would I sync up both of us watching the episode and stuff like that? It would be a whole bunch of extra technical stuff. So I don't really know how to do that or how I would do that, but... But to recap, FNAF 6 is released at this point, Pizza Sim. This is before Ultimate Custom Night, so before we get a little bit of extra clarification in that one. But with Pizza Sim, it kind of solves most of the issue. It solves the arc, you know what happens to Scrap Trap, the terrible design, by the way, but whatever. I'm gonna ignore that for now. Scrap Baby and the Molten Freddy. The designs that all look a little bit funky and weird, but you know what? Last one in the game, it was also free. It dropped out of nowhere. That was also the cool thing. It kind of dropped out of nowhere and it was free. And it had like a little mini game at the beginning that teased it like as oh, it's just some kind of like it's some kind of inconsequential game. And then the troll was that all of a sudden it switched to being an actual game in the franchise, which is cool, you know. I remember playing this with I'm not playing this. I remember like watching Markiplier play this one, and it was just like the coolest some of the coolest shit, not gonna lie. Just like the reveal for it, like boom, it's number 6, was just such a out of nowhere sort of thing, right? Yeah. So yeah, no, I'll just continue with this one, which is what's in the box. God damn it. I guess we're gonna go here before where does Ultimate Custom Night that comes in like the wait. Okay, yeah, so 2 more. Oh no, 1 more video. So this is the next one is FNAF 6 and then Ultimate Custom Night releases, and then it's up until then the VR games start. Huh. Okay. Damn, he has a lot of videos on Ultimate Custom Night. Oh well. I guess we can continue. Holy shit. Casual bongos. This is such a weird song. It's a cool little loop though, not gonna lie. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue our playlist of never ending game. Ultimate Custom Night is probably my favorite, not gonna lie. It's the one with everyone in it. Again, to me, I still think the second game is sort of the best one. But what I like about FNAF's Pizza Sim and Ultimate Custom Night is how much answers it gave and how much closure it gave about this franchise, right? Only for FNAF VR and then Security Breach to fuck it all up later on. But that's more like its own thing afterwards, you know? The original timeline up until the first 6 games is like pretty solid and tight. And then afterwards, it's just a bunch of fuckness, right? Anyway, let's continue. He's using the thing again. The old Game Theory intro. Yeah, true. Fucking like puppet jumping around the screen is probably the scariest shit he's ever made.
Welcome to Game Theory in 2018.
Oh, we're still in 2018? Fuck.
Virtual boxes, loot box psychology, loot boxes.
Imagine if I did this type of stream, but like with the Chris Chen's documentary. No.
FNAF episodes for the channel. Gotta milk them dry. Next episode should be on, I don't know, the orange box or something. But in all seriousness, the box tetralogy reaches its dramatic finale today.
Box!
I cover what is perhaps the most infamous digital box
God
of the last decade, FNAF 4's Locked Chest. Now, last episode we started to explore the idea
No. That's not a.
That's
a if you get me if I get 100,000 subscribers sort of thing, then I'll consider it. 10,000 subscribers, then I'll consider a Christian documentary watch through stream. Otherwise, no. Hi, welcome to the stream, by the way. Let's go. Yes, Remnant. Also, last episode is the first the first mention of Remnant, but he doesn't really go that much into detail about it, which is interesting. I thought he did for some reason, but I kind of like it how everyone just kind of accepted what it was. It didn't have to get re-explained a million times. It's just like, asshole energy, whatever.
Everyone's understanding of this franchise.
Until agony comes into it, and then
I will put you back together, and then boom, a literal mystery box that would make the likes of J.J. Abrams proud, accompanied by the lines, "Perhaps some things are best left forgotten
forever."
For now.
Oh.
But you know what? I never forgot. The fans never forgot, and I don't think Scott
honestly, I forgot.
Either.
Not gonna lie, because I'm like, I don't care.
3 games and 4 books later, I think I'm finally ready to break open the locks and
you know what?
reveal
Somehow,
what
this doesn't even seem like that much.
What actually was in the thing? Because I have reason to believe that the contents of the box have changed 3 separate times, and that now, in the wake of FNAF 6, Scott has already shown us what is inside
your balls.
FNAF 4 was released on July 23rd, 2015, and with it, the mysterious box ending. Exactly 1 month later, August 24th, Scott made a post on Steam.
Oh my God,
referencing
we're almost at the 6-hour mark.
and where he considered opening the box.
What?
Quote, I wanted to post some information about the upcoming Halloween update. I started off a few months ago with several ideas in mind for what I wanted to release, ranging from DLC to a new game to opening the box, more on that later, but now I've been working steadily and have a pretty clear vision going forward. End quote. So, why wasn't the box included as a part of that update? Well, he explains it later in the post. Quote again. Now, I want to talk about what won't be included. The box. You know, when I released the first game over a year ago, I was amazed at how quickly everyone found every bit of lore and story. Then the same happened with part 2. Then part 3 came out, and once again the story was uncovered.
I'm slowly losing sanity. 6 hours in. No, the main guess is in. Wait, so let's see. Let's see if the Discord of the poll changed.
The story remains completely hidden. I guess most people assume that I filled the game.
One person. You think 10 to 12 hours? Fair enough. Fair enough.
But the bigger question is, would the community accept it?
When will I lose my mind? The true question of this stream.
Time strikes me as incredible and special.
Oh, hydrate, Redeem. Thanks. I've been drinking throughout though, but thank you very much.
Maybe some things are best left forgotten forever. End quote. So clearly, in the month after the release of the game,
you know what? My stomach is actually perfectly fine. Before I started the stream, I was actually getting nervous about this thing. I was even considering almost quitting this stream or like postponing it because I thought I was getting sick, but I guess it was just a little bit of what you call it?
I mean, in that amount of time, all I could
either
do
excitement or sort of like a little bit of a anxiety about like starting the stream. Just because like, oh no, I'm gonna be stuck here forever. But now that we've been doing it for 6 hours, I'm actually fine. Honest to God. Because I didn't hear you. I was about to ask because I didn't hear you drink. I drink silently, okay? I'm like a ninja. Drink it silently. The only time we would ever see them truly happy in this franchise. Or take that energy drink. Technically, I've only been drinking the one like weird energy drink, like powder thing inside of my water, but like I haven't been drinking an actual energy drink so far. What's he talking about? Oh yeah, dead kids. Let's go.
Let me be clear. Yes, there was absolutely a real-life string of murders informing this kid's visions, as evidenced by the puppet and the murder outside the restaurant. But I mean, look at what he just said in that Steam post. Most people assume that I filled FNAF 4 with random Easter eggs. I didn't. And now look at everything that lines up in this game. Toys that match the look and behavior of the
Are we going back to Green Theory? I thought we left that behind.
Shadows that would probably look like a murder to a young child. A boy carrying a balloon to inspire Balloon Boy. Bullies who wear masks that perfectly match the nightmares. Shadows that would literally inspire shadow animatronics. A mangled toy. The concept of a plush Bonnie that bites you. A child's phone and a child's fan to simulate the night guard desk. People walking around in animatronic suits like Springtrap. A grandfather clock like you would find in your home going off to signal the end of the night.
Why is he going back? You go forward. You don't look back.
And even though he'd moved on with the story, Scott still wanted us to figure it out, which is why on our October 5th, 2015 GT Live,
I'm not watching your live streams, Matt.
Giving us
except sometimes I kind of watch a few of them.
4 games, 1 story.
I watch clips.
Why is Toy Chica missing her beak? And what is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. All 3 clues again pointing to the conclusion of some sort of coma theory, with the box containing the items alluding to that story. Toys and plushies to show where all
honestly, that probably makes most sense. It's a toy box. That makes the most sense.
His father worked at the restaurant as a security guard. A hospital band to make it clear that the child was rushed to the hospital in the aftermath of the Fredbear bite, and a happy family that we see shattered in the aftermath of a stupid prank. This box is locked and hidden away in an attic or a basement when the child dies. The memories it contains are too tough to bear.
Fair enough.
But the line of, would the community accept it that way, is the key phrase in all of this. Scott knew that the story, as he envisioned it, would be controversial for a fan base.
I knew my story would be shit, so therefore, I'm just not telling you the ending. I'll change it until you think it's not shit.
By his own success. People were too interested in his mystery box, which is why Sister Location and everything afterward emphasized more real-life events. Scoopers and Remnant and literal purple people walking around outside.
Yeah,
but before
I think we jumped the shark, though.
One other
After
course
3, we jumped the
correction,
shark.
FNAF World.
No, honestly, yeah, no. FNAF World is the one that jumped the
also,
shark.
Like puberty, everyone wants to forget, including Scott himself. And it was here that Scott tried
Wasn't
to
my
unveil the
thing, but it was
mystery
kind of
of the
cute,
box
you know.
a second time. If you played through the game normally, you would never see any connections to the box. You would just play through this bizarre fever dream of an RPG, and then finally kill Scott Cawthon himself as the final boss of the game. Yeah, in case you skipped over FNAF World, Scott is one of the final bosses and complains about how obnoxious the fans
Keep
of
it
the series
ambiguous
can
so it's
get.
never
It
known.
is
True.
strange, it is funny, certainly meta, and most undeniably passive-aggressive. Anyway, if you linger on the opening dialogue between your character and Fredbear, you unlock a hidden quest that lurks beneath the surface of the game that was undoubtedly
Actually,
meant to tie
we're 17 episodes in, and now we're gonna start doing the FNAF World ones. God damn it!
The him we're helping is FNAF 4's
Oh, are
bite
we?
victim, and we know this from the opening dialogue. Quote, something has gone wrong, that's why I'm here. But I won't let the same happen to you. I will put you back together. Haha, the classic FNAF 4 line, so infuriatingly vague. Anyway, that line confirms that the you being talked about here is the bite
best.
victim, that the something has
Really?
gone wrong is referring to the bite itself, and that the yellow eyes doing the talking, the one who is trapped here, is the puppet. From here, your secret quest is to find a series of clocks and complete mini
You have
games
to
that directly
find the
relate
hidden
to the steps
cocks.
necessary to unlock FNAF 3's
No, Ryder,
happy
no.
ending. You push the balloon
Snake
box, you
liquid.
hate buttons, you set up 4 cupcakes,
No, no,
etc.,
where that came
etc.
from.
And if you
Oh,
do
well.
everything correctly, your secret ending reads as
Power,
follows.
Dante.
Quote, we're still your friends. Do you believe that? The pieces are in place for you.
What?
All you have to do is find them. And we know from FNAF 3 that the pieces
The
are
meta-ness
indeed
was fun.
found.
Fair enough.
On the cutscenes between nights, we find the clues that FNAF World
It's
left
like
for
Five
us
Nights at
hidden
Fuck
in
Boys. Still one of the
telling
funniest
us
like
to do
playthroughs I
things
remember
like
from back in the day.
double-click Balloon Boy and collect the 4
From
cupcakes, which then
Markiplier.
enables us to complete
See, we just
the
get
mini
drunk
games and
throughout.
release the spirits
Like when you
once
can
and for
drink, you
all.
know.
But the important line of this FNAF World ending is
Inhale
the
my dong,
pieces
enragement
are
child.
in place for you.
Inhale-
a line
inhale
that
my
very
dong?
intentionally mirrors the language Scott used to describe the contents of the box in the first place. What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. And if you think that this is just a linguistic coincidence, it's not. Remember, Scott doesn't do coincidence, because here's the real shocker. While trolling through the game's texture files, Reddit user Poi2010-201, or at least his was the earliest post that I could find discussing this discovery, found that FNAF 4's box was actually hidden in FNAF World's code. But it wasn't just the box, it was a texture of the box, unlocked and opened. So, for a second time, we clearly see that Scott had plans to
inhale?
reveal what was
Yeah,
inside his mystery box.
why is
which
that
then begs the
familiar?
question,
Because that's from
what was
Five
in it
Nights at
this
Fuck
time?
Boys.
And
That's like what that's what
honestly,
Freddy
it's hard
says
to say, as you can
to
probably
Balloon
tell,
Boy.
FNAF World
Inhale
played
my
with the lore of
dong,
the main
enragement
series in
child.
some very unusual ways. For instance, the clock quest showed that this weird, self-aware video game world was somehow able to influence the events of the real world, leaving breadcrumbs in the real world that you would be able to follow in FNAF 3. But because the game ends with the line, the pieces are in place for you to follow, it implies that the guard we're playing as in FNAF 3, the one who is actually finding
Oh
these
my
clues,
god. Jay, did you just open up a core memory for you?
different can of worms.
I forgot
It's all
that
true the
stream.
puppet is
Well,
stuck
those
in this weird,
playthroughs. There weren't streams back
FNAF
then.
world, then the world of the game is
Uh-oh.
literally, or symbolically, limbo or death. Anyway, it's very messy. If I were to guess, Scott planned on FNAF World, the game actually being the box.
Oh.
A game that literally contained all the pieces of this franchise
fair
put
enough.
together. Yeah, it's a bit symbolic and half-baked, but, you know, so was FNAF World. But it was here that the mystery would change direction yet again. This time, though, it wasn't the community that prompted the change, but rather Scott himself, who made it clear that he was dissatisfied with FNAF World as a rushed and unpolished
The first
release.
one, yeah.
Embarrassed by the game, he quarantined it off to its own little segment of the franchise. And in the process, he retconned its story to focus on the new, more human drama-esque direction that the series would
Yeah.
take moving forward. You can see this actually through creative changes like the game's new ending, which revealed Henry and Baby for the very first time, as well as some lines that got added between updates, with glitched Fredbear foreshadowing something terrible coming, aka Baby.
Bubby.
Instead of being focused backwards on
Watch
details
Matt
from
play
previous
on
games
his
like
live
the
stream.
Bite Victim and the FNAF 3 minigames, the game was now
I don't know.
looking
GT Live
forward
is just
to
something
a
that
game
never
that had yet to
really
be
appealed that
released,
much
which
to
left the
me.
box and
Except
the
that lately,
resolution it
again, the
promised for the
FNAF thing has
entirety
just
of
been
the
on my
Freddy
mind. So.
story once
Yeah.
again
I've been watching one, the one where he's like
abandoned.
talking with all the
Sister
different like
location
FNAF creators, and it's interesting.
credits
It's
with
interesting
no
to hear them
mention
all
of
talk,
boxes,
kind of, right?
That's exactly where it seemed like it
Very
would
civil,
stay,
you know, but it's
forgotten
nice.
forever. But I wasn't convinced. For as convoluted
Nope.
as the story often is, Scott cares too much about it, and cares too much about this community to leave a mystery this big unanswered. My first thought about connecting the box to the new game was Candy Cadet, the best character to ever come out of this
God, forgot about
franchise.
that one.
Candy.
If you visit Candy Cadet enough times and give him enough tokens, he'll tell you one of 3 separate stories, all sharing the same general theme of 5 objects merging into one object and then being put into a box. In the first, 5 keys are melted together into one key by a mother trying to save imprisoned kids, with everyone dying trapped in their own
lovely.
room. The second has 5 kittens in danger of being eaten alive by a snake, the remains of which get sewn together and stored in a
lovely.
shoebox. And the third is the most uplifting story, as 5 orphans get
yippee!
by a man who wants to protect him from a burglar, and it doesn't go so well.
He left one day to buy food, his heart being filled with gladness, but returned to find that the burglar had chosen his home, and killed all 5 of the children. The man could only afford one coffin, so he stitched the 5 bodies together to make one, and buried the child. That night, there was a knock at the door.
So clearly, the
yes. I can't afford more coffins. Let me sew them together. Oh my god. Yes, Matt Pat, lovely.
But even at Ennard's peak, he only had 4 characters inside
Well,
him. Freddy,
the-
Foxy, Ballora,
the hand
and
puppet.
Baby. So that one didn't quite work out. Famously, there were 5 children killed as a part of the missing children
Back to a lot
incident,
of
but their
child
souls
death.
continued
Indeed!
and
We've
felt
returned to child death, finally! More children! Kill the children! Feed on their
The
souls!
franchise itself, but then what would it mean to stitch them together?
Whatever that
Just
was.
solve the story? Were the stories fixating on different moments of the Freddy timeline? Suffice it to say, Candy Cadet led
It's
me
all
straight
Candy
to a
Cadet's
dead
fault.
end. A dead and stitched together
Hey,
end,
yo.
that is. I gotta say, I scoured the game. I knew the box was hidden here somewhere, and I suspected that Candy Cadet was involved in some way, but I was so overwhelmed with information at this point. Clues whirling past me, vague minigames and stories that had no concrete answers, details of games upon
It's like
games
2001: A
cut
Space Odyssey, but it's all like FNAF shit.
needed to be some solution that brought together
There's too
all of
much.
these
There's
separate
too much of
pieces.
everything.
And
Indeed.
finally, the storm cleared and it all clicked. The final image
Oh, there you
of
go.
the game. During the true ending, Henry calls in to unveil his trap.
You have all been called here, into a labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection, and misfortune. A labyrinth with no exit, a maze with no prize.
We then see the schematics of the ventilation system we've been working with throughout the entire game. We see it for a long time as the center square, the actual pizzeria filled with kids, fades away. And what we're left with is a familiar shape, a box. A
rectangular box?
A box with no exit. A box where, according to our responsibilities in paragraph 4, we put all the pieces together by salvaging the remaining animatronics, playtesting the minigames for all of the hidden lore, and finally bring the FNAF storyline to its end once and for all. As we bring this story to a close,
Until the
what
next
did
one.
Scott finally decide to do with the box? He made it Henry's trap in FNAF 6 to lure the final pieces together and finish him off once and for all. Like Candy Cadet told us over and over again in its 3 stories, the box is filled with 5 dead things becoming one. 5 children killed, sewn together, and buried in one coffin. 5 dead kittens, sewn together and kept in one shoebox. 5
Oh,
keys
lovely.
melted together and torched in one room. And in our case in FNAF 6, 5 animatronics trapped in one pizzeria simulator and burned. And this works any way that you count it. Baby, Springtrap, and Molten Freddy, who we know according to his blueprint has 3 animatronics in him, thus making 5. Or you can count it Baby, Springtrap, Molten Freddy, Puppet, and our character who we play as Michael. 5 characters, all essential to the FNAF story, brought into one box to die. Even Henry himself has a role here in the Candy Cadet stories. He's the innocent of those stories, the one who started with good intentions who ultimately fails to protect those under his care. He's the mom who lets the kids burn. He's the kid who...
He's the mom who let the kids burn. Yes, the innocent. Innocent mom burns her kids gone wrong.
We hear him lament this in the insanity ending.
It's only now that I understand the depth of the depravity of this creature, this monster that I unwillingly helped to create.
This was Scott's subtle nod to the box
cool.
in FNAF's final game. The way to work it in after all the twists and turns his story had to take over the years. Was it what he originally intended for it? Absolutely not. Is it the the most obvious explanation. Not by a long shot. But when you consider that this animatronic...
It was just a prank, bro. I set the children on fire. Watch my prank where I set the children on fire as an irresponsible mom. It's my... And then I only buy one coffin, so you stitch them together. That's why they burn together. You get it?
And with that, there's only one theory left
crazy.
to go. The analysis I
God
promised
damn.
for Midnight Motorist and the mystery of the
lore.
Questions that close out these games for what feels like the final time, but begin to point towards what the future might hold for the Freddy's series. More on that soon. Not next episode, since if I do more than 2 of these things in a row, people get really mad at me, but definitely soon, since I want to put this thing to rest as much as you guys. I could use, at the very least, a complete refresh on this whole thing and start from scratch.
No!
So ring the bell to ensure that we all close out the Freddy's
FNAF
saga
fans is
together.
the actual
And
villain,
in the
true.
meantime, remember,
One theory left to
that's
go.
just
Theory playlist 18 of 35.
Thanks for watching.
God damn. Thanks for watching. Hey, where's my casual bongos? I want my bongos. I need my healing bongos. Yeah. See, I put the bongos on because they help me heal the soul. My own soul, Jack. The soul gets saved. What's the next one? Oh, shit. First Earth opening. White flag. Love that. God damn. Let's go. We are making progress. Honestly, hey, we're making progress if you ask me. Like, what are we in? Now, like 6 hours in. We're 18 of... God damn, we have 40 more to go. Oh, God. The memes, Jack. It's the memes, Jack. Full of shit. Is that a meme? You don't understand. I'm Monsoon of the Winds of Destruction. Memes, Jack, they're all around us. That's a terrible Monsoon impression. What the fuck, man? Full of shit. Is that a meme? Kill the children. Sew them together. Put them in the ground, Jack. That's all I can do. The dead midgets, Jack. And I love war, Jack. And I love being connected to... Kids love war, Jack, and I'm in touch with my inner child. What the fuck? What the fuck, my guy? Well, I don't know how the line goes anymore. I'm fucking up the line. God damn it. Boo. Anyway, let's continue. We're on a roll, so I'm gonna continue until I'm like either hungry or thirsty or whatever. Because for now, I'm kind of fine. So we'll just continue, right? I mean, we're almost at 20, and then we have done the. If I'm at 20, then I've done the first. Then I've hit the milestone, right? Because this one's a milestone because that was the first thumbnail I used. Number 20 is a milestone because that's the thumbnail I used. Then, well, the last one's a thumbnail that I used, and then I think this one's a thumbnail I used. So that's evenly enough spaced out, I think. Yeah. Monsoon calling Sundowner. Sundowner sus indeed. He wants the children, Jack. No! Anyway, no more casual bongos. Where's the bongos? Where's the bongos? Turn off the bongos! Honestly, so far, I'm kind of enjoying myself. Let's see if in 10 more episodes, I'll be finally screaming for the sweet release.
That's it. I give up. Scott, you beat me. I can't.
You beat up? Yeah, 18 of 40, 58, so motherfucker.
Close. And this time, I need you guys to come in.
No. Okay. Okay, this one's really spooky. What the hell? I don't know, I must have seen this one, but like, what the fuck? God damn, Matt Pat, damn. You show more gruesome imagery than the goddamn games, except for the bodies of dead children.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theories.
Yeah!
Closet. Now, most of you are probably confused about that opening reference, which means that you haven't implanted Scott Cawthon with an RFID tracker that follows his every movement. Fortunately, I have, which means that I can tell you two things. One,
those
Scott
horror
spends
intros. True, they get better though.
Time on the toilet. Gotta stop maxing out the spicy salsa at Chipotle.
Fuck?
See, us old people gotta watch our digestive biomes. And two, the FNAF series may have quote-unquote ended with FNAF 6, but our time with the 13 variations of the same darn animatronic bear are far from over.
Let's go!
Scott has been quietly working away on his pièce de résistance, Ultimate Custom Night. All your favorite characters from all the games attacking you all at the same time.
Yes, the craziest.
51 characters, all able to be cranked up to level 20. I gotta be real, Markiplier, might be time to be giving up your FNAF crown. That means there can only
Hey,
be
that's the
one.
first. That's the second. No, only the second one.
Anyway, if
Second
you're wondering why this
Markiplier.
episode took so long to come out, that's one of the big reasons why.
thingamajig.
I was afraid that, like the last custom night, I'd be working on the theory and the DLC would come out with hidden scenes explaining the lore, and then suddenly I'd have to contend with even more purple people puking up robotic spaghetti in the middle of the streets. But based on Scott's playtesting, where right now he's averaging a survival time of 15 seconds, it looks like I may have an opening.
Hey.
It's been a while, let me remind you that we've already covered a lot of ground here in videos 1 and 2 of the series. Freddy's Pizzeria Simulator, otherwise known as FNAF 6, was created with the intention to tie up a lot of loose ends, both for Scott and for the game franchise. We learned that William's business partner Henry, who we were first introduced to back in FNAF World and later in the novels, does in fact play a role in the mainline series of the games. Henry is canon. In FNAF 6, he creates a simulated pizzeria to serve as a trap, luring in all the remaining animatronics. One could say it was a locked box to put all the pieces together. Henry then pulls a Thanos and turns everyone into an ashy pile.
I'm not feeling too
What the fuck is this?
Henry's hit list included Springtrap, aka
It's better here than the
Afton,
actual.
aka the metaphorical purple guy, Baby, aka William's daughter Elizabeth, Ennard, aka the combination of Molten Freddy / Ballora / Funtime Foxy, your player character Michael Afton, aka the literal purple guy who puked up robot spaghetti,
Stinky
and the
man.
newcomer Lefty, like Wally but with less robot lovey-dovey and more robot
Oh,
stabby-stabby. We
stabby, stabby, puppy, puppet.
Ending and other in-game clues that Lefty is a
There you go.
containment suit built specifically by Henry to lure and trap the puppet, which is possessed by the spirit of his deceased daughter who remains nameless. The Insanity ending also gave us clues as to how the Funtime animatronics function. Unlike the OGs, the Funtimes are heated up and infused with Remnant. It's basically soul juice that's extracted from kidnapped children. But that was all just surface stuff. Through our analysis of the
God, we're gonna have like a million times where this shit's gonna like recap, right? Sorry, me not paying attention for half a second. This dead dog is my. It's just funny. I don't know why. William Afton's dead dog.
Pretty much everything we covered in my last 2 videos. But now it's time to get to the new stuff. Starting
dead
with
dog?
this girl. Not only do we know that this is one of William Afton's earliest victims, we also know that her name is Susie. And that she goes on to possess Chica. That's
yes, because that's
We can
Ultimate Custom
identify
Night, right?
based on
Yes.
This image. If you manage to find all the game's Easter eggs, you unlock the Lore
Lore.
Keeper certificate and a final screen at the end of the game. A hillside filled with gravestones. Graves with a very diverse set of names. 5 in the foreground with 1 name obscured and 1 in the back with, again, the name hidden from view. Trust me, I tried my best to pull a CSI on that one. Enhance. Enhance again. Enhance a 3rd time. Damn it, Scott! Anyway, this imagery should seem pretty familiar, right? 4 graves with 4 names. 3 boys and a girl, which perfectly matches up to our core
Does
4
it?
animatronics. 3 boy robots and a girl robot. To further
What the
solidify
fuck was it? That blurriness? What the hell? That Pat.
to the arrangement of the masks in the good ending of FNAF 3, even down to the girl character being 3rd in line and slightly behind the other 2. Coincidence? I think you know the answer to that by now. Then you have this mysterious 5th grave hidden off to the side. That one definitely contains the soul of whoever winds up possessing Golden Freddy, but more on that later.
Is this the one where Cassidy begins?
Overlooking them all. Up on the top of the hill, that's the puppet. Henry's daughter, the one who watches
Elizabeth.
over the rest. 6 main characters, 6
No, not
graves,
Elizabeth.
and the same 6 characters that we see fade away
maybe
during
Elizabeth?
the happiest day
No, I forget
game
what
at
the
the
name
end
was.
of FNAF 3's good ending. In short, what the gravestone scene is revealing to us is who these victims are, with Susie as Chica. That also means Freddy is really named Gabriel, Foxy is Fritz, and Bonnie is Jeremy. It's also relatively easy to figure out the name on the puppet's grave, Charlie, or Charlotte, one of the 2. We know this not through the game.
The books, no!
But the books aren't canon, I hear you saying.
Not the books!
Absolutely right, they're not. But they're
Yep, this is the
starting
call
to
out for
cross over
Cassidy. Oh my
very
god.
heavily. For instance, the entire
No.
William Afton having a business partner named Henry.
Cassidy's motivation still makes no sense to me. Like it does, but like why more than the other kids? That's the one I never got.
Weird wolf poster hanging in the alley of FNAF 6. It's actually one of the twisted animatronics from the second novel, The Twisted Ones, who are programmed to hide during the day by burying themselves in shallow graves, then dig themselves up at night to roam the countryside looking for innocent victims to vor. And wouldn't you know it, but that's exactly what we see hinted at in the FNAF 6 minigame.
Do we now?
Like Motorist. By going through the game's secret exit and then plowing your car into this random area between the trees, you're able to get out in a clearing in the middle of a forest. And in the upper left corner of the screen is a pile of unmarked dirt. You can't interact with it, the game doesn't acknowledge it at all, but very clearly it is intentionally there. It's super random, right? It is, until you read The Twisted Ones. Or have me read it for you.
There you go, have you read it for me.
Page 74, quote, "When Charlie reached the backyard, she stopped dead. Before her were 3 huge holes in the ground. They looked like graves. Something climbed out of these," end quote. So clearly, even though the books aren't canon, there is significant crossover with the characters and events from the series. In the books, Henry had a daughter named Charlotte. In the games, Henry has a daughter who goes on to become the puppet. It only makes sense for them to share the name, hence gravestone number 5. But it's gravestone number 6 where, I gotta be honest, after months of brainstorming, working and reworking sequences of events and analyzing imagery,
it starts the Cassidy thing, right? It's like an ARG sort of thing.
I have to throw in the towel. Now, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of leads here. Loose threads that I know go somewhere, and I feel like I'm just a step or 2 away from putting it all together, but I just can't quite do it, and I hate to admit it, and honestly, that is the other reason why this video has taken so long for me to write and put together. I didn't want to admit defeat. I didn't want to come to you without a complete idea of what was going on, but honestly, at this point, I'm almost out of ideas, and I need your help.
Which means that his entire team is out of ideas, right?
In the comments to help put it all together, which honestly could be a very cool group project for all of us to work on together. Anyway, let me explain. Obviously belongs to Golden Freddy, and once we know that name, we'll finally be able to uncover the source behind the mysterious repeated messages of "It's me" that have been popping up since FNAF 1. It is a huge
Just like you can like the stream or you like the stream.
Here's the biggest twist of them all. We're not shooting in the dark here. Scott has already given us all the information that we need to solve what the name actually is. You see, the trio of novels isn't the only book that Scott Collins released. Late last year, Scott released the Five Nights at Freddy's Survival Logbook, an activity workbook for kids filled with things like simple quizzes about the games.
Oh, I forgot about it. Yes, love that.
Restaurant. It's adorable until you realize it's a book asking kids who their stuff would go to when they die a gruesome, horrific death trapped inside a furry suit. It's some
kids.
Dark
Oh, that's
stuff,
spooky
but
looking.
perhaps the darkest part of the book is the dabbing chica. Things start to feel more than they seem.
I need my
from
Find
page
Boom
1.
button back so I can roast things and casually put a Find Boom whenever I want.
Clues you in that there's way more here than meets the eye, putting the likes of Gravity Falls Journal number 3 on blast. Basically, the Five Nights at Freddy's Survival Logbook is a book-length metagame dedicated to revealing Golden Freddy's real name.
I don't know why the name Cassidy still I always found it like kind of whatchamacallit. I always found it like the name Cassidy kind of like, really? That's the name?
Is so cool. But the problem is, I can't solve it. Here's how it all breaks down. Several pages throughout the book contain faded text that says, "My name." Each of those pages with that text also has a numeric clue hidden on it. Sometimes it's written in plain sight, sometimes with numbers out of place, sometimes the page number itself is wrong. Page 29 is numbered 52. Page 32 is numbered 39. Page 43 is numbered 15. On page 47, the numbers 7 and 2 appear out of order in this survey question. On page 85, we're presented with a list, and numbers 10 and 11 appear in red. On page 108, the time 8:11 appears on an incident report that Mike was supposed to log in. So putting all those numeric clues in order, we get 52, 39, 15, 7, 2, 10, 11, 8, 11. But that's just the beginning. Throughout the book, there are some coupons for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Okay, has he lost his mind at this point? Let's be honest.
The message for real value, see page 61. 61. You flip over to page 61 and suddenly you see a finish the comic strip exercise where in one of the panels, Foxy and Freddy stand in front of a
9-3
chalkboard with 5 + 4 written in one part and a 3 written in the bottom right corner. To me, this very clearly tells us that we need to add the two numbers together on each of those 6 pages from earlier to get the real value for that page. 5 + 2 is 7, 3 + 9 is 12, 1 + 5 is 6, 7 + 2 is 9,
no. Only
10
one
+
of them
11 is
was
21, and 8 + 11 is 19. 7, 12, 6, 9, 21, 19, which seems like it's giving us a code to a 6-letter name. But now, what do you do with those numbers? Well, one page in the book contains a giant grid that encourages readers to draw in 8 bits. But if you look closely at the grid's axes are actually numbered, and there are tiny
What the
letters
fuck?
in the grid's first
Yes,
boxes.
we have totally lost the plot at this point. This is where this series jumped the shark, okay? It's jumped the shark before, here's where it jumped the shark even more. Like, there's just 2 sharks.
It's clearly not
Glyphius.
Freddy's real name. But then what about that 3 that's in the bottom right
Exactly.
corner of the chalkboard? I tried shifting all the letters and numbers 3 up and 3 down, decoding,
No, just add
recoding,
the fucking 5 to 3 and the 4, and then it's like 9-3.
The fact that all this is happening on a grid seemed to point to the numbers being decoded using a
what?
Visionaire cipher. If you've never encountered these before,
Visionaire?
well, welcome to the exciting world
Oh,
of
yippee.
cryptography, the art of solving codes. Visionaire ciphers are one of the most famous codes out there. Basically, you need a giant alphabet grid and a keyword. So, say I want to encode the word crying child, that's called my plain text, and I want my keyword to be Mike. What I would do is, in my alphabet grid, go over to my first letter, the C in crying, and then go down to the row M, the first letter in my keyword Mike. That gives me the letter O. Then I would find where column R for the R in crying intersects with row I for the second letter in Mike to get a Z. That's my second encoded letter. And then keep going with column Y crossing with row K, and on, repeating the keyword over and over until I'm at the end of the phrase. If you've done it correctly, you get the cipher text or encoded word Ozim Zamlun. Luton. Then to decode, you just reverse the process. And that's what I tried over and over again, on and off again for months, and still nothing. Using those real values of 7, 12, 6, 9, 21, and 19, I tried everything. Different keywords like Mike, Chica, Friday, since it's on the magazine that Foxy's reading, Bonnie, Foxy, doing the process forwards
And backwards and upside down and left to right and right to left.
After the encoding and decoding process, since that's the random number
Just
on the
add the 5 of it's 9-3.
reversing the codes I was working with, since the number 3 on the chalkboard could potentially relate to page 3 of the survival guide, which specifically says take a moment for self-reflection. So that's what I did. I reflected the numbers before coding, after coding, reversing the alphabet, still
I'm there. Welcome back, by the way, but like, Matt Bad is going slightly insane at this point, not gonna lie. Because he's doing something wrong.
Marks throughout it. On page 9, there are 5. On page 19, there are 10. On page 31, there are 14, but they're in 2 groups, a 5 and a 9. On page 36,
Lovely.
there
Make
are
it even
5.
worse.
On page 100, there are again 5. No explanation, no nothing. But they can't just be random tally marks, right? They seem important, and they seem
When you add so many hints and everything's a hint.
there are 6 tally hints, just like this.
Everything's a hint. I see all the hints.
The book earlier. So I've tried shifting the individual letters off of those tally marks. Nothing. Tried shifting the letters off the tallies, then shifting the results by that 3 that's on that chalkboard. Nothing. Added the tallies, then reversed.
Okay,
Nothing.
I don't know, my
and
guy.
on and on.
This is so
and
crazy.
on. Hopefully this all gives
What
you an
the
idea
hell?
of what I do for some of these theories. Taking weeks just to brainstorm new ways to attack the problem, but this time I'm coming up empty-handed. I still have nothing.
This is one big. This video is just like a 60-minute bitch fit, right? It's a hissy fit. It's a 60-minute hissy fit of like, I can't do it. It's kind of funny, though. Not gonna lie.
This is where I have to raise the white flag. I don't know what to do. I need your help, or else I need Scott to give us some clues or something, because
Doesn't comment on the video. Let's motivate him with controlled shock.
Very clearly, this is the way that Scott intends to reveal Golden Freddy's name, but without all of us working to solve it, that name will forever remain in mystery. And this is only the beginning. The survival guide is simultaneously the most important, most revealing, and most frustrating piece of evidence to be thrown into this franchise. Yes, the Golden Freddy puzzle is a huge part of that, but there's more. So much more. This book confirms so many assumptions about this.
See, look at this, look at this, look at that. See, my first thought, because I already know the answer, but like still. There you go. There you go. Good comment.
But all of that will have to be in just a few days. Don't worry, I'm not going to make you wait months. So make sure you just scare that subscribe button to ensure that you're here next week for what I guarantee is the most earth-shattering FNAF
Is it
game
now?
theory since,
Is it?
I don't even know.
They're
FNAF 2,
fine.
the things
They're
that were
fine.
time
We've got it.
upend a lot
What?
of
No.
we thought
What do
we
you
knew
mean
about
it
this
changed? What did
franchise.
it change? Didn't it just maybe recontextualize certain things, but they're all kind of fine? Game theory!
Thanks for simultaneously staying patient for the release of this episode, as well as stomaching another multi-part FNAF episode.
Shut up. Pause. Where's my casual bongos? You see, after every game theory, I can relax with some casual bongos. It's the best way to end everything. It's that or the FNAF 2 opening song. I'll maybe switch up between here and there, right? But now we're like in the sister location FNAF 3, FNAF 6 era, so you know, some casual bongos is a good way to like spice it up, you know. In my opinion, at least, you know, it keeps it interesting by at least like changing it from time to time. Right? Or is it just me? You're just skipping slightly a little. What? Skipping? What do you mean skipping? Like I'm glitchy? Wait, I'm just gonna move my head around. This is the stupidest way to check for glitching, not gonna lie, but like. Oh, no, that looks about fine for now. Vids. Not stream. What? What do you mean I'm jumping around? I'm not skipping. I went from 18 to 19. This is the order that like MatPat has them in as well. That's how I added them to my list. So, yeah. No, this is the order here is I only skipped one video, which I ended up watching anyway because it was a part 2 for one of the videos early on in the list, but that was part of a live stream, so that's why. Because like for the rest, this is the order. This is the order that MatPat has them in as well on the Game Theorist channel. Like if you go to here and you like I could literally just go here, use this theory as like a what'd you call it? Oh, Flay on his life. Nice. Like this is the same list. I think so. Yeah. See? It's the list. It's the same. End of the vids themselves, you bugger. I'm not skipping. The videos at the end are just like the sponsor or whatever, so I skip those because there's nothing really in them anymore, right? Like let's go back to the last one, right? At the end here is like when he goes, "It's a game theory." That's when the video ends, and then afterwards,
this book confirms so many subscribe
he just does the thing.
Get ready for a long one, and watch the past.
Like yeah, he doesn't really like as long the moment he says it's a theory, a game theory, like that moment, like it's the video's over. You know, then the theory's done, really, because usually then he starts like shilling his merch or whatever, or shilling his merch. He just, you know, advertises his merch or whatever, so it's fine. Yeah. Let's continue with the next one, which is another one. Oh my God, 6.5 hours. Wow, we're really. You know what? This is somewhat progressing more smoothly than I thought. I think in a couple of videos, maybe 2 or so, I'm just gonna go get something to eat from the front. Either some more cereal or I don't really know what. I feel like I should get something to eat. Anyway, let's continue. The stupid bongos in the middle do kind of like add to the vibe, right? Hi, welcome to the YouTube chat. Hell yeah. Crazy. This is the bongo loop between videos to cool down, you know. Ultimate custom night reveal. He doesn't talk too much about the well, I think it's the next one or the one after that where he starts talking about it, I think. I think now he's maybe going to talk about like the name of Cassidy and a little bit more about the books and stuff like that. And then afterwards he starts talking about, you know, William Afton's final fate. So, which will be interesting. Let's watch it. Wow, little whole animated intro. Let's go. Can you look at salad.exe? What? That? I have no idea what that is, but today that's not for today if I'm gonna look at it. 19 of 58. Let's go. Damn, the progress. We're almost at like. We're almost at only 38 videos. Dumb. Where's my hype intro?
Hello, Internet. Welcome to... Screw it.
Damn, he's just
off my game today. Forgive me. You'll soon learn why. Pull up a chair.
Damn.
Let's talk. Last episode caught you up on everything, and I do mean everything. All my past theories on FNAF 6, the gravestones, the masks, the names of the children inside the animatronics, the connections to the novels, and the identity of the puppet. But then I showed you this. The FNAF
Yippee!
Survival Log.
Why does it have
The
white?
book that, in
Ew.
7 years of doing this, finally broke me. A book that contains within its pages an elaborate
because
series
you
of
solved
codes
it
that
wrong.
serve as the key to unlocking the identity of Golden Freddy. A freaking children's activity workbook with a dabbing cheetah in it is
25
the
videos
thing
just
to
watching a descent into watching all 25 theory videos and we're just like watching a descent into madness. Yes, it is.
Golden Freddy's Unbreakable Code is only the tip of the iceberg. This book is
What?
like a repeated kick in the balls, as
Really?
everything I thought I knew about FNAF has crumbled
Oh, no.
in front of my eyes. It's
He's
like
going
Freddy
more crazy.
Fazbear got a hold of the Infinity
24-hour
Gauntlet
stream
and
of
snapped
just
his
Matt Pat.
fingers and then
Honest
all
to
of my
God,
theories suddenly
with me
turned
pausing in
to
between this
dust.
might become a 24-hour stream. I have no idea. We're
Canonicity, the
already here for
survival
6.5 hours, by the way.
outright answers
And
a
we're
lot of our
not even at
questions
we're not even at the
these
halfway
days.
point, so this is
Answers
gonna
that
be
it provides just leave questions. And not stupid,
It shouldn't
small
be more than at
questions
least
either,
one
like
day,
what's
right?
Mangle's
I think.
gender. No, it upends huge parts of the story. The logbook is simultaneously the most important, most revealing, and most
Send the stream to Matt Pat. Be like, hey, there's an idiot watching everything in order.
You see, as I mentioned last time, this workbook once belonged to Mike, aka Michael Afton. The book
Let's go.
establishes that
What?
Mike writes his answers
Oh,
in red pen.
nice.
It also
This whole stream is just a
establishes
live
that there's
documentary of how
spirit
FNAF broke an
possessing the
innocent
book
man.
speaks to Mike via lightly figured
True.
text. From what I can
How the
gather,
innocent
it's
will be
the
broken
spirit of
by
Golden
5
Freddy.
nights at
And
Freddy's.
starting the logbook
Inhale my
then
dong,
proceeds
enragement
to
child.
drop bombshell after bombshell
Really?
as far as lore reveals go. First, the book
Pretty
outright
much.
confirms what we've known for a while now, that Mike is the same Mike who works as the
Yes.
night guard during Sister Location. When asked what he would like for his
Mikhail.
1-week bonus, we see him doodling in the corners of the page baskets of money and baskets of exotic butters. On another page, he's drawing a smooth set of casual bongos. Sure, it's nothing earth-shattering, but when it comes to this
Logbook
franchise,
Mike is
getting
FNAF
any
5 Mike.
portion of any
Let's go.
theory confirmed is a big win. And while that reveal might not be all that earth-shattering, you know what is? The book reveals that Michael Afton is who we play as in FNAF 4.
Oh,
On page
yeah,
40,
this is the first one where that
starts asking
comes.
About dreams, and via his doodles, we see that Mike somehow knows the appearance of Nightmare Fredbear.
Which is
something only
interesting
the
because then
protagonist of
wouldn't
FNAF
he have
4
also then
should
see
be aware of.
Elizabeth's
To
death?
further confirm this,
Because
on
why
page
else would he know
23 of the book, the
Fredbear's
spirit
like
who
belly
uses the
mouth?
book to talk to Mike outright asks, was your favorite childhood toy a plastic purple telephone? Which, as you may remember, is a direct reference to the purple telephone on the ground in the FNAF 4 bedroom. And if you still think it's a coincidence, it's not.
No?
20 pages later, the
Ooh.
spirit starts talking about whether any of the toys on the page look familiar. Most don't, except for one.
phone?
The
The
phone. Now,
phone!
for any of you who still
The
remember how this
game
whole thing
phone! Thanks for watching!
the protagonist of
Forget
FNAF
it.
4 was the crying
Uh-huh.
child, the one who gets himself bitten
Ooh.
during the birthday party because you have flashes of a hospital bed and hear a flatline at the end of the game. We also
Oh, by the way,
assume that the
I'm
animatronic
6.5 hours in.
nightmare
I haven't
was
even drinking a
representative
lick of
death.
alcohol.
And you know what?
So,
You're
this is sober me.
absolutely right. That
Yeah.
is exactly what we've been
Strength and
thinking.
power.
And here's the thing. We weren't wrong. We've apparently been right about all of that, except there was one teeny tiny
Uh-oh,
itsy-bitsy
uh-oh.
little wrinkle that we didn't expect. Michael Afton was the bite victim. Michael Afton was the crying child.
What? How is that?
I know! I couldn't believe it either, but the proof here is
But
unquestionable.
there's a difference
On
between
page
Mike
75,
and Mikhail.
about imaginary friends and featuring
different.
the psychic friend Fredbear plush, the spirit outright asks, does he still talk to you? And perhaps the most damning piece of evidence of all, on page 103, the huge reveal, quote, the party was for you. Mike Afton is confirmed to be the crying child. He's the bite victim. He's the one who, at the end of the game,
Do we ever get a name
put
for
back
the kid,
together.
actually?
It
That's
seems
true.
Undeniable at this point. But then that leads to the obvious next question. How could he have been bitten and died there, but then also be in sister location as an adult, gotten himself scooped, blah, 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 until FNAF 6 when he finally burns with the rest of his family? I have been smacking my head.
Robot
against the
animatronics.
wall trying to make
Robot
sense of it all.
animatronics, Matt Pat. Never considered that one.
Big surprise there. It's interesting. When I
Tori
did my final
going mad
theory,
alongside Matt Pat.
that's
No.
my final
Well,
FNAF
maybe.
theory. No, not that one either. Those are technically FNAF 6 theories. God, jeez, this one. When I did this theory, I concluded that the story of FNAF was, at its core, a story about a family. The Afton family. But now it's becoming increasingly clear to me that it's really the story of Michael Afton specifically. 4 games, 1 story, like Scott said back during the FNAF 4 days so long ago. It's the story of the crying child growing up, discovering the atrocities of his father, and then trying to make amends for those.
Nope, Matt Pat. You're off.
Michael Afton is the main character
Yeah,
of FNAF
but
1,
not the crying one.
Paycheck, sister location from the name tag and custom night.
I found it. It was right where you said it would be.
FNAF 6 from Henry's closing monologue, and now FNAF 4
But then who is
from
the older
survival
brother?
logbook.
You
And
had
we're
it.
Still not done. The survival logbook also connects Mike to FNAF 2. On page 56, the spirit asks, was your favorite ride the carousel? A question that only makes sense if Mike had been to the FNAF 2 location, because it's the only one with a carousel. That means that the only game without a solid connection to Mike is FNAF 3. But then there's the whole
Father, it's me, Michael.
Yeah, you have Mike and Michael.
Background, which seems to be hinting at him being the person who burned the place down, trying to put an end to
you
his
were on
father's
track.
reign of terror.
It's like he gets
Michael
one bit of
Afton
information and then starts doubting all the other theories. It's like
gravestones, going back to the survival logbook.
you don't have to
See, I told you guys
rebuild
this
the entire house just because of one piece of information.
Stuffed into animatronic suits, the spirit asks, do
Maybe
you
he
miss
wasn't a
them?
creative dad. He named his kid Michael and then the other one Mike. I don't
Go
know.
on to possess the animatronic suits. This means that Michael is connected to every game and every major character in the story. So let's update it to 6 games,
My
1
God.
story.
Michael's story, and he puts his name down as Mike every time that he's playing, that he's working for one of the animatronic factories because he's the older brother and because he just uses his younger brother's name in remembrance or whatever because that's the guy he's doing all this shit for. The end. You don't have to overcomplicate it. Boom. Right?
Story. Which is all very
It's
beautiful
fine.
to say, but seriously, what is that
They're
story?
back at dead children.
We still have a
Kick the
pretty
children in
big
the nuts.
elephant
I don't know.
i.e. a dead kid who somehow grows up
No!
to become an immortal purple skin suit for robot spaghetti. Oh, and if the game wasn't complicated enough, Michael might not even be his real name. The spirit in the logbook repeatedly asks him, what do you remember? And even more importantly, do you remember your name? It's even hidden in the frickin' word search. And I haven't even mentioned
Steve. His name is Steve now.
how very clearly the gravestones relate to the kids in the animatronic suits, and yet 2 of those names directly tie back to the security
Uses the name
guards
of the
from
dead
FNAF
kids.
2. And if you want to go really, really deep, like you know I love to do, you see
What the hell?
Susie's font on her gravestone? Did you know it's the same font that's used to introduce each night of FNAF
Really?
4? That's something that no one else online has noticed,
It's so
and if fonts
inconsequential.
are important, which remember, they probably are, Scott doesn't do coincidences, so 4 gravestones with completely different fonts is probably important in some way. Notice how 2 of the gravestones share the same font, but it's not Jeremy and Fritz, which you would probably
Maybe Jeremy and
expect since
Gabriel
they're
were the
mentioned in
same.
FNAF
Maybe they were
2.
the
There are
brothers.
so many freaking elephants in this room. It is a very crowded room. Remember what I said earlier about repeated kicks to the crotch? This is what I'm talking about. That said, after
This is just an anger
months of
discussion.
thinking
This is
about
just
more
this is just
kicks to the
yelling at
crotch
each other.
than I care to
Why does he
mention,
have so
I
much
think I
footage
do
of
have
people
an
getting
idea of
kicked in the
what might be
crotch?
going on here. And it all begins in
What the hell?
probably the most confusing place of all.
Oh, back
Midnight
here. God
Motorist
damn it.
from FNAF 6. When I first spoke about
We're
this
never
minigame,
leaving
I
this
said
place.
that the
We're stuck
mustard
here.
man here was William Afton. But I could tell
This
that
is
a lot
where
of
the
you weren't
Ouroboros start coming in, I think. I think these are the theories where he stops like talking about the previous theories too much and we go in a big ass fucking circle.
But now I am 100% confident that that is
Yeah.
what we're seeing here.
You had it right
FNAF
the first time, or like you made the most sense the first time.
As well as the beginning. It's the end because, well, everyone burns to death. And it's the beginning because it's the origin story of
There
the
you
puppet.
go.
And as we know, everything begins with the puppet. She's the one that allows all the
Yeah,
other
because she's a
animatronics
magic
to do
bitch.
that,
I don't know.
as we see in
Yeah,
FNAF
that makes
2,
sense.
Which makes the security puppet minigame pretty much the earliest event we ever see in
That's
any
the
of
first
these
kill.
games. And we also know that it's William who killed
'Cause it's
Charlotte
outside.
in that back alley. This is the origin story of the purple guy, complete with his purple car that we saw in FNAF 2 after all. But here's the detail I was missing before. If you brighten up the final screen of the security puppet minigame, you'll see tire tracks left by the purple car driving away from his crime. This leads directly to the events of Midnight
There you
Motorist,
go.
which happens immediately after his murder. Here's how we know this for sure. Not only are you driving a purple car, and not only is it raining in both of the minigames, so they're connected on both those fronts, but get this. Reddit user GB Aura found that this section of the game in the source files is titled
There
Later
you
That
go.
Night, giving us the
Confirmation
time
of
connection
theories.
we
Isn't
need
that
to
nice?
know
Isn't that great?
100% that Orange Guy is
Dum dum
William Afton.
dum. Because he has the security badge. That's the
Red
orange.
Bears
Orange.
drives away and winds
Easy.
up back home
Easy.
later that night. Boom! Proven, locked and loaded. And looking at this minigame, knowing what we know now about Michael being the crying child, we know that the couch potato here is his older brother. Mr. Foxy Mask, let me shove my brother into an animatronic mouth and get him killed, speaking in his signature gray text, who apparently no longer has a name, which leaves Michael
Fuck
as
it.
the one who escaped
my
to
God.
that place again. That is who William is mad at, with that place being obviously none other than Freddy's. And from there, a lot
Wait, what?
of pieces start to fit together. William's
Maybe
frustration
either
with
Freddy's
Michael
or, I don't know, mom's dead
surveillance
grave
cameras
burial. Or maybe his
all over his
sister's
house and
burial.
sister location.
I don't know.
It's not an
Maybe
experiment
he was close
or
to his
anything.
sister and he was
He's
like sad that she's
tabs
dead.
on the boy who keeps running away. It also explains why we see Michael, the crying child, locked in his room throughout FNAF 4. William himself says at the end of Midnight Motorist that Michael will be sorry when he gets back. And he is, as William constantly locks him in his room, making him unable to escape anymore. All of this might even explain the rationale for the nightmare animatronics. William built them, or else used his mind-altering sound disc that first appeared in the book and that we talked about in a previous theory to scare Michael so that he would stop wanting to
Stay
go
in
to
your
the
room,
restaurant in
child.
the first place. That's why he's so scared of the place when we see him in FNAF 4. I'm literally in the recording closet right now recording this, and suddenly things started to fit together in a weird way. I'm just gonna throw this in here right as it happened in my mind. I'll need to look into this later, probably a future theory, but let's just bring it up now. Orange Guy is William, right? But he's turned away at the front door of Junior's, which is completely random, and everyone's like, why is this in the minigame? Well, could it be because of the investigation into the missing children's incident? Remember what Phone Guy said from FNAF 2?
Dude, no, what? No. Oh, God.
No one is allowed to, especially concerning any previous employees.
Afton is rejected at the
But
front
then he
door
would,
of the building.
but this is later the night after his first kill. Matt Pat.
It makes
No.
the timeline a bit messy.
Yes.
I'll have to go back and rework it, but something about this feels
He's
right.
a drunk.
William Afton was fired from his job, goes back to
No,
Junior's,
he's
but the
drunk,
building
kills the kid, then's not allowed back into the bar.
William, being a former employee, is turned away at the door. He's not allowed in. It's not a bar. It's nothing like that. It's Freddy Fazbear's Jr. or something. The second location, the FNAF 2 location.
Why
Anyway, I
would
just
the
wanted to
bigger
throw that in
location
there
be
because
called
it just occurred
Junior's?
to me as I was writing this thing. I haven't had time to fully flesh it out or
Makes
work
no
it into the
sense.
script, but I thought
Well,
it was important enough to include.
someone
break
can
the
make it
flow
make
of things.
sense, but I think
Regardless,
it
it gives
doesn't
us
make
something
sense.
else to chew on. Now back to the actual.
We've been going
episode.
crazy, Matt.
Okay, I continue to avoid the
Crazy
obvious
with me.
question here.
We're all going crazy.
Death and apparent rebirth. If I'm being honest, it's because I don't really have a fully fleshed out explanation.
No, you had
for it.
one,
It's
but then
less
you're-
of a theory and more of a
God.
hypothesis, really. So would you be so kind as to Freddy Fazbear with me? as I go through what I think might be happening here. We know that Michael Afton is special, right? I mean, we see him get scooped, become a pile of rotten flesh, and yet
Yeah,
he is still
'cause
able
the
to
remnant.
survive. In short, when we see him in Sister Location, he's not altogether human. Now, hold on to that idea for a second for me. While we're on the topic of Sister Location, let's look at The Immortal and the Restless, the super random soap opera from the game with a name that, now that I say it aloud in context, actually starts to make a little bit more sense. It stars Vlad, an immortal vampire who's dressed in purple, who starts every episode saying,
Clara, I tell you, the baby isn't mine.
And in FNAF, we have William Afton, a man who's apparently immortal enough to survive a spring lock failure, who, like a vampire, sucks the
What
remnant
the
out of
fuck? He
children
doesn't suck the
nose
children,
and
Matt.
survives on it, and is
God
represented
damn.
by the color purple. It's actually a lot of similarities. So could the repeated lines of
Not my baby. The baby is
Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
mine.
Those cartoons were the fucking funniest.
relate to William's relationship with Michael?
I will not
What
pay the
if
child
Michael
support, Clara.
isn't actually William's son? It seems like it would be a logical leap, but we know for a fact that Michael's real name isn't Michael. Remember what the logbook said. Do you remember your name? Well, of course he does, logbook. He wrote it on the front cover, Mike, unless, of course, that's not his real name. So you got all those details? Good, because here's where all this random
Angry Matt
observation
Pat.
comes together. In the
Oh, God.
novels, one of the big overarching storylines is that the main character, Charlotte, had a twin who was kidnapped by Springtrap when
fucking
she
what?
was younger. At the end of the second book, it's revealed that the twin wasn't
Oh, now
actually
we've jumped the shark.
kidnapped, it was her. Which seems to imply that Charlotte and her twin were one and the same, or were somehow interchangeable. Then, in the final pages, Charlotte dies from a spring lock failure, only to miraculously come back to life unscathed in the next few days as if nothing had ever happened. There are also a lot of clues sprinkled throughout the book that William
He
Afton
knows he's
has the
stretching
ability
it.
to create realistic humanoid robots. I even mentioned that briefly during a past FNAF theory. I haven't even gotten to how I think the main character of the book series is probably a robot. But again, those are all theories
Yeah,
for other days.
This is
story
where
short,
and everything. You know what? Honestly, it was all fine before. This is where it just all is becoming so rambly, right?
Personality has been programmed
Oh my
into a
God.
computer where she's now able to be
Like these last two
replicated
theories have
over
just
and
been
over
like,
again
okay,
into a
everything has
super
gone
advanced
crazy.
robot that's somehow now able to grow and develop. I didn't write the books, okay? Now, obviously, the two are vastly different canons, but the games and books do relate in a lot of ways. And we know in the games from William's daughter Elizabeth that full-on personalities of individuals can get programmed into AI. Elizabeth goes on to possess the spirit of baby. So
That's
what
why I
if
like that the next title is called.
Michael is just one
We
of
were
those?
right all
Sure,
along.
he was
Indeed, you were. It was fine.
and
It was
promised
fine. You didn't have to
put him back
change it.
together. It meant literally put him back together. Find a way to
Ah,
piece
yes.
him back together using
And then he
some
becomes
combination of
Gregory.
robotics expertise
Gregory.
and full soul juice remnant. That's
Watch
how
out,
Michael dies
Gregory.
in FNAF 4, but somehow comes back to life in later games. It's how he's able to get scooped, get a bunch of robot spaghetti shoved into him, and then still survive when the robot spaghetti gets puked out of him. It's why he would no
But
longer
what
be able
happens to the older brother then?
and after he realizes the truth about what he actually is, that he's no longer human, he decides to end it all
God
in the
damn.
inferno of FNAF 6, after having done his best to set the souls of his former friends free. Whew, boy, that is a lot.
But the
And
smaller
between
one
all
was in
these
the
reveals
golden
and
one,
last
right?
week's code, there is a ton for
Ah.
us theorists to start chewing on. But now you get an idea of why I've been beating myself up for months trying to put this whole thing together. It upends mostly
Yeah, Reddit
everything
hadn't
that we
solved
thought
it
we
yet,
knew
so.
about the franchise. Sure, it answers some of our questions, like Midnight Motorist and a bit more about FNAF 4, but it opens the door to a lot of new avenues to explore. Anyway, the final book in the FNAF trilogy, The Fourth Closet, is coming out soon. I know a bunch of it leaked online already, but I'm trying to stay blind to it so as not to spoil anything in my theories. And even more exciting, Scott is releasing Ultimate Custom soon. So between those
There you
two,
go.
I am certain that there'll be more clues on the way helping us to come to a final conclusion to all of this.
We put you back together and take you apart all over again.
So until then, remember, it's all just a theory.
Game theory.
Theory. With some game hypothesis thrown in there for good measure. Thanks for watching. By the way, if you like the FNAF theories and you haven't checked out our theories on Petscop, well then what are you waiting for? Check it out. Petscop is a lot like the new FNAF, except even more obscure and even more creepy, but you can't play the game.
Yeah, because it's not a game, right? It's the series thing. God damn. Back to bongos. Hey, we made it to the first milestone. The we reached episode 20. The second one I used on the thumbnail. Yay! We did it. We reached we reached 20 videos after 7 hours of this shit. Don't forget to join the Discord in the description and subscribe to the YouTube channel. I'm quickly gonna go get a thing get a munchie. I'm gonna quickly, before we do this one, right? I'm gonna get something to eat and yeah, get something to eat. That's the thing. And then go to the bathroom for a second, you know. We're 20 hours in. Let's go. Although for now, like it's Matt Pat rambling. This is Matt Pat just rambling, right? Because it's just like we gotta wait until Ultimate Custom Night comes out and you know, clarifies the thing about the previous thing. So you know, like he always seems to get one part right, which is, you know, answering questions about the previous game, which he gets the answers for in the next one. But then he starts asking more and more questions where it's like, no, don't start touching the things you had answers for. Look at the new questions that got posited, and those will get answered in the next one, right? Because that's the Scott way of doing things. Still doesn't explain security breach for a fucking second, but you know, it is what it is. So, yeah, give me a second and I'll be right back. Right, let me put up the, where is it? The BRB symbol thing. Boop. Look at that. Oh, lovely. For a joke for the YouTube audience and stuff like that. On TikTok, it like the BRB is behind the, also live on YouTube in 144060 Tori _vtuber. Oh well, is what it is. I'll be back in a sec. Alright, see if I can do the NFAs. I'm back. Got some bread, and prepped some food in the microwave, so I'll be able to later on go to the front, activate the microwave, then come back for a bit, then go back and then eat it. Well, then bring it here, then eat it, you know? So it'll be like a back and forth sort of deal. That'll be interesting. We'll see when that happens. Wait, let me just unclick the BRB screen. Where the fuck were we? Oh yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's, that's where we were. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess we'll just continue whilst I slowly take like tiny bits off of the whatchamacallit. As I take tiny bits off of the piece of bread I brought with me, so I can eat that. Yeah, that'll be that. And then we'll continue watching. Where are we now? Video 20. So we were right all along, which hopefully is where he uncomplicates part of the things he was making more complicated than they should be. What in the absolute ass? What the fuck am I? Oh my god. Oh, what in the hell?
And I know just how to get him. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know
I'm scared.
it. I'll tell
I need
him that
an adult. I need multiple adults. I need an adult for
and
this.
once he's there, I'll have him.
What
and
the
once I have
this
him,
is horrifying. This is the most horrifying image I've seen coming out of a Five Nights at Freddy's game, I think. Hey, yo. I did not need Matt Pat Horny for Scott. God damn. Oh!
How can Mangle be walking around in FNAF 2 before all the animatronics are possessed? How can Springtrap be experimenting with Remnant when he's sealed in a wall?
Takes place before.
Answer me! I don't know. That's exactly what I worried might go wrong. No! No!
Okay.
Hello, Internet!
Game
Welcome to
Theory!
Game Theory, getting burned by hippos since 2018.
Not every story has to have significance, you know? Sometimes, sometimes a story is just
Bullshit.
a story. You try to read into every
Hippo's
little
wrong.
thing and find meaning in
That's
everything
a coward's
anyone says.
approach.
You'll just drive
Coward's
yourself crazy.
approach.
Kinda harsh there, Scott. Speaking of stories, last FNAF theory, I was at the lowest of lows. The survival
You're making
log
yourself
book
crazy.
threw a lot of weird curveballs
Ignore
into
books.
the lore that I
Only
don't
go
think
off game.
anyone was really expecting. Reveals like Michael Afton being the bite victim were interesting, but also really difficult
Which
to
bite?
explain away. And that's where things sat until now. With both the release of the final FNAF book, The Fourth Closet, and what seems to be the final FNAF game, Super FNAF Brothers Ultimate. They're all here. And now, with both these releases, we're finally in a position to see all the puzzle pieces we're working with, which means one last examination of the franchise from
Let's
top to bottom,
go!
starting with
The last one,
this week,
again!
and then next week, stepping back and looking
Number
across
20
the
of
entire
58.
timeline
There's
to see if we
38
can
more
wrap
fucking
things up in a
videos,
neat
so-
blood-soaked bow now that we can see all the events and key players. So step through the curtain, Funtime Foxy, because the show's about to start. It's time for me to pull a Candy Cadet and tell you a story. A story of anger that never dies. A story of never-ending suffering. And I'm not just talking about me trying to write these theories. Today, I tell you the story of how Ultimate Custom Night ends the FNAF franchise in the same place where it all began. As soon as you start playing Custom Night, you can tell that Scott's up to his usual tricks. Yeah, that. But beyond being gaming's biggest troll, I mean, Scott has clearly taken a game that most of us assumed was just a fun little add-on to capstone the series and has used it to deliver a full-on 100% canon addition to the franchise.
Canon?
Complete with huge lore reveals mostly hidden in character dialogue once you die, which is pretty nice considering you die a lot in this game. A lot.
I'm back, guys. Welcome back. Enjoying the craziness of this thing.
Oh, yeah, I totally let Night Marion kill me at 3 a.m. on purpose. I just really wanted to see what she would say in this case. What, you guys don't believe me? Seriously, I'm good at this game. I did it for the lore. I did it for the lore. Through these death lines, we can immediately start piecing together what exactly is going on here. The first set of lines reveals that we're powerless to escape.
You and I will be making music together for a long, long
What the
time.
This is a nightmare that you won't wake.
Oh, lovely.
Seeing you powerless is like music to me.
More voice lines indicate that not only are we trapped here for all eternity, we also can't die. Or maybe more accurately, we can die just over and over and over again.
What a gift to relish. A victim that can't perish.
Let's taste death.
Oh wow, it's Five Nights at Freddy's Edgy Edition.
You won't get tired of dying, will you?
By the way, for those of you who don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of every element of this franchise, that Toy Chica line is actually a
Closed
fun
caption
little
needs
callback to
fight
one of my favorite
through.
moments in the franchise. Foxy
there you go.
Players Update 1.2 for FNAF World.
You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
So anyway, our character here is kind of screwed, trapped for eternity
Needs
in a
Sprite.
never-ending
True.
cycle of torment and
Only
death.
have
It
cola
should
here,
be
so,
pretty obvious what's going on here, but I think Jacko Chica really sums up the situation best.
Lovely.
That's right, we're trapped in heck. H-E double hockey sticks. Or toothpicks like my family always said, since we valued proper capitalization. And from there, it's just a hop, skip, and a karmic jump away from who we're playing as. None other than Springtrap himself, William Afton.
I love that face as well on him, like, wait, what? What do you mean?
On the advice Henry gave us from FNAF 6.
Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, friend.
But more voice lines in Custom Night confirm our relationship to each of these characters.
We know who our friends are, and you are not one of them.
This is a callback to FNAF 4's We're Still Your Friends, Do You Still Believe That? But twisted on its head. If our character were someone like, say, Michael Afton, aka the Crying Child, aka another character who can't die, well then Fredbear wouldn't single us out as not his friend. He's not an enemy to Michael because Michael never did anything to hurt him.
The fearful reflections of what you have created.
William Afton killed Henry's daughter, who goes on to become the puppet. Night Marion here is the dark reflection of the puppet, thereby confirming that we're playing as William Afton. Even Ballora offers some clues that we're playing as William.
Admit it. You wanted to let me in.
Ballora's song and sister location was all about William hiding behind walls in the aftermath of his child's death, which left an empty room and an empty tomb in his life.
All I see is an empty room. No more joy.
Honestly, I thought he would reuse a lot of clips
He shut
more, but
everyone
so
else
far,
out,
20
but
pieces
now
in,
that we're in
it's
William's
kinda fine.
personal hell, she's
Oh.
able to call him out for all his hidden feelings. William wanted to let the woman that Ballora represents in, but he just couldn't do it thanks to his grief.
Or, you
It's
know,
her
the
calling
child
him out
killing.
for his real desires. You wanted to let me
Unless
in.
she's into
so
that,
we're
you
a
know.
murderer trapped in a personal hell of our own creation, forced to deal with the sins of our past for all eternity. Sound familiar? It should. It was my first ever FNAF theory. No joke. Way back in episode 1 of the FNAF series, I predicted
7
it was
hours
a
ago.
game about someone trapped in
You know.
purgatory, tormented by their crimes for all eternity. Granted,
7
the
hours
series
ago
had only
theory.
just
Let's
begun before we tied
go.
everything back to a real life string of murders, but it's actually really awesome to think that we've come full circle. That, from a theory standpoint at least, these videos have circled back around to where it all began. It's poetic. A beautiful, horrific, child-murdery bookend of a story. So thanks, Scott. I have no doubt that you structured your
I'm about to
franchise's
start
final
mentioning
send-off
Tori. You
that
can't
way
be
just
doing
like it
this
happened.
still.
I told
No,
you so
we're
moment
7
at
hours
the
in.
very end after years of getting thwarted by your twisting story.
Welcome back,
It's very
Starman,
nice
as
of you
well.
to throw me a bone. Might as well call me Mangle. More on that
I'm about to start my
next
second
week. But of
stream of the
course,
day.
it
Hell
would
yeah,
be
have fun
FNAF
with that.
if things were
Awesome.
Just that simple. No, it's not good enough for William to be held in a perpetual state of agony. There's
Look, I'm at 20.
keeping us
I'm at
here.
20 of
For all the
58.
voice
So,
lines, there's one other entity
you
that's
know,
mentioned
the
over
first
and
milestone, the
over
first
again.
thumbnail that was
The
used,
one
the second thumbnail
should
from the
not be
video. So,
killed.
yay.
I am remade, but not by
It's like, it seems like he just said, hey, you just spend these 7 hours to come back to the beginning, lol. Well, kinda, I guess. Oof.
Excuse me, what? The one I shouldn't have killed? You mean Voldemort? Oh, sorry. Got him confused with He Who Must Not Be Named. But seriously, the one I shouldn't have killed?
Yeah,
in a
that still
franchise
doesn't make
piled
sense to
high
me,
with
not gonna lie.
underage bodies. Okay, yeah, sure. All those other kids, nah, they deserved it. But that one right there, yep, shouldn't have touched him. Now you're damned for all eternity. Sucks to be you. Anyway, this is the big mystery of the game. Who are they talking about? Well, by picking apart clues from all sorts of different locations, we can start piecing together who this one who must stay vague for lore purposes actually is. First, from the rest of the voice lines, we can identify that this character is a male.
I have seen him, the one you shouldn't have killed. He's here and always watching.
Wait, Cassidy was a guy?
Notice how both of them use the pronouns
Fair
he
enough.
and him. We also know that this guy specifically has a vendetta against us. To understand that, we have to turn our attention to the true stars of Ultimate Custom Night, the mediocre melodies. Without question, this crew of duct-crawling rejects steal the spotlight in Ultimate Custom Night. Going from WTF are these guys doing here in FNAF 6 to breakout meme stars in Custom Night, Orville Elephant and the gang not only provide important life lessons,
He proceeded to pour me a glass of just ice-cold lemonade. Ooh, you ever mix it with iced tea? You do like a little half lemonade, half. Ooh, it's so. You should try it some. Well, you can't.
they also deliver on
That's a good
huge
joke.
lore reveals.
Maybe
For the
we
most
should've got
part,
some
their
iced tea,
lines are
not gonna
pretty
lie.
disposable, but very rarely you'll get a line from them that feels just a bit out of character.
We've only just begun. I will never let you leave. I will never let you rest.
Was you ninja
The
skill?
fuck?
And if you
Okay.
listen closely, you'll hear a female voice echoing back what they're saying, almost as if they're puppets under someone else's control.
This is how it feels. And you get to experience it over and over and over again. Forever. I will never let you leave.
Now, this voice could be Baby. Not only does she sound similar,
I guess you forgot about
Really similar.
but a clue may also come from
Oh.
merch. The Funko action figurines of the characters from FNAF 6 all contain one piece of scrap Baby. Collect all the figurines, collect all the pieces to form the character, which might seem like just
Honestly,
a
this
random
theory
detail
is
until
pretty
you
good.
consider that they did the same thing with every character in Sister Location, who would then go on to form Ennard. Each one contained a piece that helped to create what would eventually form the larger whole. Just like Ennard himself, a bunch of the other animatronics all rolled into one entity. This is especially important when you consider that
It'd be
a
somewhat
key
poetic
reveal
if it's
from
his
the
daughter
final
keeping
FNAF
him there,
novel,
kinda,
The Fourth
right?
Closet, is that
But then again,
Grafton created the living Sister Location Funtime animatronics by extracting
Oh, wait.
remnant from a melted conglomeration of all the
Because he's gonna
OG
change it, right? But
animatronic-
like, let's say, actually, this doesn't make a lot of sense when you think about it. Well, you can't because you're dead. Wow. No, that line is really funny, right? But wait, because the thought just pops up in my head, right? I know it's gonna go over like Cassidy, it's Golden Freddy that's keeping thingy in there. Why it would have been more poetic if it was Circus Baby, if it was Elizabeth, his daughter, who, because one, they share a familial connection, but two, what was Circus Baby in Sister Location? Trapped in that basement, experimented on with controlled shocks for like ages, right? So for her to essentially do the same with him, keeping him stuck in a singular location, I don't know. It kind of makes sense in a way. Like there's something poetic there about, I don't know, abusive daughters keeping their abuser in hell? I don't fucking know. It was a tangent. Forget me. I'm going to continue. There's something
and
there,
injecting
right?
the new
Whatever.
robots with it. Thus, all the new robots
Story-wise.
were alive and sharing a piece of the same set
Oh.
of souls. Just like if the pieces of Baby/Ennard had been repurposed to form Happy Frog
What?
and her
What?
friends. That's why Baby's voice would be heard across
No.
all of them. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't.
Good. Now throw it away because there's another explanation here. That this is the voice of the one you should not have killed. As you can tell at this point, Ultimate Custom Night had a huge amount of voice acting. And the nice thing about voice acting is that you need to hire, actors, which means job postings. So of course, for this game, Scott needed to make a ton of casting calls on the site voices.com, all identifying the roles that the actors would be playing. Some of the roles were obvious: Nightmare Balloon Boy, Pig Patch, Withered Chica, etc., etc. All characters that we're familiar with. Other casting calls, though, were a bit more vague. Monster, Character in Whisper, Little Girl, Annoying Girl, Vengeful Spirit. Now, if you track all of the job postings, you can actually identify every single role by
Damn,
who
Matt.
plays them.
Stalker much?
Monster is Jacko Chica. Character in Whisper is Trash in the Gang. Little Girl is the puppet. Annoying Girl is Dee Dee. Scott kept them vague so as not to ruin any surprises. You can actually identify each and every role, except for one. Vengeful Spirit, played by Tabitha Skanes. It's the only one that doesn't match up to any explicit character in the game. But we know for a fact it exists, since Scott himself left Tabitha an excellent review. stars! Well done, Tabitha. So what is the vengeful spirit? Well, according to the casting call, quote, this is for the voice of a young child who speaks in a whisper from the shadows. That sounds a lot like the voice that's whispering in the background of our merry band of rejects. This child
Yeah, this just gives away the... Wow, this is just... Wow.
who's helpless to change their situation or prevent their inevitable
100%
end. Yeah, well, being trapped in HE double hockey sticks will do that to ya. The gender should not be immediately clear. It should work as either a young boy or a young girl. And you're welcome to do readings leaning one way or another. Ding, 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 ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner. A puppeteer that's manipulating things from the shadows. A spirit who's out for revenge. A spirit who just so happens to occasionally show its face during game over screens. Yes!
Oh, that's what that comes from?
Image of a face that's been haunting thumbnails of Ultimate Custom Night. That is the face of our vengeful spirit. A spirit who, based on its last line, has an axe to grind and intends to enact revenge by keeping us tormented for all eternity.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
He tried to release you, but I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here? Yikes! Somebody's gotta get themselves a new hobby. But this is an important line, since by now many of you have probably seen the Old Man Consequences Easter egg. If you set the character level 1 difficulty and then complete his minigame, you get taken through a glitch to Old Man Consequences Pond, a character from FNAF World who encourages the spirit to, quote, leave the demon to his demons. Rest your own soul. There's nothing else. He's encouraging the angry spirit to finally rest, to give it up, to move on, instead of just chasing down the demon, William Afton, and spending eternity enacting revenge. But that all leads to the question, who is this vengeful spirit? The one William should not have killed? Well, it's Golden Freddy. For proof, look no further than the final cutscene of the game. If you manage to get the nearly impossible score of 9,800, 49 animatronics at full difficulty, you see Golden Freddy in his FNAF 1 form twitching.
The music is so sad. Kind of haunting in a way. Good music.
He's twitching just like Springtrap did in the trailers to FNAF 3. Someone else who refused to give up, to pass on. Someone who always comes back. And just to dispel any confusion here, Golden Freddy isn't the crying child. This confirms it. Golden Freddy is actually a victim that we've never actually seen outside of the FNAF 3 minigames, nor will ever see outside of that face in the vent. But more on that next video.
Fuck?
That final timeline
face in the vent? Ew.
If you want to make sure that you see it, hit subscribe now. That way you don't miss it. Because seriously, that is the one that wraps everything up.
Is it, Matt? Is it?
Now is that time. But anyway, Golden Freddy is the soul that's still trapped. One that refuses to let go of his hate, his rage. We even hear it in his line. He tried to release us, but I'm not gonna let that happen, no matter how many times they burn us. In FNAF 3, the puppet tried to release everyone through the Happiest Day minigame. Fazbear Fright was burned down in an attempt to cleanse Freddy's. Pizzeria Simulator was burned to the ground. None of it has worked. The spirit of revenge is and always will be there until he chooses to let go. That's why he's still twitching as he fades into the darkness. That's why his eyes are still white as he disappears. He is choosing to remain here, to continue tormenting William, to ignore Old Man Consequences, encouraging him to move on to the next life. You know, this might be what Scott truly meant when he said that 50-20 mode in this game was impossible. Not just that it would be unbelievably difficult to overcome, which, let's face it, it is, but that there's no victory here. That no matter how good of a player you are, there is no winning this game because there is no escape.
Yeah, because you're in hell.
If you play it perfectly,
that's the point.
William is trapped, and there is no happy ending for Golden Freddy. In fact, you playing the game is continuing Golden Freddy's cycle of revenge. Old Man Consequence's message might be for Golden Freddy. Absolutely, rest your soul. There is nothing else, but it's also probably directed at us. I mean, we play and play and play this game for hours upon hours upon hours, achieving higher and higher and higher stats in a game that's incredibly difficult, and what do we get from it? A cutscene that's kind of underwhelming, actually. Perhaps Old Man Consequence's message was for Golden Freddy, sure, but also for us. Rest your own soul. There is nothing else.
Except the grind.
There is no deeper ending here.
The grind
there
set.
is no satisfaction. This is
Scott
it.
Cawthon accurately summarizing League of Legends.
torment alive. We are literally Golden Freddy forcing William through this over and over and over again, refusing to move on, refusing to accept that there is nothing else. It's perhaps the most satisfying, unsatisfying conclusion in all of gaming. And as far as your gameplay affecting character decisions, well, it doesn't get any more seamless than that. In the end, the truth is as plain as day. You are Golden Freddy.
I'm the Freddy.
Next week, the grand conclusion as I break down literally everything else in this game and all the other games and the books as we try to piece together one mega final
more timeline!
I told Stephanie the other day that I was reworking the FNAF timeline. She's like, what is this, like the 80th time? And I'm like, yeah, pretty much. So place your bets now as to where you think the events are going to fall. Make
Probably
sure
half
you
of it's going to be
subscribe
just a
so you're
recap,
notified
right?
of the new
Because it
video.
might as well
And
be.
most importantly of all, remember, that's just a theory.
Game theory!
Theory. Thanks for proving me right for a
Hey,
change, Scott.
look how happy he is. What the fuck? No spooky music. Calming bongos, motherfucker. It's so dumb. It's great because it's stupid. Okay, I'll stop. So yeah, look at that. We're halfway through. Stuff is starting to fall into place. You know, you can end a franchise here, right? Right? Of course you can't. Feels like I'm halfway, but I'm not even. Like, goddamn, I can't even believe when we get to the goddamn whatchamacallit, security breach arc. We're not even there yet. What the hell else are we gonna do for like 10 episodes? Oh, Flaffy R. Yeah, and then the whole. Ugh. So I guess it's gonna be like 10 episodes of Matt descending into his own like theories, second guessing all the right answers he had before for like alternative theories and stuff like that, right? Probably. Anyway, let's move on to the next one.
Hi, I'm Masahiro
The hell?
Sakurai. Today, I'd like to introduce you to the new Super Smash Bros. Game for the Nintendo Switch. Many fighters.
The hell? Hey yo, you and show Nintendo shit. That's gonna get
joining the roster this time. Please
30 million. How is this at 30 million? God damn. Let's go. Pee much. Da 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 da. Da da da. Not. Honestly, fair enough. What the fuck? Oh god, this shit's loud. Ow, 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 ow. I can't take off my head, my earpieces. Jesus Christ, how loud can you make this be? Oh, lovely. Oh, hell yeah, finally, a real intro. Woo!
Internet, welcome
Game
to
theory.
The William Afton of YouTube.
Lol. Always come back.
So here's something crazy. You know how every FNAF game tends to have 5 main nights, a bonus 6th night that gets you more lore hints, and then a challenge mode 7th night where you customize all the animatronics? Well, look at the games. We have 5 main games bearing the 5 nights title, a bonus 6th game that was mostly for lore, and now a 7th standalone release where you customize the
cool shit.
animatronics. The game releases directly mirror the gameplay. Either Scott is a mad genius or I'm thinking about things way too hard.
You try to read into every little thing and
Shut up, Hippo.
and everything anyone says, you'll just drive yourself crazy.
I heard you last time, Mr. Hippo. But guess what, you Barney reject? Reading into every little thing is the only way to have this series make any sort of sense whatsoever. Case in point, today's episode. With the final novel out and Ultimate Custom Night picked to shreds, it finally feels like the story of FNAF is at its end. Or at least the Afton storyline
Until
is
he
at
comes
its end.
back.
The series will probably come back to tell another story in the same universe later. I mean, it's exactly what Scott did with FNAF 4, the quote-unquote final chapter, ... of the original FNAF story. I see what you did there, Scotty. It's the final chapter of the original story. But oh no, friends, he wasn't done. He even ended that teaser with a question mark if you brighten that screen up enough. Man, Scott, you really wanted to leave the door open for more games in the series, didn't you? You were milking it
What do
more
you
than I
mean?
was.
Yeah.
Or I guess we're both milkmaids at the teat
What
of
the
Freddy Fazbear.
Hey, yo.
They say in FNAF World, the pieces are in place for us. So it's time to take one final step back and put every single one of those pieces together into this, my final timeline for the final FNAF game. Though, let me save you some work. If you brighten the image you see on screen right now, you'll see that there's a question mark there, since, you know,
I always come back.
and if he comes back, well, I gotta pull myself a Samurai Freddy and pursue the anime
What
Fox
the
of Truth
fuck?
wherever it may lead.
Forgot that's a thing. I keep forgetting that those weird ass anime cutscenes are like a thing.
Incredibly
God damn.
challenging and requires us covering a lot of really minute details from literally every element the series has
Is it
ever
now?
released. This is my longest, most involved theory in 7 years, covering every square
Wow.
inch of the series. So fair warning that this episode is not for the faint of heart. It is extreme. A way for me to simultaneously flex my knowledge of the minutiae of the
Here's
series
2039. Matt has finally put down the FNAF theories and decided to live with his life until a FNAF movie finally comes out. I had turned his timeline into a pretzel and called him back out.
So for those of you who want to take the challenge and attempt a timeline on your own, let me
True.
first explain
Sure,
my
but he sees
thought
Matt Pass
process.
hasn't finished
As I
his
was
lore
writing
yet.
this
Let's
episode,
motivate
there
him
are
with a
3
controlled
hard and
shock.
fast rules that I applied. First, it's important to note that I put greater emphasis on information that was released more recently in the series.
Later
While,
game
yes,
contradicts earlier
everything
game.
in the series is important. By FNAF 4 and even
Unless
more
it's
so
2.
sister location, we can assume that Scott had a complete picture of the story in his mind. It's easy to forget that FNAF 1 was going to be Scott's final game after years of trying to be a game designer and hitting dead ends. Do you really think that he imagined a lore so deep that it would cover 8 games, 5 books, and countless teasers? That he predicted his story would be
Depends
so
on the paycheck, my
massively
guy.
popular that it would involve undead purple people way back when we were all just making memes about Foxy Swiggity Swooty coming for that booty?
Oh,
Probably
God.
not. So it's safe to assume that the newest information we're getting in the games is the most accurate in pointing to the final story he's looking to tell. So that's rule number 1. Rule number 2, adhering to key dates and events. Now, there isn't much that's certain in this story, which means that the things we do know must serve as fixed points that the other details fit around. We know for a fact from FNAF 1 phone calls that the animatronics are allowed to walk around freely until the bite of 87. We know from FNAF 3 calls that the golden spring-locked
Yeah,
suits
most
are
of your
eventually
thing is still
returned to
gonna
that
probably
room
be the
after a
same.
tragedy at a sister location, the FNAF 4 bite.
Is
which
it me or is this
itself takes
episode just
place
gonna? This is just recap.
FNAF
This is just
3
a
also
recap
tells us that
episode.
at some point William Afton
Right?
tries to dismantle the robots, whose spirits rebel, causing
Honestly,
him
at
to
this point,
become
it's just
Springtrap,
ASMR to
eventually
hear
getting
him
himself
sum
sealed
up the
behind
timeline
wall
all over
until
and
the
over and
workers
over and
at
over again,
Fazbear
right?
Fright discover his body and set him loose again. Details like those have to be our guideposts if we're having any hopes of getting anywhere in the story. And lastly, rule number 3, realizing that this isn't just a simple
But it is!
timeline. It's clearly established in the games that multiple Fazbear locations exist at the same time, and that the events in one affect what happens in other locations. For proof, just look at Phone Guy in FNAF 3.
Welcome to your new career as a performer/entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's
Oh
Pizza.
shit.
Right now, we
Oh,
have
I have
two
something I haven't
specially
even
designed
considered yet.
suits
What
that
happens when I
double
run
as both
out
animatronic
of
suits. After learning of an unfortunate
phone
incident at the
battery?
sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures,
That'll be interesting when it
the company
happens.
deems the suits temporarily unfit for employees.
This not only tells us that the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza had 2 golden suits, but also that the first Freddy's was open at the same time as the FNAF 4 Freddy's. The spring lock failure in the FNAF 4 location prompted the yellow suits to be retired in the FNAF 1 location. In short, a lot of these events overlap. Restaurants often stay open for years beyond what we see in the games, and everything weaves together in a way that's much more complicated than simply saying, this restaurant opened, kids died,
True.
it closed. The next one opened, kids died again, it closed. In all honesty, I suppose you could simplify it to that level, but we're not going to. I am holding myself to
Until
a
later.
higher standard. A slightly higher standard, but a higher standard nonetheless. So with those 3 logical rules in place, let's
Let's
get
go.
to the game. We have to identify who William's first victim
Do we
was.
really
Now,
have to? Oh my god.
but in all my
Puppet.
theories, one thing has remained consistent
There you
since
go.
FNAF 2, that the puppet was first. Henry's daughter. She is the character who gives life to all the other animatronics, so it would just make sense for her to be victim numero uno. But outside of that, it's always been just an assumption. And now that we've seen
Either that
the
or
event
Circus
actually
Baby.
take place in the games, I think I've been wrong about it this entire time. Think about it. We have proof that William kills Henry's daughter in FNAF 6, but as I talked about in a previous theory, we see that later that night, Afton goes to a place called Junior's where he's turned away at the door. Now, why would Scott show us this? FNAF
he's
6 was
spooky.
all about tying up loose ends. He's not just gonna
'Cause he
throw
killed
in
his
a
own daughter,
random
maybe.
bar to establish that the Mustard Man is an alcoholic or anything.
Well,
He's
that too.
doing it to establish a timeline. The only time we hear of anyone being turned away from any building for any reason in this series is in FNAF 2.
From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees.
And the name Juniors makes sense in Scott's classic way of giving us clues that are meant to clarify things, but really just end up confusing all of us. Remember, FNAF 2's location is the Grand Reopening, a second Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria location, a junior location, if you will. And lastly, to further solidify the puppet coming later in the timeline, remember why Freddy's closed in the first place. It wasn't due to murders or animatronics going haywire. According to the FNAF 1 newspapers, people just got weirded out by a place where kids disappeared.
That might be
After a long
weird.
struggle to
Unless
save
you're the kind of
business
parent that
after the
wants your
tragedy
kids to
that
disappear, I
hit them
suppose.
Many years ago, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has announced that it'll close by year's end. End quote. This all means that the missing children's incident where 5 kids go missing at a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza must be the first event of the timeline. William Afton uses the Spring Bonnie suit to lure 5 kids to the back employees-only safe
See if
rooms
there's
that we
any
hear about in
update
FNAF 3,
in
hiding their
Discord
dead
on, like,
bodies
the
in the
amount of
animatronic
time.
suits. We can even figure out the order of who was
Still
killed
say,
when
"Hey,
based on clues hidden in Ultimate Custom Night. We know with 100% certainty that Chica was first based on one of her death lines.
Ah, cock.
That's about as explicit as you get with these games. From a storytelling standpoint, I hate that Chica's first because it really should have been Golden Freddy, so he could be the first spirit killed and the final spirit to haunt Afton in Custom Night, but whatever. Chica, aka Susie, is death number 1.
Well, within
She's
the
lured
Pizza
away
Plus,
by
maybe.
Afton, telling her that her dog died. We see
But
it in
he's
FNAF
already
6's
experimenting with
Freaking
random
Maze. We also
then.
read
So
about
why
it in
would
the
he?
fourth closet. Quote,
Oh.
beside them was a little girl with blonde curls. I heard Daddy say he was hit by a car, but I knew it wasn't true. Bonnie told me it wasn't true. He said he found my puppy. And did he take you to your puppy? He took me, but I don't remember. My name's Susie. We even hear about it in the Chica anime cutscenes
the
from
hell?
Custom Nights.
I told him that someone ran over his dog
What
in front
the
of my
fuck?
house.
Jeez, God, I know we were all looking for answers, but man, you beat that one over the head, didn't ya? Not that I'm complaining, but that one was a bit overly obvious, and then all the other ones are just so damn obscure. Just gotta find a better balance here, man. From
Yes,
there, we know that
dead
4 other
dogs.
kids
Let's
get
go.
taken and stuff.
What
into
is this
suits.
franchise's
We know their
obsession with
names
dead
based on the
dogs?
gravestones at the end of
Goddamn.
6. Gabriel, Fritz, Jeremy, and
Yes.
Grass. Hey, who are we to judge what other people name their kids? Probably some celebrity's kid. Oh, you must meet my children. This is Apple, Audio Science, and the Grass. All
Audio
joking
Jungle,
aside,
Audio
though,
Jungle.
theorists will remember this last grave was giving
Let's
me
go.
a lot of trouble during a past theory. You see, this book, the FNAF Survival Logbook, holds a ton of reveals about the franchise, but they're all hidden in code. Some I was able to deduce, some left me stumped. But a few hours after releasing my video covering the book, the mystery was solved by the brilliant deduction of game theorist subreddit user DPowerful1. DPowerful1 used the numbers that I had found, 52, 39, 15, 7, 2, 10, 11, 8, and 11, and put them not into an alphabet grid for ciphers like I'd been doing and like the book was clearly hinting towards, but instead put them into the word search, of all places. Using the numbers as coordinates in the word search, you could spell the name Cassidy, a name that must belong to Golden Freddy based on the repeated use of Golden Freddy's
There you
signature line of
go.
"It's me" throughout the book, the gravestone imagery which lines up with the 5th mystery gravestone at the end of FNAF 6, and a mention of Cassidy in the final
Oh my
FNAF
God.
novel, The Fourth Closet. And that
The
would be
book
more
says
than
it.
enough proof,
Lovely.
but it's not all. In the novel, Cassidy is described as a girl with black hair. And what do we see in the logbook? The puppet giving cake to a little girl with
Oh.
black hair. The only human child in the logbook, no less. And it's
With
happening
golden
on
little-
a page talking about your happiest day. A direct reference to the happiest day minigame from FNAF 3, where the puppet gives cake to Golden Freddy in an effort to release its soul. You can even hear a girlish laugh every time Golden Freddy is summoned way back in FNAF 1. Literally everything about this reveal lines up. Everything, of course, except for the pronoun of he being used to talk about the one you should not have killed throughout custom night, which, as we established last episode, is
maybe because the bot bear.
But consider this: Golden Freddy
there you
is
go.
a male character. He's Freddy Fazbear. He's Fredbear, regardless of the spirit that possesses it. So the gender confusion works
Plus,
here.
there's technically,
Scott even used that to his advantage in the casting call, where he
Do
was
not reference the
specifically
couch.
looking for
No,
options where
not the casting call couch. No, no.
a boy or a young girl. FNAF, teaching kids that gender is fluid, but only if you spend 4 years picking apart its obscure lore. Yeah, by the way, FNAF is 4 years old this August.
That's 4 years ago, by the way, this video came out.
The last thing to say about
God
Golden
damn
Freddy is proving that he gets possessed here, at the first Freddy Fazbear Pizza location rather than in FNAF 4 like most of us have assumed in the past. You see, in Ultimate Custom Night, you get an item called a Death Coin that can eliminate one animatronic from the game. But if you use it on Golden Freddy, you don't eliminate him from the game, you just get jump scared by Fredbear, and then hear some strange sounds. Oh!
Ew, what the hell? Bruh.
Huh. It almost sounds like Fredbear is underwater, which we all know is going to be terrible for those spring locks. Anyway, I played around with those audio files and got him to hear. Laughter, obviously. Let's find a suit that's right for you. And there was more fantasy and fun where I came from. That last one feels really random, right? Like, I'm an angry spirit who just killed you, but let me tell you about my love of fantasy, fairies, and long walks on the beach first. I'm very in touch with my emotions. However, the phrase fantasy and fun is a direct reference to the first game in the franchise, where Phone Guy welcomes you to
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, a magical place for kids and grown-ups alike, where fantasy and fun come to life.
And Scott telling us that Golden Freddy is the same spirit who speaks to the crying child via the Fredbear plush at the end of FNAF 4, but who dates all the way back to the first pizzeria.
The one
and
that
the
happens
missing
before
children's
FNAF 2 chronologically, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
Easy stuff. Well, not easy, obviously, considering I'm on page 4 of this script and I've only just talked about the first event in the series. But there is consistent
but all the
logic and
rest is
evidence to
easy.
back it all up. However, it's at this point that things get messy from a timeline standpoint. You see, right now there are two dangling threads of events that directly conflict with each other. One, the first Freddy Fazbear location has to close so it can reopen sometime before 1987. However, it has to remain open at least until 1983 when the FNAF 4 bite happens, the event that prompts Phone Guy to call back to the FNAF 1 location informing them that the Springlock suits are being retired.
Welcome to your new career as a performer/entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Right now we have two specially designed suits that double as both animatronic and suit. After learning of an
It
unfortunate
still makes more
incident
sense that Sister Location takes place after at least the first set of murders, right?
the company has
Because Afton gets fired, that's right, so he has to make the animatronics on his own.
Phone Guy later makes a point of saying that the Spring Bonnie suit is still being moved.
Management has also been made aware that the Spring Bonnie animatronic has been noticeably moved.
Which implies that Afton is still using it to kill kids, aka the missing children's incident is still going on even after the bite of 1983. That would all be fine except for point number 2. According to Hand Unit and Sister Location, Circus Baby's Pizza World is opened after Freddy
still makes
Fazbear's
most
closed.
sense.
Due to the massive success and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set. No pun
My
intended,
guess
for another
takes place
contender
between
children's
2 and
Again, this wouldn't
1.
be a problem if it wasn't for the empty girl's bedroom that we see in FNAF 4. As we established in a previous episode using the FNAF survival
Like
logbook,
2
the
and
crying
1 when
child
actual
is
1 takes
Michael
place,
Afton,
right?
which would make this his sister's room, Elizabeth Afton, the girl who gets herself clawed and goes on to possess Baby on the opening day of Baby's Pizzeria. That's why she's missing and why her room is empty. But that can't happen if Freddy's is still open. And Freddy's can't be closed until the bite of 83 causes the spring locks to be retired so that Phone Guy can make his call. You see the problem there? Do you understand why creating a timeline of all this stuff is so darn complicated? Anyway, to move forward, we have to apply rule number 1 that I talked about earlier and throw out some of the Phone Guy information in order for the events to work. Freddy Fazbear's first location closes in the aftermath of the missing children's incident, with With no pizzeria to serve as his murder den, Afton tries to launch a new restaurant, Circus Baby's Pizza World. It's important to note that this is an actual restaurant and not the underground rental service you see in Sister Location. We'll get to that one much later. Based on the name, we can be confident that this place has a clown aesthetic, which makes it likely that all the animatronics who don't fit into the Freddy Fazbear series of restaurants were made specifically for this place. The Mini-Renas, Balloon Boy, JJ, Dee Dee, and of course, the star attraction, Baby. Notice how they all even look alike. However, on day one of the restaurant opening, Elizabeth, Afton's daughter, finds herself alone with Baby and gets herself clawed. We know that it's closed on day one, both from Baby's story and Sister Location.
Did you know that I was on stage once? It wasn't for very long. Only one day.
And from this hidden news story about a supposed gas leak posted on Scott's website in the lead up to the release of the game. This in turn explains a lot of the weirdness going on in FNAF 4. Why Elizabeth's room is empty. Why Michael Afton has nightmares of animatronics with stomach mouths. And why William locks Michael in his room and has so many surveillance cameras following him around. He doesn't want what happened to his daughter to also happen to his youngest son. You see why it's so important for Circus Baby's Pizza World to happen before the events of FNAF 4? Before 1983? A lot of pieces fit in place if it does. Anyway, in the aftermath of the tragedy, he buries Baby and most of the other humanoid characters underground in a facility that we'll eventually explore in Sister Location. The rest go on to the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, which is set to reopen. But first, running parallel to all of this, and I mean all of it, is Fredbear's Family Diner. Not the sister location we visit in the game Sister Location, but the only sister location actually called a sister location by Phone Guy during his FNAF 3 calls about spring locks.
An unfortunate incident at the sister location.
We know for a fact that Fredbear's Family Diner is the FNAF 4 location based on this purple hat teaser that came out with the release of the game. Right in the image, look down in the bottom right-hand corner and fill in the blanks and you get yourself property of Fredbear's Family Diner. We also know that it should fit here in the timeline because of one small detail that Scott made note of with the release of FNAF 4's Halloween edition. While Nightmare Puppet and Nightmare Mangle weren't canon, he made it clear that Nightmare Balloon Boy was. Now, if I'm right about Circus Baby's Pizza World and the red-cheeked design of its characters, then the crying child would have come across Balloon Boy. He existed at this point in the timeline. But because both the puppet and Mangle don't exist until the FNAF 2 location, neither of them would be appearing in his nightmares. Therefore, not canon. Therefore, the timeline continues to make sense. So at this point, we know how the story goes. William is working there as what appears to be a suit technician. Michael Afton, aka the crying child, has witnessed his friends and maybe even his sister get killed. I mean, he's even locked in the supply closet with what appears to be the body of Golden Freddy.
Safety is top priority at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which is why the classic suits are being retired to an appropriate location while being looked at by our technician.
At the end of the week, at his birthday party, he gets shoved into Fredbear's mouth by his brother, and crunch! He dead, son! The spirits of his dead friends, all 5 of them, remind them that they're still here for him, and the whole incident goes down in history as the bite of 83, based on both the TV Easter egg in FNAF 4 and the code in Sister Location's secret room. Oh, but again, it's here that we hit another little wrinkle. You see, in the FNAF survival logbook, it asks Michael whether his favorite ride was the carousel, a feature that was only present in the FNAF 2 restaurant. This also coincides with my hypothesis earlier about the Midnight Motorist minigame and Juniors being another name for Freddy's version 2. It would make sense that that place that he's going to is indeed him running out to the new Freddy Fazbear's location. But we know Michael gets bit in 1983 and that the FNAF 2 location is open in 1987 based on the paychecks you see in the game. Fortunately though, there's an elegant solution this time. The FNAF 2 location is just open earlier than we thought. Remember, Fredbear's Family Diner being open doesn't preclude a new Freddy's location from also being open at the same time. The new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria is just open earlier than we all thought. At least as early as
wasn't only open for like a week.
Continuing through 1987 when a new series of murders happens and the bite of 87 gets it closed down. This all allows Michael to visit that place again, have the carousel be his favorite, but still
or
die
the
in
burial mound is the place he
William
keeps
doesn't
saving,
want to lose another
going
child, especially since he's in his own killing spree. He puts security cameras everywhere and uses the illusion sound discs first introduced in the Twisted Ones novel to scare Michael away from the restaurant. That's what he means by he'll be sorry when he gets back. William is intentionally locking him in his room, giving him nightmares, hence why Michael is so scared by the time we see him in FNAF 4. Additionally, Ultimate Custom Night proves that the nightmare animatronics are just that, nightmares, illusions.
This time, there is more than an illusion to fear.
I am given
Well, flesh.
your torment.
Flesh is subjective.
Both these lines indicate that before they were just an illusion, they had no flesh. But now, in the latest game, they are real.
enough.
So contrary to popular belief, these things were never real animatronics. Just a glorified way for William to keep his son away from his murder locations. Except, obviously, it didn't work. Despite his best, well, maybe not his best, but definitely his most stalkerish efforts, Michael gets crunched and dies. A fact that becomes very problematic for the timeline, considering that Michael Afton clearly survives till the end of the games. We see him in Sister Location. We watch him get scooped. We hear about him burning in FNAF 6. How is all of that possible if he's already dead? Surprisingly, there is a way to solve it, and I have the evidence to prove it, but sadly we'll have to wait until next time. This ended up being a 12-page script, which there's no way that we can do all in 1 week. So in the words of Dee Dee, how unfortunate, how unfortunate. This is a thing I hate to do, but the rest has to go in a part 2. Anyway, don't worry, we'll get it out as fast as possible. It's already written. I just need to divide this up for editing purposes. In the meantime, though, make sure you jump scare that subscribe button.
Say the thing.
Well,
say the thing. Where's the thing? Is it a theory? Who knows? Who knows if it's a theory? A game theory. God damn it. Come on, say the thing.
Watch the ones from
Do the roar.
Linked on screen right now. You'll need them to really understand part 2 of this theory when we get into the more recent events.
Where's the roar?
Now, if you'll excuse me, remember, that's just a theory.
Game theory. Let's go. Yeah, sure. You go do a thing. I'm gonna do bongo bongo.
Anyway, now that we've spent an entire episode chronicling the fictional deaths.
Let's go. Do the roar. Yeah, that's from what is it? I think it's from Shrek. Forever After, I think? Yeah, do the roar. It's like a kid that keeps walking up to Shrek because he's a little shit. And after a while, Shrek just yells at the kid, and it's very funny because yelling at children is funny and traumatizing and funny. I have another problem coming up, which is that my phone only has like 20% left. Which means that I'm gonna be without like a face cam in a moment. Unless, let me try something, right? We're gonna have to move on maybe from superior face tracking to less superior face tracking. Wait, let me just put this up. Okay. You might not see me, but I am still here. Do not think I don't see you. What I'm gonna do is, because I don't know what the hell is gonna come out of the screen for a minute, is I'm gonna activate the let's see if it takes, or if it doesn't. I have no idea, by the way. What I'm doing is I'm activating the webcam. Oh wow, it is not calibrated at all. What the hell? Wait, you guys have to see this. This is funny as fuck. Wait, let's go. This is, oh god. Oh no, what is it doing? No. Has side to side, but like my eyebrows are just not calibrated enough as it is. What the fuck is it doing? It's like my character's having a seizure. What the hell? Oh no. This looks so wrong. No! My character's having a oh no, the VTuber avatar's having a seizure. The RTX is my face is decently lit though, so what's the webcam having an issue with? Oh great, now my head cuts off at the top. Love that. What are you detecting? This is insanity. Like, what are you detecting that where it's going so crazy? What? This madness. This madness is going on. God damn it. Exposure. Okay, focus is not on. Exposure is left to confidence. Yeah, confidence 100%. My ass confidence 100%. Well, I guess it's because it has the modifiers of the regular stream. But oh my god, that looks so awkward. God damn it. Fine, we'll just continue like this for a bit until the phone is charged up a bit more. Let's let the phone charge. Yeah, let's leave it off. Let it charge for a bit, and then we'll continue. This is tracking so bad. Can I just make it like a little bit less sensitive? Can I just like move down the sensitivity and then that'll... Oh, no, that doesn't really do anything, does it? Oh. It is what it is. We're fine. We'll deal with the inaccurate tracking for now because we might as because I have no fucking choice. Oh, lovely. Ah, yes. What the hell is? Oh my god. Where is it? Where's it calibrate? Wait, let me just readjust it. Point it down at me. Again, and then at least the face is calibrated on me, I suppose. That's a positive one. I'm not gonna get it right, am I? It is what it is. Okay, we're just gonna have to accept that my eyebrows are gonna be funky and weird from now on for a bit, okay? Until the phone is charged again, it's gonna be a bit odd. And we're just gonna have to accept that, and it's mainly my eyebrows. Actually, my face is for the rest moving fine enough. Oh, I can't look sad. Oh, shit. I'm stuck in, like, a happy mode. That's terrifying. Ah, oh well. My face is just doing, like, whatever fucking emotion it wants to do, right? There's no real logic here anymore, but we'll accept it. We'll accept it. Fine. It'll be good. What's the next one? Next one. Get there! Let's continue. And then in like the second one, I think the after this one. Oh no! Not back to this shit.
So amazing.
At the next one, we're gonna take a little break. I'm gonna like see if I can get something warm to eat.
This time you'll have to keep up with me. Oh, never mind. Is the purple man?
The phone man.
Exotic.
The hell?
But
Yeah, I'm happy I lost it. Alien shit is low. Ah!
Hello, Internet.
Okay, jump scare me, why
Welcome to
will you, you ass?
Theory, where, before we close the book on our final FNAF theory, it's time to open the book on new Back to School merch.
Okay. No, I don't want your goddamn merch. Oh my god, it's 3 minutes of fucking merch. I wanna. Where's the intro? I just want the intro. Oh, the intro's there.
So go
I think.
ahead, give it a look. I hope you like what you see. And
I don't want your. I don't need your merch, boy.
Even though this is part 2 of the timeline, we've still got a lot to cover. So, in the words of Phil DeFranco,
let's just jump into it.
When last we left things, we
7 hours, 8 hours in almost, and we've had to switch.
Things like why the missing children's incident must be the first event
Okay,
of the
that thing is
timeline.
charging. Wait, let me disconnect.
Why Circus Baby's Pizza World has to come earlier in the timeline than most people expect, and a quick review over how
this thing for a
Michael
second.
Afton is the crying child from FNAF 4. But all of that left us with a big question. If Michael Afton is the crying child who gets himself bit, then how is he able to come back later in the timeline for games like Sister Location and Pizzeria Simulator? Well, this is where the books once again come in to give us the solution that no one would have predicted. You see, at the end of FNAF 4, we get the lines, "We are still your friends."
No.
You still believe that. I will put you back together. We've never actually established who speaks those words. Ultimately, the best guess that we had was the puppet. But here's the thing. It can't be the puppet. Based on this, my final and best timeline of events, William hasn't killed Henry's daughter yet. The puppet isn't possessed yet. Instead, that line is more likely coming
William.
from it's him making a fateful promise to his dead son. I will put you back together. The thing is, he takes that promise a lot more literally than any
This is
of
the
us
beginning of
ever
Gregbot.
suspected. He is literally promising to physically put his son back together as a robot. And we know from the final FNAF novel, The Fourth Closet, that William in that story is obsessed with bringing life to these machines. And even more importantly, we know that in Scott's vision of this world, robots who think they're human and don't realize that they're robots is a real thing. A huge twist at the end of the final FNAF novel is that the main character, Charlie, Henry's daughter, is actually revealed to be one of these sorts of robots. And not just a single robot, mind you. Charlie is one in a series of 4 robots. That's what what the title of the book is referencing. She was kidnapped and killed by Afton as a 3-year-old girl, and in his grief over losing his daughter, Henry built 4 robotic versions of her, each one slightly older than the last, implanting each version with memories so that she could grow up just like a normal kid. Quote, Charlie would be a baby, then a little girl, and then a sulky teenager, then at last she would be a woman. She would be finished.
What the hell?
End quote. It's weird, definitely, and it opens up a whole heck of a lot of
lot
plot
of
holes
weird
in
shit,
the
but
novel,
okay,
I
fine.
honestly think that this might be what happens to Michael Afton in the games. Clearly, he dies during the bite of 83. The survival logbook confirms this over and over and over again. That is locked in. But Michael is literally rebuilt by Afton, put back together by William. The books allude to it, it fits with the timeline, and most importantly of all, it explains why he doesn't die after
But then, so it's the younger
sister
brother.
location.
I should be dead.
Where's the older brother then?
Why his memory
That's what
is
I'm
so
wondering.
foggy
That
throughout
like,
the survival logbook,
it's like you're
but
throwing
most
out an entire
importantly of
character
all,
map
why
path.
he
What the
can
hell?
only die through fire. Have you ever stopped to consider that? Michael Afton lives through getting himself scooped at the end of Sister Location, but passes on just like all the other animatronics at the end of FNAF 6, when the remnant in his body is burned away. Remember, based on our timeline, William Afton has already seen his daughter die in Circus Baby, and has also probably seen that her spirit possesses the suit. So he knows it's possible for a living spirit to be inside these robots. It actually might be why he sends Michael down to explore Sister Location in the first place.
Father, it's me, Michael. I did it. I put her back together, just like you asked me to.
He knows that Michael's sister, his daughter, is still down there, so he's aware of what she is, and it might be his way of breaking the news to Michael. Hey there, kiddo, there was something I was meaning to tell you, but unfortunately, I'm kinda trapped in a wall right now. So go down into that creepy cellar I have and pay a visit to your sister. She might prompt some really existential revelations. And lastly, consider this. In the bonus cutscenes for Sister Location, Baby establishes that she knows that Michael can't die.
You won't die, you won't die, you won't die, you won't die.
So she might just recognize that they're one and the same. This insane sounding theory, and trust me, I recognize that it sounds
who is the older brother?
bonkers, may actually tie into
He
the
just doesn't
history
exist?
of the FNAF 4 box. What's in it? It might actually be Michael's
great.
body. Yeah. Remember how I just said that in the 4th closet, the main character was actually the 3rd in a series of 4 robots? Well, she almost gets herself killed at the end of Book 2, and is discovered midway through Book 3, locked in a box that sounds very similar to the one that appears at the end of FNAF 4. Quote, John moved to a large green chest, the paint almost entirely worn off. There was no lock. John knelt beside it, found the handle, and heaved it open, then shuddered. It's Charlie, he said hoarsely. In the chest. She was locked in a box. That's insane. She was locked in a box. Who knows for how long? Days? Months? End quote. I actually know how long she was trapped in the box. It was 6 months. So anyway,
good for you, know.
Proof of what's in the box and that Michael Afton is a robot? No. But it's definitely circumstantial evidence. And think about this. Remember that Scott kept the box locked because he was worried that the fan base wouldn't accept the answer to what was inside
a child.
of it. Well, can you blame him? If he kept a broken robot kid inside of the box, that would probably upset a few people because at this point in the series, it would literally come out of nowhere. Up to FNAF 4, this was just the story of a creepy, haunted animatronic pizzeria. Nothing about robot kids or anything like that. The last stretch of this series just went into some weird directions. Anyway, with the bite of 83, Fredbear's Family Diner closes, leaving only Freddy Fazbear's second location, Junior's, a new, larger location with upgraded security and with the toy animatronics. But after all the missing children from their last endeavor, Henry wanted to take an extra special precaution to further protect his daughter. He installed an upgraded surveillance system in the form of security puppet, specifically programmed to watch one child, his daughter. As an added nod to where security puppet fits into the timeline, Scott very clearly included the puppet's signature gift box as part of the visuals of its minigame in FNAF 6, a box that only occurs in the FNAF 2 location. You can even see what looks to be wanted posters in the back alley, thereby establishing that a crime had been committed in this area previously. William Afton returns, and because he's a prime suspect in the missing children's incident, is not allowed back at the pizzeria. That's why we see him turned away at the door to Junior's. As a result, he's forced to kill Henry's
maybe, and then up until now, none of the children he's killed have, you know, have, whatchamacallit. Yeah.
Lost souls still trapped in the original 5 animatronics. We know this based on the Save Them minigame, where we see the puppets searching for someone to help the dead children lying around the pizzeria. The toy animatronics are standing on stage lifeless. But most tellingly of all, we see the original versions of Foxy, Chica, and Bonnie inactive in the parts and supply room, and yet Freddy is somehow able to freely move around. This shows us that some of the OG animatronics haven't been given gifts given life yet. It's also worth noting that on rare instances we get an Easter egg of Golden Freddy broken there on the floor, his ghostly self phasing into and out of existence. And that's not all. Get close to him, and for a brief moment you catch a glimpse of a white dot appearing in his eye. Golden Freddy has the spirit of Cassidy already in him, except there are 2 problems. First, he's a spring-lock suit. Unlike the others, he can't freely move around because he's not kept in animatronic mode. Despite the puppet's best attempts, Cassidy will be forever trapped in a suit that is perpetually slumped over. But secondly, the yellow Golden Freddy suit is being kept, like we saw, in the FNAF 4 location. Hence why in FNAF 2 and then onward in the series, he's forced to remain as just a spirit. Afton continues to sneak into the pizzeria disguised as a security guard, using his signature spring-lock suit and crank to kill kids. This prompts the animatronics to get angry and attack anyone in a security guard uniform. As we see throughout the FNAF novels, and as the puppet reinforces in Ultimate Custom Night,
The others are like animals, but I am very aware.
so they're not rationally thinking, which results in Night Guard turned to Day Guard Jeremy Fitzgerald getting his frontal
So
lobe
they're
hit
less
in an event known
souls
as
of
Bite
children and
Being
more
Seven.
like,
And
yeah, the
henceforth,
anger.
animatronics are no
Sad
longer
feeling,
allowed
I
to
suppose.
free roam in the restaurants. In total, another 5 children die in the FNAF 2 location.
26,
Again,
let's
shown through the
go.
Save Them minigame.
I
where
will
the
have my
likes
good
of
face
Shepard
tracking once again.
and animatronics get scrapped, since, let's be honest, they were all kind of crap at their job anyway. But more
I think I
importantly,
could
it's
just
at
make a
this point that
second
Afton
model.
realizes
Not a
the
second model,
power
like
of
just have a second
children's
copy of the
souls.
model,
It's
but then
here where he first sees
one
the
that's
animatronics moving freely,
calibrated to the
possessed by
RTX here. That could be
spirits of the dead
interesting.
children and activated by the
I can't look
puppets.
sad,
And here,
however.
through the end of the series, his mission
That's bad.
changes.
That's
He's
sadness.
no longer just killing kids. He's now looking to actively harness that power
yes.
for himself so he can be immortal. It's a goal that he expresses in the 4th closet. Quote, "You killed them. They died in the suits. Their bodies were bound inside along with their souls."
Remember
The
talking when
spirit
Purple Guy
follows
was the phone guy? Those were good times. Not gonna lie, same.
If I wish to become my own immortal creation, my body must lead my spirit to its eternal
Aged
home.
really
This
well.
affects all his future actions in the series. So when the withered animatronics get sent back to the FNAF 1 location for storage and the possible
So
real
playlist about this episode, 77:55.
back to dismantle them and discover their
Lol.
power. This leads to the cutscenes from FNAF 3, where William systematically lures the original animatronics to the back safe room one by one, only to dismantle them. Before, these cutscenes seemed super random. It just seemed like him trying to get rid of the animatronics for reasons. But now, thanks to the novels, we actually know why he did it, to dissect the robots and experiment on them. And it's these experiments that end up producing the Funtime animatronics. One big lingering question mark of the series was the nature of the Funtime animatronics deep underground during Sister Location. How were they alive? Were they possessed
More
by
dead
more dead
kids?
Well, we finally have our answer there, courtesy of Candy Cadet and the 4th Closet. Now, back in FNAF 6, Candy Cadet's stories were a bit of a mystery. Each one had to do with 5 things becoming one thing. 5 keys melted together, 5 orphans sewn together to fit into one
That
coffin,
one still
5
fucked
kids
up.
sacrificed and then combined to fit into one shoebox.
Tetris with children bodies, yay.
The amalgamation of all the other animatronic parts, but the math
You sound
was
optimistic.
always kind
I
of
don't know how I sound optimistic, I'm not gonna lie. I sound halfway crazed, but also somewhat optimistic. I've been stuck here for 8 hours. Not that the last stream on Kick has been that long, but like on the YouTube one, the mainstream, I've been live for 8 hours now, almost on the head. Let's go.
Luckily, the release of the 4th Closet cleared this mystery up. Quote, "A single figure stood still amongst the chaos,
yes.
out of phase with the surroundings. At first, it seemed to be a man bent over a table, but as Carlton's head throbbed with waves of confusion, the man became a yellow rabbit, not standing over a table, but over 5 children, tied
Ew, what
together
the hell?
as one. he knew exactly what he was looking at. The endoskeletons of the original Freddy's animatronics.
You've been live for a long
welded
time.
and
What?
welded
True K.
together, Immobile and featureless, and still
We're
we're
almost at 8 hours. And now the face track is all fucked up because I'm using the webcam instead of the phone. Because the phone is empty, so gotta let it charge a bit.
So in the FNAF 3 cutscenes, we see William dismantle the animatronics. From there, he melts down their endoskeletons to discover the secret of their everlasting life. He then uses this molten spirit metal, Remnant, to infuse life into his new creations. The animatronics.
More Remnant!
The table's surface was glowing orange and the hot metal hissed. William took a syringe from the woman's hand and thrust it into the squirming thing forcefully.
Damn, this music's so sad. Well, I mean, the children are dead, so it's probably sad, but like,
He staggered back toward the bear. The man again pried open the heavy chest plate of the standing, broken bear, then carefully inserted the syringe he held directly into the chest cavity and began to press the plunger down. What this and the Candy Cadet stories tell us is that the fun times weren't just possessed by new kids, they were created from the remnant of the original 5.
The original
fused
5.
together to one chaotic, confused spiritual mess. Like Ennard said from his original teaser for Sister Location, there's a piece of me in every body. From those experiments, William is able to open Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals, the underground facility from
so
Sister
it's 5
Location.
kids he killed.
Remnant,
Or
brings
10.
life to
What is it?
animatronics,
Choose! 5 or 10 kids. What is it?
So he can have more test
Damn it.
subjects for his experiments. He then rents the robots out to special events and other locations. Why isn't there a Funtime Chica in Sister Location? Simply because she's rented out. We see this hidden in the source code to Scott's
But does that
website
one-
around the time
does
of
that
Sister
one have
Location's
Remnant
release.
in it?
Chica's Party
Mhm.
World is a separate location, a client of Afton Robotics, and as such, she's not being kept underground with the rest of them. That's why she's gone, only to then reappear in FNAF 6 and customize.
Hey, yo, what
But
the
there
hell?
was one thing that William Afton didn't anticipate in all his plans: the spirits of the children wanting revenge. Now that they were freed from their animatronic prisons, they corner William in the safe room of the first Freddy Fazbear's restaurant, forcing him to hide out in the Golden Bonnie suit, which snaps shut, almost killing him, but not quite. It just transforms him into Springtrap. The restaurant seals the safe room and everything inside.
Which is surprising that they just see like a corpse like screaming in the corner and just be like, how about no?
To me, this seems like the actions of Henry. Who else would seal a bloody,
fair
living
enough.
body in a hidden room in a pizzeria?
Henry!
Seems like the best
Henry!
we can.
Help!
Sure. Regardless,
No!
it is locked back there until the year
that's spooky.
2023 when Fazbear Fright opens. The phone dude discovers the hidden room and sets Afton, now Springtrap, loose once more. From there, we know pretty much everything else. Springtrap haunts Fazbear Fright only to have it burned down. It seems to me that this again was Henry's doing. The ultimate customized samurai cutscene is their relationship. William Afton is the fox, and
Oh my
Freddy
God.
is Henry.
Cringe anime
the bear
cutscenes.
of
No.
vengeance. The last line of dialogue in these samurai cutscenes says it best. I will pursue the fox. I will find him in whatever land he has fled to. It is my destiny, and it is his. Throughout the games, Henry is constantly trying to thwart William in escalating fashion. He starts by getting him kicked out of the FNAF 2 location. He then tries to get him arrested in the aftermath of the missing children's incident.
Just angry, pixelated William Afton always never ceases to like amaze me. No, amuse me. Sorry. I don't know what it is about that face with the angry like the angry things on it. It's just funny, in my opinion.
2.0 searches for his dad to get some answers. He starts in Sister Location, meets Baby, but falls victim to the plot of the furious tangle of spirits held in the various Funtime animatronics. Together, they form Ennard and scoop Michael's
See,
body
there's
in an
parts
attempt
that
to
always
escape their prison.
reoccur, but
The
just
scooping
like,
plan works, but Michael
so which one is
survives
it?
because,
Old,
remember,
young brother?
he's a
Which one?
robot. Baby seems to know this based on her repeated use of
But why is he then stinky?
More in need of answers than ever before, Michael promises his father,
I'm going to come find you.
which leads us at last to FNAF 6. Even though the puppet tried to free the spirits of the dead children in FNAF 3,
Or maybe he freed one set of children.
the
I don't
spirits were
know.
no longer complete,
Oh.
with parts of their souls now trapped in the Funtime
fair enough.
animatronics, which themselves are now in the form of Molten Freddy. This is why paragraph 4 is such a big deal throughout FNAF 6. Based on the insanity ending blueprints, paragraph 4 stipulates that all creatures containing Remnant must be in the pizzeria by the end of the week, so that when it burns, everyone goes with it. All remaining remnant must be purged in order for the souls to finally
Until
be
security
set
breach
free. Michael accepts the role as night guard at the simulated pizzeria. Henry summons all the animatronics there, burns it all to the ground, and finally releases everyone, including condemning William to hell. Well, he didn't release everyone. Golden Freddy, still a vengeful spirit, has a bone to pick with Willie, so she traps him in purgatory, forcing him to suffer for eternity at the hands of the monsters he created. And despite Old Man Consequences telling her to relax, she won't quit, hence her soul still being in Golden Freddy's twitching eyes as he fades out into the darkness, and as the series hits its final.
Which also makes sense why then the younger brother who died, fuck's sake, gets freed in game 3, because part of the spirits that then are eventually become the Funtime animatronics, their soul is split, so it takes longer for them to be fully freed. But at least one spirit in part 3 is freed, which is the son of William, because when he dies, his body is only stuck in Fredbear, and because Fredbear never gets taken apart to become a Funtime animatronic, therefore his spirit is laid to rest through the puppet's actions in 3, but then Cassidy's isn't, cause the fuck if I know, right? There you go. That makes sense.
I don't know about you, but between these last 2 videos, I think that's about as thorough as you could
somewhat, yeah, fine.
Want. So there you have it, FNAF theorists. As deep of a deep dive as I can go.
Not really, but kinda. But also, but yes, but no.
Putting things into an order that makes sense, while also accounting for
it almost makes me want to do my own video. Almost. Not that I'm gonna do that, but like almost.
But I don't think there can be. I think Mr. Hippo's
based off of just watching all of FNAF FNAF in one go. Here's my own theory. Okay, same theory.
Come with its own
craziness
and expectations.
It'd be funny, no?
I suppose. After all, if you're just talking to a friend, then there's no more expectations than if you were talking into the wind. Words by themselves aren't
This is a
expected
call out,
to
fucker.
Aren't expected
God damn.
to stick. But if you announce you're telling a story, well then there'd better be a point to it all, you know?
And the point is kill kids and put them in fires or something like that.
In the end, whether this whole timeline is right or wrong, decoding FNAF's labyrinth of lore has been the single most exciting and enjoyable challenge I've covered on this channel. Yeah, we've covered it.
22 of 58, Matt Pat.
But for good reason. Few games give their story this much thought, and even fewer games tell their stories in such a compelling, mysterious way. I've said this for a while now, but FNAF is the perfect modern game. It's cheap, if not free, so anyone can play it. The mechanics are simple. It's fun to watch other people play it.
Like
And it seeds in Easter eggs that get other people talking online. 4
8
years! Still, only a handful of indie games and practically 0 AAA games have followed in its footsteps, despite FNAF's
almost halfway there.
Success.
Almost.
That,
True.
Is the single greatest and saddest mystery of them all. If this truly is the end, thanks God for an incredible ride and providing a game.
Halfway through the playlist, so it's not the end.
But hey, that's just
a theory.
Theory. Thank you for watching every single.
Not yet, Matt Pat.
Woo! Now that the FNAF mystery is solved, go out and solve my merch mystery.
God
I'm not
damn
gonna be doing a theory.
Where's my bongos? Where's my bongos to calm me down? There we go. Okay, how the hell am I still awake? I'm surprised you're still awake, eh? Why are you awake? Why are you awake? It's spooky. No one should be awake. This is not... Oh my god. Safety bongos. These are the safety bongos, you know? Before we move on to the next one, which is... What the hell was this one about? Oh, this is when FNAF VR kind of comes out, I suppose? Okay, interesting. I must share in this hell with you, like Afton being stuck in purgatory. I will never let you leave. I will never let you rest. Well, no, it was like a girl child, whatever. I will never let you leave. I will never let you rest. We will suffer, and you will suffer as I have suffered. I always stay here. God damn it, I hate that my tracking is shitty because the goddamn phone needs to charge. Why, iPhone? Why won't you have like a big battery? Why you be like this? Why you have shitty battery, iPhone? 35%. Okay, maybe like a game theory or 2-3 further and it'll be charged again. And I can go for another 8 hours with the full phone tracking, which is better than the webcam tracking because the webcam tracking just gives me the awkward eyebrow the entire time. And I can't frown with it. Or I can frown, but like I can't like have my mouth go in a sad face. It's just... My eyebrows are going everywhere. This is the wacky eyebrow arc, I suppose, within this live stream. We've been live for 8 hours, by the way. We've reached the 8-hour mark. Usually streams end around the 8-hour mark, but we're only less than halfway through, baby. We haven't lost our mind yet, so haven't completely lost our mind yet. I want to go back to, you know, I played some Cyberpunk earlier. Some Cyberpunk with the RT overdrive setting. So, okay, a little bit of a tangent in between before I go and warm up some food, right? And start up the video. So, what? Bro, sensing double or nothing. No, true. We're gonna continue, okay? Don't believe me, but I'm just gonna. I have to go get something to eat as well. No, so what happened earlier today was I was playing some Cyberpunk, right? 2077, and the 2077 update has now the overdrive setting. Now the cool thing is with a 3090, you can kind of run it if you set your DLSS at least to quality. Like in DLSS quality, I was able to get like between 30, 40, 50 FPS, which is not great, but you know, better than 17 FPS, which if you turn it off. And the lighting is impressive. The path tracing shit, it's really cool to see. Like, holy fuck. The only sad part is sometimes, yeah, the quality of some textures gets fucked because of the, whatchamacallit? The, limited, you know, rendering for them, which sometimes you see a bit, depending how far away people are or whatever. Wait, let me take a screenshot. Let's post that to Twitter, and then I'm gonna go warm up some food. Where's my thread? Where's my thread of things? Almost halfway. That's what I'm typing in it. fnaf. FNAF. Hashtag FNAF. Hashtag vtuber. Hashtag game theory. Hashtag MadPat, because why not? Fuck's sake. Well, now I took my time with that, so let's go with the next one, I guess, instead of, we'll call it. We've been live for 8 hours. Let's go watch the next one. Fuck it. I feel like just watching the next one, then I'll get some food, you know? Oh no, it's live action MatPat. What's this? The immersion has been broken.
No, God, no, God, no,
no, Shake your head with it. You got a headbang. Let's go.
Screw it.
What are you wearing?
Let's talk about this thing. By all that's unholy, FNAF is somehow
yes.
Someone got together their little summoning circle of fun and recycled Chuck E. Cheese pizza and awakened the sleeping behemoth that is Scott Cawthon, and now here we are with a new trailer for FNAF 7 and me in children's pajamas. So thank you, Internet. Also, can we just agree that this is creepy, right? Not me wearing kids' PJs, certainly, though. Come to think of it, that is really weird. No, the fact that I'm in a nightie that is dedicated to an animatronic that gets
But that's
dead
why you stuff the children
stuffed
in the pajamas. It's funny.
God, man.
It's great.
Merch in 2019.
See?
Yeah, indie games.
If it
Now,
doesn't
at
have
the
a
end of
dead
last summer,
child, this is
FNAF
even
was
worth it.
basically done. The book series had concluded, FNAF 6
Oh,
had
God.
burned the series to the ground, and Ultimate Custom Night ended the story by trapping William Afton in eternal
Yes.
torment. All that was really left was the movie. Just like Jeremy laid to
Well,
rest on a nearby
The movie is
hillside,
4 years later, Matt Pat. 4 years later.
Then, back in November, Scott hopped onto Steam to give all us Fredheads an update, and suddenly, the movie was the least certain thing of the group. A VR game? An AR game? More books? A third new game called Into Madness? Clearly, Scott
Where did
intended me
Into
to be the
Madness go?
protagonist of that one, since that's
Oh, no, is that
exactly
the
where
theory
I'm
where
headed.
Into Madness is security breach but and ruin, like that storyline?
AAA
Oh!
game where apparently instead of stuffing children into animatronics, they start getting
Oh, the
stuffed
AAA
into
game is
loot
security
boxes.
breach then, right?
Fast
What happened
forward
Into
4
Madness
months to today, and here we are with the first new Scott Cawthon teaser in nearly a year. A teaser for one of the items on this massive list of animatronic horror sent to taunt me. But which one is it, and what it means for this new era of FNAFing is exactly what we're exploring today. So, let's get analyzing.
Sounds like a
First,
painful,
let's just assess what we're seeing here, shall we? Clearly, you have 5 animatronics that are all melted together, which would be interesting enough on its own, but making it even more compelling is the fact that they all span the history of the franchise. You have Freddy, Foxy, and Bonnie, all in their FNAF 1 forms, but then you also have the pre-mangle form of Funtime Foxy from Sister Location, and also pre-trapped Springtrap from, well, a lot of different cutscenes throughout the series, but most notably from the Fruity Maze minigame dating in FNAF 6. You can actually tell this based on the general shape of the nose, as well as the lack of decay and aging that you normally see.
Didn't that thing get into trouble?
But since this is a Scott
that's what the
Cawthon
next
teaser,
video's
you
on,
know
probably.
that there's going to be more
Oopsie.
here than just a cool image. If you throw this
Oh,
thing
great.
into Photoshop and start brightening it up, step 1 in any FNAF teaser analysis, you're going to see the background has lines. Lines with some oddly inconsistent spacing. And of course, you have text. The quote is from Fazbear Entertainment in the upper right-hand corner, saying that everything is working as intended.
What
but
is this
also
music?
a not quite
It's cool
so
music, but I
bunch of
don't know what
text
it
right
is.
here in the middle of the image that you really gotta squint to truly read. Don't listen to them. Blank, let something inside. It was an accident. Remember Jeremy. Jeremy? That's the guy from the gravestone. The night guard who has his name on the paycheck from FNAF 2. The supposed Bite of 87 victim. Ladies and gentlemen, sound the alarms. We are talking about the Loeb lad himself, which means that there's only one option here. We are in the same continuity. Cue the party horns and cheerful children sound effects. I know we were all eager to throw out our textbooks at the end of last semester.
Why
guys.
does Matt Pat
It's
have
time
like
to
a little
break
bit
out
of
FNAF
like?
lore for dummies.
Why does he
one
have like a little
final
thing in his hair?
time.
It's with the floof.
Woo! Who's excited?
He's so
This
pissed.
guy, I guess. Now, creating my own ARG over the last couple months has taught me a lot of things, specifically better ways to hide and code messages. And one particularly effective but simple way to do it is by opening image files as text files. So if we open this image file in Notepad, we actually get our answer to that first missing word. Don't listen to them. We let something inside. It was an accident.
Whoopsie.
Remember Jeremy. So with all of that evidence compiled, let's start analyzing before we start digging deeper. Because there's a lot deeper to go, ladies and gentlemen. We are just scratching the surface. Now, the phrase "remember Jeremy" actually tells us
Not
a lot of
really.
things here. First, it
There's a
tells us
teaser.
both the speaker of that line and the person it's directed to know who Jeremy is. Secondly, it
Did you
tells us
know
that the events
that if
of
someone
the
says "remember Jeremy," that means the two people talking must know who Jeremy is? Yes, deep
So from a
lore.
timeline perspective, it looks like this quote is coming after 1987, meaning that we're
At
after the
least.
string of murders in the FNAF 2 location and around the time of Michael Afton's revisit to the FNAF 1 building and his discovery of Sister Location's
How do you know that?
location. In fact, knowing where in the timeline this quote must fall and seeing those lines in the background of the teaser, my mind immediately jumps to prison bars. Now,
No, it looks
that
like
seems
meshes,
like it might be
like
a stretch.
concrete meshes.
Clearly, these are just meant to be tiles, and while yes, that's probably what they are, the inconsistent spacing still felt weird to me, and it resembled the narrow strip of horizontal bars that many prison doors have. Now think back, way back, to when this story first started. Back to the secret newspapers from FNAF 1. The things that first told us that there was a deeper story to begin with. Quote,
Fair enough.
video surveillance identified the man responsible
Meow.
and led to his capture the following morning, end quote. And on the follow-up story, headline, 5 children now missing, suspect convicted. While the suspect has been charged, the bodies themselves were never found, end quote. So if these newspaper clippings are still considered canon, this former employee was convicted, meaning that they found him guilty, and as a result, most likely he went to prison for his crime. And we can be fairly confident that this isn't Afton, since his only comeuppance seems to have been the Springlock failure and the eventual eternal torment in HE double toothpicks, meaning that there is still a potential story to be told of someone there who's trapped in prison, wrongfully accused, haunted by the nightmarish amalgamation of animatronics that got him thrown into the slammer.
Fair
At least
enough.
that's my wishful
That seems like such a
thinking for
simple
potential
plot line, though.
stories. Is it the story
Nope.
that we're getting in this game? Probably not. But a boy in Freddy pajamas can dream.
For an easy game.
Can't he? Let's go back to the text. Don't trust them. That them could be referring to the animatronics, or it could be referring to the members of Fazbear Entertainment, that quote in the upper corner saying that everything is working as intended. Now, as established by Ultimate Custom Night, the only haunted characters who still possess rational thought are Baby and the puppets.
The others are like animals, but I am
Interesting.
very aware.
Which eliminates everyone that we currently see on screen here, thereby making it doubtful that the them in this quote is referring to the animatronics. Instead, this seems to be 2 employees of Fazbear Entertainment talking to each other, basically confirming not to trust what the bosses are saying. All the other lines here, we let something in, it was an accident, remember Jeremy, seem like those same co-workers realizing that something is wrong, and that it leads to a mistake that they made, a mistake that's ultimately related to Jeremy's death, and now they're both worried about their own survival. Remember Jeremy seems to me to read more like, hey, remember that guy? We don't want to end up like him. So now, looking back across the games, what are some of the mistakes where something deadly has been let in? Well, you got Springtrap being let into Fazbear Fright in FNAF 3. You have basically the entirety of FNAF 6's salvage minigames, and Ennard from Sister Location. Ennard, who, funny enough, during the false ending to that game, repeatedly begs you to let him in.
You must help us. You must let us inside the room.
You have to let me inside the room. I know it was an accident.
And where in the series do we have 2 co-workers who wind up dead because they let something inside?
Sister Location, the 2 people who are hanging.
Now, it's a scene that's really easy to forget, but
Which is surprising because it's actually it's a dark fucking scene, by the way.
Through the vents and
Yeah, like that. I remember the first time that was done was like, what the fuck? Like, damn, that's
done in by the newly escaped pieces of Ennard. So we have something where the placement in the timeline makes sense. The relationship of the characters to Jeremy as co-workers makes sense. Their skepticism of Fazbear Entertainment definitely makes sense. And you know what? That's not all. Their role,
lovely, because all of that
specifically as
wasn't in the final game.
also makes sense with everything that we're learning about this new game. You see, Scott wasn't content to just give us 1 teaser. Oh no, he gave us 8 separate images teasing this new game, apparently to make up for lost time. Thanks, buddy. I mean, sure, we just analyzed the imagery and text of this one image, but if you check the source code of Scott's website, which at this point is FNAF Research Step 2, right after brightening up the images, you'll notice odd strings of text, all with this tag, content equals? Well, if you take those strings of letters and plug them into the URL bar, it reveals a trove of new findings. The first and most important of them, we're going to be playing as a technician. Here, in this image, we can actually see Freddy's body opened up, ready to be worked on, which perfectly coincides with what Scott teased when he initially mentioned the possibility of this new VR game. Quote, if you liked repairing Funtime Freddy up close in sister location, just wait until you try to do something like that in VR.
That game must be pretty terrifying, not gonna lie. Because that does seem like a very startling sort of thing.
Another of these images, the one of Bonnie without the eye, also is teasing at this idea of no longer being a guard, but rather an animatronic tech having to repair all of these robots. So could the main story of this new FNAF game actually be the story of these two hapless technicians who end their lives in an underground robotics bunker? If the quote on this teaser is to be believed, the answer seems to be a solid yes. If it is, it even relates back to the title of the game. You see, going back to look at the source code yet again, you see that the original teaser image is listed as hw.jpg. Now, back in February, my buddy Dawko tweeted out that a new FNAF game had gotten leaked on the ESRB ratings website. The ESRB, man, get your act together. First you leak the Super Smash Bros. 4 roster, and now you're leaking the new FNAF game. It is time to stop. It's time to stop, okay? And yes, this is someone else's meme, but I thought it was appropriate for the situation.
Stop! It's time to stop! You should have internalized!
There it is. Filthy Frank.
Internalize what he said, Matt Pat. It's time to stop. It's time to stop.
HW, just like the name of the teaser image. The description for this leaked game even confirms that you will be playing as a technician. Quote, once again, players assume the role of a repair person tasked with monitoring and repairing animatronic characters at a pizzeria.
What
From
the
a
fuck else would it be?
Perspective, players explore dark
I might be more surprised if it
puzzles
would
and
not be a
try to
pizzeria.
avoid
Let's say
menacing,
from a
malfunctioning
bowling
animatronic
alley. That'd be
figures.
fucking
The
surprising.
game contains frequent screams and jump scares with the words, "You are dead," appearing on screen after players are attacked, end quote. And what happens when you lose two technicians to sudden animatronic related fatalities? Time to find some more. Throw up the sign, help wanted. So we have ourselves a VR game starring a technician who's repairing animatronics, slowly coming to realize that they've made a terrible career decision. Or do we? Looking across all the other teaser images, it feels like this whole game may actually be disconnected. We see scenes from all the various settings we visited in this franchise. The tile floor behind that old model of Bonnie suggests that it's the FNAF 1 location. This shot of Springtrap looming in the background tells us that we're going to be visiting Fazbear Fright. The appearance of Funtime Foxy in the teaser suggests that we'll be visiting Sister Location for some challenges. Heck, we're even going to be invading the crying child's bedroom from FNAF 4 based on this shot of Baby. Notice the iconic closets from that game as well as the bedspread design in the background.
Damn, this is the first one, where you get to see like how big the fucking animatronics are, right? They're just huge.
Only now they're in VR? I don't think so. I do think that this game can and will tell its own unique story that builds out the lore of this franchise. And one of these teaser images solidifies that for me. True to form, Scott hit his biggest reveal the deepest. You see, going on to Scott Games one final time, and it's a lot of times to visit Scott Games just for one teaser image, something seems a little off. If you're paying close enough attention. You see, the meta label for the website is actually misspelled with a 0 in between the two T's. And if you go through the source code with a really fine tooth comb and a really keen eye, you'll actually notice a couple more typos. An R in content, a big old G in block quote, and an N in the word text. 0RGN. Type those letters into the URL bar and you get this. Now, clearly it's been obscured very heavily, but if you blur it and affect the contrast a little bit, change some of the levels, you actually get something that looks more like this. Something that doesn't just look like an animatronic, but one animatronic in particular. Notice the half-closed eye. It's Ennard's signature appearance. Half-closed eye, horizontal tube-like lips, an endoskeleton looking to be let in. So, there you have it. We have ourselves a new VR game telling us the story of two technicians who made a fatal career decision. Based on the fact that the game already has a rating, I'm assuming that we're gonna probably see this one coming out pretty soon. It's weird, actually, to think about a FNAF game coming out on something like PlayStation 4, the PlayStation VR. I'm excited to see it. Will I be right in my predictions? Well,
watching it today.
we're just gonna have to wait and see. And by wait, I
That's,
mean,
those are, yeah, these are the
probably
games where I never really even saw the Let's Plays of them.
as soon as I hit publish,
I think the
probably
last
came
Let's Play
out.
I saw was
You know, that's how stuff goes,
possibly
right?
Custom Night.
Is it
maybe?
is it out? Is it out
Not
yet?
even that. I think Pizza Sim.
How about now? Right now. It's there. Nothing? All right, screw it. I'm gonna go get out of these pajamas. But hey, did you notice the
What,
new
the
theory
pajamas?
wear? We call it Chaos Theory. It's a name that I have a lot of fun with, and it's
Okay.
available right now on the merch site. Link is down below in the description, but hold on. while
Bro,
you're down
you didn't
there,
even
you
say that it's a theory, a game theory! Betrayal, dislike the video, how dare you. Oh, God. What's the next one? Oopsie. This is the one where he fucked up. Huh. Yeah. Interesting. Lol. We made it through another one. More bongo. Safety bongo time. Where are we? How far are we? Chaos Theory, another thing that didn't go anywhere. Well, no, the Chaos Theory, that was a line of merch, so it was a line of like clothing. So that's different, you know? That's not 100% the same. It's not like a video, like a game theory. How much percent do I have? Okay, 50%. Nice. I'll have my good tracking back in no time. Fuck's sake. Hey! 24, we're at the midway point. Ah! Excitement. We've made it. We've made it. We're at the midway point. Which sounds terrifying if I say it like that. Which, hey, 8 hours in, that makes... And it's going a bit quicker than I thought. Although, no, some of the theories end up being longer and shorter, right? Like some are 20 minutes, some are 30 minutes. I think they're always like underneath 25, I imagine. We'll have to see. Outside my glitching fucking face. I am gonna go and get me some food very quickly, which means that I'm gonna do a thing that I don't tend to like to do, which is I'm gonna have to leave the stream for a bit. I'll put up the BRB screen. I'll try to be back as fast as possible. However, because I have to use the microwave, that might mean I'll be gone for at least more than a minute, maybe 2 minutes, which I don't like to leave that much like silence or whatever. But it is what it is, right? So yeah, I'll be back very soon. I'll put up the screen thing. Look, whoop, aha. There, BRB, and then yeah, I'll just mute myself and go get some. Go do your thing, matey. Indeed, I'll be back in a minute or two. I mean, this fucking stream's 8 hours, 8 hours and a half long. What will 2 minutes of me missing from the screen be? And also, I can't put on the video because then I would not be watching the video, which would defeat the whole point, right? The point is that I have to see the video. If I'm not seeing the video, that wasn't the point, right? So yeah, I'll be right back. And I'm back. Thanks for the welcome back. Hey. We are still alive. For fuck's sake. 8 hours and 36 minutes in. We're at part 24, which means we're halfway. Woo! You know, that's pretty neat, right? Think about this. If this was a game, I would have already finished one PlayStation 2 game. Or a good one, at least. We're still on the weird fucking tracking, because we're still... My phone is still charging, which will take a little bit longer. But maybe after this one or 2 videos from now, I'll be back into... Oh man, you have quite the psycho face, Wife King. Wait, what? Oh yeah, no. So, oh my god, to explain this, right? Game theory over 10 hours of FNAF. Yes. How are you still alive? I'm doing fine-ish for the moment. Plus, we're not over 10 hours. We're 8 hours. So, Anyway, yeah, no, my face is having some tracking problems because I'm basically using the webcam for the tracking right now because my phone was running out of battery. So I have to recharge that thing. And when that thing's charged again, I can reuse, the actual proper tracking for my face. So, you know, after this, it's basically, instead of taking a break, I'm just resorting to worse tracking for a bit. And another funny thing that comes out of that is that now I have to eat. Or well, I have to eat. Now I want to eat. And it's gonna be an interesting one. So this is the welcome to the ASMR eating stream. Where no, I'll put the microphone a bit away so I can shout my answers from time to time. But yeah, don't forget to come and like the YouTube stream if you're on Twitch. And join the Discord to cast your vote on when you think I will be going insane. Well, you can't choose one of the earlier hours, so I guess it depends all now on like if it's a 10. What were the vote choices? Let me double check. People thought I'd either be going crazy mainly between the 7 to 9 hour mark, which, and 4 hours from 10 to 12 hours. That's the other vote that's been placed. Wait, it still has decent tracking. Oh, can you wink? That's a good one. Can I wink? Wait, right? Kinda. It's more like I can't, like my eyebrows are going all wacky, right? And my mouth, I can't look sad. I can't look sad. So that's like half of my expression kind of gone with my mouth mainly. My eyes, it's fine-ish, and my eyebrows are just a little bit wackier, a little bit more like weird. But it's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. Oh my god, that was so cute. Goddamn. Clip it. You're on Twitch. You can clip stuff. Clip the cute. It looks weird. Anyway, let's continue my torture segment. I must less of the cute and more of the self-flagellation. Must continue. Where were we? Part 24. Fuck's sake. Damn. How much must I? How long will I continue my self-torture? For as long as I want. Well, hey, I'm actually having kind of fun with this, but I do with the food now it'll be better. And also I got myself my first Monster Energy drink of the day stream. The punch energy. It's very pink. The Pipeline Punch. It's pink, so it's cute. Therefore, I will drink it. Anyway, I'm gonna put the mic back a bit so you don't hear all of my ASMR chewing noises. Maybe some fork noises. I can't help that. I don't want to mute myself because that I can't do my spontaneous reactions or whatever, right? Yeah, let's continue. What the hell is the stream called on YouTube, actually, by the way? I haven't even double checked it. Watching all FNAF game theories. Oh yeah, no, that's a good title. Suffering through, no. Actually, they're more entertaining than I thought they'd be for as long as I've been watching them, right? Like they kind of work. They're not the most boring thing to keep watching. Anyway, let's continue! Woo!
We cover a lot of scary stuff on this show, but today is no clickbait, the scariest topic of all.
What? Okay, this is. Hey, it's a spin-off episode.
All my favorite topics in one episode. I love 2019.
Hey, remember 2019, people? COVID barely started, sort of. Woo!
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where today, call me Gloria Bolja because our top story is an oopsie.
PewDiePie thing.
One
Damn.
big oopsie made by one big man. Actually, I don't know what his relative size is. He's just big in the gaming space. And that man's name is Scott Cawthon. Now, if you're not familiar with what happened, let me catch you up. Last episode, we analyzed a teaser image for Scott's new VR game, FNAF Help Wanted. What I didn't mention in that video, though, was that it was only online for just a couple of hours. In fact, by the time I had gotten to check out this thing, it had been wiped clean from the internet.
It feels like I'm 15 again.
Thanks to some dedicated
Totally not
Redditors,
secretly clipping it from my archive.
or
No!
recharge.
Share the archive
Now,
with everybody.
Scott is no stranger to posting things only to rip them
like
off
I'm
the
15
internet
again.
later. He's done it with comments on my videos. He did it with version 1 of FNAF World. His contents of the infamous FNAF 4 box, yep, those got changed. Heck, even the script for his new movie was written, approved, and ready to shoot, and then he just threw it out. It was like, this community deserves better. But this time,
I'm very scared
it was
with that
different.
movie.
This time, it was because the team working on the VR game, Steel Wool, had unintentionally used fan art. As he said on Reddit, quote, "My first teaser in more than half a year was made using questionable choices at best and traced fan models at worst." He then went on 2 days later to clarify further, quote again, "As you all remember, the artwork that I teased for the game, which was actually a portion of the cover artwork, included characters that had used fan art and fan models as references. When I learned about that, I was obviously pretty upset and took down the teaser. The person working on the artwork used images that he thought were mine. If anything, everyone who had one of their models referenced should have themselves on the back, because your models look like they were canon. I think it's a testament to the fan community that the fan models rival mine. Many of them looked identical, and some of them look better." So the TLDR of this whole thing is that he pulled down the teaser because it used recolored, reskinned models made by a fan of characters that Scott Cawthon himself created that looked so close to the original creations that his own team couldn't tell him apart.
All the artists.
And
Not gonna lie.
a really
Fair enough.
interesting question in my head. Did Scott legally have to do this? These are his characters.
Yeah, but the
after
art
all.
probably isn't.
And the fan-made
so.
models were so close that they probably wouldn't have been seen as any sort of transformative use. Now, obviously, he cares about this community a lot, and pulling the teaser was absolutely the correct decision from a goodwill standpoint, but what would the law say about this? After doing the research, it's a lot more complicated and interesting than you might think. To get there, we're going on a twisted copyright journey that'll show us why Naughty Dog lives up to its name, why your photographs of the Eiffel Tower are probably illegal, and why everyone's in an uproar.
At first, lol. Now it happens to be very often that around a circle where most people are mutuals.
Welcome
Lol.
online. Copyright
A secret
law.
cabal of people that archive
That's a
winkies.
terrible
No.
last line. Oh boy, copyright law doesn't know what's hitting it. Copyright law don't have an indicator. Just gonna segue
Where's it
over
going?
to
Come
the
back
next
here.
paragraph. Oh, and before we dive into this episode, you might have noticed that I actually released another video alongside this one today. In that upload, I specifically talk about this channel and a lot of our own personal issues that we've had with fan art in the past, as well as a way to protect yourself if you're a fan artist who's working online right now. It's actually a really important video for me, touching on a topic that I've stayed really quiet about
Somebody's
for
still
quite a long
alive.
time. So before you go down into the
I
comments
live,
and start
indeed.
laying into me for not being allowed to cover this issue because I supposedly stole fan art in the past, please go watch that
I'm
video
eating
too.
food at the moment.
That's actually why it's a dual upload. I couldn't really decide which one made more sense to go first, because really the two complement each other. They comment off of each other. So just please watch both.
If it's
Do
in
me a
the
favor.
playlist, I'll
It'll
watch
save me
it.
a lot of grief when I read the comments in this. Save my self-esteem a lot of grief as well. Oh, the other disclaimer that I should mention at the beginning of this episode is that there's a lot of fan work out there that is transformative, that is not considered to be a copy of anyone else's work. This episode actually isn't about that. Today, we are purely focused on fan art that's intended to closely represent a character that already exists, and all the basic legal mumbo-jumbo that's around
There we go.
that. So, we all on the same page? We all good? Great! Let's get into it. Let's do we can do.
The fuck?
Now, Scott is far from the only game maker that's had a copyright oopsie when it comes to
Ah!
teasing a new game. Black Flags concept art. The one with the pirate. I gotta give credit where credit's due here, guys. That is incredibly on brand. Stealing artwork to promote a game that has the word thief in the title. Very smart. Very meta. Ubisoft wasn't appreciating that level of meta commentary though, and Sony was quick to pull the video and replace the asset. Oopsies like this also aren't just limited to marketing materials and teasers either. Back in 2013,
because a lot of concept art gets made by using by blocking, right?
Furious with the fact that the game The Last of Us featured a map that he had made of the Boston Metro. First off, I'd like to point out that The Last of Us, just like Uncharted, is a Naughty Dog game. I guess we know what the naughty is referring to in their name. But after what I assume was a swift apology and a fairly decent payoff, Cameron quickly dialed back his language in a later public post saying, "It seems as if matters will be resolved to everyone's satisfaction."
Money!
Shortly.
Indeed, let's go.
I'm happy for you guys.
Money heals all the wounds. Let's go.
But this case already starts to reveal some weird nuances of the copyright world. Because while the graphic designer who made the picture owns the copyright to his map,
When do I get my tracking back?
absolutely in his right to complain about the improper usage,
62%. Okay, I'm gonna have to wait.
the copyright.
More than likely to maybe at part 28 I'll have my I'll have the phone tracking again.
Can't be anything other than real. Real-world pieces of architecture are subject to their own copyright.
Ugh.
Just like one musician can't copy the song of another
Except if
musician,
they
so
use
too,
beats
an
and
architect
parts.
can't copy the building design created by another architect. Things get even weirder though when you start thinking about what this means for
No, the
pictures
video's
that
off
people
sync
are
with the stream
taking
output
from
audio.
buildings. Those
What?
pictures technically are violating copyright, or at least they
wait, like my mouth or like map pad?
panorama. You see,
Because my sync might be off because the webcam sync is a little bit off with the probably like probably the VTuber sync is a bit off. Not gonna lie.
Famous landmarks. Notice though that I said most countries. Most does not equal all.
If it's a
Case in point,
map pad is off sync.
France doesn't have freedom of panorama. As
Wait,
a
no,
result,
he actually is off. What the hell?
You legally shouldn't be able to post photographs of the Eiffel Tower, but only the night
He's a bit off
photographs.
sync, I
You see,
suppose.
because the Eiffel Tower without lights
Yeah,
was
might
built
be
in
a-
1889, that one is old enough to
Whoops.
have entered the public domain. But the lights that go on at night were installed in 1985,
Might
thereby
be
making
that
this an artistic work with live copyright.
I have no idea.
Making posting photos of it
Maybe
illegal.
the YouTube one is
That
more
means
synced?
that
I don't know.
anything you find in a regular Google image search under Eiffel Tower at night was probably taken by fearless outlaws who are flouting the law, throwing caution to the wind, and posting their tourist photos of the Eiffel Tower in the evening. Probably a bunch of developers at Naughty Dog being like, whatever, we don't care. We steal artwork all the time. We're Naughty Dog. We're dogs who are naughty. So what does the Eiffel Tower have to do with FNAF fan art? Well, obviously, people are taking photos of the Eiffel Tower and aren't getting thrown in les prisons. I actually didn't learn the word for prison when I took French. And that's because these crazy laws don't matter for people who are only using the image for personal consumption. You put an image on your fridge or you slap it on the desk at your office, you're fine. But the second
Something
you
weird with the
publish that
frame
image,
rate on
it
map
becomes a
pads,
different
the
story.
video map
Just
pad
take a
shot.
look at
Not
any
gonna
stock
lie.
image website like Getty Images, which is a
Odd.
business built on legally
It's like
owning the right
it's like the
to
motion
every
blur. It
image
kind of
in
looks
their archive.
weird.
And
Like he
you'll
really
notice that most of
enunciates
the
what he's
images of the
saying.
Eiffel Tower, even the
it
ones
playback?
with low light, don't feature the lights on the building turned on.
Interesting.
And this
Oh, well.
is where things get tricky. As if they weren't
Time for
overly
Monster Energy
complicated
drink.
enough. You see, if you publish a piece of artwork that features
First
a
true
character like
caffeine
Mangle
ingestion of the stream. 8 hours in, 9 hours in. Caffeine. Let's go.
to that character, then publishing that fan work is technically a copyright violation.
Uh-oh.
Which merits a huge question. What
Thanks to the green
counts as
screen a bit
publishing?
funky. Oh,
Now,
maybe that's something
obviously,
to do with
publishing
it.
includes things like putting it in a book that ends up
First
in Barnes and
monster?
Noble, but
Yee,
publishing
indeed.
actually has a much broader definition in the legal sense. Publishing in the broadest sense of the word just means causing something to become public or making it publicly known.
Like
that
what I'm
means
doing?
that everything from printing up and handing out a bunch of flyers on the street to, you guessed it, posting it online is covered. It doesn't even matter if it's a non-commercial type of posting. Posting fan art non-commercially on your blog or a site like Tumblr or Instagram or Twitter all count as
Aw,
publishing that image. And if you're thinking to yourself, wow, that affects a lot of people, yeah, It does. You're absolutely right. Technically speaking, every fan artist on Tumblr and DeviantArt and Pinterest and Pixiv and their own independent blog, they are technically violating copyright.
Woo! Yippee! Everyone's a criminal.
A new existing character that's not transformative enough to be considered fair use. I know that sounds unbelievable, and that every fan artist out there is lighting their torch and rummaging for their proverbial pitchfork to come after me right now. But first off, don't kill the messenger here, guys. Legally, this is the truth based on
Which is why the law sucks.
That we've read. That is the letter of the law, but the letter is obviously only half the story.
I gotta make use of my
Considering,
sleep.
of course, that the prisons across
No
the country
problem.
aren't
Take
filled
care.
with Rainbow Dash fan artists and bendy bottlers. Though it'd be pretty funny if they were. What are you in for? Kill the guy. You? I drew a pink pony very accurately.
Oh God, a true criminal.
Practice. The situation favors fan artists a lot more than you might first think. As you can see pretty much everywhere on the internet, it's really rare for copyright holders to try and enforce their copyright. The only instances where you see this actually happen tend to be when a brand feels that the art that's being made really misrepresents their IP. One really convenient example of this in the gaming world is Blizzard, who issued DMCA takedowns across a bunch of different fan art in efforts to stop people from making
the greatest stuff.
How do I put this nicely? Renditions of Overwatch characters in compromising situations.
The lore.
Each other just
Deep lore.
Too much for their liking. For those of you who have the foreign tongue, images of their characters in flagrante, in the carnal embrace tranquility. Basically, Blizzard wanted people to skip from rule 33
But
to
the
rule
whole
35
point that their game got big is because of it.
Catch my drift.
That's the sadness.
And you can imagine just how
Hey,
effective
actually,
Blizzard was
when
in
they
the
started taking down porn, is that the moment that Overwatch became less successful? Is that when they started losing mind space? I wonder if those two, if those two line up. What if they do? That's a theory. A publishing theory. Thanks for thinking. I don't know. That'd be funny.
Given to its products by the ESRB. And I get that, right? It makes sense. Well, it might have been
Thanks for dreaming to hydrate. I'm technically hydrating.
From the internet,
I'm drinking the monster.
Speaking, they're entirely within their legal right to protect their brand. But speaking of
Why is he
legal
here?
rights, it is a two-way street. Even though a company owns the rights to its characters, you, as the fan artist, own the right to your individual piece of fan art. So going all the way back to our example of FNAF fan art, which there's a lot out there, if you drew a picture
Why was
of
Lefty
Freddy
looking
and the
like that?
cupcake,
Why was his eye looking like that? What was that vision?
Scott owns the copyright to the character, but you
Michael, help!
copyright to that specific image. So you can't publish it, you don't own the rights to the character, but Scott also can't publish that image because he doesn't have the rights to your artwork. You are both caught. As it turns out,
No one gets to publish
really
it.
has the rights
Sadness.
to publish that image. Unless, of course, you both agree to it, but good luck there. Scott doesn't talk to anyone. Except for Dawko. Probably his secret son. I don't know. He talks to Dawko like all the time. Now what?
I should wonder what the reason for that. Maybe because they live in the same state or something like that. That could be funny.
Situation had actually escalated. What could the fan artist who created those character models have done to him? Turns out a very similar issue has come up and was settled in a fairly famous case with the iconic Obama image from that election. The artist of the famous Obama image, Shepard Fairey, who is actually one of my favorite street artists, created the artwork, but he copied the image from a photograph of Obama that he, quote, found on the internet, but it was owned by an independent photographer from the Associated Press. In court, the ruling was that the Hope artwork infringed on the copyright of the original photograph. The original owner of the photograph now participates in all money that's earned by the rights to that image. This is also the one case where I'll actually mention fair use, because Shepard Fairey actually tried to make the argument that his work here was transformative, but the court didn't buy it.
Just weird.
In fact, he almost went to jail for it. The upshot of this whole thing is that, in theory, if a legal fight like this one would have happened in Scott's case, it could have very easily landed both parties in court, and it would have actually been pretty hard for Scott to win. Luckily, none of that happened. And I think a lot of that is because Scott holds himself to a higher standard and wouldn't have wanted
What he
to
could probably get away with.
As he said in his apology, quote, "The only thing I care about is doing right by this community." Good on you, man. But there is another compelling reason for Scott to take that teaser down.
There we go.
money. You see, the other big complicating
All load
factor
of
in
money.
all of this isn't whether someone is really infringing on their copyright, but whether they're actually making money while doing the infringing. In the United States, criminal copyright laws prohibit you from actually using someone else's intellectual property for your own financial gain. This means that when you post your fan art online, you're not going to face any criminal liability. Fan artists, you are good to go. Sketchy nerd t-shirt companies that are selling unlicensed Nintendo merch, though, you might not be so safe.
Stop! You violated the law. Pay the court a fine or
En garde!
Likewise, if you're
Fight
selling your
them.
own posters of your fan art images, well, that could land you in some legal
Sadness.
hot water as well. And I know that this is the most sensitive subject around fan art because of all the commission that artists earn by doing fan art made to order.
You gonna
from
talk about
other
furry
members of
fan
their
art?
fan
Nope.
communities.
Nope.
I'm not condemning anyone. I'm not passing any sort of judgment on anyone else's
What are you,
online
kill the guy?
business. As someone who uses a lot of online images of other people's
Sadness.
IP, I'm kind of digging my own grave here as well.
Get me out of here!
Topic just
It's too extreme! Michael! Help!
Still not the end of this whole story.
I love that
There's
voice line. I
still
don't know where it comes from. I just know that
couple of
meme.
ways that you could actually be sued
What?
even if you did
Nope.
commercialize your fan art. The company would need to show in court that your art had damaged their
Honestly?
company in some way using the naughty Overwatch picture.
I only made you money, Blizzard!
If Blizzard took the fan artists to court, they would need to prove that somehow this adult-only content had damaged their
No,
brand
they only
in
made
some
it
way.
stronger.
Blizzard is trying to market
What
their
they
game
won't.
Overwatch as a
Boo.
family-friendly experience for all players ages 13 and over. And so the brand may actually get hurt if the first thing that comes up when mom starts Googling Orisa is a bunch of
Hey, you!
this. Very
Damn, boy.
unfriendly images.
Matt Pat be freaky! He immediately goes for the Orisa fan art, not even like a Widowmaker or whatever.
Case, it's still
Damn.
really hard to
Damn,
quantify
Matt
how much
Pat.
their brand would get hurt by stuff like this, which is blurry behind me.
My
For your
safety.
safety, I swear.
Your safety is my primary concern.
And that's a pretty clear-cut case here.
Oh,
In most
goddamn.
instances,
Oh shit, we're at the
does
9-hour mark
compete with
almost.
the
2 minutes. Hey!
So what does all of this mean for you? The fan
Hey,
art?
that's Zoe?
Well, it
LOL.
means that you
League of
probably don't
Legends.
have to
I
worry
didn't
about getting
expect, I didn't expect that. See
And
that in the
even
Five
if
Nights at
you
Freddy's
are
video.
getting close to getting
Ugh.
sued, you're probably gonna know that you're doing something wrong long before anything happens. Like in 2015, the Pokemon
Pokemans?
Company went after a cafe that ran a Pokemon party
Oh.
unofficially at PAX that promoted itself using Pikachu posters and charged an entry fee. Or in another case, a woman
Look
was
at this.
threatened
It's an
with legal
educational.
action
It's an educational video here.
because she was selling a Firefly-themed hat on her Etsy store. So, long story short, just don't charge admission to your next Pokemon-themed birthday party and leave the Firefly apparel for Hot Topic. But to bring it all the way
The
back
FNUF.
around to FNAF one last time, while Scott doesn't stand to gain a whole lot by suing his fans over their creations, he does stand to lose a whole
Goodwill.
lot if he uses a fan-made model in the box
Oh.
art for a VR game that is for profit and could potentially make millions of dollars. See, if he kept those fan models in
Well,
his
they were
box art,
referenced,
it would,
so-
in theory, open him up to a much bigger legal problem where he might have to pay thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars in royalties simply for using those two pieces of artwork. So Scott's decision to take down the teaser image was certainly the right thing to do from a moral perspective, but it's also the correct thing to do from a business perspective. I mean, don't get me wrong, Scott is all about giving back to the FNAF community, but maybe he's not interested in giving that much back. But hey, that's just a theory and certainly not legal advice. Consider this your official legal
Maybe you should have
disclaimer
started
I am
with
not
that,
a lawyer,
you
even
dipshit.
though we talked to a lot of lawyers for this episode. And if you get yourself into hot water for making or distributing fan art, you can use this video as an interesting talking piece with your legal counsel, but don't assume that I, Matt Pat, will be standing up for you in court. as
Matt
your
Pat,
defense. Here,
defend my FNAF art. Foxy's hard rock arm must be set for the masses. Oh god.
Thanks for watching.
Hey. This music is boring. That's not the game theory music. Damn it. Back to bongos. I need a new song. Fuck it, let's do the FNAF 2 music again. Where is it? There it is. Wait, what's FNAF 1 ambient? Oh no, I'm not fucking playing that for like in between my videos. I mean, not my videos, MatPat's videos. Ugh. Damn, sorry. So, where are we now? We are halfway! Hey! 9 hours in, and we're halfway. For the playlist being like 19 hours, that is actually fairly accurate, not gonna lie. Like, hey, that's surprising, right? That it's that kind of dead on. 18 hours something, I'm halfway, and well, I'm halfway, so that's sort of surprising. Didn't expect to be that head on at the moment. That. How far is the charging of the headset? Let's see. I mean, 72%. Ooh, maybe by the next video I'll be able to have my original tracking back. And not have this weird janky goddamn face rig that's going all over the place, kind of, right? So where are we now timeline wise? We're 3 years ago when FNAF Help Wanted released. It's a weird one, because I'm be honest, this is 100% 3 years ago. Yeah, this is 100% where I was out of the loop. I did not know what was happening. Ultimate Custom Night, I think I saw those game theories then, and maybe saw like the teaser for Help Wanted or whatever, maybe, but no idea from that point onwards, right? Like hey, like FNAF VR totally missed the boat on that one. AR totally missed the boat on that one. Curse of Dreadbear totally missed the boat on that one. The only reason I sort of started seeing a lot of things from FNAF again was, yeah, Security Breach, and its kind of horrendous launch, right? Where the game, oh, but it's such a pretty big pizzeria, and everyone keeps saying that, but then the moment you would actually like critically look at some of it, it's like, that's a lot of assets, and it's a big environment, but level design wise, it's fairly uninspired. And asset-wise, like, sure, but the lighting's so poor and terrible that it doesn't really matter. It all looks very cheap because it's a bunch of assets, yeah, but the environment they're set in is very, again, uninspired. Unfinished. And that's not to hate on Steel Wool, but it's more like I don't think they were given enough time to really polish everything and go through it and stuff like that. That or whatever lighting engine and render engine they were using wasn't up to snuff. Even though I think they were using Unreal 4? Huh. Maybe throwing in an Unreal 5 and adding the nanite might actually make the thing run better. I don't fucking know. Point is, we're halfway through it. Woo! Only halfway more to go, and I still kind of have my sanity, I think. Sort of. I have my sanity enough to pay attention, so let's see if I can get past 10 to 12 hours of being sane. Probably not. So then, and then they can prove K wrong, and otherwise, it is what it is. Although you can argue that now I've already lost my sanity. Maybe I'm already gone, far gone, but you don't even know it yet. Okay, I'll shut the fuck up and continue playing the game. I mean, playing the goddamn, not game, the what's it called? Oh, within an hour from now, we might have to watch out for scuff. Because it might be that the internet does its like daily reset thing, and if that is like a real thing, then yeah, within an hour now we'll have some trouble with that. But that'll be when we'll deal with it when we deal with it. Until then, onwards to the next one. Oh, yippee. The hell?
It's back.
Sadness.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to
Game Theory.
The show that clearly doesn't understand the meaning of the word final. It's finally over.
Well, it's finally over at that time. So.
Theory FNAF is at its end. Yes, final FNAF theory. But can you really blame me? These games have confirmed endings in FNAFs 3, 4, 6, and Ultimate Custom Night. It's like Doctor Strange saw 14 million different endings and Scott Cawthon was like, I'll take them all! Beginning to think FNAF World's inclusion of FNAF 57 Freddy in Space was less of a joke and more of a preview of coming attractions. So anyway, it's back. Call it whatever you like. FNAF 7, FNAF VR, Help Wanted, MatPat Insanity. sanity simulator, but
hell is
after
that
a year
picture?
of detoxing, Five Nights at Freddy's is back with a new official game in the series, and it, more so than any other installment, feels like an inflection point. A game that is simultaneously looking back to pay tribute to where these games began, as well as a game that's looking forward.
Well, I
to
mean,
lay
the art kind
groundwork
of
for where this
is
franchise
right?
headed.
Because like
This isn't
the next
just
game,
some
Security
PR
Breach,
catchphrase for the series.
sucks.
This is a pivotal game in the canon that
Kidding,
closes the
kidding.
book on the old lore and also launches us into FNAF: The
Hey.
Next Generation. It seems to answer some old mysteries from the previous games, all while
What, an
opening up
answer
the
shit?
themes and tone for what's to come. And there is a lot to unpack here. This is, without question, the meatiest
Is it, though?
game in the FNAF library, which is impressive because it's still a VR title. So let's not waste any time and get started with the basics. Now, in case you don't have a VR headset, I've actually played through the entire game on
Oh, look at him
GT
go
Live,
there.
so you can
Look at him
check out
go.
all the highlights.
No! No! Ah! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Hey.
And lowlights of my playthrough over there.
Hello, boys and girls. I'm here to give you your happiest day ever. Come with me, wayward souls. We've got vengeance
What the
to strike.
But let me quickly
Goddamn.
take you through what you need to know for today's
Matt Pats.
theory. In Five Nights
Matt
at
Pats
Freddy's
touches the
Hellpoint,
kids.
we're playing as a
Voice,
beta tester of a
goddamn.
new Freddy
No,
game.
please, Matt Pat, no. Stay away from the kids, Matt Pat. No.
has developed something of a bad reputation over the last few decades. While it's true
Ah.
that some stories associated with that game were loosely based on actual events, the majority of them were total fabrications from the mind of a complete lunatic. Lawsuits pending.
And yes, that picture
Look at him
is
go.
really Scott Cawthon canonically inserting himself into this game. That is a discussion for another episode, my friends, because it throws all sorts of weird monkey wrenches into the lore, but we'll get to that later.
It's a
So
cute
according to
little
the intro,
thing.
Scott's games gave Fazbear
Ooh.
Entertainment a bad name. And the point of this Freddy Fazbear virtual
virtual
experience then is to poke fun of their past, clear their name, and ultimately rebuild the brand. Seems simple enough, right? Play through some loving recreations of past games as well as some new minigames, and that's it. Job complete. A new generation of Faz fans fall in love with all these new characters and add to Scott Cawthon's growing pile
Oh, a
of
little
money.
clip there.
Don't forget the merch perfect for birthdays.
Speaking of merch, Fazbear Entertainment ain't the only ones chilling for their supper. Game Theory
Game
also perfect for
Theory
birthdays.
merch.
Heck, probably even more perfect for birthdays, Scott. And wouldn't you
Do
know
I-
it,
oh my
we just released
God.
a bunch of new items for
Look
you.
at that.
Can't
It's another
sleep at night because we
goddamn.
got some
Look
free
at. Look. No, I don't want to
Down
watch your
clock.
merch things.
That out of the way, back to VR.
Uh-huh.
Playing through the game, it is legitimately impressive. Pretty much everyone here is recreated in a stunning 3D environment.
optimized
Bonnie,
polygons,
Baby,
that's-
Funtime Freddy the Puppet. Heck, even Easter egg appearances by Mini Renas and Lolbit. Characters that most of you watching this
the hell?
probably haven't even heard of before because you have much better things to do with
fair
your
enough.
brain space than I do.
How does the
Practically
puppet
everyone
move? That's
is
what I'm
here
surprised.
in
That's
this
what I
game,
want to know.
except for one important omission.
Oh.
Golden Freddy. I mean, Ballora isn't around either, but you know, I said important. But that seems weird, right? I mean, this is a game that drops you into perfect recreations of the first
Damn.
3 installments of the series. You don't just forget about one of the most important characters to the lore of these games.
Or
Well,
intentional.
That's because it isn't
It's
some careless
intentional.
oversight. Golden Freddy isn't here for a reason. It's our first clue that this game isn't just a joke and is a canonical entry. Specifically, it tells us where it falls in line with everything else
All
that
the
we've
way at
played
the end?
through. Golden Freddy isn't here
Ow.
because she's busy hanging out in HE double Chica arms with William Afton. Think back to the end of Ultimate
Picture
Custom
of him
Night
looking
Where
sad in hell. That's
tracking
funny.
voice lines used throughout the game
That
over
or more-
screens, we were
yeah.
able to piece together that we're playing as William Afton in that game.
That or the
Child
Golden Freddy
killer
Bear is something that
extraordinaire.
most
And
people
the
didn't
whole
know of.
game was him trapped in heck to atone for his sins. And the thing that was keeping him there was the one he should not have killed, a girl named Cassidy. The spirit who had an axe to grind, possessing the Golden Freddy suit.
That
The
one
reason
still,
Golden
I hope,
Freddy
eventually gets
isn't
an
in FNAF
explanation.
VR
Like,
is
why
because
is
the
that
spirit
one
is
specifically
down
so pissed
there
off?
tormenting Willie A forever from here until the end of the
Wonder if that gets a
series.
reason. Maybe that's what the
why
movie will be
ultimate
about.
ending of Custom Night was Golden Freddy
Mhm.
twitching off into the darkness.
The moment
Cassidy
the
never gives
person
up
in the
her
trailer
soul, no
says,
matter
"My
what
name's
old man
Cassidy," we
consequences
know,
said.
oh, okay, so
Further
we'll get the
cementing that
story of
Outlaw
why
is now
this
at the
ghost
end
is
of
like
the
so
FNAF
pissed off.
timeline is this miserable little creature
Ugh.
right here, the Scrap Baby plush. Because why wouldn't you want to cuddle with something that rips in half and eats
No,
children
Scrap
alive?
Baby is the other one?
Everyone who doesn't have an encyclopedic index of all 60+ animatronics that have graced the screen.
That's what this stream is for people that don't know.
Hobo version of the old baby after escaping sister location, and who was voted out of the Ennard tribe sometime between FNAF 5 and 6. Her only on-screen appearance is in FNAF 6, so the fact that a reference to her exists in this game at all means that it must come after her expulsion from Ennard, sometime definitely after FNAF 5, but again, with Golden Freddy missing, it seems to secure it after everything's burned down and closed. So we have ourselves a company that's trying to rebuild
That's a fucking terrifying image.
Tragic events.
Why is that image so
Simple,
spooky?
right? Of course not. This is a FNAF game. You know that the story is never going to be that obvious. Hidden throughout the game are cassette tapes that, when collected, unleash a new monster into the hallways of this pizzeria. What the game's files refer to as Glitch Trap. A yellow bunny with purple eyes. Yellow bunny with purple eyes, you say?
The Midnight Motorist. No, just kidding.
As you collect more and more tapes, this glitch rabbit comes closer and closer, becoming more and more fully formed. Beat all the minigames, and you unlock the final challenge, Pizza Party. A nightmarish fever dream that mashes together every location that you just played through. Waiting for you at the end of this horrific maze is the single scariest moment from the entire franchise. And I can't emphasize that enough. It is literally chilling. What you learn is that you, a 7-year-old, have been lured to the back room of Freddy's, and what awaits you is your pizza party, complete with your favorite flavor of cake, all your best animatronic friends, and then Glitch Trap calls you to
yippee!
The music fades. Suddenly you're on stage. You're holding Freddy's microphone. You are Freddy. You've been stuffed. You are now a missing
yippee!
As your killer dances gleefully
That's
to the
fucked.
song that you're being
The dancing
forced
thing,
to
that's so
stand up on
spooky.
stage and sing. This isn't just a spoopy jump scare of some goofy character. This is real horror. So it definitely seems like this new character, Pedo Hair, over here is William Afton. I mean, sure, the suit isn't as bulky.
Great, you get the experience of being kidnapped as a child. Lovely for kids. Not just kidding. Oh my god.
Enjoys children's pizza parties just a wee bit too much. Big old check again. Then again, to call this character William would be missing a huge chunk of this game's story. This isn't William. Like I said, he's trapped in eternal torment with Cassidy, listening to Barney the hippo over here tell his life story.
This image is just so funny. Like, look at him, just kind of sadness.
What was I saying?
No, to understand who, or better put, what this thing actually is, we need to examine the tapes that summon Glitch Trap here in the first place. Scattered throughout the various minigames are 16 glitching cassettes left behind by a former game dev, Tape Girl, which, when put together, tell the story of a failing game company, a bit of malicious code, and some very
just a bit of malicious code.
We're also introduced to the story of another beta tester who was in our position before us, named Jeremy.
Jeremy. You know what? There's just a lot of Jeremys. You know?
With the first being FNAF 2's
just a common
Night
name.
Guard,
Think
and then
about
again on the gravestones in FNAF 6. Coincidence?
Really?
I think not. The first
They're
tape
just Jeremy or
immediately
people
makes
that
it clear
die.
we're not picking these up in chronological order.
There are more.
So how crazy are you now?
Which leaves us the task of shuffling them into some modicum
Okay, my
of sense
tracking
in order
doesn't
to
show,
put
but
the
my
story
tracking is because I don't have my phone tracking, okay? So it's different. It's not...
we're supposedly
My eyebrows are
playing
crazy
in its
because
final
the
form
phone is almost
in
charged.
development. Going through the tapes,
80%,
I've done the
80%.
shuffling for
I almost
you
got my
to
regular
get the
tracking
most
back.
cohesive
Haha.
narrative based on the evidence
He hasn't gone
and
too
what
far
Tape
yet.
Girl actually
What
said.
the hell do you
Begins by
expect of
telling us
me?
that the game's then playtester Jeremy
Like, imagine, I totally lose and go crazy. Says gamer words. No, that... Matt Pat wouldn't make me do that. Except the pedo hair thing. That's kind of weird, you know? Matt Pat saying that Glitch Trap, the experience you get in VR, is that you get fucked by the rabbit.
Doesn't react to scares, talking to themselves. Sounds to me like he's going crazy.
Holding up better
Either
than I
that or
thought.
he's just
9
a
hours of Matt Pat. Matt Pat.
Am
Matt
I right?
Pat. Yes.
The game he's
yes.
working on is
Matt Pat.
this one, Freddy Fazbear's Virtual Experience, which includes some code
It's
that was
weird.
inherited
These
from
game
Fazbear
theories are
in
kind of
Payment,
calming in a
and
weird
also
way.
hard drives to save
You know?
time and money.
Yeah, they're just kind of calming.
And things like that.
I seem to disagree. It's more when I start disagreeing with Matt Pat, I start going crazy. When it's like stuff I just generally agree with, it's like, oh, he's just explaining stuff that happens.
Doesn't seem to take Jeremy's
You know?
warning seriously, however, and instead he starts documenting all of Jeremy's behavior in preparation to fight.
Matt has a calming voice. In a weird way, he does. It's true.
The thing about it is that I don't think they were going to fire him because of anything he was doing wrong.
They just knew he'd seen
Well.
something.
This confirms for us one major detail, that the scariest thing in the FNAF universe is
Oh, I was gonna
crunch
say upper
time.
management.
Working long hours until you're driven crazy and then fired at the end? Man, it's just like the real life games industry. It's uncanny. These games just get more and more realistic. So Jeremy is going crazy and no one is listening. Flash forward to tape 6 where Tape Girl talks about coming in early one morning to see the supply room lit and Jeremy in the darkened testing room. It's a short tape, but it's an important one because it sets us up for tape number 9 when we learn that what she saw looked like a Halloween
Oh, this
mask
shit's
laying on
cool.
the ground and a
This
bunch
is
of
cool,
ink
but it's
on
never in the
Jeremy and
games.
scattered
God
around
damn
the
it.
floor. But that's not ink, and that's
This is
no
spooky.
mask. The ink is Jeremy's blood, and the mask is actually Jeremy's face, which he presumably sliced off his own body using the aptly named guillotine paper cutter. We know this
How
to
the
be
fuck
true
do you do
thanks to
that?
tape
That's
number
pretty
4,
intense,
where we hear Tape
inventive
Girl
guy.
say that the cutter comes from the supply
God
room, and that
damn.
Jeremy expressly knew where it was.
I didn't even know we had one in the supply
He brought
room.
one.
I was always afraid of losing a finger. That seems so silly now. Jeremy used to do design work. I guess that's how he knew it was there.
And for as extreme as this sounds, we know that he sliced off his face due to all these seemingly minute details about how his face was obscured that morning.
I went back and peered in the window. I couldn't see his face. He had the visor covering his head.
Anyone else getting some bizarre Bite of 87 vibes from this story? No? Is it just me? Huh. So Jeremy eventually dies from his injuries.
Well,
after Jeremy's death,
the bleeding.
things start getting even weirder, which is a relative statement considering that this is the FNAF franchise we're talking about. Tape Girl overhears a conversation about a lawsuit in the aftermath of Jeremy's death, which
Maybe.
makes perfect sense given that he died a horrific death on the job. In response, the company starts taking some serious steps to cover their tracks, namely to sell off the game and destroy evidence that
Oh,
could
Luigi.
incriminate them. In the meantime,
No.
Tape Girl takes over Jeremy's role as playtester, and all
So
we
mad
know
that
is
he was
that she
extremely
really
wrong.
cleaned that VR headset before she put that thing back on. She has 3 days to playtest the game.
Nope.
Across her audio logs, we learn that in that time, she sees Glitch Trap for the first time and comes to learn that he's attached itself to her audio logs. She tries to delete them, but can't. So instead of deleting them, she fragments and disperses them into the 16 small pieces we've been collecting throughout our playthrough, warning us that they shouldn't be reunited at any cost.
Hide all traces of these logs that I've created. I fear that finding them and reassembling them will also reassemble the very thing I've tried so desperately to destroy.
No idea.
Probably shouldn't have hidden that info on tape 15 of
True.
16. After that, though, she seems to backtrack on her story, saying that in fact the entity in the game can be killed, and that to do so we should reassemble the tapes. Odd, but okay, we've got them all anyway, so might as well see what we can do. Glitch Trap attacks us once we have 16 tapes, and if we don't respond in time, we trade places with him. For a brief second, we see through his eyes back down at the console that we were just operating. Our consciousness has truly
yippee.
melded with his, just like the voiceover warned about at the top of the game.
Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for accidental digital consciousness transference.
So that's a bad ending. But if we do manage to properly follow Tape Girl's instructions as he's trying to mind meld with us, well, he still seems like he escapes. Or at the very least, he definitely doesn't die. This should have been like some Mr. Smith in the Matrix moment where all his code disintegrates or something. But instead, we're trapped on one side of a door in the game. A bloody, hand-printed door. with
Again, this
scratch
game is
marks
like
clearly
true
showing
horror,
people
right?
stuck in
That's
here
cool.
desperately trying to
No,
escape.
okay, he didn't need the
Glitch
bodies of
Trap
dead kids. That's sad, but like still, it's pretty good.
doesn't seem like the ending we should be getting for putting all the pieces of the tape
Yeah, 'cause
together
you
and
fucked up.
following all the tape maker's instructions. That would basically mean that FNAF VR has 3
Yes.
losing scenarios here. Getting stuffed at the end of the pizza party, transferring consciousness on the home screen, and getting locked behind the door if you
Well,
choose to
in one
follow
of these,
Tape
I don't get
Girl's
diddled by the
instructions.
rabbit. So you know what? I'll take it. Good end.
Maybe that's the point of the game.
There is no
Maybe
happy
we
end.
are
VR
destined to
VR
lose
is
what we
destined
do.
to
I mean,
lose.
think about it. The canon ending of Sister Location was a bad ending, with
Scooby.
Michael getting scooped. The canon ending of FNAF 4 was a bad ending, with the crying child getting bitten. In FNAF 6, you and literally everyone else burned to death. I mean, it's considered a victory, but you're still dead. Now, let's look closer at the text of the audio logs. There is something clearly wrong in them. The tapes start out just fine. They follow her story in a pretty logical way, and we know she's a real person in the real world because she's observing things from outside the game's testing room. Things like Jeremy complaining to management and the stuff that's present in the supply room. But then, upon closer inspection, you start noticing some strange anomalies. For instance, we have 2 tapes that both start with her.
You know what's gonna be harder as the longer I go on? Because we're 9 hours in, right? What's gonna be harder as we keep going is like is having actual thoughts to say after the videos are done. That's gonna be harder and harder because a lot of these now, like this one is just literally him just telling the events of the games, right? This is not even that much a theory as it's just like this is what happens within the game, which fine, but man.
If you're unable to abandon
if anything, he says it because most people wouldn't be able to play it because VR is kind of difficult for Let's Play scenarios, right?
But then also say this.
There are more. They may not be in order.
Basically inviting us to put them all together. Weirder still is the fact that the last file suddenly does this major about face relative to all the previous logs, where suddenly she says out of nowhere, oh yeah, there is a way to kill Glitch Trap. This is odd on a lot of different levels. The first and most obvious being, if these instructions really do work and she's so sure about it, why didn't she follow them?
Well,
if this method was actually effective and she knew it was effective, Glitch Trap wouldn't be in the game anymore because she would have followed her own advice and wiped him out. How would she even know that this system works? The answer is, it clearly doesn't. Or at least it doesn't do what she says it's gonna do. That's because she's not trying to get you to kill off the entity in the code, she's trying to get you to release it. While we don't have every piece of the puzzle in this story, here's what I think actually happened with all these audio tapes. The tape maker starts out genuinely making these logs to document the weird stuff that's happening in the game studio. The stuff with Jeremy really happens. She really sees Glitch Trap in the game, but on her last day of playtesting, she tries to delete the files and fails. Instead of killing Glitch Trap, she undergoes a digital consciousness transfer, just like we do in one of the 3 bad endings, trapping her in the game and releasing Glitch Trap, presumably into her own body, or just releasing him into the real world, both of which are possibilities that the game explicitly warns us about in the opening sequence.
Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for accidental digital consciousness transference, real-world manifestations of digital characters.
That, my friends, is why you always have to read the disclaimer. From inside the game, she's now stuck, with her only hope for escape being to go through the same process she just went through. So she's the creepy rabbit? She creates a new log, starting over by saying,
hello? Can you hear me?
Which in reality is saying, hello, can you hear me in here? Since she's now making the log.
This is interesting, not gonna lie.
Game. She tries to create a new story that encourages a future developer to piece the logs back together, and then seeds one final log out there to tease the idea that a future developer can solve the problem by killing off Glitch Trap.
So then the body that gets transferred is the girl that... So it's a loop. It's like 7, but weird. No, not 7. The Ring. It's like the Ring, but fucked up and weird. And not like the Ring at all, but kinda.
But as a dev team, we all just saw it as a challenge to find what the problem was and fix it.
We do exactly the same thing, finding what's wrong and following the instructions on how to fix it, only to find ourselves on the wrong side of the door covered in handprints, where presumably lots of other people have been there before us. Glitch Trap, or whoever is in the body of Glitch Trap at this point, perhaps Tape Girl herself, disappears into the darkness and takes over our body on the outside. And now it's our turn to wait for the next beta tester to come in, follow the tapes, and hand over their consciousness to us. Now, that last bit there is speculation based on the oddities in the audio logs and the fact that following her instructions
in a way,
results
you could argue that it's like a meta. It's a meta thing about like VR and like your buddy play a VR game when you have a VR game, stuff like that. You know?
The case. The point is, William's back, just not in a way that any of us expected. What seems undeniable in Help Wanted's story is the fact that his consciousness was preserved in the circuit boards that got scanned.
Palpatine somehow returned.
And now he's here as Glitch Trap, tricking players into letting him escape. It's no longer the same guy. He's now an AI replicating the behaviors of William and snatching the body of whatever completionist is determined enough to play through all the elements of the game.
Now I have the body of all the fat nerds that are trying to play the entirety of the game.
Odd, actually. Maybe they really are.
I got a bunch of nerds. No.
The biggest lingering question now in my mind, though, how many Williams are out there? Is this just one instance of an AI looking to escape, and now we're the new host body? Or is it somehow able to replicate itself, copying and pasting its code into any mind out there that's playing its little game? Could we be entering a new part of the FNAF franchise with multiple Maftins, all in completely different bodies. For as cool as that would be, and honestly I think this game could open up that world, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that's why there's such an emphasis in this game on you being a beta tester. It's one instance of corrupted code and you happen to be playing it. And now you're infected by it. In the next generation of FNAF, you, or at least your body with William Afton's code in your head, is the new killer. And so on and so forth until we finally get to FNAF in space. But hey, that's just
a game theory. Boom.
We should probably talk about Jeremy. It's weird that his name is used 3 times. There is no possible way that that's meant to be a coincidence. There's also this random appearance of Shadow Freddy, which I found in my playthrough, which again seems like an odd little detail that's important.
It's more like a glitch, not gonna lie.
In the Pizza Party minigame. And the fact that Glitch Trap has 3 toes, just like the footprints that are outside of FNAF 6's house window. There is a lot more here in this game, but I honestly just need more time to think it all through. Rest assured, though, I'll be back.
I always come back.
And that, my friends, is why you should subscribe and ring the bell to make sure that you're notified of all our new uploads.
So one more video, then we'll have my regular iPhone tracking again.
Just yet. There is just so much to unpack. And again, just as a reminder, we upload new theories every Saturday or Sunday.
Weird meta theory I have here. Meta theory about the game that he hasn't posited yet. The whole idea of the last person. Interesting theory he puts together, right? Where it's the last person that was infected infects the next person, right? Or you, or whoever the last person was, makes it so that the next person also gets infected by William Afton, or like, well, Glitch Trap, right? Whatever. What the fuck? There's something interesting there, meta-wise, you could say, where it's like you as, let's say you're. Which harkens to how VR sort of works, right? For the majority of people out there, most people don't have VR. If you're lucky, you have a buddy who has VR, right? So this is how the tale will go. If you have a buddy that has VR, and he's like, hey, play the cool game I played, right? And your buddy played and beat FNAF VR, and he got infected by William Afton. And so what does he do now? He gets the next person to play the game. And so you all in the real world are doing Glitch Trap's work by infecting your friends also with the virus. I'm surprised like nothing like that came up. Like that's kind of cool, right? It's sort of like it's like in a meta sense where it takes things within the game to outside the game. The real world is involved now. Now it's not just the player character being infected, but because you're the one beta testing the VR thing, you're the one getting infected. Ooh, your mind is now together with Glitch Trap. You now also are you also now have a pedo hair inside of your head. Ooh! Everyone who has played this game and beaten it actually has the pedo hair now inside of their head. Ooh! That's fucked up, not gonna lie. That or you get diddled by the hair. You either get diddled or you either live, you either die to be diddled by the hair or live long enough to become the diddler. He's finally snapped. I haven't snapped! I'm just pointing out the obvious connection you can make with this like you get infected or die to the infected thing, right? Like, oh my life, please don't. Like, come on, that's not at all what NatPat's alluding to, but there is like an angle to that, right? I think you're becoming unhinged. What do you mean? I am perfectly hinged. My voice is under my control. I'm just positing a logical conclusion to the theory, to the hypothesis posited by MatPat. He's the one that started with the pedo hair, not me. I only thought about it. I didn't say it. It's different. The wacky eyebrow tracking is not helping my case at all, is it? God damn it. One more video and then I have my stupid regular tracking back instead of this wacko eyebrow shit. God damn. It's true. No, I'm not. 9.5 hours in, I'm still sane. I'm sane, Michael. God damn it. Where are we? Part 26. Hey, no, not the book. Fuck me. Oh, no, that's gonna make me go insane. The goddamn books of this shit. What is it? Or music I can turn on? I need new music. God damn it. What is? FNAF theme song. Wait, let's go. FNAF menu theme music. Yeah, okay, come on. Give me a good one. That's spooky. I don't like that at all. That's FNAF 4, by the way. I'm now turning on. No, fuck it. Let's just turn on FNAF 1 in a bit. Fuck it. We'll do that one after this. Wilson, no. Monster Peak!
Henry and William
Cock.
Afton, how their partnership flourished early on, and how their view of the animatronics evolved over time. Thoughtful fans might want to give these sections a closer look to determine how they impact the story of the game as well. Right there.
Oh, he's back on the couch.
Crystal. For years, I've been trying to piece together the story of these games, right? But one thing has always served as a major sticking point, and that thing has been these books. Now, admittedly, these books entered the series at a tough time. FNAF 4 had released a few months prior.
We're not 3 years ago, by the way,
so. To this day serves as the single biggest point of frustration for anyone trying to piece together the lore. Scott always trolls us. See also the repeated use of the name Jeremy. But this one game was just too much. It was a game that played with so many different ideas. It played with dreams and dates and bites and balloon boys and new characters and new toys, kids that looked like established characters.
They were gonna be established characters, not yet.
What wasn't? No one had any idea, and still to this day, we are at a loss about what this game means for the entire franchise as a whole.
I just choose to ignore it.
After that, FNAF World would enter the picture, and well, we all know how well that one went.
Sadness.
So, needless to say, it was a sensitive time for the series, and sandwiched in between it all was the Silver Eyes, the start of the novels, a story set in the FNAF universe, but not really? Question mark? Scott Cawthon, when the books first came out, tried to make it clear what role these played in the greater story, but I don't know if it helped things. Here's his quote. "The truth is that after a while, lore can become so dense that there isn't any room for a story."
Another truth!
Another truth is that what makes for a good game doesn't necessarily make for a good book. Sometimes a timeline gets so full that the only way to tell a real story
What is a real
have that
story? What do you
set
mean
in
with
a
that?
different timeline, an alternate universe, a different location, or perhaps from a vantage point that isn't entirely what it appears to be. It's an interesting quote. True to Scott's style,
It's a
it
cop-out.
doesn't give anything away.
Any other franchise, they would have said it's a cop-out. Let's be honest. But it's fine, you know?
Alternate universe, but if you come back and
because you get
read that
videos like
quote
this.
again, like I just did here for the first time in years writing this script, it's actually only one of the possibilities that he raised. In fact, now that all 3 of the books have come out and completed the main story arc, we actually know what they really were. It was that last thing, a vantage point that wasn't entirely what it appeared to be. Now, spoiler alert for the books, but basically at the end of this one, the grand finale,
which
Fourth
is the
Closet,
third
it's
book.
revealed that our main character Charlie is an animatronic recreation of a dead
Oh,
girl.
yippee.
That the brilliant roboticist
We're nearing Gregory. Gregory is only 10 episodes away, I think.
By his partner William
Something like
Afton
that?
at the age of 3, and that out of his grief he rebuilt her, and that the character that we've been following for all 3 of these books isn't actually a human being but just a glorified animatronic that grows older with time. Now, it sounds really weird, but here, let me explain. So, the 4 closets, what that's in reference to, basically, Henry created 4 versions of that robot, each one meant to simulate a different life stage that she would never get to experience. Toddler, tween, teen, adult, thus allowing this robot child to grow up over time, infusing each one of those robots with fabricated memories of a childhood he created using a camera and tripod. And if you think that sounds weird, then you haven't finished reading this book, my friends, because this book jumps so many sharks. But that is nothing compared to what this book does to the animatronic baby that we all know and love. Baby, you know, the clown girl. Well, in the books, she's actually the perfect 4th adult version of Charlotte, but she's also the robot that still, like we see in the games, devours William Afton's daughter Elizabeth and then goes on to get possessed by her. So this one robot is simultaneously Elizabeth's soul inside of Charlie's adult body, but in addition to dancing and singing and extruding out ice cream, she also has the ability to switch between looking like a passable human, so much so that a character in here actually gets aroused by her.
What? Oh God, no!
And also
I don't need the sexy robot, Matt.
Giant clown-shaped robot, the one that we all know and love.
So she's a sexy clown robot. Oh my God. No. No.
I mean, how ridiculous is this, right? It's a good thing nothing that stupid appears in the games.
Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh cock. No. Ah. Sadness.
Yep, they're in the games, aren't they? They are, actually. If you look at Baby's design as it's presented in the games, you see exactly what this book is talking about. The needles with the little balls on the end, and yeah, even the weirdo
this would
sound
start where you
illusion
lose
discs.
his mind about
You
it.
might see where I'm going with
Nope.
this. Right? Well, many hardcore fans want to dismiss the books and treat them as a separate entity, wall them off entirely from what's going on in the games. You just can't. This book right here.
I hope the movie's like that at this point, right? I hope the movie makes no fucking sense unless you're Matt Pat and he goes like, "Oh, it answers everything," and it's like a movie that comes out, nobody fucking understands it. Everyone's like, "What the hell was that?" And then only the nerds online will know what it means. That will be funny. It would be a terrible marketing decision, but like somehow that would also be really funny.
The fourth closet explained what Candy Cadet stories were all about. 5 animatronics, 5 souls, all melted down into one entity.
Well, no, 4.
Because my theories based on the books tended to frustrate hardcore community members, I backed off of using them. But here we are now, me sitting on the couch reading this. The
Freddy Files! There's more?
Edition, which, in addition to including more fan art than a typical game theory episode,
Matt would see 3 numbers and put a 5-hour lore stream right after.
second to last page
True.
in the book. Thoughtful fans might want to give these sections about Henry and William a closer look to determine how
people should watch people should read my books and buy them because they make me more money. I don't know if they make them more money though.
Here, these 3, they're important. They are
Well, they're not going
here to
away anytime
stay.
soon, so yeah.
For today's theory, I threw
Hola.
away everything.
Hola.
All
Wow,
our
Spain people,
assumptions,
nice.
all the
Or
things that
I think.
thought we had
Yeah.
solved from the games. And I took a fresh, clean look at this franchise, this time starting from the perspective
Oh no.
of the books.
Oh god.
And that brought me down
No, the rabbit hole.
insane thought train.
Now
I
we're
don't
stuck. Now we're stuck here
necessarily think
forever.
that today's theory is right. I definitely think that there are plenty of holes in it, but I also don't think it's out of the realm of possibility for the story that Scott is trying
We're
to
stuck
tell.
here forever.
It's a theory that's worth chewing on because it simultaneously overturns a lot of the assumptions that we've made about this series while also filling in a lot of logical holes in the timeline of events. This
Let's go.
is a big one, and I'm
Say
curious
it,
to get your
bench
thoughts
Matt.
on it. Big like
Bench Pat.
what we
Pat
missed
bench.
in FNAF 4. Kind
Bench
of big.
Matt Pat.
Here's my
Matt
theory
Pat
for you today.
bench.
Mustard Man.
Casting couch.
You know, orange
Casting
guy
bench.
from FNAF 6. I'm gonna say he's Henry, original creator of the animatronics,
Matt bench.
co-owner of
Pat
Fred
bench.
Bear's Family Diner. That
Pat
would
ben
make
man.
this Henry's house. In turn, that would thereby make FNAF 4 his house as well. And if that's his house, then this is Henry's son,
Yes.
and this
There's-
is Henry's
yes.
other son. That's right. Crying Child
What?
isn't any member of the Afton family. He
Oh
is
my
Henry's
god.
son. And then that would make this and this Henry's daughter. And therefore, this then would be Henry's daughter's empty room. Now,
This is stupid.
hold
This
on.
is
I am sure there are plenty
stupid.
of you hardcore FNAFers out there who are ready
No,
to
because
tear
it's
this
just like, what
huge
the
list
hell?
apart.
Ugh.
This is clearly the
Maybe he
Afton
buys
household.
the thing
We have
afterwards.
established this time and
Thanks for
time
the
again
follow.
since the
Holy
release of Sister
shit.
Location.
Wait,
But
that thing.
stay
I thought I
with
turned
me.
that thing
Sit
off. Why did that
back,
still make a beeping
relax.
noise?
Who am I kidding? Pull out your pen and paper, start taking notes for your angry rage comment down below. This is a FNAF theory unlike anything we've ever talked about, so
Let's just jump into it.
so I already told you the big reveal at the end of the fourth
Interesting.
closet, that our protagonist
It
Charlie is a robot
it
built in the image of
unmuted the
Henry's
follow
dead
button.
daughter.
That's surprising.
There is one last twist here.
You
On
dumb
the
arc.
very
This is a dumb arc, true. For all the things that we're experiencing in this game, like, let's be honest, this is a kind of a dumb arc, but let's go.
high on a hill under a lone tree. similar to a very
Oh my
familiar scene
God.
that we see in the games. At the end of FNAF 6,
Adios. Adios. Take care.
and on it,
Hell
we're
yeah.
told the following
Oh my
words were
God.
etched into the stone. Beloved daughter, Charlotte Emily, 1980 to 1983. First off, her last name is Emily? I mean, there's no other name written here, so that isn't her middle name. So Henry's last name is Emily? We're talking about the Emily family household?
Sure. Fuck it.
Weird. I mean, this is a book series filled with animatronics that are possessed by human children and metallic soul glue, but Emily as your last name? That has to be the single largest
Not
stretch
really,
of
okay.
imagination out there. And no offense to anyone with Emily as their actual last name. I know it's a real thing. I'm just over-exaggerating.
Hey, that's what I do.
Comedic effect.
So remember the Stitch Wraith arc? Where did that go? I think the Stitch Wraith arc is still ongoing, right? Because isn't that like technically security breach?
Should sound familiar,
Right? So that like still is left to be determined, I think.
FNAF 4, a game that ends with someone getting themselves bitten, is not depicting the bite of 87 like we all assumed when we first saw that scene, but instead is a game that is set in the year 1983.
Yeah.
It frustrated.
It was annoying, but you know, fine. 2 bites.
Why would you choose to do that, Scott?
Double
it
bites.
Made no sense for the story that we had become familiar with by that point in the series. It made no sense until today. We know that the gravestone is real. We know that Henry truly has a daughter who dies and goes on to become the puppet in the games. So what if that death took place in 1983 like we see in the book?
Maybe close around when he loses his daughter, maybe.
The other thing that never quite gets explained is this empty girls' room that we're allowed to explore throughout FNAF 4's minigame. Clearly, there's a reason it's here, but we never get a clue as to why or who that room could belong to.
Oh, bro, I wish I could stay on longer to listen to all this spoiler, but I have to go. It's 8:46. Oh my God, no problem. Thank you so much for hanging out. It is what it is, you know.
Because she was literally the only
Sadness.
girl that was introduced.
Sadness, but no, it is true. I will continue. We're almost 10 hours into this shit. God damn it. But we'll continue marching forwards. More Freddy's at 5 nights.
Because it was the sister location.
God, soon we're gonna be getting into like the VR AR games. Maybe.
Really, there's not a whole lot of
No idea.
here. What if that girl's room in FNAF 4
Oh my God, not the books. Ah, yes, this graphic for the dark. I know it sounds so harsh.
Empty after all. And we're not seeing a whole heck of a lot of girls wandering around the playground area. And the year certainly matches the year of the disappearance and death.
Honestly, his timeline was fine. It's like, okay, we just need more content, so we're gonna backtrack on a bunch of shit.
From FNAF 4 actually be
And then he buys it over. Who cares?
Consider this. In the second novel, The Twisted Ones, a climactic final battle.
Although it brings the story of the books to people that wouldn't watch it, wouldn't read it, not gonna lie.
Sister location. When our heroes emerge to the surface, they find themselves in the ruins of a familiar house. Here's the quote. "Don't you see where we are?" Charlie whispered. "John, it's my dad's house. It's the room we found. The underground facility isn't under William Afton's
vantage
house.
point.
Instead, in the books, it's hidden under Henry's house. And now, what do we see in the games? A hidden facility buried directly under the FNAF 4 house. A house that we've been assuming up until this point to be
Maybe it
Afton's
was.
house, but
It used to be Henry's house. Then Henry moved out. Afton took it over and took over the facility. Boom. Easy. Easy.
Overall, I feel like we've done a pretty darn good job of
And
wrapping up
smack.
this game's loose ends. We know all the names on the different gravestones.
Oh,
we know
mate,
what
now you were
candy
around.
cadet
Take
is
care.
rambling
Indeed.
on about. We know that
Thanks for dropping by. Anyone who drops by, thank you very much for that, by the way. I don't expect you to be here as long as I'm here. But if you really want to help out the channel, share it around. Use your social media to share around my crazy, wacky stream. Be like, this idiot's been streaming this shit, and then just share the YouTube link, because that one stays up forever.
Was the one moment in every FNAF game where everyone collectively
Hey.
looks at the screen and then slams their head on the desk. What? There's an orange guy now? Who the heck is the kid? Where did he go? Why is his window broken? Why are there footprints outside of the window? What
Not
is going
that extreme.
on?
God
I mean,
damn.
we have smoothed over
My dude, take a
so
chill
much
pill.
of this franchise, and I feel so confident about so much of this lore, and that game That one little mini game is the one that just like niggles the back of my mind. If
Watch out with your words, Matt Pat. I'm on Twitch as well. Can't be banned for crazy words, Matt Pat.
This is the one
God damn it.
So befuddled on, why I'm so determined to solve it, and why I'm doing today's theory. Because in the past, I've felt fairly confident saying that the mustard man here is William Afton, because he drives a purple car and he's driving away from the scene where the puppet girl died. But now, I'm not so sure.
Yes, you have 3 pieces of evidence that clearly point to this thing. Oh yes, but maybe one thing will change it, the entirety of it. Lovely. It's a security badge. Same color.
Scott pulling a Scott. But you know, that's not the most satisfying answer. It doesn't feel conclusive, you know? And more importantly, those footprints outside of the window. I mean, why are they there? Either an animatronic went to meet this boy outside of his window, but that seems unlikely based on how we know these animatronics behave, or it was someone in a costume showing up to lure the boy out of his room. That one definitely seems like the more likely solution, but the only person in the entirety of this franchise who would do something like that is big ol' Willie A. And why would he do something like that to his own kid in his own house?
Because he's an asshole.
Things just don't add up cleanly. It's a question that really started to bother me when I was playing FNAF VR Help Wanted. Glitch Trap is clearly modeled after the first suit ever used by William Afton. You can tell based on his stitching. This is a hand-sewn bodysuit rather than any sort of animatronic suit that we would see later in the series. This also coincides with the timing of the Midnight Motorist cutscene, which shows the
But the Freddy's is already like a thing at that point, though.
The entire FNAF story. Glitch Trap's suit also very distinctly has 3 toes, just like the footprints outside of the boy's window. Now, as we know, Scott Cawthon likes to clarify things in his next game. And if there was one huge question mark left from before, there
you go. So you get your confirmation. It's William Afton.
That would have been in use around
No,
the
probably
time
not.
of the minigame, as well as a matching foot pattern to the design that we see in the minigame. Heck, we even have ourselves a potential reference to it from Ultimate Custom Night and the Toy Chica cutscenes.
He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I told him to come over later. That should be enough. And if he doesn't show up, I'll just go to his house. And if he doesn't open the door, I'll just find a window.
And here's where everything starts to get weird.
What the hell
Let's
does
assume
that mean?
William Afton, in his Glitch Trap suit with its 3 toes, is the one who's standing outside of that window, outside of Henry's house. He lures the crying child out, now Henry's son, to bring him back to the place that he loves more than anywhere else in the world, Fredbear's Family Diner. But we know that this is also the night where William takes his first victim, Charlotte, who's killed outside of the diner. This would explain why in FNAF 6, the crying child would actively run to Fredbear's against his father's will, but later, come FNAF 4, he would be terrified of stepping foot there. Remember what you saw and all that.
So maybe he saw the regular body.
He saw the murder happen that night. That is what we're seeing in that FNAF 6 minigame. Meanwhile, we have ourselves the Mustard Man, who we're assuming is gonna be Henry. He has a kid who has not only run away on multiple occasions, but is so determined to do so that he's willing to break through his own window to get there.
But then
So
explain
how do
Michael
you
on
keep
the...
him safe at home? Well, you lock him in his room, just like we see happen in FNAF 4. But
Why would Henry torment his own kid?
maybe you also have a
Like,
series of
he has some
security
motivations that make sense and are fine, but it's like, why would that character...
hiding a security camera inside the Fredbear plushie that he takes everywhere to keep your son safe, to keep track of where he is at any given point in time. Heck, maybe you could go so far as to design sound illusion
Now it's like
discs to
Afton
make him
and Henry are just one character,
animatronics
right?
that he's seeing. His once
That...
beloved animatronic friends now terrifying to him, causing nightmarish hallucinations of the characters.
This is Matt Pat going off the deep end again, right? Yeah, we're in Matt Pat going off the deep end hours.
The same discs that Henry is confirmed to have created in the books. These two, right here, they play a huge role in these 2 books.
7% more than my phone is full. Back to decent tracking.
Originally created by Henry in an attempt to warp the world around him, to hide from the grief that he felt after the loss of his child. Discs that, wouldn't you know it, Afton hides inside the Funtime robots. just like we see in the games. But as we see in FNAF 4, it isn't enough. The crying child still winds up at Freddy's.
Yeah.
He still gets himself bitten, and he
Completely
dies
Matt
with that
Patton in
iconic
showers here.
line in yellow,
Yeah, no,
"I
it just
will put you back together." Now, remember that quote
It's just
I keep going
so-
back to in this book right here, second to last page? Thoughtful fans might want to revisit sections of how Henry and Afton's view of the robots change over time in order to determine how they impact the story of the game.
This is Matt Pat going off the deep end, not gonna lie.
Books uses the robots to bring his
In the
daughter
books.
back to life. He rebuilds her. He puts her quite literally back together. He used the robots to try and heal his grief. I mean, if anyone in this series is gonna say a line like, "I will put you back together," it's Henry. Heck, maybe Mustard Man is the color that he is in order to better match the color of his FNAF 4 text. "I will put you back together" in yellow. And yeah, sure, it's yellow and not orange, but guess what? Purple Guy was pink in his first outing. As the series has gotten darker, so too has the color palette. But seriously, there are two colors that are relatively similar.
Yes.
Maybe there's a connection
Because
there.
it's still William
The
Afton.
crying child is indeed Michael,
Which is
as
a
I've talked
stupid
about
theory.
a lot
'Cause-
in past theories. Henry literally
This is the thing. It
rebuilding his
keeps
lost son.
ignoring that there's another brother. There's an older brother that keeps scaring the smaller brother. And with every fucking theory he does where he starts retconning his own shit, he always like just disappears one character. God, that's what drives me up the fucking wall with these theories. Is that every time he takes one step, he takes like 2 steps forward, he takes 5 steps backward with the next one, where he's like, well, what if this character that's clearly shown to scare the younger brother, what if that character just did not exist? That character with clear motivations that are easily explainable. You know what if that character just did not exist and we just completely ignore one character's existence, the franchise, for my own made up one from the fucking books. That's what gets annoying with these like Matt Pat Unhinged Hour videos, where it's like you had a good thing going and then you like backtrack so really far just to make another character that you know exists just not exist, and you just conveniently, of course, don't talk about it because it's not part of the theory. Because there's like interesting parts and tidbits in here that add to character motivations, but they completely ignore another character's existence, which, if ironically, kind of fits into that character's like that character's sort of like role within the story, which is where he's such a forgetful character and he looks so much like his dad that people even will mistake him for his dad and stuff like that. So for him to be ignored this much by Matt Pat is actually something, funnily enough, actually that kind of ties in with the games in a way, because he's such a forgettable guy until he's relevant, right? Sorry, I'll continue. it just pisses me off because it's like, I hate the books, god damn it.
Of Mike's behavior throughout the series.
Who's the guy on the chair? Who's the brother we see scaring the fourth kid in the fourth game?
Doesn't die after puking up mom's robot spaghetti. How he's only able to die by fire.
I should be dead, but I'm not.
It's also worth noting that at no point in the series is Michael ever explicitly identified as Michael Afton. Now, it seems like Mike insists.
Hi, I'm back. Welcome, Ling Ming. I'm losing my mind. Because he's going, he had it fine, and now he's going back to like making the two people one and forgetting about the older brother.
Like he's going out and looking for William, but that may just be another Scott misdirect. It's
Matt Pat
open
crazy
to
hours.
interpretation. I mean, this scene alone still has people convinced that Springtrap is Mike.
But they're
trapped
stupid.
inside of
Who
the
cares?
Mike trap. Even though I feel like it's pretty well established at this point that it's William Afton in there.
There we go.
Will Trap. But there are people who are vehemently determined.
Reddit's full of
that
idiots.
Mike Trap
God damn it.
is the reality of the canon of this series. Regardless
I'm
of the
losing
whole
my mind.
stuff, William
Becoming
Afton in
crazy.
these books
Anger.
is all about achieving
There we go.
immortality through the robots. He's interested in the science of it all. He wants to study the original FNAF gang and replicate the living metal that resulted from their deaths. That's why we see him tearing
Which
apart
is why
the
it takes
robots
place
in FNAF
between
3's
the nights, right? Because it's not all of them at once. He's doing it every other night. So you're on 26? Yes, I'm on 26 of 58. And I'm already pissed off. Not pissed off, actually. I'm fine.
I mean, that is the whole point of Candy Cadet's stories in FNAF 6. 5 things melted down to create one thing, and it's exactly what we see happen as a huge plot point in the final book. Henry on the other hand, is the emotional one. He's a creator who gets too invested in his own work. He's a bit of a neglectful father while he's alive, but he's devastated when he loses his daughter, turning to the one and only thing that he knows and understands to try and bring her back: robots. He goes to extreme lengths.
This is just also FNAF fanfiction at this point, right? Let's all be right.
He creates the most absurdly
No, God, no, I don't want to think about the fuckbots, Matt. God damn it!
In these books because it is absurd.
Oh.
If we are truly meant to apply the themes of these books to the games, then this isn't the Afton family household.
Then who's the older brother?
It doesn't make sense. It's the Emily family household. It would explain the factory under the house. It would explain the empty girl's bedroom in FNAF 4. It would explain the 1983 date that we're presented with. It would say why Mustard Man is yellow, why there are footprints outside the window, why the crying child is suddenly scared of Freddy's, and it would even go so far as to explain the line, I will put you back together. I mean, are there holes?
He's gotten unhinged. No, I'm...
Absolutely. Are there things that are difficult to explain?
I have witnessed it all. I have seen everything. Okay, no. Okay, you get to be Chica from now on. You get to be Chica. But just watch out, because we don't know which one yet. Original Chica or the one with the fat ass. God damn it. Run, Kay, run. Don't let them get to you. Game theory! Stop reading goddamn books! The books make everything all fits neatly together, and the books all makes it worse. They always make it worse. No. No, he says, as if he can escape his fate. 94. God damn it, that last 10% takes forever to charge, god damn it. Disgusting. Tori and Matt are off the walls. This is what Five Nights at Freddy's. 10 hours of night. This reminds me of the goddamn Rick and Morty bit. Forever, 12 years of 12 seasons. Morty, so many seasons of more of Rick and Morty. But instead, it's Five Nights at Freddy's. More Five Nights at Freddy's, Morty. It's all Five Nights at Freddy's. Damn it. Hello everybody, welcome to this, it is Markiplier, once again, to be stuck in Matt Pat's crazy dungeon of crazy theories, part number 50-fucking-9. I'm never leaving! I want my face tracking back! Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, take care. 1 second, 9 to go. 9 to go? You think it's 9 to go? No, not 9 to go. Bunch more to go. Look at this, the list keeps going! 26. We're at like half. We're just over the halfway point. Woo! Oh, it's Matt Pat again, but it's Video Matt. Video Pat. Matt Pat. Video Pat Matt. Video Pat Matt. Look how boring. Look how angry he looks. He looks angry. Why he look angry? Maddie, don't be angry. Give me a second. BRB. Ow, my knee. Ow. Hurt my knee. Ow. How'd I do that one? So much lore starting from Scary Robot Game. True! It was all just a regular Scary Robot Game, and now we are... How many goddamn hours into this shit? Yeah, almost, God. We're like 10 hours into this. 10 hours of unhinged robot game. Don't forget to like the stream. The madness claw into your mind is turning you to madness. Drew, this game's gonna turn me mad. Matt Pat's gonna turn me mad. Especially if he keeps rebooting his own, like, time, because he gets so close and everything makes sense. Instead of building on the timeline he already had, he just goes into a completely different goddamn direction, you know, ignoring half the other evidence. Because, okay, in the last theory, for example, right? He keeps talking about, okay, so maybe it's the Emily household, and then it's about, oh, Charlie, who is the robot in the thing, because he makes all the robot bodies for her. Then Elizabeth is the daughter of Henry, but then also Charlie does also exist in the form of the puppet, but then Elizabeth in the form of baby also exists. So which is it? Is the daughter the baby, or is the daughter the puppet? Choose. It's one or the other. It can't be both, right? So like, and then it like bounces and it makes no sense. If anything, MatPat is making it more confusing. Like, it was fairly straightforward, and then now with the extra book shit, it's like, okay, but then don't forget there's still the puppet, right? And who's the puppet? Well, you get FNAF 6. He keeps like going back to FNAF 4 and being pissed about FNAF 4, right? But if anything, Pizza Sim explains a lot of things, right? By concluding with its final cutscene, giving you the players. Baby is someone else's daughter. The puppet is the daughter that helps the souls, right? Because we see that throughout the game. So therefore, Henry, who at the end is talking about, you know, burning the fucking place to the ground, it must be that the puppet is his daughter, not Baby. Baby must be William's daughter, which is why she's part of Afton Robotics. I'm losing it. That's what gets me. It's the contradictory information, because not only that, but now he's like going even counter to the games, which if you want to like establish canonicity wise, what is more canon, right? The books or the games? The games come first, then the books. The books are considered their own canon. You can take things from the books to infer the timeline of the games, but not the other way around. You can't have the books overwrite information from the games, right? No, it's like, it's the Star Wars thing, where the movies come first, then the TV shows to the movies, then the books and the expanded shit. If something gets put in a comic that gets retconned by the show, well, the show takes precedent over the comic, right? That's how it works. It's the same thing. Multimedia franchise, same thing. Probably the movie might overwrite some things from the games. And you know what? Because the movie is like a more audiovisual narrative, I have the sneaking suspicion that the movie is probably going to overwrite things from the books and the movies, and is going to be, in the end, the more canon one. Because more people are going to see it, right? I'm screaming into a void. I will continue. How far until my goddamn phone is charged? Shit. 5% more. God damn it. And then we can continue. Where were we? Oh yeah, FNAF reboot. Damn it. That menu music is also haunting and foreboding, not gonna lie. Anyway, we continue. Where are we? 10 hours. 10 hours! Yes!
Ready to have your mind blown
again?
FNAF yet again? Let's do a little trick, shall we? I'm in the process of currently downloading and installing brand new copies of each and every one of the FNAF games, so you all know that we're working with a blank slate here. But the games that we're specifically interested in are FNAF World and Ultimate Custom Night. The free ones. Woo! Huzzah for not having to buy these games for literally
You just have to re-download it, you crazy.
Let me just open up both of these on the computer to show you that we are working with absolutely clean and fresh copies of
Matt,
both these
what
games.
are you
Open up
on?
FNAF World. The first time that we open this, we should get that cutscene of the two yellow beady eyes telling us that something has happened out in the world. There it is. We're just gonna wait here a second while that dramatically plays. We hit start. And you can see here, literally nothing on screen, right? We have slots 1, 2, and 3, all empty, no trophies along the bottom. And that's the important point here, right? Each time you beat the game, you get a different trophy along the bottom based on what ending you got. So notice 0 trophies, 0 endings, 0 gameplay. Okay, so we're gonna X out of that as well. Fantastic. Hopping on over to Ultimate Custom Night, there is no high scores unlocked. We have no power-ups that have been given to us. Our office is the default office. Nothing, right? No creepy cutscenes of Toy Chica in her skimpy school uniform. Nothing. We are clean to go. Nada. Now, let me set the scene for you, right? If you think back to the release of Ultimate Custom Night, we were all really excited to see who would be included in this mega list of who's who in the FNAF universe. This big final game to celebrate the ending of the series, burning things to the ground at the end of FNAF 6. Some of the inclusions were obvious, right? Like the 70+ versions of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Springtrap, Golden Freddy, and the Puppet, right? They're in practically every game, they're super important to the lore of the games, no big surprises there. But then, when the roster kept expanding, you got to some weird inclusions, right? You got yourself Music Man.
It begins. Wow.
Why? L-Chip, which is basically just a glorified reference to like one of his failed games before Five Nights at Freddy's. Strange, sapient pile of garbage over here. Like, not people that you would immediately think of as being included in the like must-have list
What
of
if they weren't
characters in this
included, Matt?
franchise. But of them all, there was one inclusion that felt the strangest of all to me. This one right here. Old Man Consequences from FNAF World. A character who, if you're not super familiar with that particular game, is your punishment for going too deep into the code of the game. You see, FNAF World is a video game that's
game in a
aware
game.
that it's a game, right? And throughout the adventure,
Did
you
you know that in the
repeatedly have to
non-canon
dive
books of
into
Star
these
Wars,
glitches to
humans,
unlock
sand people,
new
and
parts of
Jawas
the world.
evolved from a single
But you're
alien race?
repeatedly
Oh God.
warned against going more than
No, let's not bring Star Wars lore into this. We'll go more lore. Although, that doesn't really surprise me that much, honestly.
Exactly what
Star Wars
happens
is
if you
very
don't
weird
heed
with
the
its lore.
warnings. You wind up at Old Man Consequences Lake, trapped. What makes it so weird to see him here, though, in Ultimate Custom Night, is that FNAF World is a game that Scott has largely disowned. He's embarrassed of it. And it's a game that's ultimately been dismissed by the fan base as non-canon, in part because of those reasons, but also in part because it seems more closely tied to the book lore than it is to the game lore. And yet, here he is.
At the end of this video, I'll get back to the old tracking.
Custom Night, alongside characters that are definitely canonical in a game that is also canonical, right? It has the canonical ending of William Afton suffering eternal torment at the hands of Golden Freddy. It's almost like Scott Cawthon is telling us that Old Man Consequences is
Yes, you already established
canonical.
this.
He's canonical by association. So,
Because
why do I bring all this up? Well, there's an Easter egg in Custom Night that you've probably seen back when people were playing that game, right? You set Old Man Consequences to a difficulty level of 1, and you start your night. Gonna turn off the fan, and here we sit. There's no one here to attack us outside of Old Man Consequences, so hopefully he shows up. Oh, and here's Dee Dee, who has, by proxy of doing this, ruined our opportunity to unlock this Easter egg, so we're going to restart. Please alt this game.
Lol.
We're gonna try again. Reset the ventilation, thank you. Oh, there is. Boom. Good. So now, here we go, right? We're falling, quote unquote, falling through the source code of the game. We wind up here. This is Old Man Consequences Lake, right? You may have seen this Easter egg during people's gameplays. But here we go. We go to Old Man Consequences over here, and he gives us his line. Come and sit with me a while. Leave the demon to his demons. Rest your soul. There's nothing else. We concluded in one of our past theories about Ultimate Custom Night that this is Old Man Consequences talking to the vengeful spirit that exists inside Golden Freddy, trying to tell him, hey dude, chill out. Move on with your afterlife. Just let William Afton suffer on his own. Because if you listen to the audio that's playing in the background of this scene, you can definitely hear him suffering.
So it's Mike?
Well,
it's not Michael.
It's
Oh shit.
Screams or, you know, Scott Cawthon
Mike!
shouting to the fan. No,
Michael! No!
This Easter egg would be like, well,
He's left over
there's
to
nothing else. I guess I gotta restart the game. Alt
Rule
F4.
34.
And already this would be a really cool, really elaborate Easter egg. However, for those of us who have played through and know FNAF World better than we probably should, we know that there is one final thing that you can do in this scene, right? You can move on over to the top of the lake and you can drown yourself. Now, in that game, when you did this, it would actually reveal a secret ending that is completely hidden from that game's texture files. It shows a person standing alongside two smaller figures in front of this flashing TV screen. It's a parent and their two kids, or at least that's as much as I can make of it, right? And sure enough, you can actually do the same thing here in Ultimate Custom Night, going into the lake and drowning yourself. Except here, it ultimately crashes the game. I'm going deep into the lake. Uh-oh, I'm trapped in the water. Oh no! It's like quicksand. It's not so much a lake as it is quicksand, but here we go. We're going down into the lake, deeper, 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 deeper.
Yeah, you've
and
let
it
go of your
crashes
rage.
Right, we're back to the home screen.
So it ends,
no
ends your part in the
ending or
torture,
Easter
I
egg
guess.
there. But here's where things get crazy.
Talk.
Instead of me booting up Ultimate Custom Night again, we're gonna hop back over to that brand new, fresh, clean copy of FNAF World that I showed you earlier. Here we go, FNAF World. We have not played this game whatsoever, and we hit start. Wouldn't you know it? Without playing a second of this game, look what suddenly appeared on our menu screen. A trophy that you unlock in FNAF World by visiting Old Man Consequence's lake. In other words, these two games, but more importantly, in the lore of this franchise, these two worlds are connected. Somehow. But what
the fuck
does
if I
all
know?
this mean? That, my friends,
Oh,
is our
yippee.
episode for today.
This is all the preamble? Shit. Let's go!
Hello, Internet! Welcome to
Yeah.
Game Theory, the channel where it's always April considering the number of Easter egg hunts we go on. So, that connection between FNAF World and Ultimate Custom Night was originally discovered by Reddit user
guess I'm wrong.
Roxas Lucario, and it ultimately hinges on an info file that collects variable information from across the various games. For instance, the first time you start up FNAF World, you're presented with an opening cutscene.
Something went very wrong. That's why I'm here. I will put you back together.
Great, awesome. Go to the info page after seeing that creepy opening cutscene, and suddenly the trigger first is activated, presumably telling the game that you've seen that scene once before, so for all subsequent playthroughs, you don't have to see it again. That's how these sorts of variables work. But what's weird, though, is that the trigger for this drowned ending and unlocking the trophy is titled Beat Game 4, which might just mean it's the fourth ending of FNAF World, fine, but why then would Scott use that exact same variable name in Ultimate Custom Night? It's not like there's multiple endings in that game, and it's not like Ultimate Custom Night is the fourth game in the franchise. Him using that exact same variable name suggests that the connection between the two was very much intentional,
afterlife?
and that, my friends, is just scratching the surface. Because this small but very, very important Easter egg starts laying the groundwork for where this series is ultimately headed moving forward.
Oh my
Where
god,
FNAF
Freddy
VR
Fazbear, the frame is Freddy
clearly left off,
Fazbear's
and where the new
pepperoni.
FNAF AR game
That's a good comment. I needed that. Some joking stuff after 10 hours of this shit. Oh no.
There's
No.
a trailer for it and everything. Because my torment is year-round and
Christ.
unceasing. Looks like we're gonna end up playing hide and seek with a bunch of animatronics, but
Why?
more on that one in a minute. FNAF World was a game that was largely ignored by us
By
theorists
you.
because, well, look at it.
You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
I'm not sure what
But in all seriousness, for all the memes lol this franchise has, it's never been particularly meta. The
Really?
lore, on the whole, was its own self-contained
Has it
story
now?
within this fictional universe. The only times things got truly meta was in FNAF World, which sure helped us to predict the appearance of Baby and Henry into the mainline game,
Day
but
Shifts
it was
at
also
Freddy's
the
is
game
such
where
a good
Scott
FNAF
Coffin
fan
literally
game.
appears as the final boss, complaining about how sick he
I
was
wanna
of
check that
pumping
out,
out
not gonna
new
lie.
games for our insatiable appetite for animatronics.
It's just a game where nothing
Scott,
happens. That'd
you're
be
our
funny.
mama
Not gonna
bird, my
lie.
friend. Puke that sweet, sweet lore down into my
The
gullet.
hell?
But you can see why most of us would take this as a joke, right? Scott isn't a character
Until he
in the
was.
FNAF universe, so it has to be just another game for the lols. Except now, Scott is a character in the games. As of FNAF VR, it's revealed to us that Scott, since the beginning, has played a critical role in the lore of the FNAF universe.
We know that Fazbear Entertainment has developed something
God damn
of a
it.
bad reputation
I'm gonna
over the past
add.
few decades. And while it's
I'm gonna
true that some
re-go
stories
to
associated
that.
with our name were mostly based on actual events, the majority of
Okay.
them were total fabrications from
Let
the
me
mind of a complete
reconnect
lunatic.
my phone
Since
tracking.
And if that wasn't explicit enough, the secret tapes hidden throughout the game make it even clearer.
They lied to us. They lied to all of us. They told us that the whole point of this VR game was to undo the bad PR done by a rogue
But he
indie
never
game
existed.
developer who
Dum-dum-dum-dum.
supposedly made up a bunch of crazy stories that tarnished the brand.
Don't have to tell me twice, that rogue indie
Aha.
developer is obviously Scott.
At
That's just
that?
where it begins, because
Open my
FNAF World was trying to
face.
tell us something else about where this franchise was headed. Video games crossing into the real world and vice versa. You see, FNAF World is a lot of things. A lot of things.
There we go.
But its main plot revolves around the aftermath of
My regular
FNAF 4.
my
We're
regular
told when we first
tracking
boot
is
up the game
back.
that something is
Let's
happening
go.
out there in the real world, and it's having an effect in here, the sanctuary, the world of this particular game.
There we go.
From there, the rest of the game
Nice.
features a main quest that's completely hidden.
The fuck are
You
these
could
visuals?
go
These
through
are this is
entire
FNAF
game
World.
and never
FNAF
come
World is a
across
weird
the
fever dream.
actual real plot of this thing. The
It is what it
only-
is, Kay.
only
Don't
way that you would know about this is
don't
by
worry about it.
accidentally lingering on the first dialogue boxes of the game, which in turn releases glitched 8-bit Fredbear.
Oh, we go back. Oh god.
Everywhere. Who we gonna call?
The
Glitched
fuck?
8-bit Fredbear. This, in turn, unlocks separate missions to find clocks. And it's here that we find our first instance of video game to real-life crossover. You see, each clock is a mini-game that connects back to FNAF 3, and all the individual steps necessary to unlock the Happiest Day cutscene. That game's good and canonical ending. If you think way back to that game, it always bothered me that punching random blocks on a wall or double-clicking a random poster in your real-life security office was somehow allowing us to put the spirits of the dead children to rest. But FNAF World gave us an explanation even though we ignored it back at the time. FNAF World, the game world, or more accurately, the spirits that are trapped existing in that game's code, were able to push out and affect changes IRL through those clock minigames. That's how you get these kind of video gamey moments in what is otherwise a realistic, albeit haunted setting. Now, why is any of this important? Why are we talking about it
The
now
stream is
so
a fever
many years
dream.
after these games
I'm gonna have a FNAF and Matt Pat dreams after this. FNAF World is back when Scott got Gazilla gallon of LSD. the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat become one over time. True though.
It was
This
just
shit's just.
circuit boards and things.
Where are we?
Look pretty old. Somehow though, there was usable code on some of it.
Is that
It
how
seemed to
code
take
works?
hold by
I don't
itself.
know.
Things started changing.
I'm gonna
What I'm
lie.
saying here is that in the
Lore.
of this series,
27 of 58. We're past halfway. We have totally lost it. What the hell? Maybe not. Who knows?
Spirits or whatever of these characters,
We've kinda
and
lost
eventually
it. Oh!
rebirth them out into the
Glitchy
real
man!
world if the right steps are taken. See also
No, I'm not
Scott
watching your
from FNAF
fucking
VR,
Pet Scott. I already
we see
watched
an
it probably. I
instance
don't
of this
know.
happening. William Afton,
How?
who was trapped in the circuit boards, was released
Somehow
into the
Palpatine
code
has
of this
returned.
new game, Help Wanted, where he then took the form of Glitch Trap until finally,
Goddamn
through us
Rabbit
playing
Man,
the game and
no.
collecting the tapes and putting the pieces back together, was able to escape again. But this time, he was able to escape not just from circuit boards, but out into the real world. All of it, all of this goes back to the story that FNAF World was trying to tell us years ago. The story that we all didn't take seriously because the final boss was literally an impervious rainbow.
Are you kidding me?
Come on!
What the? What?
I'm only just realizing it now, but Help Wanted is actually a cute and really brilliant name. I mean, we all thought it was help in terms
No,
of like
help!
want
Help!
help
Michael!
video game tester, which is the core premise of the game.
Your
but it's
YouTube
also
chat
Help
cannot imagine not
Wanted,
having cool
Glitch Trap
emotes.
Wanted,
Is that a
but
Haruka
you
emote?
needed
Hell
our help in
yeah,
order
let's
to
go.
escape. So, well done, Scott. Good
Haruka,
name.
yeah.
Just like Pizzeria
Fair
Simulator
enough.
riffs
I
on
can.
idea of simulator games,
The
but
emotes are the one
creates an
really
empty
cool
box
thing
waiting
about
as
Twitch,
a
I
catch
imagine.
the
That's
final
fair enough.
electronics and burn them alive, or how Sister Location is all about a separate but
However,
related
the
robotic
YouTube chat does have
business, also about
1440p,
key characters,
so you can see
sister,
Matt Pat
maybe,
in
question
higher
mark.
detail.
Scott, well done. Slow clap.
Oh, clap.
Now, you might be thinking, wow, malicious code, people
Video games.
trapped in video games? This sounds
Although, if you want to help out the channel,
nothing
don't
like
forget to
the
subscribe to the YouTube channel. That helps me out a fuck ton. Also, a lot of edited content there, so if you're interested in something besides my self-flagellation, you can go there to watch more shit. Oh.
They told us that the whole point of this VR game was to undo the bad PR done by a rogue indie game developer. But that's not true at all. Fazbear
The little boss of Death was a little
hired the
pen
game
flag.
developer.
Goddamn.
Those indie games
Well,
were designed to
I think
conceal
they're a rainbow.
the light of what happened. This isn't just
Although,
an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
Let me rephrase what we just heard. Scott is one of the bad
Oh.
guys. Based on the lore in Help Wanted, he was hired on by Fazbear Entertainment to create
No,
the
to
FNAF
the
games.
to the
Give
FNAF
us
VR
the
games,
spooky ghost
right?
stories that exist exist within them, and in turn distract us from the real truth. Distract us away from what Fazbear's goals really were. He was lying to us. If FNAF VR's tapes are to be believed, pretty much everything we know from the first 3, at least, but maybe even 4, 5, heck, 6 games could all be thrown out as fabrications created
because yes, that's what we need.
For the sole reason because he was paid off by Fazbear Entertainment. This thing, Glitch Trap, might not even be a recreation of someone named William Afton. Heck, William Afton might not even exist. Though, to be honest, he probably does since he's mentioned by name at the beginning of FNAF's sister location, and FNAF VR seems to replicate his original crimes pretty darn closely. So I'm gonna assume that some of that is actually true. The long story short here is that FNAF VR, in making Scott part of the Fazbear cover-up, is the franchise's way of rebooting the story for the next generation.
God, is that where the teasers of Security Breach started? Oof. 3 years ago, damn. Damn, this FNAF shit has been going on for a while, hasn't it?
That everything we've known up to this point is wrong. It's a distraction.
Probably almost at
Instead,
modern day.
The real story, the story that's going to be told to us via the next generation of Five Nights at Freddy's games, is carrying forward the core themes and ideas that were first introduced to us back in FNAF World. A story of video games, code, all
yes,
coming
because
to
it
life
couldn't
and
just be about dead
crossing over
kids,
into
you
the
know.
real world.
It had to be about the goddamn Matrix. Oh, yes, the Matrix, because that's when I think dead children, I think Matrix. Oh god.
It's why Scott is technically the final boss of the game, but the true ending,
the cock ending.
Easter eggs from FNAF 3, it has nothing to do with him at all. It's entirely disconnected from why Scott is there. Again, the indie developer known as Scott Coffin within the FNAF lore is trying to distract us away from the truth.
You can't handle
what
the
we
truth.
should be doing in these games. And if you think I'm reading too much into this, think again. Scott is trying to clue us back into the importance of FNAF World. As many of you know, Scott has his website, scottgames.com, where there's always some new teaser image and stuff hidden in the source code. And on there right now is a really cool teaser for the next FNAF game coming out in 2020. Clearly, by looking at it, it's a FNAF Stranger Things crossover, considering the 1980s era neon-themed mall straight out of season 3 of that show. But what's a little less well known, though, is Scott's second site, fnafworld.com, which has been dormant for a really long time. Dormant, at least
it is awakened.
You see, it was updated to have a big old number 58 smack dab in the middle of it. And when you brighten things up, because you always brighten things up when you're given something by Scott Coffin, you see a bunch of funny reviews appear for whatever this new game is going to end up being. Now,
stop caring after Dream Theory.
Like it's completely random, right?
Lol.
Weird, mysterious number, but it's actually not. It all goes back to, you guessed it, FNAF World. In that game, there's a playable demo for the latest unreleased FNAF game, Freddy in Space. That game's number, installment number 57. Meaning that Scott's next project, or at least one of his next projects coming out in a few months, is going to be another wacky minigame with lore connections.
And that's what AR was.
Of it. In fact, if FNAF 57 Freddy in Space is to be believed, as you play through it in FNAF World, the next installment is going to be titled Poopits in Space, which sounds completely dumb, but you saw those hidden reviews. They were not super positive about whatever FNAF 58 is shaping up to be.
Oh, actually, that's kind of funny.
It is coming straight
what the
from Scott's
hell?
Own disembodied head floating in a jar from that game. Like I said, FNAF World is weird.
What is happening?
And we are still not done. The idea of games and code, digital horrors crossing over into the real world is becoming more explicit in his other new game that he's working on. The one that we know is releasing this October. FNAF Special Delivery, an augmented reality title that, based on the trailer and the title, will have animatronics being dropped off into your house. Sure, the idea of using your phone to see the animatronics roaming around your home might just seem
how
like
the hell are you
fun,
supposed to make
quirky new way
videos?
to play these sorts of games, but from a lore standpoint, you wouldn't be surprised
There's a lot
if
of
what this
IRL
is actually
content.
doing is forwarding the
Funny.
core themes of the new direction for the story of these games. Deadly characters starting off as harmless pieces of code and then escaping out into the real world through your device. It's happened with Glitch Trap.
Can we go
By
back to
nature of
dead
augmented
kids?
reality, it's
Why?
again in
Why do you need the Ghost Matrix shit? You had dead kids. It was good enough. Enticing creepy dead kids in like a uncanny valley animatronic pizzeria.
It all started coming to a head
It
with
was
FNAF
fine.
VR, but starting this
The stupid sci-fi dead kid stuff was, I mean, like the sci-fi delivery stuff. What the hell? Ah yes, Amazon.
That's just
A game theory. for watching.
For watching. Me put up the subscribe button so you can click it and join the army of 12 million other loyal theorists out there just like you. Bet you can't click it and finish writing a comment about your favorite animatronic
You do
within
not
5
want
seconds of me counting. 5, 4, 3, 2, and heck, if you're itching to see more reality-bending storytelling like in FNAF World, well then check out our ongoing
FNAF
analysis
VR is gone now,
of
though.
Petscop, the online
Wait,
horror
what?
video game web series.
You can't play it?
Of this mystery
Wait,
just
what?
aired.
FNAF AR is
I'm
probably
working on my
gone, but like
analysis of it right now,
FNAF
and
V.
could be
You mean
all caught
VR
up for
or AR? Because VR is, I think, can you still get on that on Steam? By the way, AR I think might be gone because that was a phone thing, right? I envy you for being able to watch this for 10+ hours already. Yes, we're only about halfway through. How do you envy me for this? What is the envy part? This is self-flagellation. No one should want to do this. Oh, sorry, AR. Yeah. Okay, no problem. No, just you gotta be correct with the things. Sorry, didn't meant to jump down your throat there. Not at all. I am just wacky and unhinged at this moment. I'm going, dummy. No, it's fair. It's fair. Thank you so much as well for if you stick by or come by or whatever the hell. Don't forget to join the Discord, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and like the stream if you like the stream, or like the stream if you enjoy this kind of weird ass content. God, what else is there in the bottom? Tippy, wash your pee-pee. God, what the fuck, Pip? What the hell, Pippa? God damn. Can't watch other videos. Watch it, goddamn FNAF. Music Man over here. Why? For that 2021 Music Man. Lol. The strength to last this long. That is very true. Say strong soldier. You command my no, I wouldn't say superior, more like brain dead actions. The brain dead actions are supported by the community. We accept this. Someone forward this stream to Matt Pat, be like, hey, this idiot is still going. Oh, that'd be funny. Tag me on Twitter. Just kidding. Although maybe who fuck knows, right? Where are we? What's the next one? Because he said it's a theory, game theory. Yeah, now he's going off like on some. What is he doing?
When those final episodes air. Oh, I forgot to say one,
There
didn't
you
I?
go,
Look,
there you
you
go.
did it.
Next one, the cult of oh my god, this is the one where he starts like talking about security. No, Curse of Dreadbear DLC. Now, this is one I totally missed because I remember VR coming out. I didn't even know AR existed until after it was done. But Curse of Dreadbear, also one I don't really know that much about, if I'm being honest. So yeah, let's continue, I guess.
Huge special announcement. Me, Markiplier, Doggo, the kings of Five Nights at Freddy's, together
Five Nights at Freddy's
against a brand new FNAF game with thousands of dollars at stake live. Do I have your attention?
No.
Great! Because it's happening right here on the channel December 3rd. Mark your calendars, you're not going to want to miss this. But why are we doing this, you might ask? Well, every year Steph and I try to do at least one major charity event for a cause that affects all of us here in the theorist community. And last year, with your help, we donated over $200,000, all dedicated to researching better treatments for depression and other mental illnesses. And this year, we're taking on cancer. Specifically childhood cancer, because I think all of us have at least at some point known or lost
the
someone
FNAF videos about the dead kids is cancer.
Diagnosis that a family could possibly receive.
It's not funny.
True now for Steph and I.
It's not funny,
as we
but
have our own kid.
Oh come on, it's kind of on topic, right? Like think about it. Think about it, chat.
Research Hospital, which
the Five Nights at Freddy's, but dead kids. And this is real stuff that doesn't matter, which is why I'm letting it play. Why am I not skipping this part? It's good stuff that they did, I think, but like, I don't know when they did that. Raise money for cancer. Everybody liked that. Indeed, there you go. There you go. Everyone liked that.
10 years old and rootless. Heparin?
Now that the game's all out, I'm actually surprised he got this basically all right. Well,
but what's truly remarkable about St. Jude is not only are they helping children fight against the scariest diagnosis
don't they do that every year now?
Receive, but
pretty good though.
Who's a Sauce 3,
Okay,
it's
more
Miranda
stuff.
Sings and new, never-before-seen FNAF game that Scott Cawthon is making specifically for the event. That's not a joke. A true story, I actually emailed Scott because I know that he's a fan of St. Jude as a charity, and I'm like, hey, would you like to donate as a part of our live stream, or do you have something that we could potentially premiere on the live stream as, you know, just an incentive for people to watch? And he told me that he could do me one better. That he could create for us a game that apparently will have dollar amounts hidden throughout it, and that the more we find, the more he ends up donating to St. Jude. So, knowing that this
Whatever happened, did that happen?
I assembled the FNAF dream team of Dawko donating either today or during that big live stream event. Now, enough with me on the couch. Let's get to the episode.
There we go.
No one suspects anything. It will be fun.
Remember when Vanny was scary?
Hello, Internet. Welcome
I do.
to Game Theory, where today it's time to meet a new villain, because FNAF's next major killer has a face, a voice, a motive, and we even know their name. So today
remember when Vanny was a cool idea?
Releasing until 2020, but we're
then they
already
did nothing
well on our
with
way
it.
to understanding where this franchise
so
is headed
sad.
next. Just as long as Scott doesn't shred it, burn it, and mix in another 5 monochromatic characters with frontal lobes bit off dreaming on their deathbeds. You see, over the course of October, we saw the release of FNAF VR Help Wanted's Halloween DLC, The Curse of Dreadbear, which at this point is getting close to like the longest game title in history. And despite the game's repeated insistence that this little fall fest was purely for fun,
keep in mind that this DLC pack is nothing more than a festive holiday-themed add-on, which has absolutely no hidden intent or purpose.
we all know that's a complete lie. One does not simply include casual references
Oh my
to
God.
1983 in a Five Nights at Freddy's game. And when it comes to Easter eggs, I'm not just talking about one or two things here. Whether it was the FNAF 4 house perched high on a hill in the background, trick-or-treating at an animatronic-filled mansion, inching your way through FNAF 4's haunted hallways, or just taking a Disney ride that suddenly goes off the rails to revisit a familiar-looking pizzeria, Easter eggs were hidden in every pixel of this DLC. Here's a list of a few that were worth calling out, but don't merit a full-fledged theory. First, the masks that you wear for the trick-or-treat minigame are most likely the real-world versions of the masks that we see the police wearing during the Five Nights at Freddy's 4 bite. This reinforces the idea that in the grand timeline of events, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was popular enough as a franchise by 1983 to have its own line of Halloween masks. In other words, it's more evidence to suggest that this location that we see in FNAF 4 isn't the first pizzeria. It's not the beginning of the timeline. Point number 2, when you win a minigame, you see posters randomly generated around the walls. The thing is, all of these posters have appeared in a previous game.
It's
FNAF 6
the
Pizzeria Simulator.
the alleyway
They appear
thingy.
in the alleyways where the salvage animatronics can be found. Manwolf, clown pictures referencing Baby, and Spookfest. What's
What is
particularly
Spookfest?
interesting, though, is that Spookfest one, which could in fact be referring to the exact fall festival that we're attending. That poster in particular always felt like a random addition to those alleyway scenes. And as we know, Scott don't do coincidences.
Scott do coincidences and then later on figure out what he's gonna do with them, right? So
Johnny blocks that had 3 clown pictures appear on the walls. After throwing a dart at each one, the barn suddenly switched over to rave mode. Black lights on for the party, becoming possessed by Golden Freddy. We can tell that as evidenced by the It's Me banner hanging over the top of the barn. Now, I can't confirm whether this is real, because he's the only playthrough I've seen been able to do this, and also spawning 3 clown pictures randomly is just seemingly impossible odds. And also, it strikes me as weird because from a lore perspective, Golden Freddy at this point should be hanging out in the afterlife with our dearly departed William Afton. But still, it is something that's definitely worth calling out, and if any of you out there have a means of testing it, go
did it
forth
crash
and
the
double check
game?
it. And lastly, during the game over screen, you see a giant dread bear looming over top of the hillside covered in gravestones. On top of the hill, you can make out what appears to be some sort of purple glitch. By hacking outside the bounds of the game, just like the channel Kuno Leo did, you can see that it's indeed a glitching gravestone, surrounded on all sides by 7 normal-looking gravestones. Now, 6 gravestones would seem to be a reference to Pizzeria Simulator's gravestone ending, symbolic of the 5
they're keeping him
murdered children
contained,
during the
maybe.
missing children's incident, as well as Charlie, the girl who dies and goes on to possess the puppet. In short, William Afton's 6 victims. But then, What's
His son.
the 7th gravestone doing there? Well, in my estimation, that one would seem to belong to Michael Afton, his son, and his final and unintentional victim. Which would suggest that the glitching gravestone is William Afton's grave. It's got the purple color, it's got itself the glitch, which clearly ties it to Glitch Trap,
so
but
far so
further
good.
cementing this is the texture that you see running along the grave, which, while hard to make out, clearly has a rabbit.
Even in his death, he's a furry.
Easter egg that I want to focus on today. The one that reveals our new killer and starts setting up the story that we'll be watching play out over the next few years.
You mean the next
You
game?
see, William Afton has started himself a cult. Let's call it the cult of
This
Glitch
was such a
Trap,
cool
and it's gonna be our
concept.
job
Too
to
bad.
rescue the
Too bad this
people
never
who've
got
fallen
expanded
under
upon.
his spell. Now, if
Oof.
you've been watching over the
Oof.
last few FNAF episodes, I've been talking a lot about how FNAF VR Help Wanted is a passing of the torch, a sort of reboot for the series, an ushering in of the next generation of stories that this franchise wants to tell. Stories that, yes,
Oh, that's
still come
freaky.
from the series'
Yeah.
murdery past, but
That
also
VR shit
move
must be spooky,
beyond
not gonna
it,
lie.
beyond the timelines, beyond all its baggage.
Don't know even
now
if
with
I could
new
even complete that.
faces and new murder to be done. And the Curse of Dreadbear DLC confirms that theory.
Hey!
Ring the bell, my friends. That's right, I got a FNAF theory correct. The largest, longest, and quite frankly hardest minigame of the DLC pack is called Corn Maze, which has Dayglow Foxy hunting you down as you search for keys in an abandoned maze filled with what are truly the scariest part of the game, really loud crows.
What the heck was that?
Honestly, that would be me. Not gonna lie.
Sure,
100%.
you find one key and escape, but if you manage to survive to find all 4 keys, suddenly a 5th key spawns in the arena.
Oh,
Purple and
bad.
glitching, which should already cue you in on what's coming. This 5th key unlocks
Oh,
a cellar
no.
located in the middle of the maze, one that resembles our prize barn, except now it's all torn up, looking like it's been slowly laid to waste with time. But there's a sinister gift waiting for us on the table, a white bunny mask with a fleshy, almost bloody interior.
Ew.
We put it on, and
Ew,
our
ew, ew.
breathing slows. We calm down. Our character is suddenly at peace. But there's more. Back in the prize counter, we suddenly have the option of wearing the mask again. Putting just the mask on doesn't do anything except obstruct your vision because masks suck. But if you put it on while holding Glitch Trap, suddenly someone, a woman, starts to speak.
Yes, I hear you. I know. No, there's no miscommunication. I understand. Yes, I have it. I made it myself. I think you would like it. No one
Unless
suspects anything.
everyone in the AR emails.
I'll be ready, and I won't let you down. It will be fun.
A woman having a sinister one-way conversation with someone, or something.
The devil.
I don't think I need to spell this one out for you, right? She is clearly
Dum, dum,
talking to
dum.
William. Glitch Trap. The
Damn,
fact that this
Glitch Trap with the
conversation requires you
Riz.
to be wearing the mask, which represents her, and holding the rabbit.
He has the Riz to convince women to
represents
become
him.
killers for him.
That we would need. But now let's look at specifically
Honestly.
what they're saying. Based on her saying things like, yes, I have it. I made it
Honestly,
myself,
oh
you
my
would like it.
god.
She seems to be
That could have been
referring to
interesting if they went
that
with
is her
that.
creation.
Remember the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? The thing with the weird cult?
That she needed to create some sort of bunny
That
mask
could have been
to
interesting.
carry on his tradition of Lapin-themed murder.
But does he have
The
that
line,
Riz, though?
"No one
Well,
suspects
Glitch Trap
anything,"
apparently fucking
clearly
does.
seems to indicate that she's been hiding in plain sight, much like a pizzeria's security guard who's planning to kidnap kids. Or, as I brought up in a previous theory, a game tester who's suddenly been brainwashed by a rogue piece of malware. Which leads us to the other lines about there being no miscommunication, being ready, and not letting him down. Those all seem to indicate that William senses hesitation or fear in the woman about fulfilling on his plan. This is reinforced by the name of this voiced character. On
Oh, yippee.
Scott's Voices.com page, where he tends to hire out actors for their various roles in the game, the listing was named Reluctant Follower. So this woman is clearly a devotee of Afton, but she's hesitant. I mean, going so far as to actually kidnap kids and, you know, turn them into remnant soup or
that
something
part's
is a
fine.
lot to
Oh,
ask
okay.
anyone, honestly. It's also important to note here that the word reluctant doesn't necessarily mean unwilling. I mean, it can, certainly, but in this case, it seems like she's trying to please her master, William Afton, saying things like, I think you would like it, and convincing herself that this will be fun. It's not that William has control over her body and is forcing her to do things, she's just nervous to take that final leap.
Okay.
What this all tells us is that William has
Fair
been
enough.
successful in what Tape Girl warned us about, that FNAF VR is a Trojan horse. It's carrying the virus virus that is William Afton. Now, whether that's him as code or AI or it's just his spirit being passed along isn't really important. What matters is that he's suddenly able to enter the minds of its testers. It's why we hear the story of Jeremy throughout those FNAF VR tapes. A man who went crazy and ultimately sliced off his own face. He was probably starting to slip under the control of Glitchtrap, but tried his best to fight back in whatever way he could. That's also why every ending of that game is a bad one. The fact that we need the green bunny to hear this dialogue confirms that all those vague cutscenes at the end of the game are of him escaping. Because without the tapes, Glitchtrap is still disassembled in the game, and this dialogue of a brainwashed devotee isn't possible. But what we're also learning here is that while Glitchtrap is able to invade the mind of a person, he can't fully possess their body. He's limited to only being a voice inside their head. He has to convince them to do his bidding and continue to push them to fulfill their mission. Mask Girl is scared, she's hesitant, she's reluctant, and must be cajoled into acting on William's wishes. She's slowly descending into madness. And wait a minute, why does that sound so familiar? Oh yeah, because it's one of the upcoming projects that Scott's been teasing for the better part of the last year. It's a pretty accurate title for a game where your villain starts as a normal game tester, but then is forced to listen to the voice in her head telling her to kill. It's also worth noting that there's a similar conversation currently hidden in the source code of Scott's website, except here we actually see both sides of the conversation.
Stay the course.
I will.
Focus on my voice.
I will.
Don't let anyone lead you astray.
I won't.
Have you selected one?
I have.
That line of "don't let anyone lead you astray" really stands out. Again, reinforcing this idea that the followers aren't fully under Afton's control, that they can be swayed or saved in some way, just like people
followers,
in a
but
real
shitty
cult.
ones.
It looks like we might be able to save these innocents from Afton's grasp before they commit any
Con
sorts of crime
books the
this time.
Mandalorian
And
used
where will
used
those
to be from
crimes be
Coruscant.
happening?
Where
Well,
they were
a few
known as
weeks
the
ago, this
Town?
was the image
They
on
were driven from
Scott's
Coruscant by the
website.
Titans of
Just more
Zel.
cool
The Titans of Zel
80s
became the
tastic
Republic.
FNAF teasers for the new game that's coming out in
Watch out with the
2020.
whole Old
But when the
Republic
full
stuff. They might
Dreadbear
remake that
DLC was
canon,
released,
or
the
like they
image
might
got
adapt some of
altered
it.
Slightly to this.
Oh.
Notice those floppy ears? Looks like our new
Hey!
killer might be on the hunt in the mall. Looks like 2020 found
Let's
itself a
go!
new female FNAF killer.
Except they totally cut that out of the game.
Suspecting anything, clearly she must be a mall cop, segueing to a murder
Wow.
scene near Spencer's Gifts.
Hey yo, that's
And I
actually
would end it
pretty.
there, except we can also figure out her
That's
name.
not too
Brightening
far
images,
off. Shit.
digging through source code. That is so FNAF 1.0. At this point, the series is 5 years old. It's matured.
Has
The
it?
fan base has matured. And the way that we're able and perhaps even expected to dig for clues has gotten significantly more advanced. It's like an arms race. Scott finds a new way to hide clues. One person in the community breaks the code and suddenly it's in our tool belt. Next time he releases something, boom, we immediately whip that tool out. That sounded wrong. Let's not whip out our tools and instead smartly and respectfully remove that tool from our tool belt and apply it to the problem at hand. Let me give you an example of this. Brightening images. The first 1 or 2 times Scott did this, it was completely unique. No developer had ever really done anything like that before, and as a result, it took a little while to discover his hidden messages. But after 1 or 2 times, now we know it's a trick he can use, so no one even bothers to look at the image itself. It's just straight into those contrast sliders. The same thing with looking at source code, the same thing with digging through game files, and on, with each one slightly more complicated than the last. And now we've unlocked ourselves a brand new clue-finding technique. In the source code for Scott's site, the shadow image and its previous form were both named the same thing, 7_1. FNAF 7 Teaser 1, nothing too exciting there. But that's only the name that Scott wants us to see. You see, I learned a lot from making an ARG over the last year, and one of the biggest tricks was that images can be opened as text files using a program like Notepad. And that
Also, you can't make it too complicated or you get the book, right? And then you start going crazy about that.
Like here, if I open up a JPEG of one of our Minecraft thumbnails, you can see that it was saved using
Really?
Photoshop, even down to the specific version. You can even see that there are some text layers here, and what those text layers are called, labeled title, hardwood, and ouchie tree. We're very creative with our layer titles. Anyway, if you open up the first of these 2 Scott Games image files on the site, you see that even though it's called 7_1 in the source code, its original file name was Glamrock Fred Poster.
Damn,
Cool,
surprised that
eat your
much
heart out,
metadata
Stranger
is
Things
stored.
and American Horror Story. It's
God
FNAF's
damn.
turn to revisit the era of big hair and even bigger shoulders shoulder pads. So we know in 2020, in this new game, we're going to be introduced to the glam rock animatronics.
That's
Very
like 2 years before the
gnarly,
game came out, right?
totally
Jesus
tubular.
Christ.
That was a 90s thing.
Oof.
Wicked, I think, was an 80s thing. Anyway, if you open up the new version of the image, the one with the rabbit shadow, we see that the true name of the file has been changed. It's no longer Glam Rock Fred Poster. It now reads Shadow of Vanny. So it would seem that Vanny is the new name of our killer. It's an odd one to be sure, but I honestly don't think that's it. I actually think it's probably a combination of her real name, Vanessa, and her mask. The White
Damn.
Rabbit or Bunny, Vanessa Bunny, Vanny. Just like Will Trap and Mike Bot and all the other weird ship names we have in this franchise.
Hey, got one 100% right. Look at that. And it doesn't require him to like disregard people that exist.
Friends, preview of the coming events in the FNAF franchise. It's the story of Vanny.
Well, it was,
Vanessa
but then it
Bunny,
never really was, right? Because they cut her out of the game. Or, yeah, they essentially cut her out of the
in her
game.
head to go out and kill people. She might be the only one right now, but there could be hundreds out there. A cult of glitch trap,
Free
if
idea
you
for
will,
the developers.
following in his bunny toad footsteps.
Ah.
And we know that this is the case based on the fact that Glitch Trap is still seen dancing in the background of that DLC. He is now apparently able to copy himself. It's worth noting that that's an Easter egg that was left in, actually overwriting an oversized Dreadbear. So you know that this one's
Fair
intentional, right?
Both of you
says
have driven
that
into
Glitch Trap
madness
is a
somehow. I am not driven into madness.
and over again.
Although
The
sitting here
cult
for 10
of
hours does
Glitch
indicate,
Trap
almost
spreads.
11 hours does indicate
Now we
something's
just have to
probably
wait.
wrong with me.
Wait for the next sign.
But we're not gonna think about that. That solves it. Yeah.
Sending us on December 3rd.
I wonder what was the game that they sent. Like, I'm curious about that.
Meantime, stay vigilant, my friends.
He said
and
that.
remember,
The
it's
theory.
all
A
just a
game theory. Thanks for watching. Yay. Oh, where's he go? Where's he going? Come back here. You're still wired. You can't go too far, Matt. You're wired.
Done until December 3rd. I'm gonna rip my microphone if I jump off this couch. I'm just
Don't
gonna
break the
lower
mic,
myself
Matt.
Slowly.
Crazy ass.
Bye.
Wait, let me reset the calibration for quickly. Fucking nice. I can finally do that again with my phone. Oh shit, it's becoming light outside. Ooh. Freezes for months for cancer. Everyone liked that. The crazy part was spot on. True. A lot of stuff here was really spot on with, even though it never really fully got used. Sadness. Markiplier, king through suffering, king through completion, king through insanity. Pretty much. Don't agree with slander, K. We are here. Low-key zoning out a bit. A little bit. You know, during the theories now, I'm a bit more quiet until Matt Pat pisses me off somehow. That's shut up. That's the through line here. It's like I'm calm until I hear something I disagree with, and then it's like, and then you go in like the fiddlestick screech, right? And you go. What is this stream? Why did I do this idea? I'm 29 of 58. Hey, that means I'm like 30 more away from the ending. Woo! Let's go. I say that as if that somehow makes it less. Cock. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Shit! We still have a lot to go down. Yeah, because Security Breach didn't even like really get launched until like a few videos further. A lot of videos further. Wait, where are we? Oh, god damn it. We're further away than I thought. Ow. God damn it. Wait, where's my menu music? Gotta have my call menu. That's not the menu music I want. I want this menu music again. Yeah, let's go. And then afterwards I'll be using the next time I'll use the bongos. The casual bongos to calm my spirit. To calm my spirit. Between the things I'm doing. Oh, god damn it. Okay, let's continue. What's the next one? The Secret Crimes of 1985. Oh, fuck. There's more. There's more that happens in 1985. Lovely. At this point, the 80s is just like the murder generation. Everyone got murdered. Or kidnapped, I guess. God damn it. At least it doesn't have to hopefully bring up the glitch trap, a creepy kid stealer, creepy kid toucher thing up again. I hope, but who will know? Who will know? Only we will know if I continue to stream and not continuously pivot and, like, postpone the inevitable by, like, not really doing anything. We continue!
Race you to the ball pit? Hey, that's no fair. I haven't got my shoes off yet.
What the hell? The ball pit? Oh no, are we talking about the books again? Oh, cock. It's another book episode. No, don't tell me it's another book episode. Oh, it is,
Hello,
isn't it?
Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, and the start to what will undoubtedly be a very FNAF-y new year, because while everyone else in the games industry has concentrated on new consoles with all of the teraflops and none of the actual games, Five Nights at Freddy's is over here in the corner doing its own thing and releasing, you know, exciting and interesting stuff. Last year's Help Wanted was a fantastic addition to the series, which keeps updating itself with new and exciting lore all the time. There's that new 80s-inspired game coming out later this year. The AR game is something I should probably talk about at some point, since apparently that also has lore implications. And most interestingly of all, we have ourselves the rollout of a new
Oh no, the books!
The first one released
God damn it.
Before the end
Oh my
of this year,
god.
there'll be a total of, let me check my notes. Holy mother of Ennard, five installments in a new book series?
Yippee! Books! Time for the books! Book arc! We're the book arc now.
Watching a show and was like, I want that, but for video games and apparently books. Jeez, if only mass-dropped lore reveals for us to binge understand, we'd all be happier for it. Anyway, the reason I call these books out is that, first off, they're just really good. You ever read the Goosebumps books? I definitely did. Every single
What the hell is that
Night
image?
of the Living Dummy
That's
and
spooky.
Ghost Next Door.
I wanted to see this to the end, but I'm gonna drop and head to bed. Bye. Try not to lose too much more of your sanity. Felix, if you've watched all the way up to here, I want to thank the god damn, everyone staying up this much is a trooper. Please sleep. The point is that I torture myself. You, the viewer, don't have to torture yourself. Thank you so much for joining, by the way. Don't forget to join the Discord by going to the description and stuff like that, you know? What the hell? Are we talking about dead kids again? Woo! Dead kids!
Piece by piece,
What?
replaced with a robotic body. In another, a teenage girl's imprisoned and forced to choose the way in
Oh,
which she is
yippee.
gonna die, with options ranging from boiling alive to electrocution to decapitation. She chooses the
I guess.
decap attack. Dear FNAF tubers, I know we were all super worried about Kappa coming in and striking us down, but when we're covering stories like these, I think we're pretty darn safe. But of course, I wouldn't be talking about all this on Game Theory if it wasn't for these aren't just random horror
More
stories.
lore.
It's connected back to characters and locations that we know from the original games. The girl who makes a wish to be beautiful and then is unknowingly hacked to pieces. Well, the fairy godmother doing the hacking is a red pigtailed clown robot with green eyes. Does
Nope,
that description
never heard of that
sound
shit.
familiar to anyone?
New
Like
character.
The girl who opts for decapitation. Well, I mentioned that she's imprisoned. What I left out was that she's actually trapped in the stomach of a white and pink bear with a twisted sense of humor and a thirst for blood. And if all that's too subtle for you, well, the first story outright has a
What the
guy
hell?
in a golden bunny suit taking us to see 6 murdered kids in the back of a Freddy's Pizza
Oh,
in the year
yippee!
1985. Pretty darn direct, but more on that later. These stories matter because they're giving us more information about how the FNAF universe operates, sometimes in very direct ways, like giving us the exact number of murder victims and the dates of their death, and sometimes in more indirect ways, by showing us that this is a canon where a girl can be rebuilt day by day, piece by piece, as a human-robot hybrid so realistic that no one, not even herself, realizes it. And
This
so
is, you know
that is
what,
what we'll
honestly,
cover
if you've
today.
been watching all of MatPat, Gregbot shouldn't even be the weirdest thing to come out of his. Like, I don't know that Gregory being a robot was, like, controversial when it came out, but, like, if you've been down this rabbit hole, it isn't the most surprising theory, let's be honest. Like, it's kind of like a logical evolution of this shit.
You're in for a scare. Oh, and for those of you who've dismissed the stories as non-canon, I wouldn't be too quick to judge these books. Each one of them has this in its official description.
Need to see the VOD to see your slow descent madness.
Scott Cawthon spins three
if YouTube doesn't remove it.
novella-length stories from different corners of his series' canon. End quote. Different corners of the canon, you say? Sounds to me like some stories are going to be more aligned with the trilogy of books, some more so with the canon of the games, but still, all of them exist.
Honestly, at this point, it's not a canon. It's just our arsenal of different weaponry.
To investigate. The first
If
story
everyone's
actually has a
canon,
lot to cover,
no
so
one
I'm gonna
is.
just save that one for last and instead start with the second, To Be Beautiful. In it, Sarah, a 14-year-old girl, rescues a red pig-tailed clown animatronic from the trunk of a car that she finds in a scrapyard. Grateful to be saved, the robot, who calls herself Eleanor, but is probably better described as Giraffe Baby based on the cut illustrations from the book, says that she'll grant any wish. Sarah wishes to be beautiful, and Baby, like a twisted fairy godmother, makes it happen by putting Sarah to sleep.
Yo, I woke up. How much sanity is left in streamer, man? You'll have to ask Kay that, who somehow still lives. But I am. I feel like I'm 100% sane. 80% sane. 70% sane? Saner than MatPat at this point.
Another bag stuffed with
we're back at killing kids! Isn't that great? But now we're on the book arc, which is like 1 million episodes where he talks about the books. We went out the VR arc. We're in the kid killing book arc. Yay! Woo!
The only stipulation is that Sarah must wear a special necklace to keep the illusion alive. When the necklace inevitably falls off, Sarah's new junk body is exposed and
sadness.
falls apart. She dies, surrounded by her own severed body parts as she's forced to watch Baby walk out into the world, having stolen her old look and identity. Quote again, "I made your wish come true, Sarah, and in return," Eleanor laughed again. She jerked and shook, her silver finish turning the pinkish shade of Caucasian skin. In a matter of moments, she was a dead ringer for Sarah. Well, you certainly made my wishes come true. Great story to read to the kids at night, by the way. Good night, sleep tight, don't let the shape-shifting
And that's why the toaster stays in the kitchen.
As I mentioned before, Sarah's extreme makeover confirms that in the FNAF canon, humans can be partly or fully robotic without ever knowing it. We've seen it before in the original trilogy of books, where the fourth closet revealed
Stitch
that
Wraith arc,
protagonist
boys.
Charlie
Oh, true. Oh no. Where did that go again? Wasn't that the pizza arc? The pizzeria, sort of?
Into a robot. The fact that this is now a recurring element of the series goes to support the idea that Michael, the crying child of FNAF 4,
well, I need to keep going to go survive. Go
Go
survive the rest of this madness. No problem. Thanks so much for the checkup, by the way. It's all great.
He grew up without knowing it and was only able to figure it all out once he miraculously survived being scooped at the end of Sister Location.
Something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not.
Does this little short story outright confirm any of it? No, certainly not. But third time is a charm.
Is it really?
Michael. The third story about a girl named Millie trapped inside Funtime Freddy's stomach doesn't really tell
I love how
us
these are just
much, but instead it just
retellings of like the books, so I don't have to read them. Because who wants to read the FNAF books? Let's be true, right?
Transport them to underground testing facilities. Moving on to the end of the book, there's a little teaser, like a Marvel movie, but with 100% less Nick Fury, where we get a preview of a seemingly new monster. Two cops are discussing a hooded figure raiding the neighborhood's dumpsters. They call it the Stitch Wraith. Quote, "The Stitch Wraith," witnesses said, "was a shrouded figure in some sort of cloak."
Is this just like extra lore of what Ennard did between games?
From the dumpster. The face wasn't a face. Not a human face, anyway. It looked more like a mask. The face was round, and its features were drawn onto the curved white surface. It had dark eyes, one of which looked black.
Yeah, so it's just like Ennard's weird.
End quote. To me, the Stitch Wraith is just a cooler name for Ennard. I mean, you got yourself a creature that has a white mask with a missing blacked out eye, sharp, potentially bloody teeth, and a lurching walk. Definitely similar to the way that he's shown in the games. Ennard's obsession with trash would also be appropriate for the Stitch
I'm the
Wraith.
trash master. I come out and I start eating garbage.
To give it form. We actually see the same
The
thing
trash
with
man.
Baby's design from FNAF.
Trash
Between
goblin. No.
games, she clearly assimilated
I don't
any and all
remember.
garbage into her form to be more passable and human. To me, I gotta be honest, I just think the Stitch Wraith story is cool because it shows the outside world's reaction to the Freddy creatures that we all know. It starts to show what happened to him after the events of the
it's
game.
in between.
It connects the dots for the story after
So it's not
the
new
credits
stuff,
finished
so it's
rolling.
previous
To know that
stuff,
Ennard,
right?
After he escapes from Sister Location to
Huh.
the in-universe people going about their
trying
daily
to
lives is just this urban
crawl
legend named
around
the
on my
Stitch Wraith.
chair.
I guess that's just pretty interesting to me. I think it's fun. Anyway, it's also worth noting here that the teaser attributes 5 dead bodies to Ennard. Quote, 5 withered bodies with eyes that bled black down the sides of the face, end quote. So it appears that Ennard, after leaving Michael's body, tried to skin 5 or so other people. Notice that it says withered bodies. These are bodies that have clearly decayed, just like we saw with Michael's at the end of Sister Location. And the mode of death, them crying black, it's just the body leaking oil as Ennard needs to find another skin.
Why isn't that in the games?
That's pretty much everything else. But what I really want to focus on now and in a follow-up mini-theory is the first story of this bunch. The story where the book gets its name, Into the Pit. In it, a video game-loving, anime-obsessed 10-year-old boy named Oswald is forced to spend most of his summer in an old, run-down restaurant named Jeff's Pizza. One day, wanting to pull a prank on his father, he finds himself in a, wait for this, time-traveling ball pit that takes him to 1985, the day where 6 murders have just happened at Freddy Fazbear's
Dead kids! Let's go!
Pizza hit Oswald's nose, he understood
Finally, back to the OG classics.
Or more accurately, what Jeff's Pizza had been before Jeff took
The ball
over.
pits!
The ball pit
The
was
balls!
and not roped off. On the wall was a mural of the same characters performing on stage: the brown bear, the blue rabbit, and the bird girl. Below their faces were the words Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. He even caught sight of a calendar hanging in an open office that helped him pinpoint the date.
But
1985. End quote. Way to take the mystery out of it there, guys. I was all ready to cross-reference all the arcade cabinets that you saw in the pizzeria and the allusions to the Smurfs and other popular media at the time to find the date, but you just had to go and take that all away from me. Thanks for saving me the research, I guess, but no thanks for taking away my deserving YouTube watch minutes. And here's the first big mind blow of this book series. First, because I think there are actually 2 in this one story. In this story, we get ourselves clear, indisputable evidence that in 1985, 6 kids were killed. Quote, the rabbit stopped in front of a door with a sign reading party room. Half a dozen kids, none of them older than Oswald, their lifeless bodies propped into sitting positions, their legs stretched out in front of them.
Hey, party time.
Birthday party hats. Oswald couldn't
And does he
tell
then dance
how they
around it?
died, but he knew the rabbit was responsible for it. That the rabbit had wanted him to see his handiwork. End quote. On one hand, it's incredible to finally get ourselves a date and a firm number of dead children. But get ready to change your Facebook status because it is complicated. You see, 1985 has never once been an important date in the series. 1983? Absolutely, that's FNAF 4. 1987?
Well,
you betcha,
maybe the
that's
extra
FNAF 2.
5.
We've got
Maybe the
80
extra 5 kids that died
everywhere.
within the
Boingo for
location.
days, but never, not once has there ever been a mention of 1985. And while it might be easy to immediately write that off as a typo or some non-canon event, it's definitely not. Far from it. In fact, for as wacko as it seems, this time-traveling ball pit from a short story in a spin-off series of books takes Oswald back to a pizzeria that we've never seen before, but one that we have absolutely known to have existed since the second
the original.
game in this
The
series.
first FNAF
As
location.
proof, let me pull up a clip from my second ever episode on FNAF, back when Purple Guy was actually Phone Guy. Those were the days. Every Way to Sunday, this game is a prequel. Posters everywhere in Five Nights 2 welcome you to this new location, implying that there was another Freddy Fazbear's Pizza somewhere before this one.
It's the original place!
The Phone Guy makes reference to it on night 1, mentioning the old location.
Yeah!
Left to
Let's
rot.
go.
So let me recap. There's the restaurant from the first game, which is the last in the timeline. The one that you're currently working at in 1987
The new
in
location.
Five Nights 2, an older
There you go.
location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria left to rot, and the original Fredbear's Diner.
Damn.
In FNAF 2, we're presented with newspaper clippings that outright says that this location is having a grand reopening. But we knew, even way back then, 5 years ago, that the events of FNAF 1 took place after FNAF 2. It was a prequel sequel, so there had to have been a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza that existed prior to FNAF 2.
That's interesting because then, but then you get a confirmation that, okay, so in 83 his son dies, he commits the 6 murders in 85, so then the murders must come after his son dies. Ooh, interesting.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. We're gonna try to
Very
contact
interesting.
the original restaurant owner.
I think.
I think the name of the place was
Yeah.
Fredbear's Family Diner or something like that.
So in this one random little scene from Fazbear Frights, we uncover a pivotal piece of the timeline that's been missing for the last 5 years. A mystery pizzeria that's been gone since
It's more like we got a
beginning of
confirmation
this
for the...
franchise. A pizzeria that looks to be home to the first 6 actual murders of the Fazbear story. In fact, I can actually do you one better. I believe this to be the 6 dead kids that we end up reuniting in the Happiest Day minigame from FNAF 3. Notice that detail about all of them wearing party hats. These were kids all taken from the same party. And the Happiest Day minigame from FNAF 3 has us reuniting them to finally finish the birthday party.
The puppet? But the puppet was killed outside. That's the only weird part.
Information here, guys. However, true to form,
that's the only thing that doesn't make sense.
With this story, not everything lines up. With this being chronologically the earliest set of murders that we see at a pizzeria set before 1987, then we should be seeing the animatronics get possessed here. It's something that we've never actually seen in the games. This should be the missing children's incident, where the victims' bodies are shoved into the suits never to be found. But it's clearly not. The book makes it very obvious that these bodies were clearly
until the worst
out
stuff.
and visible. Quote again, there were noises, but not the usual ones of Freddy Fazbear's. Screams, crying children, yells for help, chaos. Oswald's stomach in knots, he moved through the crowd, past crying mothers running with their toddlers in their arms, past dads grasping children's hands and leading them swiftly towards the exit, their faces masks of shock.
It's the mass shooter bunny? What the hell?
All his victims for everyone to see. A far cry from the bodies being shoved into the suits and then not being discovered for years on end. Hence, the missing children.
Maybe that's what makes an alternative universe?
The missing children's incident is most likely where the animatronics got possessed because, you know, their bodies are in the suits, along with the metal. And so the metal and the souls fuse together to create living animatronics. Roll into FNAF 2 1987. Oh my gosh, look, there's living animatronics roaming around this pizzeria. Oh, and we installed security devices just because we know a murderer came around the last time. There's a reason I stopped talking about the timeline of these things. Additionally,
there's nothing to add, Matt Pat.
When the missing children's incident only had itself 5. That, in and of itself, would be okay, right? Since FNAF 6 children has always been the magic number. It's weird to mention a magic number when we're talking about murdered children, but you know what? This series desensitizes you to a lot. Our list is Susie, Fritz, Gabriel, Jeremy, Cassidy,
for once, I
and
actually
Charlotte.
have to go to the bathroom really quick, so give me 5 seconds, because I have to go badly. I forgot to go between the last video, so I'll leave you with bongos for 5 seconds. BRB. I'm back. Yeah, let's continue this. Going strong, I find. I feel like we're going strong with this challenge. We're still going. For one, is an indication of it going strong, right? Wait, let's see. What is my... Ah, shit. That's not correct. Ah, there we go. Better. Aha. My face is heading in the right direction. That's the thing that was troubling me. Where were we? Oh yeah, dead kids. That's still so weird to say.
4 animatronics, Golden Freddy, and the puppet. 6. The problem is, Charlotte the puppet always seems to have a separate death outside of the building, outside of the realm of the other 5 children. So having her suddenly lined up with all the rest of the kids at the same time just doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. I don't know, maybe I just need to think on it more because everything else lines up. We have ourselves a golden bunny leading kids down a hallway into a back room, just like those original newspaper clippings described. He's also very clearly visible, which means he'd likely be taken into custody. Again, just like those original newspaper clippings describe. As it always is with the series, so many items line up, but there's just 1 or 2 little details, little sticking points that make the pieces fit a little awkwardly. I honestly think, though, that this isn't the last time that we're going to be seeing this pizzeria. Remember earlier when I mentioned that new FNAF game that's coming out in 2020, a little bit later this year, probably titled Into Madness? Well, that one is set in a mall with a very 80s theme. Again, we've been talking about the Rockstar animatronics for a couple episodes now, and that's the one where they get revealed. It wouldn't be surprising for me to see that game be the one where we finally step foot inside the first ever Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Why would
and
it be in
all
the
the events
biggest?
that Oswald just saw for ourselves. So there you have it, my friends. The first major and a couple of minor reveals that this installment had in store for us. However,
Book
there
arc.
is one final mystery that this story might help us solve. Not only does it give us a new set of murders to think about, crimes that are now chronologically the earliest that we see in the
mass
timeline,
murder.
but also Into the Pit may just be giving us the identity of the person behind all of this. I don't mean behind the child murders. I mean the mystery of the man behind the games. What do I mean by that? And what evidence do I have to prove it? Well, that, my friends, is a theory unto itself for next week. So in the meantime, subscribe, ring the bell, and most importantly, remember,
Where did
it's
this
all
angle
just
go?
a theory. A game
Trying to remember what this angle
Thanks
was.
for
Even.
sticking around to the end. I know these FNAF episodes tend to dive pretty deep sometimes, but even after all the games and books and shades of purple, I gotta say I still find them fun. That said, if this episode leaves you wanting more, well, we'll
Nope.
always dive into
Not gonna
books
dive. Why would I dive into the books myself, Matt Pat? Let's be honest here. If there's one thing no one would probably do if they value their own time, is like read the books. I'm already watching all the Matt Pat videos, so because this is primo content. It's not. This is just a weird ass challenge that I'm still doing. But I mean, I'm 11 hours into this. I might as well just keep going, right? Like, what would I do now? Stop? What? Do I have to start over again? No! I'm over halfway. Therefore, I'm keeping on going. I'm at video 30 of 58, which means that I have about 28 more videos to go. Yeah! Definitely over halfway. Let's go. We are making progress. Bongo. Next. Quality high. There we go. Nice. Oh, what is he drawing? It's a fnaf. And hail my dong enragement child. Oh, beep, 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 beep. Oh, sadness. Oh, we're still on the fucking book arc. I forgot. God damn it. Books! More books! To game theory! Since Fafnir was coming, I'll say I didn't like it. Since the FNAF movie is coming, I'll say I didn't like Willy Wonka's Willy's Wonderland movie. Did that come out? I thought that still had to come out. But is that also by Blumhouse or is that by someone else? Wasn't Willy Wonka things by another studio? Again, I have no idea what the movie. More than likely, the movie's gonna like retcon this entire shit. But there's a lot of interesting things they could play with, right? Oh yeah, God, we're still on the goddamn book arc. We're now in the book arc, because Security Breach was postponed a million times, right?
This is why I scrounged through every scrap of FNAF content out there.
Look at us
I'm
going
like
through all
entered
this
the
shit.
Stitch
Look at
raid
this.
over here. Scott
Let's
throws
go.
out ideas, and I'm just digging through his dumpster, hoping to cobble it all
Yeah.
together into a workable
One day
theory
we'll
thing.
complete this
That
challenge.
silly children's workbook taught me years ago. Some of the biggest lore reveals in this franchise can happen in the unlikeliest of places. Yeah, we're gonna reveal Golden Freddy's name in this children's workbook word search. Fantastic. Actually, it was fantastic. I thought it was a brilliant way to do it. That said, I will not forgive dabbing Chica. Never. Truly a cursed image. But you see,
Don't go full
massive
FNAF.
lore reveal hidden in Fazbear Frights.
It's sort of a
Buried
FNAF
amongst the
parody
tales of
movie, is
Extreme
it?
Makeover,
Oh,
Robot
that
Edition,
could be
and Ball
interesting to
Pit
watch.
Time Machine.
Not on
lore
stream.
reveal that is
Can't do that.
absolutely worth our
I mean, this
time
is YouTube
exploring
content.
today.
Nobody
A
cares if
lore
I'm watching
reveal
YouTube content on stream, but actual watching real stream things, I can't do that.
The strings since the very beginning.
What?
One who's been misleading
All right,
us
don't
about the
think it
horrors
really
of
matters.
Fazbear Entertainment. Someone whose importance goes far beyond just the 40 pages he appears in throughout this book. I think Into the Pit may have just introduced us to the creator of these games.
Oh
and
my
I'm
God.
not talking about Scott Cawthon. Let me explain. One of the strangest inclusions in FNAF VR
What is
Help
the
Wanted was
kit
a
that
reference
goes
to
in
a
the ball
game
pit
designer
than
that
the
was
game
telling
developer?
lies
Is
about
that the
horrors
idea?
looking
That
at
sounds like a
Freddy
dumb
Fazbear's
idea.
Pizza.
that Fazbear
probably canon,
Entertainment
isn't
has
it?
developed something of a bad reputation over the last few decades. And while it's true that some stories associated with our name
Greek
were
mythology, there are
loosely
two
based
gods
on
with giant
actual
PP.
events,
Pyrus
the
and
majority
Tychon.
of them were
Sad they
total
never shown the
fabrications
first 3
from
God
the
of War
mind
games.
of a complete lunatic.
Imagine that would happen. Oh my god.
Piece of man candy that you see there is Scott Cawthon himself. Okay, fine, haha,
Hee hee,
funny
haha,
joke there,
big
Scott.
funny.
I mean, this series likes to get self-aware. We're all familiar with that. And for a mainline title in the series, this one felt
It was
pretty
cute.
extreme, but
It
fine,
was a
cool
cute
with it.
insert.
Then you keep playing the game, and what started as a one-off tongue-in-cheek joke actually becomes a critical piece of the
They
lore.
lied to us. They lied to all of us. They told us that
Wait,
the whole
is the
point
ball
of this
pit
VR
supposed
game
to explain why there's a copy, like a
who
digital copy of Afton? Is that supposed? Is that the angle?
tarnished the
Is that the angle here?
Doesn't stop there. There's more
It is
twists
a
in FNAF
stupid
VR
angle,
than there
but
is in a
eh.
typical M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Fazbear Entertainment hired the game developer. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand.
The almost
It's an
elaborate.
elaborate cover-up.
The whole thing starts with like, oh, this game designer is a joke. Psych! No, he's not. He's actually critical to the lore and is exposing the crimes happening at these restaurants. Booyah! Fooled you again. He's actually one of the villains. When the dust actually settles on this plot development, what we're left with is a game designer looking like Scott Cawthon, hired by Fazbear Entertainment to make indie games, the games that we've all been playing up to this point, in order to misdirect us away from the real lore of the story. So of course, I did an episode all about how Scott Cawthon is the villain of FNAF. Let me rephrase what we just heard. Scott is one of the bad guys. He was lying to us. If FNAF VR's tapes are to be believed, pretty much
Yes.
everything we know from the first 3, at least, but maybe even 4, 5, heck, 6 games will all be
Yes,
thrown out
the
as
very
complete
easy. Well, I could draw it
fabrications
everything if I
created
really
by
wanted
Scott
to.
Cawthon for the
Angle,
sole
which
reason
fair enough,
because he was
but, you know.
paid off by Fazbear Entertainment. Except I was wrong. Nothing new to be sure, but here my timing couldn't have been any worse. You see, earlier that very week that I uploaded that video, Scott made a post on Reddit saying that the indie game developer from FNAF VR isn't him. Here's what he had to say, quote, "The question is this, is Scott Cawthon now a part of FNAF lore? The short answer is no. Yes, I used my own picture for this indie developer because it's an obvious parallel, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually me in universe." End quote. Yeah, Scott, you remain vague and mysterious about the lore for years, half a decade at this point. And this one little detail is the thing that you want to clarify. And you just choose to do it right before my video on this very topic, which, while it is honestly still a perfectly valid theory, gets everyone to dismiss all of the findings for that entire theory since it's the one small detail that I get wrong and everyone focuses on. I don't have feelings about any of that at all. Scott continues, quote again. So no, I'm not canon. Only the existence of a game
That's why the
developer that
picture's
supposedly
different,
made
and not
video
like the
games
little
based on
blocky
actual
man.
events that may or may not be
It's
a cover-up
Crazy's
by
dude with the
Fazbear
sunglasses.
Entertainment.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that I do tend to use pictures of me and my family in the games, just because they're so readily available. In FNAF 4, I used a picture of a mountain range that I took while I was a truck driver in West Texas. I used a picture of a snowman that me and my older sons made together. I used a picture of a pet mockingbird that we nursed back to health one year. Do these have lore significance? Well, you probably already know the answer. End quote. Oh, I know the answer, Scott. And that answer is yes. You breathe and it becomes canon. My ever-decreasing sanity aside, it does open the door as to the identity of who this rogue indie developer is. And I think that Fazbear Frights' story Into the Pit reveals to us who it might actually be. Admittedly, this is a bit looser of a theory, but it's worth discussing. I believe our secret game designer, the one who's been lying to us through these games, is the story's main character, Oswald, the little 10-year-old.
Oh, so what I said was true. So he.
The 1985 murder scene of Freddy
And then he
Fazbear's
goes on.
Pizza. I believe he grows up to be hired on by Fazbear Entertainment to create these games. Now, that might seem like a stretch for a character that we only get to know in the span of 40 pages, but holy balora, is there a lot of evidence in those 40 pages to back that assertion up. Shortly into his story, Oswald is shown to be obsessed with animatronics for no apparent reason. Quote from the book. He didn't know why, but lately he'd been drawing mechanical animals, bears, bunnies, and birds. He imagined them being human-sized.
He imagined them being furries, mechanical furries. He became infected to think about the furries all over.
Fur peeled back.
God damn.
Creepy effect. like seeing a person's skull peeking out from beneath the skin, end quote. Now mind you, this is without him ever having a connection to animatronics. Heck, he doesn't have a connection to the pizzeria at this point in the story. He has never been there. Nothing. This is just him naturally choosing to draw these oddly specific things without any outside references or influences. So already this boy seems to have
he's a furry in
strange
his real
connection
life.
to the FNAF lore, or is just a psychopath in training, but there's more. For such a short story, Into the Pit takes a lot of time to establish Oswald as a fan of video games, B-grade Japanese movies, and manga. A lot of time for a 40-page story. We hear about him listening to video game soundtracks. We witness the debates that he has with his father over cheesy Toho-style Godzilla monsters. How funny he finds the actors' lips not matching up with the dubbed-in words in those sorts of movies. He visits the library.
God,
and
no,
hear
not
about his
sword art,
enthusiasm
not
for the
sword art. God damn it.
Now,
He has trash taste as well.
pretty obvious here, right? If he likes video games,
Sadness.
well, there's a chance that he'd want to grow up to be a designer of video games himself. But it's his connection to old, cheesy Japanese films and manga that really got my gears turning. Think back to Ultimate Custom Night. At various point thresholds in that game, you would unlock the Bear of Vengeance cutscenes, each one clearly inspired by those old, poorly dubbed Japanese samurai movies. The art style clearly riffing on classic anime and manga animation.
Well,
the mysterious designer of the FNAF games, who presumably made Ultimate Custom Night, would need to be a fan of this style of storytelling to want to incorporate it into his work. And here we have ourselves Oswald, a person who
yes,
exists
an
in
answer
this
to a
universe,
question nobody was asking. You know, who made the games? Yes, definitely an answer to a theory we need.
Characterization, it's a minor connection, but a key point of the story is how money-strapped Ozzy and his family are. The reason he spends so much of his time in the library and the pizzeria is that they're both cheap forms of entertainment during the day, while his family works over the summer. If Oswald were to grow up and end up designing the FNAF games, well, it would actually be a somewhat similar story arc to Scott Cawthon himself. As his story goes, Scott was a struggling game designer. He was making minimum wage during the day as a Dollar General store clerk and working on his games at night, with none of them going anywhere.
It's the streamer man experience.
Freddy's game was the one where all of his years of hard work and grinding finally paid off. There's obviously a lot more to that story, but suffice it to say, Oswald seems to be a character after Scott's own heart, coming from modest means, a fan of nerd culture. So to see Ozzy be the in-universe programmer of these games, to be Scott's literal in-universe stand-in for himself, well, it doesn't seem like
insert
that much
OC
of a
do not
stretch.
steal.
But okay, saying our designer was this kid who draws spooky animatronics, comes from a low to modest income
Then
family,
what?
story similar to Scott, and likes video games and anime.
Okay, what does that have to do with the part where he sees the kids dead?
He
He sees the dead kids.
Well, maybe
God,
not all kids
that
have
was
a psychic connection with a decades-old
that
murder
wasn't,
restaurant, but the rest of it, sure, pretty generic kid. Here's the
that
thing,
made no
though,
sense.
we're not just
Spanish?
talking
Sorry,
about
I'm not
Oswald's
Spanish.
character traits
Why
here.
does
If you look
Spanish
at
come
Ozzy's
up?
experience with the Fazbear restaurant in the story,
the
you
second
can
or
see
third
where
person
he'd be
that has
inspired
that.
to include certain game elements that
No,
we
I don't speak
ourselves
Spanish. I'm
played.
very sorry. I
The
speak
first
English.
most obvious is Jeff,
Dutch.
the current owner
That's
of
about
Jeff's Pizzeria, the pizzeria that took over
Oh
the
yeah, he was making a
abandoned Freddy
Christian game, as I
Fazbear's
recall.
and
Yeah, I think he made some
He's
Christian
described
games,
in the
right? Because
book
he's like
this,
a
quote, Jeff was creepy too. He looked 100 years old. But was
sad
probably
face.
just 30, with those
I'm sorry.
bloodshot
No.
eyes,
What is
stained
it?
print and the slow
No,
speech and
es
movement. He was like
Pablo
a
Español?
zombie pizza
No.
chef. And
I just suck
slow
at Spanish. Don't
movements,
ask me to do it.
bloodshot eyes, zombie pizza
What
chef
the hell
with
am
a
I?
red
I
stained
look away for
apron.
2 seconds and I
He
see
could
some weird
very
shit.
well be the inspiration behind an undead murderer in a pizzeria who refuses to die, or a walking purple zombie that haunts the streets of the town.
Oh,
Remember,
yippee.
the game designer hired on by Fazbear Entertainment was tasked to lie about and make light of the
sadness.
murders in the
No.
Freddy restaurants. So what we see in the
No
games would
español.
likely be a mix of reality and fiction. Oswald could very well be pulling from his
Ah,
real life
yes.
experiences. I mean,
The real life
deeds of
experiences with the
evil
dead
Oswald
kids.
encounters also have themselves an uncanny similarity to what we see in the games. Ozzy's best friend from the past is named
11 hours and
Mike,
20
a
minutes.
Mike who outright
Going
says
crazy.
this, quote, you know, when I
hell?
was little, I loved Freddy Fazbear's band. I even had a stuffed Freddy I used to
Oh,
sleep
yippee.
with.
Oh,
End quote.
god damn it.
Sorry, that's the lore connection alarm. It goes off anytime someone makes
Okay.
a passing reference to FNAF 4. In that same conversation, Mike also reveals that he has himself a sister. Sorry again. And then they also talk about how creepy clowns and dolls are. Apologies, that's my other alarm. That's the sister location revelation alarm. Anyway, it doesn't seem to be Mike Afton or Mike Emily. Oh, you can bet I checked into that one. But these conversations could certainly have inspired Oswald to make a character named Mike.
But is it the older brother or the younger one?
Who has himself a favorite Freddy plush, who has a sister who loves dolls and becomes a really creepy clown doll hybrid who commands an army of dolls herself. Later in the book, Oswald meets a girl named Gabrielle who loves Greek myth and gives him the courage to fight back against Golden Bonnie. Gabrielle is a very random character, but one with, again, a very important name. One that is, once again, shockingly similar to one of the kids
found
that we find on our
Gabriel.
gravestone, Gabriel. Even the theme of this short story could have inspired Oswald's games. You see, after Oswald uncovers the 1985 murders, his dad gets sucked into the time travel pit by Golden Bonnie. And not just sucked in, he's replaced. Suddenly, everywhere his dad should be, Ozzy instead sees the silent, staring Golden Bonnie stalking, watching.
That is truly
one
haunting.
sees it too. Everyone else just sees his father like normal. Actually, a really creepy, disturbing piece of imagery. One that gets Ozzy to question his own sanity. But it's also one that directly ties back to the core motif of the games. A father, William Afton,
Thanks for the
becoming a
follow.
Golden
Hell
Bunny
yeah.
to terrorize kids.
Once again, I
including
thought
his
I-
own son. A son who then has to go
I
out,
thought I
seek,
muted
and
that
ultimately
button. Why does
rescue
that-
his father in
Why
order
does
to
TikTok
end the
keep
nightmare. And then you
unmuting
just
that
have
button?
Random lines inserted into the story that kind of fit,
Yeah,
but
I-
kind of don't, but are also oddly specific to key moments throughout the FNAF
It's so
franchise.
odd.
Like this,
Thanks for
quote,
the follow,
"Every
though. It's not like I
day
don't
you toss
appreciate it.
me
It's just
out on
that
the street
I
like
don't understand
garbage,"
why.
end quote, which are reminiscent
Oh,
of the
okay, I
FNAF
just
6
can't mute it
salvage
somehow.
minigames, with animatronics literally being thrown out on the street. This line, as Ozzy says it in the context of the scene, is kind of awkward. But if you're looking at it through the lens of, hey,
music
this
is
is actually
bopping,
a
not gonna
lore
lie.
connection back to the games, now all of a sudden it fits perfectly. There are just so many details that
I
line
found
up
it.
between
I think I
Oswald's
found a way I'm
character,
gonna
the
do
people
it.
he
So,
meets, and the things
if
that
I
goes
just-
through that line up with someone who could have made the FNAF games, who could
I
have
open the
concocted
volume
parts
mixer
and
and
pieces
I'm
of the story.
and if I
Even
just mute
motive-wise,
TikTok.
it makes sense. Maybe
Boom,
Fazbear
baby, got
cheers
him.
on because they know
There you
he
go.
knows the truth,
And the bing
it's
bong
to get
won't
him
like
to shut up. Maybe
spook
Ozzy
me
accepts
anymore.
the money because A, he's poor, and B, he's scared. He knows what they can do to him. I mean, will any of this ever come
You
into
can make a
play in
religion
any
out of
way,
this.
shape, or form? Unclear. Probably
No,
but
no, the Ying Ming. We're not gonna make a religion out of the robot murder. Yes, killing the kids. It's part of the.
Like knowing zombie people were inspired by Jeff, the owner of Jeff's Pizzeria, the zombie guy, may take all of that information off the table and really let us focus in on
yes,
what truly
Jeff.
matters, a specific subset of murders. But even if it doesn't do anything grandiose like that, too, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing Oswald again
Hopefully
at
not.
some point. I mean, already there's a new teaser for the next installment of Fazbear Fright, Fetch,
Oh,
up on
yippee.
Scott's website. So you can bet that we're going to have a lot more to say about this series and its
It's
connections
spooky
with the
artwork,
games
but there's always
in the
something
coming
wrong with
months.
it. It always feels
But
like
hey,
fan art
that's
for some
just a
weird reason. I
theory.
don't know
A
why.
game theory.
That's maybe
Thanks
my
for
opinion.
watching.
Doing that muted the video. What? Nah. Oh, cock. No, maybe it did because the. Wait a minute. Actually, no, that makes sense. Maybe that this. Wait, let me bring back the bongos for a bit. Why? Yeah, I see it. Like it muted the audio. What the hell? Where's it back? Is the music back? Yes or no? Did you hear the bongos? If you hear bongos, then it is back. Quickly for the TikTok chat. We'll do a tiny stun lock like this because we're in between videos. Hey, look at that. Oh my god. Third video of the goddamn Stitch Wraith book arc. These definitely are like a. These were fun when they came out, but goddamn, they don't take a while. So there's this time traveling ball pit. Yes, it's back. Thanks. No problem. Okay, so then that's weird. Huh, oddly enough. Weirdly enough, the time traveling ball pit is the easiest part of the series to understand. Guess who's back? No. episode 31. We could do this! Strength, brothers! Just keep your bongos tight! We're doing the books! God, do I want to get to Security Breach! Because at least there we could talk about controversial, like, theories that matter and not goddamn book recaps. Because honestly, these episodes, they're not really game theories as much as at this point, they're just like, they're glorified book reports. On like, what did Matt Pat read this week? Well, he read about the weird ball pit. Not there's anything wrong with that, but like, you know, these are just book recaps at this point. They're not even really game theories, right? Like, what's the game theory? That the books are part of the theory, right? Or is that just me? Not that I really mind, except I do because they're part of the long ass goddamn playlist I have to go through. But you know, I guess they solve little things in between, which is helpful for someone. Nah, that is what it is. We'll continue.
Game series.
Book series.
Help wanted.
New book series.
Oh, come on. Fine. Phone guy.
Phone dude.
Purple guy.
Orange dude.
Didn't you just... fine. Wild card. Change the category. Timeline.
Bite of 87.
Chomp of 83.
Party of 85.
Wait, but...
Time traveling ball pit.
You can't just...
Reverse.
Oh, yeah? Reverse.
Reverse.
Reverse. Reverse. Reverse. Reverse.
Why does Matt Pat have a beard? He looks so weird with a beard, not gonna lie. It's like Linus with a beard, but it also feels weird. Let's see.
Hello,
Game
Internet.
theory.
Welcome to Game Theory. Another day, another installment in the FNAF multimedia conglomerate. So at this point, some people in the FNAF community really hate my guts. Like,
No. Only when you go with your weird, when you start retconning your own shit.
Levels of hate. Like, for instance, this comment, and I'll read it exactly as written to stay true to his authorial intent. Quote, as a hard-care FNAF fan, he's of embracement to FNAF tourists. He insists on using the box to proof his stupid theories, and they don't even make sense. He sooks and thinks he's smart, but he's not. I wish he would stoop. He then goes on to rant for a paragraph about how unrealistic time travel is in a franchise about robot rabbits haunted by ghosts. Well, but I think you get the point. And though I use this one really over the top extreme,
I want to know what the original comment was. Aww.
This is a bummer, because I don't know.
Really?
You, tell,
you don't
but
laugh
really
your ass off with
like
that shit, Matt?
And I see my role
Come
as
on.
a person just connecting ideas or
Some shit is
presenting new
funny.
threads to consider in a franchise that at this point is massive and really confusing. But his comment does bring up something that I should probably address at the top of this episode since it'll be relevant for today. Use of the how did he put it? The box to proof my theories. Here's the thing, friends. I think this is something that both sides could use as a reminder. Both my FNAF theory followers and my FNAF theory haters. There is a difference between canonicity and continuity. And I think a lot of the times in these sorts of discussions, they get confused with each other. Something being listed as canon just means that it's official. It is blessed by the person who is overseeing the rules of the universe. It is self-consistent within the boundaries of that fictional world. On the other hand, a continuity, at least as I'm referring to it here, is a timeline of events, a continuous story thread where one event leads to the next that leads to the next. Take Star Wars as an example. Rey having magic healing powers in Rise of Skywalker, or Leia flying around like Mary Poppins in The Last Jedi. Because they're appearing in official works of the franchise, those powers thereby get the green light as being canonical powers of the Force in the overall Star Wars universe. The problems people have with them, though, is that they don't fit in cleanly with the continuity that was previously established. If Force healing is in fact a thing, then why hasn't it been used to save literally anyone before this point in the series? Tell you what, it would have been really handy for old Qui-Gon Jinn over there in episode 1, but the fact remains, healing is now a canonical Force power, which means that the canonicity of certain powers is presenting challenges to the established continuity of events that came before. Now, this is where FNAF comes in. You see, you can have multiple continuities
This is where FNAF comes in.
existing under the same canon. And it appears
There was
as
a
though this is how the
Carthage
FNAF
mythology where they sacrifice children to Baal, Hammon, or the Karnite mythology where they sacrifice children to Moloch. So you can can make a religion out of this,
and yet
Lamau.
they're all
True,
canon. This is all expressly
we'll make a
stated by
religion
Scott
out
years
of
ago.
the
Quote, so yes,
furries that
canon,
kill
just
children
as the
and eat
games
them
are.
and put
That
them into
doesn't mean that they are
suits.
intended to
Yes.
fit together like two puzzle pieces. The
We all
book
just
is
need a bunny
real
fursuit, I
imagining of
guess.
The Five Nights at Freddy's story, and if you go into it
No.
with that mindset, I think you'll really enjoy it. End quote. Now, what I've been trying to do with my theories, and what I think some people on both sides misunderstand, is that I'm not trying to use the books to
Yeah,
solve
because
a
you already did
continuity.
that.
I'm trying to use the books to establish a canon that will then allow us to solve a continuity. The
Fair
books
enough.
present us with themes, concepts,
Not the sex
characters,
bot,
and
Matt. I
motivations
don't
in
want to
one
talk
continuity that
about the
then
realistic
inform
Charlie
understanding
baby
of a
sex bot.
separate continuity. Or at the very least, give us questions that we can ask of that continuity. Charlie, being a
God damn
robot
it.
in the books, tells us that in the canon of the Five Nights world, passable humanoid robots can actually
be
be a thing.
useful
So
for
are
later.
there any characters in the games who this may or may not apply to? I don't know, but it's a question that we owe it to ourselves to ask because it's been established to be canon within this franchise. Do we know what these little pins are on Baby's design here in the game? No idea. In fact, most people probably didn't even remember that they existed in the first place. But in the books, they play an important role. These are the things that allow Baby to transform into a human disguise. Now, is that necessarily
show
what
up
they're
in?
doing in the game? No, definitely not. Is
Wait,
the
what?
best
The
and
Charlie
likely
sex bot?
only
No,
clue
that's
for
from the
what they
books.
really are coming
Or like
from a
the books
separate
that there's a
continuity?
robot
Yeah,
that looks
in
so
this case,
realistic
yes,
that
is. This
it turns
isn't
someone
us
on.
trying to
Something
shove
like that
puzzle
Matt
pieces
brings up.
together like Scott warned us
So I
about.
just
It's
yell
about
every
seeing
time I
that
see
in
like
one puzzle,
the circus
there's a piece that
baby
fits in
sex
a
bot
certain
thing. I think it's
location, and in a
spooky.
separate
So I
puzzle,
just
you have a
keep yelling
separate
at it
piece that
for no
might
good
end
reason.
up acting in a similar way. And here's the thing, you don't have to take my word on any of this anymore. Scott recently made a new post about all of this to clarify the situation. In response to the question of whether the lore of FNAF is
good enough.
solvable, he said this: "All I can do is say that some questions will be answered, even if it may not always be the answer you wanted. Be patient. Let me at least say this. Future games will look forward, but look to the novels to fill in some of the blanks to the past." So
Fair
there
enough.
you have it. From the creator himself. Does including the books in our discussions make things messy and complicated? Sure. But remember what franchise we're talking about here, friends. Messy and complicated is like the
That's why I
formal
wonder how much
first
the
name
movie
that
is
Five
gonna
Nights at Freddy's never
use
uses.
if you want,
Call
if you
McFNAF.
think about it.
Messy,
Like I wonder if the
complicated
illusion
Five Nights
disc
at
will make an
Freddy's.
appearance
Well,
just because
when it
of
comes
the
to this
interesting
franchise,
things you
his
could do with that
theorists
as a
have
nightmare
always
sequence.
had to be discerning over what clues are helpful and which ones are just
Again,
red herrings.
they just have to get that
This is no
vibe
different
right,
now.
right? That
would
rundown
make the game
pizzeria, slobbery, disgusting vibe. You have to get that right.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Now we just have to do it with time travel.
I hope they do not add the fucking ball pits to the movie. You know what? No. You know what? I hope they do. I hope there's a ball pit in the movie and like quickly a head pops out and goes back in, and then people when the movie comes out on like wide release will use a frame from that movie to indicate that future movies are gonna introduce the time traveling ball pit, and then everyone watching this people is gonna be like, you are fucking insane, dude. What the hell are you talking about? Well, the books that Matt Pat said, and then it's like gonna be all crazy and shit. Right? That's what's gonna happen. That's the movie. The movie's if the movie does not have a ball pit in it that has at least like a reference, I'm gonna be angry because it would be the funniest shit ever. Because then I could go to my brother next to me at the movies and be like, "Did you see the time traveling ball pit within the Five Nights at Freddy's movie?" And he's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, guy?" And then I'll say, "I did. 5 Nights at Freddy's marathon with Matt Pat through it, and I have officially lost the plot 11 hours in." We're continuing this shit. Just hire someone to be a clown and lay down with her. Don't make a robot clown for them. What the fuck? Where were we? Oh yeah, Matt Pat, Beard Pat talking about continuity versus canonity.
Point where there's soon to be more books than there
True.
are games in this franchise. Take a minute to wrap your head around that one. To dismiss the books entirely at this point is just short-sighted. And I'm not just saying
I
that
was
because we're
elected to
referenced in the
lead,
new
not
book
to
Fetch.
read.
Yeah, seriously.
Number
we're in
3.
it. From page, I read it on digital, so it's like page 250
Wow.
out of 3,127. Quote, Greg did tune back in though when Kimberly Bergstrom raised her hand. Well, he sort of tuned back in. He heard her question, "Is this just a theory?" She probably didn't actually say it that way. That was just my creative interpretation of that line. Look, Ma, I'm an inside joke hidden inside the second installment of a multi-volume scholastic book series. Made it. Anyway, meta discussion over. Let's talk about this new book and what it means for the franchise, shall we? Fazbear Frights #2 Fetch was recently released, and it is, well, if I'm being honest, it feels much less connected to the series than the first one. Don't get me wrong, the stories are still really good, if not even darker than the original 3. I mean, one has a young girl outright being mauled to death and wrapped in a sheet while she lays there dying. So
dead kids! Woo!
But the connections to the main lore are definitely
what did I just join into?
This time around. I mean,
this is.
book, Into the Pit,
did you not understand the 11 and a half hour deep lore of me watching all these videos and slowly losing my sanity as MatPat loses his sanity?
Meanwhile, introduces us to a lot of new things. A smartphone-powered animatronic dog.
Did you say Fesh?
Free-roaming
yeah, because the book was called Fetch, and I pronounced it wrong.
We do get some quality time.
And why's the quality ass?
But you know, it's plush traps.
Oh,
like the
his quality
D-stringer
is
and
ass
the
in the
FNAF
video.
cannon
Well,
alongside the bitty babs and the endoskeleton 2. Is that a hot take? Did I just offend the plush trap stands? I mean, the run barely squeaked into Ultimate Custom Night as is. I'm just saying here, guys. Anyway, let's walk through these 3 new horror stories and what they mean for the franchise, shall we? Story number 1, Fetch. Greg and his 2 friends, Hattie, and Cyril live near Olympia, Washington. Greg feels compelled to explore an old abandoned Freddy's restaurant where he discovers Fetch, a fearsome animatronic dog with sharp teeth and an even sharper understanding of texting lingo. Quote, "How long has this place been empty?" Greg asked. "Fetch looks like he's older than my dad, but smartphones haven't been around that long." End quote. After getting scared out of the pizzeria, the dog goes on to fetch whatever Greg wants with increasingly disastrous results, killing a dog, ripping his uncle's finger off, and eventually retrieving his school crush in the worst way possible. It's actually a pretty simple story, but there are 2 big things to call out about it. First, it continues a theme that we're starting to see develop in these books. Kids are being drawn to these restaurants.
Yes.
It's never explained in the story, but Greg feels compelled to go to Freddy's
because the
by
ghosts,
some unseen force. Quote,
probably.
This might be what he'd felt in the field, what had called him here. And again, a bit later in that chapter, Greg was afraid he might not have gotten what he was there for, had he done what he was meant to do. End quote. Greg is now the second character to have some sort of psychic connection to these restaurants. As I talked about in our last theory, Oswald from Into the Pit had the exact same thing, where he inexplicably found himself drawing horrific animatronic monsters without ever knowing about Freddy's to begin with. It's also
the stories are all about furries in their development to become furries. They either watch MLP or they watch FNAF. What 2 halves? No way, Greg, like Gregory. I know, right? That's what I find funny. It's like, but this is what? This is like, I think at least 10 episodes before Gregory is a thing that exists here. 44 is where Gregory starts being a thing, so we're really early.
I've seen a lot of theorists use the more modern, sleeker designs of the Funtime animatronics to put them later in timelines. But it seems like this story is telling us that those sorts of details don't matter. Freddy's is and will always be fantastic.
Goddamn, apparently, which I find bullshit. You know, I liked when the animatronics looked like garbage. That's interesting. All this magic shit is just bullshit, right? Like now it's all just magic. I hope the movies just keep it to looking like garbage.
For a mini theory at some point down the line, but
just make them haunted.
Skip it. Story number 2 we'll come back to in a minute, as that one has the most to discuss. Story number 3 out of stock. A new plush trap.
There's
toy,
a plush
trap chaser. A light-activated chomping
Who buys that?
rabbit is all the rage, selling out at stores across the nation. It also retails for
what the hell?
$89.99.
Jesus
Scott
Christ!
Been making those fat stacks both IRL and in the book world for his killer merch.
Do you feel
a boy
about
named Oscar, fed up with never getting what he wants, shoplifts
no!
the last one that's supposedly returned for being defective. Quote, is it just me or do the teeth look wrong? Isaac pointed at the straight, slightly yellow, human-looking teeth that were visible.
Maybe you shouldn't be buying shitty toys that are spooky.
The eyes. He reached out.
Maybe you should get yourself a Bionicle. Maybe that's their mistake right there. You wanted to have a Five Nights at Freddy's toy, not a Bionicle. You see, that's your problem, kid.
After a few days of it doing nothing, the plush trap suddenly activates and terrorizes Oscar and his friends, chomping through the house's doors and garages just trying to bite them. Their only protection is that plush trap freezes in the light. Quote again.
Like in the game. The movie will be about Mike's journey of FNAF 1 to 3, so yeah, they'll look bad. Yeah, but it have to be like, you know, covered in like mold and shit. Although I wonder if it'll be FNAF 1 to 3. Maybe it'll just probably be one of the locations from the points of view of one of the children. It'll be interesting to see.
Most obviously, it explains
like good
Plushtrap's
bad, but still,
behavior in
yeah,
FNAF
I know,
4.
like you know,
Really is just a haunted toy
like
that
the
goes on a
animatronics in
rampage
real
and
life
stops
that
by
are like
powerful
uncanny and
flashlights.
spooky,
So it's
instead
cool
of
to
like
make
this
that lore connection
weird
with Plushtrap's original
sister
minigame.
location,
Also
super
know,
high
based
tech
on the
event
story, that
BS.
Plushtrap
Not that it's
apparently
BS,
has
but
the
I don't know.
ability
I
to
don't fully like it.
voices. He has a
I think the
speaker system built in
animatronics
under
are
his
just
fur
more
and is able to mimic the
interesting
voices of
when they're
Oscar's
more
lover friends.
uncanny
Now, this
and
is
less
a really
hyper advanced, you know?
interesting
Like
detail
this.
because
Like
until
what the
this
hell am
point,
I even
only
looking at?
voice mimics in the franchise have been the Funtime animatronics, with their built-in systems intended to lure children away
Wires,
from their
just wires
parents so that
everywhere.
they could be grabbed. This suggests the possibility that Plushtrap was either a prototype for those larger models testing out the voice mimicry software, or was himself a Funtime era animatronic. Whereas
Except
up
he
until
looks
this
like
point,
ass.
all us theorists have classified him alongside the other nightmares from FNAF 4. But the last and most important thing to call out, though, is the fusion of human parts
God.
and animatronic parts. The story makes it very clear that the Plushtrap Oscar runs away with has both human eyes and teeth. Quote from the book: Raj turned to Oscar. You managed to steal us, the only Plushtrap chaser that looks like a half-human hybrid. End quote.
Oh,
now,
yippee.
this idea of a half-robot, half-human animatronic is a completely new concept for the series. But is it? You see,
But is
in
it?
FNAF 4,
True.
we had ourselves Nightmare, the black, transparent, spooky bear that, if you looked closely enough, had a human brain in its head as a part of its design. A detail that pretty much all of us dismissed.
yeah.
I mean, all of us glossed over Nightmare in general as just like the embodiment of death. The game's Grim Reaper as the crying child slowly flatlines in his hospital
Honestly, I didn't
bed.
even
Or,
think
you know,
about
just
that.
a
True.
figment of the boy's haunted imagination. But with this context from Fazbear Fright, could Nightmare have actually been a real experiment? Was William Afton in his quest for immortality, or Henry in
And
his
his
quest for
arm, I
more
hate you,
lifelike
Bonnie.
robots, testing the human brain's ability to survive
True.
in and operate an animatronic body? This would make Nightmare the literal Frankenstein's monster for
Oh,
family
yippee.
entertainment dining. And even though I say that jokingly, it's also something that appears in the Curse of Dreadbear DLC for FNAF Help Wanted, where we actively program a brain and insert it into Dreadbear's head before
What?
Hand Unit tells us this.
Well done. It's time to introduce the creature to the kids for focus testing and troubleshooting.
Yes.
We know, based on the original trilogy of books, that Afton was obsessed with recreating living metal just like those original haunted animatronics. I see Nightmare, Dreadbear, and this Plushtrap all as potential experiments looking to do
Or they're the
exactly
same
that. Lastly,
thing,
come
but,
to story
like,
number
different
2, Lonely
things.
Freddy. It's my personal favorite.
Also,
of the
don't
bunch.
forget
In
the
this
1
one,
to
we have
2
rebellious
FNAF shorts,
teen
dude.
Alec looking to expose his goody
Are they in
two-shoes
the
sister
playlist? Then
Hazel
otherwise
for
they don't
the
count.
fraud that she really is. Alec in this story is actually a really tragic character. He's a
FNAF
teen who
shorts.
acts out because he's
Does he also
ignored by
have
his
shorts in
parents.
this
The main
playlist?
reason
No,
he's trying
right?
to bring down
I
his
didn't see any
sister is
in the
because
playlist,
she
so I
is
don't know if they
always the one who
count.
gets the
But yeah, some
attention.
short
The two
videos
of
do
them
exist.
inexplicably team up to torment their parents in the lead up to Hazel's birthday party at Freddy Fazbear's, with Alec planning
What?
on double-crossing her the day of the party. When the day arrives, Alec's plan
Nerd.
backfires. It's revealed that Hazel is truly just that pure and good of a person. It's been Alec who's been the jerk, pushing everyone around him away, thinking himself as the victim when he was actually making
me all
himself
along.
into the
It was
victim,
me,
with the
Barry.
parents just trying to cater to his needs and Hazel just wanting a brother who liked her. Alec
Sadness.
runs off, ashamed of his actions, and hides in the storage closet. Just as he starts to make a promise to change for the better, he meets with a short little lonely Freddy, a free-roaming 2-foot doll made to entertain kids that are ignored or forgotten about at parties. But things are
Of
never
course
quite
they're
what they
not.
seem.
And
in
then it
Freddy
rips his
Fazbear's
ass
Pizza.
out.
The cute little bear
What?
hypnotizes Alec and
What?
then body swaps with him, imprisoning Alec's consciousness inside the tiny bear body. Quote from that moment. Then,
Okay, honest to
sitting
God,
across
at this
table
point, the
from his
books
sister
just
and
put
his
out
parents
concepts, and then they'll just see what people respond to, and then some of the things will get adapted, and some of the things will not.
The same unruly golden curls, his light green eyes. Hey, Alex said, the voice in his head quiet at first, but quickly it was screaming, hey, that's not me, that's not me! His eyes, his stolen green eyes and his stolen body gleamed at Alec. And then, the fake Alec smiled. As Alec, trapped in the lonely Freddy, was carried away by a store employee, he saw fake Alec wink at him from the table before returning his attention to a smiling, happy face.
That's a cool story.
Right? And Alec isn't alone. After he's puked down
You
by
know
one
what a
of the
lot of
kids at
these
the party,
stories
he's
could be?
picked up
You know what a
and
lot
thrown
of
into
these
the
stories could
dumpster,
be
where
done?
he meets
they could all be interesting as like,
One final
whatchamacallit.
His fall was broken by dozens
These are all
of
interesting
plush
short
bears
films that could be
exactly
made,
like him.
right?
Dozens
Or is
of
that just me?
discarded
You know, like little, like an anthology series.
thought he heard himself
Yeah,
say.
actually, that is what
Pretty
they
soon it
are.
was
The books are
every
just
bear in the
anthology
bin,
series of
their
little horror
thin,
stories.
muted screams
So
for help, swallowed
imagine
by
that
the
like
metal and
given
darkness that
audio-visual
doomed them.
form. This is a
Alec
good
and his
little
new
story for that,
friends,
honestly,
dozens
in my
of the
opinion.
lonely ones. Ah, what a great closing line for that story. It is so heartbreaking
I
to
turned
see
you
this
into a
misguided
furry,
kid
Barry.
suddenly learn to love his family.
I
only to
gave you
have his
5 minutes
chance
at
of
Freddy's,
redemption
Barry.
ripped away by these animatronics.
No.
It is so sad as a story. But here's the thing. For as sad as it is, this story carries over yet another recurring theme that we're seeing develop in these books. That animatronics are stealing the identities
Yes.
of kids.
And
In the
one
first
day,
book, we had the
Gregory
story
will
To Be Beautiful, where Baby steals the looks and identity of a girl named Eleanor. Here, we have ourselves another robot AI. This one housed inside the
Remember
Lonely
when
Freddy
this
module,
series was about the
stealing
dead
body
children
of
decaying
Mallory.
inside the
This, to
suits
me,
because
is
they were
right in
stinky?
alignment with what we've been expecting from Vanny in the new FNAF game that's slated for release later
I'd say
this
watch
year.
them around
Remember,
Security
in
Breach.
FNAF VR, we hear the story
Right,
of
he's
Jeremy
got 3.
and how he cuts off his own face in an attempt to reject the system taking control of his brain.
God,
and
the
when
Security
we beat
Breach
that game,
ones.
it ends with Glitch
They're all
Trap
built. If
basically
anything, they're
locking
normalizing the
and
idea
taking
of
over our
children
lives.
being robots. Therefore, Gregbot is not that controversial of a theory if you've been following along these, right?
Person getting taken over in one game. Instead,
This is
it
all
appears
the
we
prep.
have
This is
these
all the
kids in
prep
pizzerias
to bake you that everything is possible.
It's further evidence supporting this theory that I did on FNAF VR, where the story from this point forward is basically
Until it's
Afton
not.
creating an army.
Until it's not, you know,
bunch
until
of
the games don't do it
brainwashed,
because it's a
or
little too
more
ambitious for
accurately,
anything to be in a
body-swapped
game.
people hiding
Sadly
in
enough.
public, hiding in plain sight, taking over bodies one by one.
I'm your
Kinda makes
father.
you
Where
wonder
do you
what
think
FNAF
your
20
father
has
went
got
to?
in store, right? But before we look forward, we actually have to look
God damn it.
backward. You see, there's one last topic I'd like to explore with this final story, but it's a doozy. It's the parallels that this story has with FNAF 4. In fact, I believe that the Lonely Freddy story is helping us to solve what is one of the long-standing mysteries in this franchise, and also one of the
No,
strangest
no. Oh, here we go. The psychic Fred Bear. He has a he has a microphone up his ass. That's all. It's a walkie-talkie.
But in order to tell you why, I'm gonna need
What?
a bit more time. So until then,
Oh,
my
lovely.
friends, there's only one last thing to
No,
say.
no,
Do you
no.
wanna save
Theory.
money
That's a
on
game
pizza? Yeah, that's
theory.
right.
You have to
All
say
this Freddy
it.
Fazbear talk has gotten me hungry for a nice old
Does he
slice
say the
of
line?
pizza. Luckily, restaurants and food
Does he
delivery
say
are
the
considered
line?
to
He
be
doesn't
essential
say the line.
businesses right now,
Boo.
which means that you can
Boo.
still
Terrible
give yourself a
episode.
steam
Didn't
and
say the line. What the hell? Boo. Boo. Lonely friend. Who are you gonna call lonely friend Bear? No, he's lonely. No. The body snatchers. What the hell tangent are we on? Only 2 years ago. Hey, we're approaching modern days. Holy crap. I'm gonna leave you with some casual bongos for a second. I'll be back in a minute. In less than a minute, probably. It was me, Barry. I took all the milk from the shelves in a 30-mile radius, so your dad would never come back, Barry. Don't forget to like the stream if you like the stream, subscribe, and watch some of the content I make. Whenever you plan on leaving the live stream, which, you know, hey, fair enough. You know, nobody should follow this torture as I'm doing. Check out some of the shorts, some of the edited content I have on the channel. It helps out a ton, you know. Hi, I'm back. You're still going? Epic. Indeed, Chris. I'm still here. Still going. We're almost at the 12-hour marks. I've almost been doing this shit for 12 hours. Let's go. I started at 8, and it's almost 8 here, so we're still going, and I'm not crazy yet. Somehow, I am still very much hinged, a bit unhinged, but also hinged, a little bit of both, you know. We're still doing the bongos in between because they're calming. Best Nintendo franchise, by the way. That's an interesting one. Wait, before we continue, that's a good question. From the first party ones, right? Like the actual Nintendo parties. I wanna say Zelda because I like Zelda, but I basically like Wind Waker and stuff like that, right? However, I'm probably gonna go with Metroid because Metroid is pretty cool. That and there isn't like a real Metroid game I would consider the weakest of them. No, the other M. I forgot that fucking thing exists. God damn it. Yeah, no, Metroid's pretty good. I like Metroid a lot because I just like Samus. That's just the thing, right? However, Zelda is a really good second pick as well. You know, Wind Waker is like one of my favorites. And overall, like all the Zelda games are just kind of solid, right? Except the one I like the least is Skyward Sword. That's just me. I don't like that game, but I think it still has a lot of charm, a lot of good music. So yeah. It's me, Barry. I took your girlfriend's V card out. She has my child and you're not yours. Whilst going to the ball pit, Barry. I did it all. No. What the hell? Ridley God is the evil Nintendo villain. True. Kraid's theme, best theme. Still. Okay. Back from another franchise to Five Nights at Freddy's. Except this is one night of this of all FNAF of game theory. One night of game theorying. Where are we? Part 32 of 58. Let's go. At MattPat on Twitter. I'm still going. What? Love the lore behind it. No, fair enough. Let's continue. Where are we? Oh no. Oh, cock.
He's your buddy.
What the
When your brother is a jerk, he's your pal. When your dad is off at work, he won't leave you. When you go get a bite, at least until the 6th night.
He's there. He's everywhere.
He's everywhere.
Psychic Fredbear.
Fredbear. He's a flower for reasons still unknown, and he stalks you on your way back home.
Because
he
there's
makes
multiple
a
of them, I don't
promise
fucking know.
that throws off all the lore. Seriously, Scott, what is this line for? And is it supposed to be in a slightly different yellow font here? Are you meaning this to be figurative or literal? Because if it's literal, you are opening up a literal can of worms. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear.
Oh, come on, really?
He's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic
This will
friend
continue forever.
Fredbear.
Oh! Spooky time.
Hello, Internet.
Game
Welcome to
Theory.
Game Theory, where I start off
What?
today with a disclaimer. Warning. In entering this video, and honestly all of my theories, you are entering a zone of
now that
speculation,
disclaimer comes up.
where any idea is valid for consideration in the hopes that it solves more
does it now?
problems than it creates, answers more questions than it raises, or ties together dangling pieces of evidence in a narratively satisfying way. Am I trying to solve the lore? Yes. Am I doing it by asking really extreme, over-the-top questions, looking into very specific details way too closely, and more often than not drawing connections between concepts that probably aren't connected at all? Absolutely yes. Side effects of entering the theory zone may include a blown mind, total and utter confusion, a deeper appreciation of your favorite franchises, fun stories to share with friends, a head full of random factoids that will at no point aid you in life, and
Why do I know all
disillusionment
this?
about the existence in our own
Why
case
do I
universe.
know all of FNAF?
Disclaimers aside,
Why?
theory crafting is a tricky
I could be
field
watching
to thread. A
tutorials
good
on
theory is
functional
one
things,
that
but
has
no,
enough
I'm here.
evidence to support it, but not so much evidence that it's basically
Oh, well.
a known fact. It requires extrapolation, thinking beyond just the stuff that we're given, but not so far
Yeah,
past that
reason
you're
why Samus Aran could be
overreaching
the
or
bounty
making
hunter. Yeah,
baseless
it's in the prequel
claims.
manga,
And
right?
all of that while still maintaining a satisfying story.
Where
A story
Ridley
that
is not
stays
just
true
like a
to the
mindless
franchise that you're
creature,
talking
which
about
has
while
always
not
been
being
weird to me,
afraid
but
to
oh
take
well.
that known story in new, often riskier directions. In a lot of ways, theory crafting is like writing
Aha.
fan fiction,
Ahahaha.
just, with more evidence and less aggressive cuddling. A lot less aggressive
Why?
cuddling than
Matt,
some of the
leave it out.
fictions I've been exposed to over the years. Anyway, Anyway, the reason that I say all of this right now is that today's theory is, how do I put it? It's one of the stretchier ones. Like, there are some theories that are rock solid. There's some really strong evidence in the game, and it's supported by stuff that's been said by the developers or creators. Then there are others that require a bit more creative license, where the connections are there, but they might require you to squint a little bit, or just, you know, have fun with it and go along for the ride. And this episode is one of those theories.
Welcome to another one of Matt Pats Goes Off the Deep End with the books.
Last time I mentioned this, Fetch was recently released, and it is, well, if I'm being honest, it feels much less connected to the series than the first one. The connections to the main lore are definitely a bit shakier. This one, meanwhile, introduces us to a lot of new things. A smartphone-powered animatronic dog named Fetch. Tiny, free roaming versions of Freddy Fazbear called Lonely Freddy's. And that felt weird to me. Every story of the first book felt very connected to established characters, from Golden Bunny suits to shape-shifting baby to Funtime Freddy. So why was this one, the second book, doing so many new things? It felt like a pretty extreme tonal shift, especially considering Scott had just posted about how these books would fill in some of the blanks from the past. So then I thought about it, and I considered what blanks from the past this odd collection of stories might be trying to fill, and something clicked. I think that there's a chance that one of the new inclusions in this book is actually something that we've known about for a long time. An oddball character that's confused us and stymied our theories for years. I believe that there's a chance that Fetch's Lonely Freddy's may actually be the real identity of FNAF 4's psychic friend Fredbear. You remember that plush doll from FNAF 4 with the living eyes that tracked your movements as you walked around the room, that stalked you in the streets and disguised itself as a flower? The thing that could actually read the crying child's innermost thoughts. I think that guy was a type of Lonely Freddy doll. But to truly understand why I think these two are connected, let's begin with Lonely Freddy's story.
One
to quickly recap the story
game,
in a bit more detail than I did last time, because now the details actually matter for the theory. Alec is an angry teenager who's upset that his younger sister Hazel gets all of their parents' love and affection because she's practically perfect in every way. So when Hazel, just out of the blue, starts being overly nice to Alec and wants to join him in making their parents miserable, he doesn't trust her. He suspects that she's up to something, and so he concocts a plan to expose her for being a spoiled brat at her upcoming birthday party, which happens at, wouldn't you know it,
of course,
Freddy Fazbear's.
What else?
His
McDonald's?
Plan, well, it's not a particularly good one, and if I have to fault this story for one thing, it's that the mechanics of how it all works is kind of confusing, so stay with me here. At Freddy's, they have this big money booth. You know, those clear boxes with fans that blow all these tickets around you, and you try to grab them, and you walk away with whatever you're able to capture in the booth. And in the booth, there's a special ticket that allows you to win the top prize in the restaurant. A Yarg Foxy. Basically a large Foxy doll with extra hook swinging action. Okay, so it seems like Hazel really wants to win the Yarg Foxy, so Alex sabotages her chances by taking out the special winning ticket before she gets in. Except she does win. By some weird, magical, unexplained miracle, the ticket winds up in her hair and she wins the Foxy doll. The twist, though, is that she didn't want to win it for herself. She wanted to win it for Alec. You see, Alex secretly loves Freddy's Pizzeria, but he never gets to have his birthday there. And of all the characters, he loves Foxy the most, even pretending to be Yarg Foxy around the house when no one's looking. But when
oh my god.
Give it to him as a sign of friendship,
no, this is all about closeted furries. That's what all the FNAF stories are about. They're all about angry, closeted furries who just want to be their furry self.
He rips the Foxy doll and runs off to the storage room crying.
Once you're recapping the last episode. You already said this.
Free-roaming version of everyone's favorite bear. The bear hypnotizes him and then body swaps with him, leaving Alex consciousness
but was the sister maybe also already?
AI with his face roams free, unbeknownst to his family. So forgive me the detailed plot description, but I needed to get all that in because Alex's story, strangely enough, closely matches what we see happening in FNAF 4's crying child. Now, I don't think Alec is the crying child by any means. There are just way too many differences here, but I did want to call out how similar these two stories are because the parallels seem intentional. They seem to be inviting us to compare these two stories. So let's do exactly that. Just like in FNAF 4, there's a countdown to a birthday party happening at Freddy's at the end of the week. Though in this case, it's a sister's party and not his. Speaking of the sister, Alex's younger sister Hazel is described as being cute and perfect, with a lot of emphasis being placed on her green eyes and her curly
Then why
yellow
the
hair.
hell does
An
she have
important physical description considering Elizabeth, the
Whatever.
girl who would go on to possess Baby and who we assume is Crying Child's sister and owner of this room in FNAF 4, is also blonde with green eyes. In fact, eye color is brought up a lot, an unusual amount throughout the Lonely Freddy story. Quotes like this: Alec had never noticed the bear's eyes before. Had they always been that blue? And again, its eyes were as blue and deep
What?
as an ocean trench. Over 13
Like dark blue?
times are eyes in this
Or-
story qualified by their color, which is worth noting considering that a lot of the other short stories thus far in Fazbear Frights have had themselves pretty sparse character descriptions. But this one, for some reason, really chooses to emphasize the fact that Alec and Hazel have green eyes and that
Lonely
Lonely
Freddy.
has blue
Oh, that's
eyes,
so
which,
funny.
if you have an obsessive level of knowledge of the
That's still a
series, should
funny
ring a
name,
few
not gonna
alarm
lie.
bells. In Sister Location, eye color was a huge deal. So much so that I did a whole theory about it back when Sister Location came out, where the baby animatronic had blue eyes until she scooped Elizabeth and her eyes turned green. And
Okay.
here we have something very similar happening. Quote from the story: Alex stared hard into the blue eyes of Lonely Freddy.
This boy is
cocoon!
cocoon!
And he searched for answers of his own, but he only came away with more questions because the blue eyes of the bear had suddenly turned a light green. End quote. And again, in this quote, all Alec could see was the bear as its newly green eyes bore through him.
no.
So we've got a party, a sister, and some eyes.
God, that sister character
Obviously,
model
there's
looks
gotta be
so
more,
ugly.
right? Alec, when his plan fails, runs off to hide in the
Or
storage
is it just
room
me?
crying, similar to the crying child being locked in the storage room in FNAF 4. And in general, Alec is just a sulky, moody kid who, similar to our crying child, both loves and hates Freddy Fazbear's. Alec, in the book, secretly loves the restaurant
Because
and its
he's a furry.
characters, but he also hates it because he only gets to go when it's for his sister,
'Cause
which
he's
makes
too
him
old for
bitter
it,
and
I guess?
angry to be there. It's a lot like the conflicted feelings our crying child has for the restaurants, who clearly likes the franchise. I mean, he has all the toys in his room, and yet while he's there, he's clearly miserable. We're not exactly sure why, but he does have mixed feelings about this
wanted to go
franchise.
to the bigger one.
Kind of like me. That is hashtag relatable. I feel seen, crying
The crying child was Matt Pat all along. That's the real twist. That's the twist of this entire franchise, people. Matt Pat is the crying child. That's what Scott always intended.
Freaks out and rips the toy's arm off. It's a small detail, but one that immediately made me think of the Foxy that's in the crying
God, what if
child's
that's the
FNAF
truth?
4 room. A Foxy
Goddamn.
plush with one very specific feature. A feature that has never gotten explained. Its head was pulled off. So we have ourselves two Foxy plushies, both with a body part ripped off in some way, in the possession of a kid who both loves and hates Freddy's, that winds up locked in a storage room crying, attends a birthday party, and has themselves a green-eyed sister with blonde hair. It is just an oddly specific series.
Get to your point, Matt Pat. Haven't you said the same thing? He keeps repeating the same fucking. God, these I just noticed it. These episodes are such padding, right? Like, yes, like re-emphasize 5 times, like all of the time in this. Yes, you've said so already. You already showed him being a furry, Matt Pat. Oh my God, this is 10 minutes of recap.
Again, it's not exactly the same.
God
there are
damn.
plenty of differences between these two scenarios.
Oh, fuck me. These are like the recap episodes. Where before, because there's no new content coming out, he's just gonna be saying.
Series of events. So what does any of this have
get
to
to
do
the
with Psychic
point.
Friend Fredbear? Well, I believe
This is the
that all
torture
these
part of this
parallels
during
with
stream,
FNAF 4
where he just starts repeating stuff within the same video.
inviting us to compare
Oh my
them. And when you
God.
do that, it becomes undeniable
Gotta
that
get those
Psychic
watch
Friend
time, right?
Fredbear is a lonely Freddy. To understand why,
Oh my
let's
God!
start with the-
Look at that!
This
11 minutes! We're finally starting to talk about the goddamn point of the video.
parts were harder to define. The bear stood stiff, almost at attention. Its eyes stared straight ahead
No
at the
wonder
stage,
people
but
got kind
Alec
of
had
bored
the
with the
strangest
franchise because
feeling
these
it was
episodes are
still
kind of
watching
shitty.
him, end quote. So a small Freddy toy with eyes that watch you as you move around the room. Definitely sounds like what Psychic Friend does as we maneuver our way through the FNAF 4 minigames. His white eyes just move around with us wherever we go. We're also told that the Lonely Freddy is able to free roam in order to follow the kids around. Again, explaining why he shows up in practically every screen of the FNAF 4
Chat's just
minigames.
becoming,
It is
my chat's just
literally
becoming like a
designed to
long
be
ass
a
list
moving
of different
surveillance
ways to
camera.
kill children.
Maybe we can't
Yes, this
disguise
video's not getting
itself
put
as
on
a
any list.
flower
God
or
damn it.
whatever, but just chuck that out to Scott's artistic license. Later in the story,
Hi
we're
everyone,
told
how
what
we're
the
holding up.
purpose of
We're
the
yelling at Map Pat. That's what.
Again,
That's
at Freddy
definitely where I am,
Fazbear's
Daniel.
belief that no child should have to experience
Welcome,
the
by the way.
wonder and delight
We're
of Freddy
12 hours
Fazbear's
in.
Family
Woo!
Pizzeria alone. Using patented
Reached 12 hours.
touch of that Freddy Fazbear magic, Freddy will learn all about your child's favorite things.
Finally,
just
some
like
new
a true
content.
friend.
The last 10 minutes of this video have been nothing but repeating things he said in half a video last time. And within the same video, he's repeated it twice.
No one wants to play with this kid, so here's a machine that'll do it instead.
You could rewrite the
This
script to
is
be
a
so much
device
shorter.
specifically designed to become a friend to sad and lonely children.
God damn it.
Children just like FNAF
Yes!
crying child. Children just like Alec. And
Stop talking about how they're parallel! Just tell me how they're parallel!
Who would have been foisted
Fuck's
onto
sake.
a lonely Freddy at a birthday party. It would have been
Madness.
Alec. Now, this is important.
We've reached the stage of grief where I'm just pissed.
Was his knowledge of crying
Good, I actually
child's
watch him
innermost
only in
thoughts,
security
saying
breach
things
videos.
like,
No,
"Remember what you saw,
he does have good. No,
It's the whole
I like the
reason I
FNAF
started calling him
videos. Honestly, I think I watched these also when they came out, but it's so clear that these are padding videos because there isn't really much content to make videos on, right? So might as well just do a book report on it and like for some reason over-explain tiny details out of them, right?
In the story, the bear approaches Alec in the storage room and
Remember when this was about dead kids? When do I get back to gutting the dead kids?
I've been waiting for you, friend. We should be best friends. It's a stuffed animal, Alec told himself.
No, it's a little
stuffed
robot.
toy. What's your
It's a
favorite color?
Robo-sapien.
My favorite color is
Remember those?
What's
Those
your
are cute.
favorite food? Lasagna. Then the bear's questions took a different turn.
I just
What would
watched
you
the
do if you were
Windy Goons
asked
video and
to
never
hurt
looked back.
someone you
Thanks,
love?
but no
It felt
thanks,
like
Matt
the bear was
Pat.
reaching its soft plush paw into his very soul and extracting the answers he kept the most hidden. It was doing it so effortlessly. So the Lonely Freddy is a stuffed bear designed to act as a surveillance camera on kids. Follow them around, talk to the sad, lonely ones, and then extract information from them to
so they're
become their
TikTok,
friend before
lovely.
eventually body
They're
swapping
meta.
with them. I mean, each and every one of those details, minus the whole body swap thing, is something that we see the psychic friend Fredbear do. But there is one last detail that I haven't included yet. The Freddys are controlled by a man who works in a private backroom office. Quote again, the party prepper turned a dial on her hip-clipped walkie-talkie and pressed her finger to her headset. Someone get Daryl to do a Lonely Freddy demo.
Daryl's on break.
The fact that there's someone behind the scenes controlling these devices in the book is a direct
Again, that's
callback
interesting.
to the
It is
secret
interesting more like the
from
I don't care about the kids.
The one where there were
The mechanics are
cameras
cool.
watching the FNAF 4
Except if
house,
the kids are
guarded
dead.
by the
Then they're
password
interesting.
1983. It was
Not
in
when their
that room that we
psychic
saw a psychic friend
brains get
Fredbear for
swapped
the
or some
first
shit.
and only time in a non-8-bit setting. There, on the desk, was a short little plushie with his white little surveillance eyes and a walkie-talkie right next to him, coinciding with this scene from the book. So, there you have it, friends. The official name of psychic friend Fredbear is Lonely Freddy. It's not quite as fun, but I guess
Well,
it's
it
easier
would be
for me to type,
Fredbear,
so
right?
that's a
Because
plus.
if
It's
the
a
book
camera
talks about
system
a
controlled by
Freddy,
someone hidden
but
back
the thing was a
surveillance
pink
room.
one,
A system that has the
so
ability
is
to
it
walk
Lonely
and talk,
Fredbear?
maybe even hypnotize and body swap.
Okay, the
Now,
body swapping
question
shit is
that we're
stupid,
left
but
with
like,
is who was
you know.
controlling it in FNAF
I swear to
4?
God,
I mean, it
technology
seems
is just
like the
magic
obvious
at this
answer
point.
here should be William Afton, right? Who else would be doing
Isn't
it?
Willy
But the
Wonka
bigger
behind it all?
question
What?
is
No,
why?
no, no.
Why
What?
would
When
he be
Willy
doing all
Wonka?
this
No,
just
no,
to
no, no.
watch what
It's.
we assume is his own son. And
I have
then
no
over
idea
in
who's
Bookland,
behind
the
it all
question is
now, but,
whether
like-
all of this is intentional. It seems like the employees don't actually know the true nature of these robots. So is
Oh,
this
God.
an AI roaming around, or was a normal Lonely Freddy swapped out for one with body snatching abilities? That one seems like the most likely scenario, considering in story number 3, out of stock, the plush trap chaser is swapped with an evil one with human body parts. So maybe William Afton or some of his people in this book universe are slowly seeding out
yes, evil
animatronics into
animatronics,
the
as
world
opposed
to
to the
run
not
those
evil
remote
ones.
test cases. Also, since I'm wrapping up my discussion of Fetch here, something else for you to chew on. At Hazel's birthday party, there's a girl named Charlotte. A girl who shares a name with the child that we know goes on to possess
lovely.
the puppet. A girl who, in this story, is allergic to chocolate and accidentally eats some and then spends the rest of the party vomiting. Could this actually give us an explanation for why Charlotte in the games would end up outside of the party, outside of the
So she
restaurant?
dies
when
in
we
a
see
pile
her
of
in
her own
FNAF 6
vomit?
before
Jesus
she eventually gets
Christ.
killed and turned into a puppet. It may
Lovely.
be. It's just a thought
Yes,
that I'm
this
throwing
is the
out there.
details I needed,
For
Matt Pat.
parts. But with Fetch
The
Out,
puppet was covered in vomit when it died. Lovely.
books number 4 and 5 coming out later
Yes,
this year.
definitely
that
what I
seem
needed.
like
If
they
I
may
did not
hold
know that
biggest
the
lore reveals
if
yet.
I did not know
In
the
book
puppet was
4's
covered in
description,
vomit,
we see
then
that
how
one
does
main
that
characters
attribute to
have
the
a
large large scale of the
She also
FNAF
has
universe.
herself
Think
a
about
dog.
it.
Susie is almost guaranteed to be confirmed as our fruity maze girl and our first ever victim, the one who goes on to possess Chica. We also know that one of the book 4 stories will be about Pete and his younger brother who, quote, get in a fight in the wake of their parents' divorce and fall prey to a gruesome curse.
Okay, sure.
2 brothers with divorced parents that have some blood
Interesting.
curse on their family. Seems like it could be another stand-in for our crying child and Foxy bro getting wrapped up in the cycle of serial killing their father started decades prior.
How do you know
And then
decades?
flipping
Matt,
over book
you
number
just
5's
took
description,
that,
quote,
took
in room
that
1280
sentence
at
right up your
Heracles
ass.
Hospital, something evil is
It's all within
keeping
the
a man
80s.
alive.
Keep
A
it.
man with
It's all within
gruesome
short
burns
time.
all
It's not
over
like
his body
decades of killing. No, it's
will
like
to live. Sounds a lot like
a
our good old
decade,
buddy William.
maybe.
Or it could be the aftermath of the FNAF 6's restaurant burning. With that being the last book in the Fazbear Fright series,
Wonka's
I'd
a weird name
expect
for
that
William,
one to
eh?
tie
I like
up
giving
a
him weird nicknames
lot
'cause I'm
of
weird.
different loose ends. Speaking of
Actually,
loose
also
ends,
that
by the
actually
way,
makes
hate
sense.
'em. That
Willy
is why
Wonka,
this show
Willy
exists,
Afton.
to get rid of
Fair
narrative
enough.
loose
Fair
ends,
enough.
to tie them up. put
If
them
I, it's like if
neatly
I understand the
organized back
reference,
on
and the
the
reference
shelf.
makes
So
kind of
you know
sense.
what I
Okay,
really
it's cute. It's a
appreciate?
cute
What
one. Not gonna lie.
doesn't have loose ends? Wireless earbuds. No wires means no obnoxious
Which, by the
tangling,
way,
which in
all
turn
these
means
videos, he
less
doesn't
stress.
say it's a
And it is
theory,
very
a game
stressful
theory,
time
because these
right
are just
now,
all
so I'll take
book
less
shit.
stress anywhere
Yeah.
I can get it.
Because
And
these
if you
are all
wanna
just
get
book
yourself some
reports.
top
These are the game theory book reports. Vaguely having something to do with gaming, I guess. Oh my god, yes, some creepy role-playing ASMR. Let's go! As long as they don't try to fuck me, it'll be good! I believe that Golden Freddy is just made from exotic butters. Fuck's sake, goddamn. My theory is that Scott just forgets parts of the lore, suddenly fuzzily remembers, and writes an end. Repeat. Honestly, this makes the most sense to me. What if Scott just literally waits for like, oh yeah, shit, I have to come up with a new game, then watches a game theory episode, it's like, okay, how can I piss him off? I can do that. He would never do that. It's too big of a franchise to do something like that with. But it would be funny. It's funny to think about it like that, right? Oh, I need my bongos. Where are my bongos? There you go. My calming bongos. They calm me down. Here's my theory. Why did Tori change his hair to purple? Could it be because he's the purple guy? Boom! Why? William Afton was the me that we made along the way all along? Hmm? I was the spring trap all along. No. Oh. There's a good reverse flash. Who's Barry Allen? He shows up in the Batman Who Laughs comic run, but hey, at least he sees the main universe. Barry Allen, great. William Tori Afton. Oh, the deepest lore of the Tori channel was that I was an animatronic all along. Actually, no shit. Me being an animatronic all along. Okay, if you want to be very technical about it, right? There was a little phase last year, if you were there for that, like an early part of the Tori models, like 2 models ago, where it was like a cyborg model that had like skin on top of it, a little bit like Necron, and little Necron Terminator inspired. So I guess you could make the argument. Ugh, I'm not a furry. I'm not a furry fox bunny. God damn it. Oh, this stream's gonna be the end of me. Holy shit. Where are we? We're only 12 hours in. Oh, well, only. We're 12 hours in. Tori, I can't imagine Scott giggling watching these, making MatPat suffer. Not true, right? It must be kind of fun for him to watch these at a certain point, I think. Especially like that they're little adaptations from his books and stuff like that. There must be some satisfaction you can get out of that. Oh god, the shiny eyes too. No, stop it! Ah, god damn it! I was the purple guy all along. I killed the kid. Yup, I did it. No, Goofy, shut the fuck up. You murder. Bongo! God damn it. I need to stop just yelling at the top of my lungs. That's probably not, like, conducive to anything productive, right? Me just yelling random shit at the top of my lungs. That's probably not good. My voice is still here, so fuck it. I'll do it as long as I want. How are you doing, Tori? It reminds me of, like, the Streamer Man is doing, but how is no one? Everybody wonders what Streamer Man's doing. Nobody asks how is Streamer Man doing. How am I doing? I'm doing fine. I'm totally okay. There's nothing wrong here. I'm not video 33 in like 58. God damn, we haven't even started the security breach ones yet. Not even Tales of the Pizza Plague. Nothing. We're in the goddamn Stitch Wraith shit. Oh, so that's maybe the next two. We've solved Golden Freddy. Have you, Pat? Have you solved Golden Freddy? I'm going insane. These videos were not made to watch in one long go. I could definitely tell you that much. But it's still funny to do anyway, so we're continuing. He sounds manic, but what's new? Fuck off. God damn it. Actually, that's fairly true. Whenever I do speak, whenever I do quickly go into like this crazy manic talk, like there's nothing new about that. If anything, that is maybe one of the qualities that's been the most consistent over my year of streaming, which is just I go crazy for some reason. A good reverse flash body battery. Alan was blown up from the inside. That's how he dies. A cruel and unusual death. What the hell? That's so sad. Aw. F's in chat for Barry Allen's pussy. He gets purple guide. No! He gets trapped springed. Still one of the worst ways to go, not gonna lie. The spring trap suit and you're stuck in it. William, help! Willie! No, Michael! We continue. Sorry, where was I? A guy. Oh, what the fuck? Hey, yo, what kind of video are we watching?
Can I come home with you? Let me come home.
ASMR? Let's go. Oh!
There's room for one more.
Well, that's the most disturbing thing I've seen all night. Or at least one of them.
Hello, Internet.
Another book theory! I don't like these books.
Book deal.
Fuck
That's barely
these
an exaggeration.
books.
Bending the ink machine with more promised on the way. Hello, Neighbor.
Why do
It's
people
a
keep
surprise that
buying
Baldi
these books?
Basics doesn't have an entire
Buy
trilogy
video
dedicated
games,
to the
God
horrific
damn it.
backstory of the jump rope girl. No joke, at this point in my life, I'm reading more video games than I'm playing. But of course, today we're not talking about any of those other franchises. We're talking about the Grandpappy.
Let's
the one
go.
that paved the way for all those who would dare to follow in its
welcome
footsteps.
to my
Five Nights at
manic
Freddy's and its
crash
8
insanity.
books, as well as its 2 graphic novel reimaginings of the first 2
There we
books.
go.
But here's the best part here, friends. True to this franchise, the books were supposed to end at Fazbear Frights number 5. We're currently at Fazbear Frights number 3. The end was in sight. That was gonna be it. That was the end of the line. Mystery over. But oh no, my friends. Of course not.
Oh,
now,
yippee!
There are 2 more final installments announced. Just
Well, yeah,
like
because 7.
every
You know,
game
you need 5 nights,
FNAF
then one custom,
3.
then one extra
That
night,
the
then a custom
fan
night.
was the scariest part
Makes
of this
sense.
franchise. Oh no, not
Oh,
anymore,
what?
dear theorists. Now
I only have the
it's
first FNAF book, Silver Eyes, but I only read the first
merchandising.
chapter.
So
That's probably
Fazbear
the smartest
Frights
decision
number
you've
3,
made,
titled
not to continue.
1:35 a.m.
I've
just
never
came
read
out.
one of the
Oh
FNAF
boy,
books, you
there's
know?
a lot
See,
to
that
talk
makes me
about with
better.
this one. If you'll remember, Scott has made it pretty darn clear that this
kidding,
new
just kidding.
book series is meant to help us solve the
lovely.
mysteries from the past, and that the stories are, as they say in every book's official description, pulled from
yippee.
all different corners
Great.
of the FNAF lore. But unlike the past 2 Fazbear Frights books, where the connections have been a bit looser, I suppose is the best way to describe a time-traveling ball pit that leads to a scene of some 1985 pizzeria murders, the stories contained in this one, in 1:35 a.m., all feel very strongly connected to, well, like I just said, every corner of the FNAF canon. The stories here are starting to show how they're connected to not only each other, but also how they're connected to
There
the
we
original
go.
book trilogy, and yes, how they're even connected to the games, creating this elaborate web of complicated
Oh,
animatronic death. But more than anything else, these books are starting to confirm things for us. Theories and suspicions
I have
that we've
0
had for the better
FNAF
part of
books
the last
based.
5 years, which, you know, is
Everyone who
nice
has
to
0
receive
FNAF
some
books
level of
is more
validation.
based.
Like I said, it is a lot to cover. And so I'm going to cover this one like I've covered the last 2 books. Today's episode is going to be dedicated to a general overview of the stories, spotlighting some of the most important details for theory crafting, and explaining what I think this new batch of stories is trying to tell us.
Please don't recap 500 times.
Next video, we're going to be doing a deep dive into probably the biggest mystery of all 3 books so far. FNAF's newest killer animatronic, the Stitch Wraith. This guy is actually really interesting, and his story is starting to weave through most of the 9 other small stories that we've covered in these other books, and what he means might actually have some severe implications for not just the original trilogy of novels, but also the future of the games. Like I said, more on that next week, but for today, let's start with our title story, 1:35 a.m. This one is pretty straightforward. Delilah is a young woman with a tragic backstory. Her parents both died.
Who's your favorite animatronic in
Afton? She was bounced around and abused,
That's
sadly,
a good question. I've actually never considered that.
Eventually, she finds a stable home and happiness with a man named Richard. They get married, and Delilah excitedly looks forward to finally having a child of her own, so she can finally complete the family that she never had.
Right?
Everything is going great in her life until Richard divorces her. Now she's alone and sadder than ever. And then she dies, trapped in a ventilation shaft after being tortured by the embodiment of the child that she never had. Children's entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so I may have skipped a few steps there, but it's roughly the
And then maybe the way
idea.
that toy Freddy stands over you in the second game. That's pretty spooky as well.
A doll that reminds her of the child that she always dreamed of.
Oh no, favorite animatronic is easy. No, Afton is William because Springtrap in 3, and the favorite animatronic is Roxy from Security Breach because that design is just the fucking best. It is the best design from. Yeah, it's just the best. Okay, don't look too deep into that. It just is. Okay. Just Roxy from the Security Breach, which is why I wish she was in a better game, but whatever. And Springtrap. There you go. You see, exactly. See, Roxy, we stand Roxy on this channel. Yes.
And because it has a built-in alarm clock. Emotionally
best
scarring
animatronic
with
of all.
the side of functionality, just the way I like it. Anyway, she sets the alarm inside of
Okay,
Ella
what the
for
fuck are we on now?
1:35 p.m. to help wake her up for her shift at
Okay.
work, but the alarm doesn't go off. And just like that, Delilah gets her first taste of parental disappointment. So she does what any good parent would do in that situation: immediately hurls her would-be child into the nearest
That's
dumpster.
a good way.
Yikes, Delilah. Maybe it's better that you and Richard didn't have that kid after all. Anyway, that night she's awoken at 1:35 a.m. by Ella. Delilah assumes that she accidentally set the alarm for a.m. rather than p.m., which reminds me of the time I didn't bother to set the clock right on my Tamagotchi and was forced to scoop his poop every day at 4 in the morning. I can't imagine why he died. Certainly not my fault.
Hey, yo, if you're only half paying attention to these things, that is a really weird line to come out of nowhere. What the hell?
Driven insane by the doll waking her up every morning at 1:35. I mean, 1:35 is still early enough at night to get a decent night's sleep. It's not a 3 a.m. challenge or anything
you could
like
just
that.
stay up
But
until then.
Yeah, knowing that she'll never feel safe again, she climbs into a ventilation shaft in a building under construction and dies. Quote from the book:
What?
She never wanted things, she wanted love.
What?
Oof, it is a hard.
Bro, this story is just random, or am I just like not hearing parts of it? What led her to die?
In fact, all the stories from this particular book are just
Sadness.
rough.
Just
Now,
sadness
this
ahead.
story has 2 really important details in it. Details that seem to make Delilah's
There's going to be a quiz at the end of the 19-hour course. No! The end of the 19-hour course, I probably will just yell into the void for like a half an hour, and then just end the stream.
Helper doll
After I just
by
scream.
Fazbear Entertainment. Continuing forward with that quote, the booklet had a list of what Ella was designed for. She could keep time and serve as an alarm clock, manage appointments, keep track of lists, take photos,
Bruh,
read stories,
you could just
sing
have a
songs,
phone, you
even
know.
serve drinks. Serve drinks?
Bro,
Delilah
why would
shook
you
her head.
want-
Now, in the games, we never really get
Also,
to learn
don't
much about
phones exist in
Henry,
this
the
universe?
creator of the animatronics.
God
But
damn.
in the novel trilogy, Silver Eyes, Twisted Ones, and Fourth Closet, we get
Have
to
you
meet
had a
not only
Robo
his daughter
Sapien? Those shits
Charlie,
can
but
barely do
also
anything.
his other
God damn.
including, wouldn't you know
Oh,
it,
Lord.
a
No,
doll
not the
named
robot.
Ella,
Oh, fuck me.
built to serve tea.
I don't know what's going
From
on.
the
The
Silver
Red
Eyes
Death,
novel,
the
quote,
red version of the
outsailed
Flash,
Ella on her
is the
track,
enemy of the
a
good reverse slash
child-sized doll
Barry
wearing a
Allen.
teacup
So,
and
role
saucer
reversal?
in her tiny
Well, yeah,
hands
it's probably
like an
the
offering, end
Injustice
quote.
or
Now,
like the
across all
Batman Who
3
Laughs is
novels,
like a
we
full
never
inversion
get a
DC
solid
universe,
physical
right?
description of
I don't
the
know what's
Ella
going
doll,
on.
but
Anime
in
lover at this
Ella
point, I don't
Files,
fucking know as well.
which collects all the main information about the franchise, we do
Oh.
get to see our
Hey.
first illustration of the doll. And wouldn't you know it, everything matches the description of Delilah's little garage sale find from 1:35 a.m. Quote quote again, wearing a puffy-sleeved 1980s-era bright blue full-skirted dress with pink ruffled trim and a big bow around the waist, end quote. It's the same doll, meaning that this first story is happening in the novel timeline after the events of Fourth Closet. Somehow, this is the doll that Henry created for his daughter Charlie, who, I need to technically remind you, is his daughter, because again, remember, his daughter died at a young age, and he replaced her with a series of 4 robots that represent Charlie.
One of them is the sex bot.
Ages, so Ella
God damn it.
is an early version of his own daughter. Figured I'd
Lovely.
throw a factoid in there since, you know, this is a real and totally valid plot point from the novelized series of events in this very easy to understand series. But that's not all. While I was reading the story, the way Delilah decides to hide in the ventilation shaft felt really strange to me.
Yeah,
Like,
why? That was what I was
it
saying.
Was super random, but also was one of those things that felt so oddly specific that it felt like it had to have had a bigger purpose.
Because if you die in defense, then you die in real life.
For your consideration, I present to you Night 2 of Sister Location.
So, funny story. A dead body was found in this vent once.
What?
Okay, so...
Hilarious. Comedy.
Could Delilah be that body?
I guess.
Actually found in the
Great.
vents of Circus
Loose
Babies
and
Entertainment and
tied?
Rentals? Maybe, but probably more likely it's alluding to that story from Sister Location rather than directly the same one. You see, in the book, we're told that Delilah's vent is in a site that's under construction, a 3-story structure that feels a bit like an office building. Sister Location, meanwhile, takes place in an underground facility underneath a residential home, so it's probably
Or is
the
it?
same building. At the same time, though, the story makes it clear that Delilah was drawn to this place. Quote, the answer to her plight was in here. She was sure of it. Someplace here she was gonna find a way to escape Ella forever, end quote. Time and again throughout all of these Fazbear Fright stories, we're shown people being drawn to the Freddy Fazbear locations through some supernatural force. So could Delilah, or whoever died in the vents of Sister Location, have been compelled to
When's it
come
going to be
there?
revealed
This
that
story
Five Nights at Freddy's is like built on top of an Indian burial ground? Which is why The Shining happens.
Reading too far into things, that certainly
Gonna get a
isn't true
crossover
for
with
our
the It
second
universe.
story, Room for
Imagine.
One More. In this story, and
Imagine.
stop me if
Don't
any
say
of
it
this sounds
happens.
familiar, Stanley is
Oh,
a
lovely.
night guard at a mysterious
Yay!
underground facility full of little ballerina dolls looking
Ugh.
to escape to the surface. Ding, ding, ding! It's like in one sentence we just won FNAF bingo. Each night he falls asleep on the job, wakes up to find
Ugh.
a mini Rena doll on the desk asking to go home with him. Stanley falls asleep again, and when he wakes up, the doll is magically
that's
gone. Over the
fucked.
next few days, his arms start to swell, his throat starts to bleed, and yet he keeps going to work, keeps finding dolls, and keeps falling asleep. Eventually, he learns that the dolls have been crawling into his mouth while he sleeps, causing his body to swell to the point
What the
of
fuck?
bursting. The end. The moral of this story, kiddos, be a good employee. Don't sleep on the job. Otherwise, little animatronic creatures are going to crawl into you and make you explode
What kind of
from the inside
propaganda
out. What's
for
also
the
interesting about this
goddamn
story is
working
Stanley's dream.
elite
He
is this?
sleeps while on duty. He has himself
God
a strange
damn.
dream. In the first, Funtime Foxy is a cab driver. In the
God.
second, the facility's power cuts off and he comes face to face with Funtime Freddy. And in the last one, Ennard is a dentist and Ballora is his dental assistant, which I
What?
would say is one
Okay.
of the strangest things to ever appear in this franchise. But then again, I turn your attention to this corner where we have time traveling ball pit, anime Foxy, Yandere Chica.
Did
Anyway,
you just
this
say
was pretty obvious,
Yandere,
right?
but like he
Family
fucked up the pronunciation?
True,
True, but it is the crazy stuff though.
into his mouth are
Don't believe me. It was happened earlier in the stream. It had Matt Pat's face, and he was being all creepy and sexual with us. It was very creepy. We don't want to revisit that part, okay? We don't.
Or something that more closely matches what we see happening in those ending cutscenes. That instead of Michael being scooped and having a skeleton removed and all of that at the same time, that our protagonist Michael instead is being slowly filled up
Lovely.
with animatronic pieces.
Maybe that's how the
night after
ballerinas
night, giving him
escaped
that
out of the facility.
sickly look that scares
To
all the
do
people around him.
whatever.
Stanley's story even mentions this, quote, he staggered and stumbled down the sidewalk. Passers-by stared, some seeming worried, others just annoyed, like it inconvenienced them to see another person suffering, which feels right on point with how those cutscenes were depicted in Sister Location.
Does it didn't happen
Okay,
so
of the
much
three
that it's like a
stories
common
at
thing?
1:35 a.m., it's story
Lol.
number 3.
Back.
You
Welcome,
can't get the most
Kay.
excited
Have you
part,
slept?
at least for today's episode, because this one gets to the heart of what
'Cause
is
we're on
still
the book
to this
arc.
day the single biggest
We're watching the
question of
books.
series, and that is the
Oh my
identity
God,
of
really?
Freddy. Let me tell you,
Yeah.
we had this one pretty well nailed down. That it was Cassidy, aka the vengeful spirit from Ultimate Custom Night. And yet this story, well, it causes me to question a few things about our conclusions. First, let's go through a quick summary. Devin is a ninth grade social loner alongside his only friend Mick. One day, a new kid in school named Kelsey shows interest in spending time with the two of them.
I was half out
Kelsey
during
is
all of it,
good-looking,
didn't sleep. Sure.
He immediately attracts the attention of all the cool kids in school. And even though Kelsey, Devin, and Mick all get along as friends, eventually Devin gets jealous.
So I don't lose my mind. Just spend some time talking to people so I don't lose my mind. That sounds like a smart idea.
At the outskirts of the town. His plan is to trap
Wish them say greetings to all the people that were in different locations.
Well, you know what's gonna happen. The sheer
Instead of my
crazy
crazy
gives you a spoiler alert
whatever is happening here. SCP, welcome back.
Puts on the Golden Freddy suit and gets
okay.
alive. Quote, the blood saturated the bear's matted fur.
See, matted fur. That's a detail that could be cool in the movie. If the suits have that.
Looked like it was a living thing. A thinking red liquid lake stretching out. End quote. Mick and Devin leave Kelsey for dead for fear of Devin getting in trouble, but they're not quite sure he actually died. Nearly a week later, Devin is convinced to go back and check on Kelsey, but when he does, he's in for a surprise. Kelsey has vanished. Devin eventually sticks his hand inside the suit's mouth to feel around for Kelsey's slumped over dead body, only for the spring locks to fail again and crush his arm. As Devin lies on the floor, trapped and slowly bleeding to death, he gets a final glimpse into the suit and, well, let's just say what he sees inside rocks the foundation of what we know about this franchise. Quote, Devin wiggled in one more attempt to free himself. The mouth opened even more and Devin got a sudden glimpse inside the suit. He gasped. Down low, past his arm, Devin could see a body, a dead body, just like he thought he'd find when he came back here to check. But it wasn't exactly like he thought he'd find. This one had curly black hair. The body in the suit wasn't Kelsey. Now, there's a lot of weird things about this story that I don't quite have answers
What video
for,
we're now on? We're on video 33 of 58, so we're past the half, and we're now in the book arc, where he just essentially does book reports on the FNAF books because the security breach isn't out yet.
Introducing himself to two boys. It seems at a first reading like this should be a flashback to when Kelsey first meets Mick and Devin at school. Like, this was the fateful meeting that would eventually lead to multiple of their deaths. But it's not. This is Kelsey at a new school meeting two new boys. In the story, Mick meets Kelsey first and then brings Kelsey over to meet Devin, and it all takes place in a classroom. This closing scene, meanwhile, is outside the front doors of a school, and the two boys Kelsey introduced himself to are less social outcasts like Mick and Devin and more like bullies. We're expressly told that the boys are snickering at the passing kids. Even Kelsey's first line to them is different.
The Red Death destroys their universal both for Reverse Flash and Variel, and Red Death no longer have a universe to go back to. That sucks.
Golden Freddy. And now he's the new kid at yet another new school, introducing himself to two new kids. And the way that this final scene is written, with Kelsey scoping out the two boys from afar before he approaches them, it feels like he's actively targeting loner kids to make friends with. Could this be Kelsey's attempt to befriend kids that most overlook and then lure them back to a Freddy's Pizzeria for some tragic incident to happen? It seems like it would be a stretch, but let's talk about Kelsey himself. Mr. Perfect. Kelsey is a weird entity in all this. Throughout the story, there are moments when his behavior is specifically called out as slightly off. Quote from the book, Kelsey tilted his head and studied Devin for a couple of seconds. For those 2 seconds, Devin had the weird feeling he was being evaluated. And again later, Devin was tempted to stab Kelsey to see if he was a robot. Kids don't say stuff like that. Once they're actually at the pizzeria, things go surprisingly smoothly for Devin's plan. The line in the book even goes like this, quote, this was going even better than he imagined. He thought he was gonna have to talk Kelsey into trying on the Golden Freddy suit, but it looked like he was gonna do it all on his own. It was like it was meant to be. All of it seems to cast some level of suspicion on Kelsey's true motivations, and that's without me even mentioning the fact that his body just goes missing at the end of the book when it has been skewered and bled to death. To me, it feels like Kelsey may just be our vengeful spirit from Ultimate Custom. In the story, Kelsey is described as having wavy blonde hair and blue eyes. Now, we have a pretty solid idea that its hair is straight with a slight wave, and it appears to be blonde. But here's the kicker. This image was created by inverting colors. It's what gives it that blown out and kind of creepy appearance. If you invert the colors of the vengeful spirit's eyes, you get blue. Just
Ew, that's
like
spooky
Kelsey
looking.
is described. described in the book. And it would fit the idea of a vengeful spirit, a kid who is angry about his own death, perhaps in an accident like we see in FNAF 4, or in this
I lost focus and forgot what the video was about. I'm sorry. Matt Pat's video. No, true. We're talking about now.
Presumably ones near Fazbear locations.
How do I even summarize this one? So there's a kid that lures other kids to the suit to be killed because he's so bullyable that he gets killed by them.
Wasn't the bad part. It was bad, yes, but the bad part, the
God damn,
really bad
what the hell?
part was the way the suit started jerking in a spastic, horrific dance. It looked like the moth-eaten, mildew-blotched gold bear was convulsing, but it wasn't the bear, it was Kelsey. It's remarkably similar to the final cutscene from Ultimate Custom Night, where we see again
okay, thanks. Yes, this it was me, Barry.
Into the darkness.
Pretty much.
Also worth noting is that the springlock suits are apparently big enough for kids to slump down into the body.
Well,
Devin,
the
when he
suits
initially
are
can't find
pretty
Kelsey's body
big, but I'm still surprised about that part. Yeah.
Quote, had Kelsey somehow slid down into the suit? Was that his hair
Ugh.
that Devin could see? This
That's
to
a
me
spooky
confirms
imagery.
what we see in FNAF 4's storage room
Yeah.
cutscene. The strange
Yeah, because
tuft of
the
hair
suits are
coming out of the
big
body
as
of the
fuck,
suit.
right?
Back then, we weren't sure
Again, that's what the
this was
VR
trying to
game
tell
shows you,
us,
right? How
what
big the
that
fuckers are.
tuft of hair was meant to be. But now I think we can safely conclude that it is indeed a child
Yippee.
stuffed into that body, and that we're only seeing the top tuft of hair poking out. It would seem to imply that there was a victim before the bite of 1983, and that the crying child was somehow aware of at least one, if not multiple, of past victims shoved inside the suit. But all of this brings us to the obvious
suit have
question of this
multiple-
story. The curly black hair at the bottom of the suit. Who's that? And honestly, I'm not sure. Cassidy, which is what we've been assuming to be Golden Freddy's name this entire time, does indeed have black hair, but it's always been described as
Well,
long
maybe it
and
gets
straight.
curly if
In
it's
the
dead.
fourth
I don't
closet,
fucking know,
we
bro.
physically see Cassidy, and
Plus,
she's
it's the
described
books.
as
You
this,
said it
quote,
yourself, and all the
"That's
details
Cassidy,
match up."
A girl with long black hair approached. And in the survival logbook, where we first learned of Cassidy's name, there's this girl who again has long, black, straight hair. And that's something worth pointing out. For as chaotic as the story in this franchise has been for all its iterations, names and hairstyles and colors of the victims seem to be fairly consistent. Susie is always associated with her dog. She has
I
blonde
forgot
hair,
about the dead dog.
curls, and
Lovely.
Cassidy
I
always
kicked your dog to death and I put it inside the mangle.
always has freckles.
God damn it.
And the faces of the surrounding characters may change, but the missing children all seem to be fairly consistent in both name and physical description, which is an important detail to keep track of moving forward. So could all of this mean that Vengeful Spirit and Cassidy are two separate entities? That two spirits might both be in possession of Golden Freddy, or that Cassidy isn't really associated with Golden Freddy at all, and is instead the
Honestly, I wouldn't be
identity of one
fucking
of the
surprised
other
at this
animatronics.
point that the spirit keeping Afton is just the agony agglomeration of the different kids. It's not the actual kids holding Afton back, but it's just the agony of it. I don't fucking know.
Slithering
Oh.
that's heard throughout this story. While the boys are exploring the abandoned pizzeria, they hear something inexplicable in the walls. Quote, while they were in the bathroom, Devin was pretty sure he heard something slithering through the walls. He didn't say anything. From the way the other boys' faces paled, he knew they heard it too. They didn't mention it either. It's never mentioned again. Nothing ever comes of this strange little detail, but it's clearly important because more inexplicable, strange sounds come from the Freddy torso after Kelsey dies. In a later quote, did you leave anything else? He tried to ignore the fact that the scuttling sound was coming from the bear's suit. Now, this is after Kelsey
There's
has
already
already
50
stopped
kids
squirming
inside
and
the
twitching.
bear.
So again, we're left with some mysterious force moving around in the pizzeria, creating these sorts of sounds. Is it Ennard? Is it the Stitch Wraith? Is it something else? Like I said, lots to chew on with this particular book, but as you can tell, it's given us pretty explicit information about some of the biggest
Aren't really the
questions that this
biggest
series
questions,
has.
Matt?
Now it's up to us,
Are they really?
always, to put all those pieces together. And there certainly are a lot of pieces that'll start coming together next time as we start looking
There
into
we
the power of
go.
agony and
The first mention of agony.
FNAF's
Woo!
next newest murderer, the Stitch Wraith. So make sure you hit that subscribe button
Oh,
to get notified of when that
bing
video comes out next week. And in the meantime, do me a favor, remember,
Game theory.
a game.
You know how long it's been since he said that? I swear to God, I think there's been like 3 videos where he doesn't say the thing. Blah, 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 blah. I can't talk. I can't speak anymore. Okay. Which, by the way, sorry if you feel like I can't speak. It's because probably I've been going for way too long. But we're not stopping. We're continuing. Because the whole point is that I'm past the 12-hour mark, which I imagine will mean that within this and an hour, I'll probably go through what is essentially the sleepy arc, which means that I'm just like a little bit more tired, and then afterwards I'll regain my energy for the second half. What? Yes, we're at the we've been live for 12 hours and 38 minutes. No game thing, bruh. Yeah, no, he's not said like it's a game theory for a few videos now because it's about the book, so it's not really a game theory if you think about it. Yeah, these videos are a slog to get through now, though. The early ones were like so energetic and like they had things going on in them because it was all about new information, right? But these like latter half book report ones, god damn if they're not a bit of a slog. Hang in there, Tori, content machine. The content machine. I'll get through it. That's not... I feel like I'm going at a steady enough pace. The thing is just that, like, man, do these like, the book report videos really... They're the damper in this. And I kind of already suspected that these would kind of be the damper videos. As it's all kind of building up towards soon the hype for Security Breach, right? Security Breach brings a new level of hype. One with the added stuff, the furries, the different shit. But these books are just sort of... They're too abstract to be taken seriously, and they're too removed from the canon stuff. They're very much their own self-contained thing with ideas that can be maybe followed up on in movies and future games, but they're very much just giving us different mechanics and possibilities within the Five Nights at Freddy's universe, but not anything that really is that workable, leaving Matt to basically grasp at straws here, right? Which kind of leads it to just all feeling a little bit inconsequential. It's Matt Pat going crazy at this point. It's just Matt Pat seeming to find at least something to connect that back to the main timeline with, right? Even though these are just essentially their own little short stories at this point. Cool and neat, but like, the fuck does this have to do with a pizzeria where we're killing kids? Oh, I guess we're still killing kids, but it's like, to connect that, these could have all just been original stories about killing kids at this point. The only reason they're attached to the franchise because the franchise, you know, still sells stuff. So, fair enough, but it's like, how many stories can you do about Ronald McDonald Ronalding the kids, you know? I guess you could do a lot, but like, still. I could do what you're doing right now. I'd fall asleep or give up on it. This is the thing. If I want to fall asleep, I shouldn't have started it, because the whole point, like, the value out of this stream is only that there's only one piece of value in this content, right? Is that somehow I'm still going. There's the value. That's the only value. There's no more value in this stream than that. That it's me, crazy me, still going. Which is kind of what I feared what this stream would become. But at the same time, yeah, it keeps it interesting, you know? And if anything, I'm still having fun. If anything, I'm just watching the videos. The difficult part now is to add my own commentary to it after a while, which I do in between here and there. I could do this, I'll fall to the darkness and evil. Well, I'm slowly losing my mind, but just slowly, you know? Not in big chunks, but it's like, it comes in bursts. It comes in the waves of energy, you know? That kind of crap. What's the fucking next one? God damn it. God, or your pain fuels us. Another goddamn book report. Ugh. These are such a slog to get through, but I'll get through them all eventually. Can't believe these are all part of the goddamn playlist. Where's the video? Okay. We can do this. Now what the fuck is happening? I feel like a heckler. Ugh, jeez, bro. I can't sleep at sleep deprivation. Lovely. I'm still going. How much until security breach again? I think about... Honestly? 44, so I think we're 10 videos away from security breach. Fuck me. It's gonna take a while.
It's alive. It's
what
alive.
The hell am I witnessing now? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. Nightmare fuel. Or nightmare fuel theory. That's what's
Internet.
happening.
Welcome to Game Theory, where today we're covering the
Might as
scariest
well
topic
just hang
in all
out with
FNAF
you.
lore, the timeline. But not for the games. Oh, geez, no, I hate myself, but not that much. Whew, I'll probably have to do that at some point down the line, but not today. No, what we're
An absolute
covering
legend if you
today
complete them
is
all
a
in one go.
different type.
I have
You see,
to!
there's a new
Imagine
monster
being
of
the
the
absolute
FNAF
legend!
universe. A killer that has horrifically taken
Oh,
the
Matt
lives
Pat.
of nearly a dozen people. A killer as yet unseen in the games, but one who will, after today's theory, provide us with key insights into how this whole FNAF universe works. The
Oh,
true
lovely.
nature of Remnant and how ghosts can possess
Well, but
endoskeletons. As
kinda
I said,
said
he
it
hasn't
already.
been in a game yet, but I have a feeling he'll be showing up soon. Maybe as soon as the new game.
Unless he's in the DLC.
But in order to know for sure, it's our job to track his movements.
Remember
to
when this was a
understand what his
pl- was a
goals
little
are,
plot line?
Where he's headed to next.
God
You see,
damn,
last
he will.
FNAF
I
theory,
know
we
it.
did a surface level
Well, you have
analysis
more
of
belief than I do.
1:35 a.m., the latest installment of the Fazbear Fright series.
Unless
And
they're maybe
boy,
in
was
like
that one
probably
a baby,
DLC.
with
That's the only
huge
part you can put
revelations
the
about
Stitch
sister
Wraith in.
location, ultimate custom knights,
Yeah.
vengeful spirit, and the real identity, or should I say identities,
Oh my God.
of Golden Freddy.
Wow,
And
it takes
looking back,
this
since
long
the
before he
Fazbear Frights
posits the
began,
idea that
I've
there's
done
2
5
souls in
theories
there.
on 'em, covering the many
God
connections that they have to the various facets of FNAF lore, from new strings of murders happening in 1985 to the true identity of psychic friend Fredbear. But despite all of this new FNAF talk, there's been one element I've largely been glossing over: the Stitch Wraith. In the event that you haven't picked up any of the installments of the book series yet, let me catch you up. Each new book contains 3 short stories, right? That's the selling feature. It's what's advertised on the back of the box, so to speak. But each one also comes with a bit of a bonus. In reality, each book is more like
So it's like those
3 and a
old
5th
Bionicle kits where
stories.
that's
You see, each one
be a
ends with
little
an
part.
epilogue, or a little MCU post-credits teaser, giving us a piece of yet another story. The tale of the Stitch Wraith.
So
a
random
story that
question. What's
appears
one
to
of
be
the
spanning
stupidest
out
things
across
y'all
the
have ever
ending
heard?
Of each and every book
This-
in this
oh,
new
what is one of the
series.
stupidest
And
things
that
I've ever heard?
alone would be pretty darn
How long
cool.
has this live stream been going?
Also, it's a brilliant marketing tactic to keep us buying more just to see the end of this thing.
Easy goal, easy joke, but still had to make it.
And it's becoming clear
It was an
that the
open
tale
goal.
of the Stitch Wraith isn't just another horror tale. It's instead a running thread throughout nearly every other shorter story that we've been reading through, which in turn seems to connect it both to the original trilogy of books as well as even the games. So in order to understand what this thing is and where the lore is headed, it's time to go Easter egg hunting for a monster.
Monster
Now,
time!
admittedly, my first theory on the Fazbear Frights books briefly covered the Stitch Wraith.
I like how
And,
security
back
breaches
then
make
I
it look kind of
assumed he was
fishy, and
Ennard.
seeing
The
a few
Wraith
friends
was
play it, they
described
got
in that
glitchy
book
when
as a
entering
mysterious
Freddy's inside.
figure wearing a black
Yeah,
cloak and wearing
that's the
a
sad
white
thing. We're like,
mask with features drawn in thick
security breach
black
could never
marker.
capitalize
The
on Freddy's
description
as much
specifically calls out his 2 eyes,
because the
one of
game
which
itself is
appears
just a
to be
little too
blacked
glitchy.
out, a big toothy grin with blood around the mouth, and a limping
Hey!
or shambling walk.
Yeah, Ennard. It was
Mask,
Ennard.
Blacked out eye, shamble, shake. It seems like a slam dunk for Ennard. However,
Oh?
the epilogue for 1:35 a.m. threw that
Oh, no.
hypothesis out the window as it revealed just
Well, that's
exactly
fucking
how the Stitch
scary.
Wraith was brought to life. A process that actually
Why did
reveals
the-
a
why
lot
did the
about how
endoskeletons
this
have little
series'
ears?
mythos works.
Ooh.
In this epilogue, we're introduced to Dr. Phineas Taggart, not to be confused with his friend Dr. Ferb Fletcher. Phineas is a bit
I'm just
of
gonna
a
roll
mad
my eyes at that,
scientist
that's all.
type, studying the untapped power of human emotion.
And then
As
Frozen
he
couldn't
says
get out.
himself,
Ooh,
quote,
sadness.
Human emotion is slower to impact.
Security
more
breach
insidious.
glitches.
It
The only
emanates
thing that
from us,
came
or is
that's
excreted
going
from
for
us
it.
like sweat and tears, and it
Oh.
wafts outward like a noxious cloud soaking into the surroundings. In particular, his research is centered around
The
the
stupidest
intense
thing I've ever
emotion
heard is
of
drinking
agony.
cold and hot
In
drink
order
together
to
could
study
kill
it, we
you.
see that
What?
Phineas collects hundreds of haunted
That's
objects
screwy.
to search for this emotion trapped inside. Again, from the book, the word haunted could mean showing signs of torment or some kind of mental anguish. These items on Phineas's shelves weren't possessed by ghosts. The ones that were truly haunted were energized
lovely!
by agony. Agony, I'm convinced, radiates farther from people than any other emotion, Phineas said. My work is focused on my hypothesis that you can take a saturation of agony, add any sort of intelligence, even an artificial one, and they'll combine together to transmute the energy of emotion into the energy of physical action. This, I believe, is what explains what people call haunted objects. And already you might be starting to see how
lovely.
this all ties into what we already know about this franchise. In FNAF 6's Insanity ending, we were introduced to the blueprints outlining
So you
how
have
the sister
Remnant and you have
locations
Agony, and Remnant is the more
it was
artificial agony, and agony is then the naturally occurring agony. Is that what it is? That makes sense, right?
Give life to objects that it touches. The novel The Fourth Closet took it one step further and showed us the remnant metal being created and used. In that story, we watch as William Afton melts down pieces of the old animatronics, creating a remnant suit
because
that
the
he then uses
metal
to give life to new
is
living
infused
specifically the
with
Funtime
agony
animatronics.
because of the
Quote,
souls.
on the heating table
So there's not
rested the
souls in them,
endoskeletons
it's
of the
agony in
original
them.
Freddy's
Fine.
animatronics,
That
welded
makes
and
sense,
melted
right?
together,
Or am I just
immortal
talking
and
weirdly here?
featureless, and still inhabited by the spirits of the
It was a
children who had
superstition.
been murdered inside of them so many years ago, still filled with life and motion and thought, all trapped, all in terrible
Only the
pain.
puppet
Usually this
and
goes into something
Elizabeth have
mechanical,
actual
something
souls
I
in them.
made. Williams
The rest
said.
is
If we
just
remember
like
back to Candy Cadet's story of the
crazy.
five
They're like
things
animalistic,
always
right? So they're all
becoming
crazy,
one
like
thing, five kittens
it's just
getting
anger.
sewed
It's just
together, or
agony.
5 keys melted down into one.
That makes sense
This
to me.
is exactly what those stories were referring to. But Phineas's experiments in 135 AM actually take it one step further and give us more insight into the true nature of Remnant. Things that are brought to life via Remnant aren't necessarily infused with a soul.
There you
but
go.
instead with agony, with intense human emotion, with extreme human suffering. This is
Lovely.
important because it means that characters like Balloon Boy, the Bitty Babs, and the Mini Renas and Sister Location, heck, even animatronics like Mangle, don't necessarily need to have actual
There you
victims
go.
associated with them. We used to look at solving the mysteries of this series as having it be 1-to-1 all the time. Susie equals Chica, Charlie equals the puppet, Cassidy equals Golden Freddy. But what we're starting to learn is that there are other ways to bring things to life in this series, that some animatronics may contain multiple souls,
There you
like
go.
we talked about last time with Golden Freddy, and some might not contain any souls at all, as
Dog.
long as it always ties back to some extreme tragedy filled
All
with
the
this
dead dogs together.
all-powerful emotion of agony. So with that little analysis in place, let's go back
Just
to our
thought about
story.
it.
We
Why
see
is there
Phineas collect objects
10,000
associated with horrific tragedy,
100,000
and via
videos
some
about the
means
FNAF
funnel
lore?
all the agony from them
Well,
down into an endoskeleton.
because
which
this
we're specifically
exists.
told is meant to be a stand-in for bones, so we're talking like a FNAF 1 or FNAF 2 era endoskeleton here. Phineas then puts the head of a large 3-foot doll on it. A doll whose description bears a shocking similarity to Blank,
What?
actually, from the fan game
What-
Five Nights at
what-
Candy's.
Oh my
And
god,
finally,
shut
a
up. Don't bring
battery
fan games
pack
into this,
before
Matt.
turning this beast
Don't
off.
make it
And
harder
not
and worse
only
and
does this
more
modern
difficult than it already
come to
is.
life, it immediately
Oh.
kills its creator, Phineas,
Oh.
seemingly by accident, surprisingly,
Lol.
and then runs off, hiding under a black cloak. The Stitch Wraith has been born. But okay, why am I making such a big deal out of this thing? Why does this guy deserve his own episode? Well, because solving the Stitch Wraith story in these books is like a game unto itself. You see, there have been very subtle clues hidden throughout the 9 other stories in this series that connect things back to the
Sniff,
Stitch
sniff.
Wraith. My first clue was the battery pack
What?
Phineas uses to power the Stitch Wraith as he's building it. Because it's not just any battery pack. It came from Fetch, the murder animatronic dog from book 2 of the series. Quote, the item in the second box was an animatronic dog that clearly no longer functioned. The dog was an ugly dog with a triangle-shaped head and a
It was a shit-looking dog. A beta ugly dog. Therefore, it was killed, taken apart.
story is happening after
What
the
about
events of
Foxy
the
though, the
Fetch
pirate
story from
guy?
book number
Wait, the
2.
animatronic
So
killed him?
I dug
Yeah,
deeper,
apparently.
and more connections kept coming. Earlier in
Something
this
about
same book,
yin and
in
yang.
title story
Can't eat or
135
drink
AM
hot and
about
cold
the
drinks
haunted
together.
Eladal, there's
Maybe it's
one
just not
line
good,
referencing
but
a man named Phineas looking online for a particular toy. Quote again, one of the searches for special Eladal led her to an online ad posted by a user named Phineas who was trying to find one of the dolls. His ad referenced the special Eladal and said he was willing to pay a premium for the doll's energy. Overall, across the 9 stories published so far, 7 seem to tie back to the Stitch Wraith, allowing us to create a rough timeline of events. So bear with me as we go through this. We know that 1:35 AM and Fetch must come first because Phineas is alive and looking for the Eladal like I just mentioned, and the evil robot dog has
God,
just
where is that
started his
image
murder
from? That's
spree.
such
From
a
there comes
that's
the
such a
story we
weird,
just
uncanny
covered,
image.
Epilogue 3
The ugly dog. Yeah,
creation.
indeed, the
After
ugly
that,
massive
he begins
dog.
to roam the
Ugh.
city collecting body parts for some purpose. You may remember book
ball
number
pit?
1
No.
story to be beautiful, in which Baby hacks apart a human girl named Sarah in order to steal her identity. Sarah is rebuilt out of junk only for her to fall to pieces at the end. Well, in epilogue number 1, we hear that the Stitch Wraith was seen collecting those junk pieces of Sarah. Odd, right? And it's not the only time that it happens either. In book number number 2,
Interesting.
there's the
Totally
story
didn't
of
forget the point of the
Stop,
video.
a group of
Honestly, at this point, he's just connecting.
like eyes and teeth.
I guess
only for it to
he's
go on a
putting
rampage.
together
Your boys
all
managed to
the
escape by luring it in front of an
whatchamacallit.
oncoming train where it gets shattered to pieces. And again, in epilogue number 2, we see the
Yeah, he's
Stitch
connecting
Wraith
all the
on
books.
scene, salvaging whatever he can find of the broken bot. And that's where it would seem
All the
to
books
end
are
if it
slowly
weren't
being
for one
collected
other
now.
small detail.
Connected.
You see, in one of the other stories in this book, room for one more, about a security guard being force-fed mini Rena dolls in the basement of Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals, there's a passing reference to a restaurant called the Snack Space. Hey man, I was picking up a takeout order at Luigi's the other night and saw your ex on a date with the manager of the Snack Space. Seems super unimportant, right? Well, it would be if this was the only time that it was mentioned, but it's popped up in one of the other stories. In Into the Pit, the very first story, the one about the time-traveling ball pit, the Snack
Squeezing
Space
everything
is
he
where the
can. No,
protagonist's
yeah.
father works, which means
Really.
that Circus Babies
At this point, this
Entertainment
sister
Rentals' location is also in that world, which in turn connects it to
Lovely.
one final story, Count the Ways, where we see an old, broken Funtime Freddy planning to execute a girl trapped inside of his
This
stomach.
is such
and while
a-
these aren't necessarily directly tied
Is
to
it-
the Stitch
is
Wraith,
it really
certainly
touched-
feels like at some point all of these stories will come together, as though we're working on chunks of a larger puzzle. We've got
Honestly,
a big chunk over
I
here,
hope
that's
one
the
day Scott comes out and says, "Oh yeah, I was just making up shit and none of it connected. You guys did that for me." That would be the funniest shit to come out, right? Like where it's like, "Oh yeah, none of it mattered. You guys just made my story for me." It's not true, probably, but like still, it'd be a bit funny, right?
Swapped with mini Freddy dolls has to be first, because it's the only one of these stories so far where Fazbear locations
Is there
are
another
open
question?
and ready
Random
for
question,
business.
Tori. I hope
At
this is
some
mine,
point,
but I've
Freddy
always
Fazbear's
wondered:
closes
is that a
leading
full
to
model or
room
just a
for one
torso?
more about
Oh,
the
it's just a
underground
torso model.
facility filled with mini Renas hoping to escape, which would parallel
Not
what we
that I
hear
no,
in
it's
sister
the person who made the model, right? I bought it from them, but it's essentially a ready-made, which means that like I have very little like control of what the physical thing looks like. The only thing I did was I went into the Live 2D files and adjusted a lot of the I just the Photoshop files, so I adjusted a lot of the coloring and stuff like that. You know, the hair, body, whatever else. And then what I also did was I adjusted the rigging for it. So I went into Live 2D, loaded up the model, and actually went in to add like
out of stock epilogue 2. We also
added
know
extra
that
like
Into the
features
Pit
to like
and
the
the new
rigging and
kid
stuff like that.
happened near the
essentially,
end of the timeline, since they
that's
both
also why
feature
I only have half
closed
a body
down,
and why I don't
forgotten,
have
or
hands.
repurposed Freddy's building. Also, there's Count the
You know?
Ways, which is towards the end of this timeline, grouped with these other stories.
Oh,
since
Scott has
retired
100%
Funtime
caught
Freddy
this
is just
BS
randomly
through
sitting in
the way
garage
through the
killing kids.
franchise.
What does all of this tell us? What was the purpose of doing all this?
I
Well,
imagine that like
first,
honestly
all
like
this
most
seems
of it
to connect us pretty solidly into
I can
the
see that
book
happening
trilogy.
and we all
The fact
laugh.
that we have an
It would be
Ella
funny that he
doll
just
used
does
with
that
a
after the
lead
movie
up
releases. Like, yeah, I wouldn't have gone here if it wasn't about like fans being so committed to making stories about all the things that I just kind of didn't really thought about. That'd be so funny. It wouldn't be true, but it would just be funny just to see like get a reaction out of MatPat, I imagine, right? At this point.
Opened, the room shook with the sound of his
That one's the
anguish. Who is that? Charlie
that
said
one, the stuff
anxiously.
looking
What
was
is
the
he
one from
holding?
that
You don't
we had to hide
recognize
under
him,
the
Elizabeth
bed,
said.
and then there was
That's
a golden
Ella,
bear that pops
of
out of
course.
sometimes.
It's all your father had left after you were taken. He cried over
in
that
fourth
cheap
game?
store-bought rag doll
God,
for
I'm
2 months.
confused at this
cried
point.
into
What
it,
is a game?
bled
What
into
is
it,
a book?
poured his
They're all
grief
books.
over it.
They're all
And
games.
quote, at which point he makes the robotic Ella doll
God
that we
damn
talked
it.
about in the last episode. So what we're seeing in these stories appears to be, at least to some extent, the aftermath of that trilogy of books. Which also means that we might already know the true identity of the Stitch Wraith. It's a bit of a long shot, but it's my personal headcanon until proven otherwise. I think that the endoskeleton that powers the Stitch Wraith, the main body that's become the conduit for all of this agony, is the same endoskeleton that killed Henry. The robot that he used to end his own life. The stabbing robot, which, let's be honest, is like the most complicated way to do that sort of thing. Like, build a robot to stab you to death? What? Creative types, man.
It's poetic, okay?
Silverized that it's a basic Gen 1 endoskeleton with an unfinished face, which would explain exactly why Phineas needs to put a head on it.
Have a
Quote
head?
from the Silver Eyes, she could see its face, if it could be called a face. Its features were scarcely formed, crude, and
Who agrees that
shapeless.
Eleanor
Its
is creepy as
blind
fuck?
eyes
True,
were
Eleanor is creepy as fuck.
raised bumps
Don't
like
all
the eyes of a
redact your
statue,
goddamn
seeing
messages
nothing
before I
but
can
its
read
own
them.
grief.
God damn it.
We also know that this endoskeleton
agree,
would
but
be
yeah, she's creepy.
absolutely filled to the brim with agony. I mean, as far as endoskeletons go,
It's
a
just like,
murder
the
bot
stuffed
built
animals
by
ended
a
up killing us
grieving
all anyways.
father is
True.
a pretty pretty huge deal. And it's apparently an important enough character to this franchise to have also appeared at the end of the book trilogy, when Charlie is being attacked by Baby.
What?
It's this same murder bot and its trusty knife that Charlie uses to do them both in.
What?
They have a very, very strong
I first learned about the
theorist
superstition.
instinct that the
Super
Stitch
superstition.
Wraith
Eat
will,
hot
at
food
some
and
point during this
drink
book
cold
series,
drinks
be
and then not
revealed to be
die.
connected back to Henry and his bizarre death. Just saying, the
Balls were rigged.
pieces are in place.
No! Don't jump scare me, Matt Pat. Goddamn son of a bitch.
Oh yeah, and
God damn it.
assuming that the Fazbear Fright series
How
is
dare you
connected a bit closer
try
to the
and
book
jump scare
trilogy,
me.
like it appears to be, we know that book 5, Bunny Call, features a story about a
Imagine if
man
that was
who
actually
gruesome
very
burns
loud and
over
like
his
actually
body
jump
and
scared me.
iron
That would have
will
been
to
funny.
live. I mean, we already suspected that that was William Afton, but going back to see how his story ended in the 4th closet, we see that his death is far from
yippee.
certain. In his final moments, his hospital gown
What?
catches fire and he's pulled into a massive furnace. But then nothing.
He
no
lives.
official confirmation that burning actually
Also, these
kills
animatronics
him.
are creepy as
Therefore,
fuck, though.
a
Yeah, the little
man in a
descriptions they
hospital
make
who
for them
refuses
is.
to
These
die
are essentially
comes
like
from
animated
a
little
buddy
short
we all
stories at
know
this point, right? Which is
always comes
interesting.
And with that, I've had enough FNAF for now.
You maybe
It's been a
have,
lot.
but I haven't, because I'm still on the
So
playlist, Matt.
at least I get a break for a couple of weeks.
Rare jump scare
Thank
is rare.
Goodness. No. Man, I am
God damn.
a little on edge these days. 2020 has really started to mess with
Oh,
my
yeah, we're in
head. I need to
2020 now,
relax.
technically, in ours.
But I've seen all of this, literally everything on every streaming platform. If only there was something
NordVPN.
new
Okay,
to watch.
it's covered. No game theory. It's a game theory because there's no game theory because it's all a book. They're all book reports. The goddamn FNAF book reports. Fuck's sake. Too tired to react, honestly. Somewhat too tired to react. It's not about too tired to react. It's more about like another FNAF solved. Boop, 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 boop. Next episode. Well, we're kind of just going through it softly, slowly. Toilet break. BRB. Okay, but it's probably not on all platforms, Matt. You're overdoing it. Lol. I'm back. I guess it's time for more fucking book reports. Please, can you almost be done with the book reports? We're almost nearing the. We're almost near the security breach era. Almost. I think, right? Maybe. Yeah. Why did Matt Pack make so much damn videos like, man kills kids because he has issues? No, because how does it all connect to each other? You know, you don't know if the man that killed the one kid also killed the other kids, or if he did, and why did he do it? Well, funnily enough, it's only like I think in the latest few videos where he actually gives a good reason, right? Where he starts going from it from like a more of a storytelling perspective again, where it's like, why is it he killed all the kids? Here it's more all about like figuring out the mechanics and stuff like that, and never figuring out the motivations, which, you know, drive a story usually. That could be a theory about everything. True, but you know, edited correctly, if anything, right? He's trying to make a timeline of the games and books. True. And another thing, right? There is an argument to be made that MatPat literally like making a story out of nothing proves that with enough editing and enough good scripting and whatever, you could technically make an interesting video about every fucking subject you could pull out of your ass, which is commendable. okay? That sounds like a dig. It's not. Even though I made it sound like a dig because I'm an ass. But it's not. It's honestly a little bit of a, whatchamacallit, it's commendable, right? Because even, okay, yeah, of course it's for the views, and look, this video already got like 10 million views, like, even if it's like just a book report one, that's more than I'm getting. But even then, to posit like, hey, it's with a team, work together, and just finding a new angle every so often on this thing to like make a video about, you know, commendable. The true tourist of grind sets. I may be watching all of them in one go, but to make all of these for over all the years, well, that is the truest of all the grind sets, if we're going to be honest. God, I hate that loop is not perfect. God damn it. Maybe I should get like a 10-hour version of that music and just like loop it that way. Wait, I have an idea. But I know how we'll evolve. We'll evolve the in-between music to this. This will be the music we play in between the videos. Because this is what happens. How long? We're 13 hours in, baby! On the clock, let's go! 13 hours of FNAF tat! FNAF tat? What the fuck is FNAF tat? Matt Pat's FNAF theories. Why is it? I love how the quality is crunchy as well, you know? It's the crunchy quality of this, like, of this video that makes it complete in my eyes. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow on TikTok, on Twitch. God damn it. Oh. Let's go, 13 hours. Woo! We keep going as the Earth flat. Bro, at this point the Earth is a fucking animatronic for all I care. We're going mad. Surprised of how much there is. Did you know that there's a Kool-Aid comic part of the Marvel universe? Of course there is. Fucking Five Nights at Freddy's. He fights Iron Man and Nick Fury and stuffs him inside of an animatronic suit. Just wait for that to happen. Where's that in my Marvel Cinematic Universe? Where's my confirmation that the FNAF timeline is real in FNAF and Iron Man, meaning that Iron Man also has furries? I'm losing it. Anyway, we're continuing. Where are we now? Another goddamn book report video? Please no, please no. Probably. Oh yeah, video. Look at that. We're doing a spooky little. Oh, redeem. Hydrate. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. I'll do a little drink. Hydrate for your voice. What the fuck am I watching now?
First, you'll have to lose an eye and an arm. You can be a pirate. To lose an eye and an arm. First, to lose an eye and an arm. Lose an eye. Lose an eye. Lose an eye. Lose an eye.
Oh, yippee.
And an arm.
Back to the book reports.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to
Game Theory!
The show that is, without exaggeration, thinking of reaching out to Scott Cawthon so that we can jointly buy Chuck E. Cheese's quickly dying restaurant
Oh yeah, that thing's going
franchise
bankrupt. I forgot about that.
They were always meant to be real-world FNAF experiences. Heck, they've already got the terrible pizza taken care of. We could probably even sell the idea to YouTube Originals.
Oh
and make
yeah,
a whole
YouTube
series
Originals.
about
Remember when that was a thing?
transforming pizzerias into horror-themed dining experiences, which would also
Lol.
help mitigate the costs of doing all
After
that.
became
No
so
joking
afraid
here,
of death, he
Scott,
tried
this
to
is
find a
something
way to
we
cure it, no matter who had to
absolutely
die.
can, probably should do.
Hundred
I've
that, or it was
recreated
about
your
like.
games before in real life, and they seem to be pretty well received. So between my theater background and your, well, you know, your gobs of money and masterminding of the IP, I think we can make something that's really cool. And yeah, the reason I'm bringing it up here is so fans can start talking about the idea both here and on Reddit to show you how excited they are for this to happen. Anyway, let me just leave it at, you have my email. I eagerly await your response. Who knows, you've probably
More than
already bought
likely.
it at this point.
Swear to God, MatPat's probably just like.
Speaking of
MatPat is probably just like
Chuck E.
blacklisted at
restaurants,
this point, right?
I actually have a theory
Imagine.
that works about those pizzerias that any FNAF fan will enjoy. The episode will be going live in the next few weeks on
Oh my
newest
God!
theory
2 years
channel,
ago is when
Theory,
Food Theory
which,
launched.
if you haven't checked out
that's
yet, you
true. I
totally
forgot
should.
about
Link
that.
is down in the description.
God
Yes,
damn.
it sounds like a joke.
No,
it's not.
MatPat, I'm watching the FNAF videos, not the fucking Chuck E. Cheese ones.
KFC's Colonel Sanders Sanders has
You
been
can't make me
cursing
branch out
people
into
for
stuff that doesn't have
decades.
to do with the
Yes,
playlist I'm
it is
currently
true
watching.
thing
Goddammit,
that
I'm
we are
already
currently
sitting through
researching.
these.
It's the same science, math,
This is
and
already
local
enough.
research that we do
God
over
damn
here,
it.
except, you know, on real life topics. And for
You know
anyone
there's
who's
actually made
hesitant
a
to check
FNAF
out a channel
and
about
FNF versus
food, we're
FNAF
already
game.
winning people over. Like Jack here
I
over on Twitter,
totally
who said
missed
he
the
started
Bull on
out
Friday night
skeptical,
funking,
but
not
watched
gonna
the
lie.
episodes and
I just know it's like a
immediately
rhythm
got the
game with some
concept.
characters
We've
go,
got over
and that's all I
500,000
know.
subscribers in
That's
the
literally
first
all I know
24
about that
hours, and
franchise,
we're
by the way.
getting really close to that
That and
million
there's
in
probably
these
some
first 2
porn made
weeks.
out of
So
it, that's all.
please help us reach that milestone
casually
in
drop that.
record
That's true,
time.
though.
Show the
Yeah.
world how passionate
Chuck E.
we
Cheese, I hate
kids
that
are by
place. Never
shattering
went.
that
Never went.
subscriber record. And hey,
But
FNAF
I don't think it would
already has made an
be-
appearance on the show. It's in
Of course
every
it is.
single intro.
I don't
Food
think it
Theory.
like
So subscribe to Food
maybe
Theory
one day
today to
when
get your
I
daily
visit
dose
America
of
again,
brain
maybe
food.
I'll go to a Chuck E. Cheese.
no good
I would
audio
only
here,
go
seeing so
there
many
with a
people excited
group
about
and
this new channel
ironically.
is
That's the
really
only
helpful
reason
out.
I could make
Thank
that
you
work.
guys for your support. Thank you
If
for
I'm
your
gonna be honest.
subscription, and I can't wait to deliver you more. It's been
But then
a
again,
lot
I'm
of
not an
work, but
IRL
it's
streamer,
really
so
fun. All right,
too bad.
a new month, a new FNAF book, a new set of horror reviews. Earlier this month, the latest Fazbear Fright book, Step Closer, hit store shelves, and even though it has a super forgettable name, the stories
Are they,
inside
Matt
of it
Pat?
are epic.
Are they
Not just
epic?
because they're some of the most gruesome in the series. I mean, page 1 literally starts with a dream sequence where a kid's eye gets
I
popped
don't
by Foxy's
know.
hook. But because of
That's
the
not that
drops that are
spooky.
happening in this
Spookier
thing,
was,
they
you know,
are
when the kids
huge.
were literally
Up to this point,
rotting in
Fazbear
the
Fright
goddamn
books have given us
suits, you know,
interesting
and the
concepts too,
stench
fleshing
was
out the
slowly
world of FNAF and
encroaching
giving
in the
us new insights
pizzeria.
into events
That
we
shit's a bit
already
creepier than, you know,
pretty
just
good
the
to
gore
It's been
porn of
useful,
kids
certainly, but
dying.
nothing too
It's not about the kids
earth-shattering.
dying, Matt
Animatronics
Pat, it's
can
about
have
the kids
people
being
stuffed
dead.
inside of them. Confirmed outright in book 1. People can have animatronics stuffed inside of them.
Lovely.
Confirmed in book 3. Everything is powered by human agony. The missing children's incident probably happened in 1985.
Pizza face
Animatronics
fake,
can steal identities. Humans can be body swapped
No,
with
no
animatronics.
place
Golden
like
Freddy
that.
might
The
have
only good
multiple souls
pizzeria
trapped
left,
inside
like
him,
a
and
fast
ghosts
food
might be
place,
able
is
to escape
Pizza
from
Hut
their
because they have
animatronic
cheesy
prisons
crust,
to lure
and their
more
cheesy
people
crust is
to
the best
them.
cheesy
Like,
crust,
there
and
is
Domino's
a
cheesy crust
lot
sucks.
across all
ass.
these stories, hence why I've been covering these books so much. But Step
God, do I
Closer's
feel?
lore
I'm not
drops
gonna
are attacking
get
some of the
goddamn
biggest
Pizza Hut
lingering
today.
questions still in existence from these games.
I get that
the
too
ones
often.
presented to us by the two
I feel like
most
McDonald's, but they don't
frustrating games
deliver
in
to
the
my house,
franchise,
sadly
FNAF
enough.
4 and FNAF 6.
True sadness.
Questions that are still hotly debated by the FNAF community. So today we're
What?
looking at the first of those debates, the ones related to FNAF 4, and looking at what those
No,
answers mean
can
for
we
the rest
stop?
of the series.
Stop
Today, we
talking about
confirm
FNAF
the identity
4.
of this
Holy
guy,
shit!
older brother
Oh, you have a
Foxy.
finally?
Real quick, though,
You don't
before we
forget
get
his
into this,
entire existence,
quickly
Matt Pat?
steer
Great.
through probably
Love
the
that.
least important story of this new trio. The
I don't
middle
know why
one,
I'm pissed
titled
off. Like,
Dance
finally,
With
he's
Me. In it,
acknowledging
we
the
cover
existence of the
Casey,
character
a
that he
young
keeps,
woman who's
like,
coming from a tragic childhood.
nicely
She lives on the
ignoring
street
whenever it
picking
doesn't suit the
pockets
theory.
and nabbing purses. One day, she robs a mother and a young girl outside of Circus Baby's Pizza World, which
They
we're
delivered to me,
told
though.
has
God
itself
damn
a
it,
big
Kay.
red door. Woo!
Nani?
Potentially important detail alert. Anyway, one of
Sure.
the items that she nabs is a set of cardboard glasses. When Casey puts them on, she sees a hologram of Ballora
The
spinning
cock
in the
what?
distance. Weirded out by this, she has other people try the glasses on, and no one else manages to see Ballora. From that point
I love the
onward,
pretzel
each time
crust.
she puts on the glasses, the hologram gets closer and closer, which begins to freak her out to the point of her leaving town and trying to put her life back together in hopes that it gets
Don't put
Ballora
on the
to leave her
glasses.
alone. A couple cities and failed jobs later, Casey eventually decides to return the stolen items to the mother and the daughter, hoping that it'll make amends. The family welcomes her in and forgives her, but when the little girl Isabella puts the glasses on, she not only sees Ballora, but she immediately begins dancing. It's a very vague ending because it's unclear whether Ballora, who was one step away from getting Casey,
Well,
instead
yeah.
nabs the
I mean,
girl because she's the one who
what
puts
else
the
would that
glasses on
mean?
next, and the dancing is the girl becoming possessed, or if it's the girl just excited to be dancing alongside one of her favorite characters,
Matt
Ballora.
Pat.
Anyway,
Matt
there's not a whole lot
Pat.
to talk about with this
Matt
one.
Pat. You've had like a fucking million stories about like the animatronics going inside of the people. Like, let's be honest. Of course the animatronics are going inside the kids. Of course at this point, you know. They're not dancing with the kids, they're going inside the kids. Yes, it's creepy as I'm saying, and of course it is.
To quote the story, there was Ballora, pirouetting among the colorful fall leaves. As she spun, the bright leaves leaves were sucked into her vortex. For a few seconds, Casey admired the beauty, but then she thought, wait, if Ballora is just a picture, a hologram, then how is she affecting the objects around her? It didn't make sense. Welcome to the world of being a FNAF theorist, Casey.
Didn't make sense,
It
did didn't. This makes sense now.
Prepare to get that one tattooed on your forehead. But in all seriousness, it does raise a big question. Is she actually a hologram or just invisible and the glasses are somehow revealing her? It's unclear. Today I'm going to be talking a lot about those weird little details that just seem so oddly specific for a book to call out that it feels like the book is trying to tell us something.
Play the AR game.
This seems
That's
like
what they're saying.
But while I could spend a lot of time trying to figure it out, to my knowledge, holographic or
Stop ignoring the AR games, Matt.
haven't really been a thing yet in the franchise, so we'll just have to cross that bridge when it becomes important. Unless, oh damn it might be a phantom animatronic. No, they don't interact with the real world, do they? Last point to be made about this story, though, is its recurring theme of mothers and motherhood. A lot of the backstory that we get on Casey is her troubled relationship with her mom, which has played a big part in how her life ended up the way it did. Casey, throughout the story, is also visited by an older woman at a bus station that gives her grandmotherly advice. She's saved from the police by another elderly woman. She makes amends with that mother and daughter that have a relationship that she envies. I mean, it could be me thinking too much about this. Big surprise, but it doesn't feel like a coincidence that Ballora is the main animatronic featured in a story about motherly relationships. I had a theory a long time ago, 2 years ago, that Ballora was some sort of stand-in
2 years
for
ago?
Mrs. Afton.
You mean like 2 hours ago in this stream?
Any sort of creepy way, get your mind out of the gutters. I mean, that she represents the wife that William Afton lost or divorced him, or most likely that he abandoned in the aftermath of his daughter getting clawed to death by Baby. I mean, just look at the song that Ballora sings in
Oh, that's
Sister
been a long
Location.
time since I've heard that. Ooh.
Inside your wall, when there is music in
Oh, it's walls with halls. Still a lazy rhyme, though. This one's still a good one, though.
An empty tomb, aka the bedroom of our
Something wrong with
tragically
the lyricism
deceased
of that
child.
first
William
line, not gonna lie.
hides
But maybe
inside
the
his
second
walls
line.
by diving even deeper into his work. It's something that William's partner Henry does in the original novel trilogy. When he loses his daughter, he shuts out the rest of the world, hiding behind his walls and obsessing over his work to try and bring her back. And so when William does this in the games, his
Lovely.
wife is left alone and probably
Ah,
ends up
sadness.
leaving him. As such, as some sort of coping mechanism,
no.
William
Oh, no.
recreates her
Oh, no.
animatronic form, depicting her with perpetually shut eyes because to William, she was blind to what needed to be done to rebuild the family. Blind to the fact that
No,
his
I
work
don't
was
want to
so
know about
important.
Williams blow up doll, Matt Pat. I don't need to know about Williams blow up doll. No, Michael, no.
William Afton was mired in his own misery of loss. Like I said, it's a bit of a stretch and something
is
that
torture.
I've lightly talked about before, but I thought the connection between Ballora
Yes,
and
Matt
mothers
Pat.
in this story was particularly interesting and
Oh.
worth calling out.
Yeah,
Anyway,
we go.
onward to the real story I want to address today, Step Closer.
Is that
which
the
isn't
one
just
where we-
sparking new
where we
theories, but is straight
poke
up
out
confirming
eyes?
stuff that we've argued about for years. In it,
Who?
we meet Pete, a 16-year-old who, due to their parents' divorce, has
Oh.
to babysit his little brother, Chuck the Chump.
Lol.
One day, while watching him at a Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, Pete, annoyed about having to be the responsible one, decides to scare Chuck a little by taking him backstage to see an out-of-service Foxy. Pete fires up the machine and Chuck runs away, leaving Pete alone to get seemingly hypnotized
Oh my
by
God,
Foxy's
what?
performance. A performance that
No,
repeats
no,
one
I don't need to
line
know about the
over
furrier
and
weakness.
over. You can be a pirate, but first you'll
What
have to
the
lose
hell?
an eye and an arm. And from there, you can
Oh,
probably
lovely.
guess what happens. Over the next few days, Pete gets into multiple accidents that put either his eye or his arm in danger. A scalpel nearly hits his eye in science class. A butcher knife almost chops off his hand at the store. A buzzsaw blade shoots out at him from a nearby construction site. He gets hooked in the face by a fishing line, and he almost loses a hand to a Chinese
His furry
finger
awakening
trap at the
came in
school
the-
carnival. Anyway, the two brothers eventually make amends and come to the realization that Pete needs to face down Foxy to break some
curses.
curse.
We're
Pete
doing curses
rushes
now.
to Freddy's, but in his panic, he's hit by an oncoming
Oh,
truck
God.
and killed
No.
out of nowhere. It's this awful reveal that you absolutely do not see coming because you feel so bad for this kid. You're like, oh, he's apologized to his brother.
Man,
They have
dead.
a good relationship. They have a plan for getting Pete out of this
Sadness.
after him being brutalized for the better part of a week. He's on his way to close off the story and then, bam, it just ends. And that would be where the story ends, except for one thing. Pete is still alive. Kind of. We pick up back in the hospital where Pete's soul is trapped inside of his own dead
What?
body. Pete is an organ donor. Against his will, I might add. Thanks Thanks a lot for signing me up for that one, Mom. And they just got an emergency request for, you guessed it, an eye and a hand. Pete is forced to helplessly watch as his body is taken apart
that's a
by
spooky
surgeons.
concept.
Like I said at the beginning of this episode, this story is shocking. But what's even more shocking is the lore confirmation that we get in this thing. Pete's story 100% confirms for us that Foxy Bro, the older kid from FNAF 4 who repeatedly traumatizes his younger brother before eventually getting him chomped in the jaws of Fredbear, that is undeniably Michael
finally!
Afton. 100% no doubt. It's something
No,
that we
it's
strongly
not!
suspected for a while.
It's something you keep backtracking on.
Thrown into question, but this story happening 5
Oh
years
my
after
God,
that game's
finally!
initial
Woo!
release,
Woo! Let's go!
Obviously, there are some superficial similarities here. Pete has a younger brother who's scared of the animatronics.
God
just
damn!
like Foxy Bro has the crying child, his younger brother who's scared of the animatronics. Pete is connected to Foxy throughout the story, just like the brother in the Foxy mask. Pete and Chuck's
13 hours, no more backtracking. Woo!
Leaving the older brothers alone to care for their younger
Let's
siblings.
go.
At one point in the story, Pete's hand starts to turn purple, which points us back to Michael Afton and sister
It
location
took Scott
physically
making an
turning
entire
purple.
fucking story so MacPack can stop backtracking on a thing he got correct.
Which exactly mirrors the iconic words of one Michael Afton.
Father, it's me, Michael. I should be dead, but I'm not.
But all of it is just a bunch of weak parallels between Foxy Bro and Michael and Pete, and Foxy Bro and Pete. How do we know for sure that all
Watch
three
the
of
backs
these
out again one
characters
more
are
time.
connected?
Oh my God, no, no, no! You.
Aw. Come up with these theories, and
God
more often
damn
than
it.
not, it's small details.
He
that
probably
just
backs out
stick
again, yeah, at some
as
point, right?
for the author or game
Fuck's
designer to
sake.
include, as though they're purposely seeding these details out there to try and signal something to us. And in this particular story, the odd character detail of Pete is that he chews gum a lot. Page 4, he's chewing watermelon gum while watching his brother. Later, when he's scared by the Foxy animatronic, the book makes mention of him
Yeah, he
swallowing
swallows
that
his
gum.
cum.
Okay, that's
Great,
fine,
lovely, MacPack. Can we please move on?
Later, on the way to the butcher shop, we're told that he, quote, pops a wad of watermelon gum into his mouth.
I
On the road fishing
always
with his
come
dad,
back.
He wishes he had brought his watermelon
No.
gum. It is mentioned a lot in the short story.
No.
Enough that it sparked my theorist senses and
God
made me
damn
flag
it.
it to look into later.
Lovely.
Now, obviously,
Yes,
at
yes.
no point during FNAF 4, or heck, any of the games, do we see a character
Yes, we never see
actively
someone chewing cum or the
Silly.
cum at Pat. I know, I know.
That we see these
It'd be a little weird, but
Let me
fucking
direct
fine.
your attention back to the FNAF
What?
Survival Logbook. Who knew that a book with dabbing Chica as an active selling feature would become the single most important item for lore solving of
keep
this
making it that.
franchise? For those of you who don't remember this little gem,
What,
it's
it's
the
old at this
logbook
point? Oh, yeah,
originally
well, 2
owned
years.
by
The
Mike,
theories
as we
that
see
had
on the
this
title
book
page,
was
that
4 years
helped
ago,
us to
so,
solve
yeah,
for
fair enough.
Cassidy's name. And wouldn't
Dab.
you know it, but today
Little
is
dab
also the
emoji in
thing
the
that's
YouTube
gonna
chat.
now
Let's
reveal to
go.
us Michael
I'll accept
Afton's
it.
true identity.
It
Page
gets to be accepted.
49, quote, list 10 bad habits you'd like to break. Number 1, chewing gum excessively. I mean,
That's
there
the-
it is.
wow,
Clear as
that's
day.
how he
Pete
confirms
chews
it?
gum excessively. Michael Afton chews
Fair
gum
enough.
excessively. Pete eventually turns purple and comes back to life after being dead. Michael Afton eventually turns purple
Well,
and comes to life after being dead. Pete
surprised
is
it's a
an
little
older
emo,
brother
by
who
the way.
scares
It's so
his
cute
younger
as well, the
sibling
little emote
using
they gave it
Foxy.
in the YouTube
Foxy
chat,
Bro in
like that
FNAF
little-
4
that
is an
little
older
yellow
brother who
emote. That's a
scares his
cute
younger
emote.
sibling with
I like
Foxy.
that
Pete
cute. That's
equals
cute.
Michael, and Michael equals FNAF 4's Foxy Bro. Done. Confirmed. Another character.
Finally,
identity
let's
locked.
go!
This detail has been sitting in the logbook for years, just
God.
waiting to be used. Kind of impressive. Well done there, Scott. Well done. And this confirmation tells us everything we need to know about Michael's motivation for the rest of the game series. He's avenging his brother's death, the
There we
one
go.
that he made
Let's
happen. When Golden Freddy
go.
appearances
Look
are
at
accompanied by
this.
the words, "It's me," it is literally the younger brother saying, "It's me. I'm
Oh, yeah,
here,"
scaring
to
the
his
shit out
older
of him,
brother.
probably.
But of course,
No,
it is
no, it
never
is, Matt
that
Pat. It
easy.
is.
This same
Takes us
security
500
logbook,
years.
This thing that has been
Oh my
so
God.
pivotal to
The
solving
little brother's
so
called
many
Mike, and he
mysteries
uses
of
his
the
little brother's name in honor of the little brother. Boom. End. Easy.
Sure, here it just
Easy.
confirmed the Foxy Bro connection, but it also
Easy.
has lines like these. Page 103, the party was for you. Page 75, does he still talk to you? In reference to psychic friend Fredbear.
Look how angry the
Page
Fredbear looks.
23,
Maybe
what your
after.
favorite childhood
Oh my
toy,
God.
the
Maybe
plastic
afterwards, the
telephone. Page
Fredbear talks
20,
to
what
Michael.
do you remember? And most troublesome of all, page 31, do you
No.
remember your name? All of these questions seem pointed to the crying child. The party was for him. His favorite toy
Maybe it was Michael
the
writing
purple
that down in the
telephone.
book to
Fredbear
communicate to his
did talk
brother.
to him and
Fuck if
never
I know.
to Foxy Bro as far as we know. In fact, these are the the exact questions that got us to throw the Foxy Michael connection away so many years ago. Why would the spirit in this book, Cassidy, be telling Mike things that are very clearly true of the crying child?
Because maybe Mike is asking
If
it to the
Mike
crying
was
child.
indeed
Maybe the other way around. I don't fucking
the
know.
entire time, like this
Which is
latest
stupid
Fazbear Fright story
backlogged,
just confirmed
right?
for us. It
Stuttered a
doesn't
lot,
make
ton.
sense. Which is why now we
I
have
can
to
imagine
solve
that's
these
the
last two
case.
questions.
I
What
can't.
do you remember? Do you remember your
What do
name?
you call it?
I mean, yeah, I
The
do
Twitch, the
remember
Twitch
my name.
one
It's
is the
Mike.
most,
I wrote Mike on
is
the
the
first page
least
of the book,
functional of
didn't
them
I?
all,
Unless
right? Because for
Mike
one,
never
it works on an
truly
older,
was my
not
name.
older. It
The
works on a
question
different
that
like
we're left with, and the
encoder.
question I
And
posed to
two,
you
that
and that I
encoder
still need time
has
to think
its
through
own
is,
issues from
what
time to
did
time
Michael
that I can
forget? And how
quietly
did he forget?
ignore because
Was
the
he
YouTube
the
one
bite
just
87
works perfectly. So
victims?
therefore,
That how
I
he
can
lost his memory?
actively
Did
choose
some
to
sort of
ignore
other trauma
the
cause him memory loss? And more importantly, is
Twitch
there some
one. I look
other
at the
strange
chat, but I
connection
know
between
that
Michael
one has
and the
a
crying
lesser
child?
quality
Like, seriously,
of
why would the book
stream,
say that
sadly
the
enough.
party was for Michael when FNAF 4 clearly tells us that it's not? I
You know
can't
that
believe that
Mega-
this is just some sort of
Megaton is a
typo
car
or
known as
something.
the
This
big
book
black
is
car in
so
the story, the big
precisely
black car
engineered to
road.
be the
I
linchpin
have
in too many
no
mysteries
idea
of this
what the hell.
franchise for that to be the case. So could that
Megatron?
connection between the two brothers be the reason why Michael's name might somehow
Oh wait, I wasn't
be
paying
different?
attention. Fuck.
All
What?
theories for another day, my
Names?
friends. But
Different
at least
names?
For now, we're one more confirmed step closer to getting the answers we've been looking for so long. So maybe that's the reason why the story is in fact called
One
Step
step fucking
Closer. Because otherwise, that title for a story about a kid losing an eye and an arm just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Next time, we tackle Susie and her connections to FNAF
lovely.
6. In the meantime, remember
What?
that Food Theory
No,
exists
that's
as a
just
channel.
a theory,
and you
a
should
game
subscribe to
theory.
it. Help us
Say the
close a
thing.
million
He doesn't say the
subscribers.
thing. Why doesn't he say the
You guys
thing?
can help
Well,
us do
because
it.
he's not really
And if you like
confirming
what
game
we do
theories.
over here, then you're gonna love what we do over there
damn
too.
it.
So stick around on that channel. I'm having
Where's
a
my-
blast with it, and like I said, if
If
you're
nothing else, I have
scary
to end the
restaurants and
stream.
pizza, well, we
This is an endurance stream. A game theory endurance stream. That's how I should end the stream, by the way. By the end of it, I should just do the game theory intro,
It's a channel
outro.
that's giving you lots of cool stuff that you
Shut
can
up,
drop
Matt
in
Pat.
front of your friends
Shut up,
and
Matt
family.
Pat.
So no longer.
That's how I should end it. Good. Good. I already know way I'm gonna end this entire thing. The main villain of Transformers. Oh, Megatron. Yeah, Megatron. Yes. No, that's not the voice. Oh my god. More book reports. Security breach. Oh, from the next one we start getting into the security breach timeline. Well, we start getting into the arc where he speculates about the game, and then the game comes out and we get to be disappointed about the game, so. Which, you know what? No wonder we were all hyped for the game, because we were finally done with these stupid books. Even though, hey, the theories when they came out were fine. It's just getting through it all. It's just kind of, he has a car. Well, yeah, you know, it's like, you know, when you have like Megatron himself could turn into a car, but why would you turn into a car if you can also be in the car? You know, it's different. It's different. It's like he's riding someone. It's like he's piggyback riding someone. Technically. Sort of. Kind of. Right? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, continue. Where are we? After this episode, we'll almost be reaching the 20, not the 24, the 14-hour mark. Hell yeah, we're approaching it. We're not there yet, but soon, brothers, we will reach more hours, more fnoof. Continue. Screams! Where are the screams of the children? Oh, god damn it. The hell? What the hell? I know that music. Where's that from again? I don't remember.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory,
God
where
damn it.
today's episode is perhaps the
Is it-
single most important that
Is
we've
it
done
Matt
on the
Pat?
FNAF floor
The
in
single
a
most important?
long time. Today, my friends, our goal is to solve
Part of a
Golden
DV's
Freddy.
plot.
That's right,
Wreck
FNAF
Yacht
Reddit. I am
Megatron
justified in using
enters
my
the big
favorite Golden
car
Boy
rally as
thumbnail
driver of the
today
big black
because this
car.
episode is all about him.
Why?
It's them. Which, I gotta be honest, is probably a good thing, because I'm running out of ways to make old Yeller over here look interesting in a thumbnail. I mean, the dude's only got like 2 decent quality images in the entire 6-year
And still you'll use it everywhere.
Franchise. Say what you will about milking this franchise dry, we've milked that image dry. If only every other character in this franchise was as clickable. But seriously, with the recent release of Bunny Call, the 5th Fazbear Fright book, I think we have enough
we're still on the
information
guy.
now
Okay,
to finally
is this
put
the
together a
final?
quasi
Is this the
definitive
final
answer
book one?
Who is
I
in
think so,
that
right? For a while at
golden
least.
Suit, which, gotta be honest, is like
Maybe?
the biggest
Probably not.
mystery to me in this franchise at this point. Solving this one is like obtaining the first of 3 massive holy grails when it comes to
How
the
is
lore of this
Mustard Man?
franchise.
Mustard
In
Man,
order
you
to do
solved
it,
that
we're gonna have to
one.
look at the games,
You are
the
just the one that
books,
keeps
and the
backtracking on
spin-offs.
something you
By
already
the end, we'll have
solved.
ourselves an answer that not only fits with the established lore of both game and book, but also an answer that satisfies pretty much
Does it, though?
everything about
Does
this
it, Matt
character.
Pat?
An answer that irons out all the wrinkles and frustrations that I've had when concocting past theories about this guy. Oh, and it also just picks a little bit at the scabbed over wound of a past theory, poking it just enough that it might get infected.
Lovely.
So, are you ready to have your mind blown? Are you ready to finally have the answer to this mystery that has been 6 years
I don't know,
in
Matt
the
Pat.
making? Well, then
Definitely
let's
been
begin
13
with
hours
the
in the
Stitch
making.
For those of you who've missed it, the Stitch Wraith story is
How many more videos do you have to survive? That's a good fucking question.
Credits teaser minus the color shifting.
I'm at 36 of
It's about an animatronic
58,
pieced
so
together
if
from
we
the
just
haunted
quickly
spare parts of various
open up a
toys and robots,
calculator,
given
because I'm
life
too
through the
lazy at this
power of
point
human
to
agony. Now that it's alive, the creature is
fucking
wandering
figure it
the
out
city,
myself.
collecting more haunted toys and killing people with its zappy hands, sucking their bodies dry and making them cry oily
22.
black
So 22 videos left.
And up to this point, that's pretty much all we knew about this monstrosity. Lead me to conclude that
we
the
can
reason
almost
we're
start
meeting this
counting
thing is to
down.
prove the existence
Like
of
10,
Remnant
9,
and how
that
it
kind of
works
stuff.
via negative human emotions. Maybe send him up as the new villain for that upcoming game
Nope.
security breach. Or, at the very least, that's what I thought.
They're gonna not use
Oh,
him at
no,
all.
dear theorists. The Stitch Wraith is far more
Is he,
important
Matt
than we
Pat?
could have ever imagined. In the epilogue of book number 4, Step Closer, we meet Andrew and Jake, the 2 souls who find themselves trapped inside the Stitch Wraith. And the conversation that they have when they first meet starts to give us some of the lore drops that we have been waiting years to hear. Quote from the book: Now Jake was inside a metal thing. He didn't know enough about anything to understand what it was, but he did know that he wasn't alone. He was sharing this strange place. Oh, hi, Jake said. I'm Jake. Who are you? I'm Andrew. The child's voice was rough. It sounded a little like a boy Jake used to know in school. A boy who was always talking back to the teacher and getting himself in trouble. Jake thought Andrew sounded angry. Very
I can't believe I got
angry.
killed like a little bitch.
We're told that
Now
even
I'm
though
here to
both
get
their
my
souls are
vengeance.
infused into the same endoskeleton, Jake is the only one able to move the Stitch Wraith's body. He's also the only one capable of seeing the outside world. Andrew
Aw.
is blind to it all. It's kind of like those 2-man horse costumes. You never want to wind up being the butt in those things, especially on
They're not
Chipotle
important,
days.
Lamau.
It's no wonder Andrew's so mad. I'd be too if I was forced to spend an eternity looking at someone else's soul butt. However, it's when they
Soul
start talking
ass.
about their former lives that things start to get really interesting. Quote again, my memories are kind of fuzzy, Jake said. Fuzzy, yeah, so are mine, Andrew responded. But I do remember wanting to get back at someone who hurt me. I think I attached myself to him. I got into his soul, made sure he couldn't move
What?
on when he should have died. I
Damn,
remember
that's
I wanted
pretty
him
literal.
to suffer the way he made me suffer. I remember they tried to kill him, but I wasn't gonna let him go until I was ready. With a story like that, you could almost say that Andrew is a spirit wanting revenge, a literal vengeful spirit.
Roll credits.
Now, loyal FNAF theorists have an idea of where this is all going, right? Back when Ultimate Custom Night first came out, we theorized that the entire game was William Afton trapped in a fiery hexscape, a constant cycle of torture and torment at the hands of his past victims. Or should I say one victim in particular, the spirit of Golden Freddy. Sure, he was called by many names, the one you should not have killed, the vengeful spirit, but in the end, by doing the impossible of that game and beating 50-20 mode, it's revealed that Golden Freddy lingers on, twitching with rage, refusing to move on into his afterlife. And here, Andrew is pretty much confirming exactly that.
Because
Sound the
Andy
party
is
horns
not
and children
within the
celebrate.
pizzeria that
It
gets
looks
burned.
like we
That
got
makes
one
sense.
right. Or should I say mostly right? What's interesting about this whole Jake-Andrew conversation from the book is that back with Ultimate Custom Night, we assumed that William Afton was dead and that this was just his afterlife in purgatory or HE double hockey sticks or whatever. He died
yeah.
in Henry's Fire, the one
Asterisks.
that was said at the end of FNAF 6, the one meant to bring the whole series
At
to
this
a
point,
close.
right?
I mean, how could he not be dead? Henry even had that awesome final line for him.
Although for one of you,
True, remember when that was the
hell has
coldest line delivery?
hole, so don't keep
Friend.
the devil waiting, friend.
You don't just survive
True.
one-liners like that.
Nope.
And yet here, Andrew says that he was actively keeping his killer
But from far
alive
away.
against everyone's attempts on his life. So does that mean that Afton is still... No.
Of
No.
course he is.
No!
I always come back.
He attack, he protect, he always come back. But just because William may have been kept alive in the book lore
Oh,
doesn't
Matt
necessarily
Pat.
mean that he
Oh,
was
Matt
left
Pat.
alive in the game lore
Oh,
too.
Matt
Well,
Pat
it shouldn't,
before security breach.
I think it
Ha,
does.
ha,
Fast forward
ha,
to this month in our newest book, Bunny Call. What was originally supposed to be the 5th and final installment in the Fazbear Fright series. A literal 5 books
Ha.
at Freddy's. Until, of
Ha.
course, it got extended and now we have ourselves the bonus 6th and 7th night books. And while the first 2 stories in this new book are interesting and certainly worth talking about on a different day, it's the 3rd one, The Man in Room 1280, that ties into our Golden Freddy mystery
there
today.
we go.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. It's about a mysterious
Jesus
man
Christ,
in a hospital.
that's fuck me. That image is a
point of
spooky.
death, and yet
Hell yeah, yo.
he remains alive. Quote from the book. The man had no face. A hole in his skull indicated where his nose used to be. Dark, cavernous pits lacking eyes looked at nothing. A toothless mouth gaped without
Just
lips
kill
to
him.
protect it. We'd be remiss if we didn't
Just
warn you,
end
the
him.
nurse said. We know what that is. Evil, Father Blythe. Evil. In fact, the hospital staff is so convinced that he's the embodiment of evil that they tried to kill him multiple times via injections, via
Jesus
smothering, via seances, but nothing will do it. He cannot be killed, but not for the reasons that you would expect. It's not an iron will to live or the remnant that's flowing through his veins that's keeping him alive. It's a ghost. Each attempt on the patient's life is thwarted by the ghost of a boy with curly black hair wearing an alligator mask. In fact, the two seem to be intertwined with each other. The story informs us about the patient's brain patterns and they're a bit unusual. Quote, according to the hospital's sleep expert, that particular REM pattern indicates nightmares. Horrific nightmares. See, there and there, the nurse pointed at one part of the brain scan. 2 signals means 2 living things, 2 entities. They're both vying for control of the brain, but they're at odds with each other.
victim.
We think they're tormenting each other. Sounds a bit like Andrew, right? Andrew attached himself to the man who killed him and refuses to let him
So
die
sad that
he can
that
torment
didn't get
him, which is the
reincorporated in the
exact
security breach because they
relationship
kind of
between
did
the
it, but
vengeful spirit and
boringly.
William Afton
If
in
you're
the
being
game.
honest.
And if there was any doubt about who this mysterious man in the hospital is,
Like
the patient
this
wants to go to a
interpretation, like
Fazbear
imagine if he looked kind of like
and
this,
we're
right? No
told
light
that
in his
the
eyes,
situation
just
mystery
black
is somehow
dark
tied to a
holes. Like
mysterious fire
fuck me, that
involving
wouldn't have been
Freddy's
spooky.
and the former owners of the business. Every which way to Sunday, this is our William Afton stand-in for these books. Andrew is our vengeful spirit stand-in, and it feels like the book is trying to tell us that Custom Night wasn't purgatory or heck, it was Afton's living
Well, I guess he's now
nightmare as he
free
was
from the
laying in
suit,
a
at
hospital
least,
bed
right?
recovering. William Afton may
Of course he
still
is.
be alive, or maybe he was alive and then he eventually explodes. Yeah, the story ends with William's carcass being wheeled out to the Fazbear distribution center, and then it literally blows up like a bomb. It is just
And
as
is that why
gross
he's
and
in little
gory and
pieces in
disgusting
security
as you would
breach? Is
expect
that
it
the
to be.
idea?
Maybe it's a good thing that these books don't have pictures. My personal guess is that this is what releases the angry spirit of Andrew into lots of other toys like Fetch and Plush Trap, and it may also be how Afton's soul gets itself into a computer chip that eventually gives life to Glitch Trap. Okay, this has been a lot about Afton, and I promised that this would be a mega theory about Golden Freddy. So how does it all connect
Wait, he's gonna
together? Well,
compare
notice
Andrew
how
to
I
Monty.
described Andrew's
Suppose-
ghost, a
so-
boy
well,
with
it's
curly
before
black
security
hair
breach, so
and
I don't
an
think he
alligator
will yet.
mask. It's the same hair
Maybe.
as the mysterious
I have no
dead
idea,
body
actually.
found inside Golden Freddy's
tell him,
suit
don't-
back in
don't tell him,
Fazbear
don't
Frights
tell him.
number 3. Quote from that book: down low past his arm, Devin could see a body, a dead body, but it wasn't exactly like he thought he'd find. This one had curly black hair. The lore of this series doesn't tend to give us a
Ooh,
lot,
imagine you
but
see
one
ghosts
thing
in
it tends to keep relatively consistent is hair. So knowing that Andrew is an angry spirit with
Wonder how the
curly
movie's
black
gonna adapt
hair
that.
and that Golden Freddy has
Again,
a body
I'm
inside of him
very
with curly
curious. I
black
really
hair,
do want that Five Nights at Freddy's movie to not be shit, you know, but you know.
which makes things related to Andrew roughly related to Cassidy back
It's
in
interesting.
the games.
It's very
Even
interesting.
more
How you're gonna
connection
adapt
between the two
ghosts.
of
It all
them.
depends
The
how they
name
adapt the
Cassidy is
ghosts.
derived
Not
from
gonna
an
lie.
Irish surname
And
meaning
how much
clever
child
or
murder they're willing to show.
curly-haired.
Or like, you
Actually,
know,
that little fact
aftermath.
Redditor
Not
Shrek the First
you don't have to
could
show
find on that
the
one.
child
Actually would've
murder,
never thought to look into the
but
name Cassidy. So even
to
though
convey
Andrew
the
may not
rotting
be named
stench within the suits. If you could somehow do that within the movie, I'll be very happy already. Because that, like, is probably the most disturbing shit, right?
All of this matters. Follow me on this. Both Andrew in the books
That's
and
the most
Cassie
disturbing
in the game
imagery since
are
the first
missing
game. Has
children's
always been
innocent
that,
victims
to my
stuffed
opinion.
inside of
The
suits and angry enough to keep their killer in a purgatory state.
the
so he
idea
can
that
be
this is like
tortured.
were the
Seems like a
rotting
pretty
corpses
slam
within
dunk
the
connection
suits
there. We
made
know
the
that
suits
up to this
ooze and
point, the
like
books
drip
have
with
been
blood
hinting
and
at the
like
fact that
again
Golden
stench.
Freddy
That way
may
that's
have
conveyed in
more
text
than one
has always
soul
been for me
inside of him. And in these
one of the
stories,
more
we
interesting
see
and spooky
Andrew
parts from the
actively
first game.
upset that he has to
if I'm
share
being
an
honest.
endoskeleton with
Is,
another
CGI.
dead kid. So is it possible that in the games, Golden
Again,
Freddy is possessed by both
it depends how they do it.
and
It's gonna be weird,
the
but
83 victim,
yeah, guess we'll see.
vengeful spirit, and the crying child, just like Andrew sharing a body with Jake in the books. After all, we know via clues in the text, as well as book number 6's description, that his endoskeleton mate Jake is a nice kid who died tragically in a hospital. We know that the crying child is also a nice kid
sadness.
who dies tragically in a hospital, even though
Yeah,
he got bitten
but he
before.
still
you know.
lived
No,
for a
admittedly,
bit.
that alone is
Then
a
he
weak sauce connection, I admit it. What's not weak sauce, though, is that evidence is actually out there to prove that two spirits are in Golden Freddy. So last month we proved that Foxy Bro is definitely Michael Afton. It is a huge confirmation from the series, but that came with a set of problems, specifically in the form of the security logbook. The problem is that the spirit Cassidy in the book seems to be talking to Mike about things that only apply to the Bite of 83 victim, saying things like, "The party was for you," and talking about his plastic purple telephone. It doesn't make sense if Cassidy is talking to Michael Afton. But what if Cassidy isn't talking to Mike? What if Cassidy is having a conversation with someone else, with
There
a
we
second
go.
spirit? The logbook doesn't just
13 hours, people. 13 hours and 37 minutes.
From Inky Ink, who says it's not useful reading the YouTube comments, right? Quote, "I direct you now to pages 89 and 109, where we see a spirit replying to Fated's questions through altering the text existing in the book. Therefore, we know that Fated is not talking to Mike, but talking to Mike's brother, who is also in the logbook. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I gotta say, that is the best TED Talk I've ever seen. Definitely beats the one about how to dry your hands using a single paper towel.
1, 2, 3, 4,
the hell?
5,
What the
6,
hell?
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And Inky Ink isn't wrong here.
Bro,
either.
half of this
I
shit
went back
starts to feel like a
double-check.
fever
One
dream,
of the
not gonna
things
lie.
the Fated text
Probably
says
makes
is
sense
that
in
the
concept.
party
I fell
was
asleep.
for you, and right there
Don't
at
worry,
89 is
I'm
the answer.
awake
It
and
was
still
formed
screaming.
a statement and an acknowledgement of
Pretty
that
much.
statement. A
That's the only voice I can do at this
conversation.
point.
Two
Just regular
spirits,
voice
one
talk,
book. Two
soft voice. No,
spirits,
not even
one
soft voice talk. Just regular and
animatronic.
screeching.
For years, I have been frustrated by the fact that the crying child, the bite victim of 83, would have made the most sense to pass into the Golden Freddy body, but it never lined up with the fact that 5 kids died during the missing children's incident, and that one of them would have had to have gone on to possess Golden Freddy. But now we have a solution to both of those things. Golden Freddy can still have the bite victim in him, one that says "it's me" when he sees his brother working as a security guard, but it can also have a second spirit in him, one who died in this horrific missing children's incident murder, and one who continues to torment Afton long after he's passed on. And the logbook isn't done. Sure, on those pages we see the responses of "it was for me" and "I'm scared," but we also see the responses of "I can hear sounds" and "I can't see." It, once again, is a parallel back to the Andrew and Jake situation, where one spirit can see and maneuver the body, while the other is trapped down below the surface, able to listen, but unable to do much else. This feels like the solution to Golden Freddy that we've been waiting for. The problem with him is that we've always assumed he was just one kid, one spirit.
You kept putting one spirit into it all this time. But you've admitted, like, wasn't it 2 or 3 videos ago where he admitted, like, yeah, I know sometimes there could be apparently multiple souls within one suit. Takes him so long to get to the conclusion. God damn.
A younger brother looking for peace, and one the victim of a brutal murder, violently eager for revenge.
It's almost like every time he
Here's where
revises the timeline, it's like he then abridges all the stuff that he's learned throughout the years and compiles it into quicker
Jake and Andrew
stuff.
aren't intentionally murdering people. That when they reach out to touch someone, they accidentally zap them. Jake assumes it's Andrew doing it, but he's wrong. Final quote from the book. "I just want to scare people, okay? The zap is killing them." Well, that wasn't what I wanted. So if what you're doing isn't doing what you want, maybe it's doing something someone else wants. Maybe something else is here with us. You were a hitchhiker on the man who killed you. Why can't someone else hitchhike with us? So it looks like there might be more souls involved when it comes to Golden Freddy.
Bro, has
that's
he ever made a Shadow Freddy video?
And with that, my friends, it's the last book until next year. There's definitely a few stories I haven't talked about that merit another
casually
video or
mentions
two, but
Shadow
for
Freddy
now, Fazbear
sometimes,
Frights and all its numerous
but
lore
not
reveals
really.
have come to an end, which I gotta say I'm kind of sad about. These have been a great way to engage with the mysteries of the franchise, with the slow drip coming out over the course of this year. year, like a book every other month. It's been a really cool release strategy. And honestly, some of these stories are the creepiest things produced by this franchise in a long time. Anyway, I guess the only thing left at this point is crossing our fingers for that new game to come out soon. Now? All right, Scott, don't you release another game on us or anything. No? Oh, that used to work. Oh well, probably better to wait anyway. Halloween is just around the corner.
I don't
There's
think
not
so.
a
It's
whole lot
not
of other ways
important to
we're
the
going to be able to
theories.
celebrate it this year.
Not
But
really,
hey,
no.
if you haven't
Except
checked out
no,
these books
like
yet,
there was
but
one where it was
are
like
a
probably
fan
one of the
series, then
employees that
check
died
them
in the
out
spring
because
lock
they're
suits.
responsible
That's
for
kind of like the
today's
theory, and that's where it
episode
ended
Audible.
on.
It's one
Sort
thing
of,
to
I think,
read
like
these
all the
stories,
way
it's
back in
another
part.
thing to hear these stories.
Something
I gotta
early
say,
on.
nothing is better than hearing a scary
Shut up.
story told loud. And Audible has
Hey, we finally, hopefully, goddamn, ended the theory of the books. No more books. No more books. Look, it's fnaf. No more books. Let's go. Hopefully, no more books. Please, let the books be over. Let me, goddamn it, be over with the books. Did he mention any shadow animatronics? Earlier on, he did. Shadow Bonnie, Shadow Freddy were mentioned early on in the theories, which is posited that they were probably maybe employees that died, because we know that some employees did die via their spring lock suits, and not only the kids. So that was sort of the idea posited. I know the community ran a lot further with that shit, but I don't know if that reappears in the books though. The shadows. I think he might have like quickly made a joke about it just to dismiss it, so he didn't have to talk about it. Maybe, one or the other. 41. Ooh, let's go. Head to that 14 hours. Woo! Oh my god. Okay, so we're slowly, probably not yet, but slowly entering the security breach era. Because if we reach the security breach era, it means that we're slowly entering the finale. Quick back from break. Be right back. Who has a B-day soon, or has it already passed? I don't know for Chad. For mine, my birthday has passed a while ago. December. So it's going to be a while before that comes back again. Where were we? Oh, cock. Episode 37 of 50. Ooh, we're getting close, bro. It's the boy! The cry bitch! Oh, shadow. Oh no, don't tell me. Are we gonna take a wild pivot? Probably. Oh, yippee. Dead kids. That's been a while. Oh.
Welcome
He's on the
to
couch.
Game
No.
Theory, the show that's always a bloody good time. Today we have a few massive announcements before we get to the episode, so please skip to here if you're not interested in them. But I don't think you should do that because these aren't things you're gonna want to miss. First and most important,
goodbye.
Mark your calendars because merch launch. Theoryware X FNAF, the animatronics have taken over. Death Security
There we go.
Breach got its first
Okay,
trailer
I
out.
skipped about 5 minutes. Now you could say, hey, why did you do that? And I'll say, because it's about merch. I don't care about the merch. Happy very late birthday. Thank you so much. Don't sweat it. The only thing you can do for me, subscribe, like the video, and watch other videos on the things, and share the channel with people that you would call friends and be like, hey, I found this quirky boy online and he has stuff, and maybe you'll like some of it. Also, he's probably insane. There you go. That's a good pitch, right? With that said, we're continuing.
During a PlayStation 5 announcement event, and man, does this new game look incredible.
Gregory, your friends are worried about you.
Long gone are the days of just looking at static-filled still image camera feeds, my friends. And before we move on, can I just say how cool it is to see an indie franchise started by one man working at Dollar General rise to the point that it's now getting a spotlight alongside time-honored franchises like Final Fantasy and
the old
God
movie
of
about the Big
War,
Bird?
and not only getting spotlight
I subbed and
alongside
liked the
them,
video
getting
already.
more views than nearly
Then watch
everything
more
else
videos. Share
in
with your
that
friends.
showcase. That's awesome. Well
Matt
done,
on
Scott.
Twitter.
Really well deserved. Now, based on the trailer, it looks like we'll be trapped inside
Got
of
a
a Freddy
lot of merch
Fazbear's
segments
pizza
into this endurance stream.
for
True.
that game of hide and seek against a killer. And it's that killer, Vanny, that I really
we?
want to dive into today. She's
Sadness.
teased twice.
Remember when
in the
Vanny
trailer.
was
Once
cool?
via a bunny-shaped shadow in the
She was
opening
gonna be
sequence,
used.
and again as the final jump scare. Now, we've
Sadness.
suspected for a while that she's coming via teaser images on Scott's website, merch leaks, Easter
Remember when she used to
eggs
be a
hidden throughout
she
FNAF
was
VR,
supposed to be a
all things that I've
vital
covered
point of this
before in
shit?
past theories. But the thing I wanted to look closer at today is her backstory and her relationship
already-
to Glitch Trap.
you already
Because
did this.
Even though this
Matt
game
Pat,
hasn't come out yet,
you already
and
did
we honestly
this.
don't know when it's coming
Oh,
out.
come
we do
on! You
know
already
a
did
ton
this.
about this new
This
character.
is a
In fact,
recap
true to Scott's
episode.
style of
Fuck's
storytelling,
sake!
we probably
Boo!
won't get that
No,
much
not
of
a
backstory
recap episode.
I don't know if you've noticed this about Scott's games, but important story bits tend to happen around the games rather than in the games.
It
Let
was
me
already in
explain
the
with an
games.
example. In Sister Location, we end with Baby being a part of Ennard, and if you get the super secret ending, you see that she gets puked up into a sewer. Fast forward to FNAF 6, and there's suddenly two separate entities again, Scrap Baby and Molten Freddy. To
Lovely.
99.9%
We
of the
traveled
players,
back in time. Kinda. Just a recap episode. Just refer people to your old theories then, and be like, yeah, it's this plus these with these alterations. Make a DLC pack with like update patches. Make patch notes.
FNAFworld.com. Just goes to show that when you're talking about FNAF, the game
No, because you have to
never
recap
really
the entire
stops.
goddamn
And the
thing every
thing
time.
is, I think Vanny is already getting treated
No.
the same way. The
Yeah.
information about her, what
Then she
is
gets
now
left
getting
out of the
revealed,
game.
The big twist reveal about Vanny's true nature has already been laid out for us. If
It's like they do entire arcs outside of the anything.
universe. So if, unlike me, you don't have time to keep track of the 12 games, 9 books, dozens of ports, hundreds of toys, and a moon-faced animatronic and a pizza tree, well, that's why I'm here. Because all the pieces are out there in place for us, and now we're
Lovely.
going to be putting them back together to
The
understand
true
the
backstory.
of Vanny, the Killer Bunny, Purple Guy 2.0, before
Honestly, it would have been a
Security
cool
Breach
idea to have
comes
like a
out.
cult
Recently,
and
the game
or
FNAF Help
the
Wanted
person
got
that,
itself
you
a
know.
mobile port. Big whoop, right? We've already seen this game 2 other times before, once in VR and again in a flat console port. Don't get me wrong, love this game, probably my favorite game of the franchise, but still, Scott, you ain't getting me to buy this for a third time. He totally got me to buy it a third time. So because this is a mobile port, a lot of the game has been stripped away. Gone is the intro sequence, gone are some of the game modes, but most notably gone are the hidden cassette tapes that tell the story of Help Wanted's failed development. Now, if you remember back to a year ago, collecting all 16 of those hidden tapes in the original game inadvertently assembled our latest villain, Glitch Trap.
Remember when he was the villain? God damn, well the fucking books, I wouldn't have thought about it.
In the game and presumably
Jesus,
escape
he's
back out
spooky.
into the real world. That's all gone now in the mobile
Yes.
version. In its place, though, maybe something better. Immediately upon opening up the game, it becomes clear that this mobile port is more broken than FNAF World 1.0. Got textures glitching out in both the main hub and in the various minigames. Now, obviously, these are intentional effects, and by zooming in and tapping on them repeatedly, honestly, I can't say exactly what I did to do it. I just was there a long time pounding away at my screen.
damn
The
that,
screen
man.
eventually fades to black, and suddenly you're presented with
I
everyone's
don't have time
favorite
for all
part of the
those games,
series.
books,
an
etc.
8-bit
It's
minigame with
true.
rudimentary
I only have time for
steeped
the
in symbolic lore.
14 hours of watching this goddamn all of it.
It's actually more like 16-bit at this point, but still. We're told that this game is called Princess Quest, with you playing as a
Oh, look
little
at
girl
that. Oh,
lighting
that's
torches
cute.
to unlock doors and running away from glitching bunny people. Glitching bunnies, you say? After making your way through a ruined castle and cemetery, you eventually unlock a long corridor that leads to a final lantern and, no points if you guessed it, Glitch
Ooh.
Trap himself. The screen goes
That's
dark and
spooky.
suddenly you're taken back to the game's main hub. Now, this seems fairly self-explanatory, right? It's a reference to Glitch Trap in a game that had to eliminate him due to size constraints. But it's the details here that really matter. Not counting the torches in front of the 6 gravestones, which are very clearly references to the original 5 missing children plus the child who possesses the puppet, there are 16 torches in total for the princess to light. This isn't a coincidence. It perfectly lines up
Look at
with
that.
the
Stuff lines up easily. Let's go. We're speed running this shit. We're speed running the recap.
Glitch Trap. In fact, Glitch Trap only
Have you heard
appears
of a movie
once
where
the
Santa Claus
16th
conquers the
one is
Martians?
lit,
It's
further
Christmas movie. What the
cementing
fuck?
that connection. But where things get really interesting is when you decode what Glitch Trap is saying. As the game ends, there's clearly a dialogue box
I
along the bottom
always
containing
come
weird
back.
glitching
Let me
text.
guess.
But you'll notice
Is that
that
what
the
it says?
patterns aren't random.
Probably,
Some
right.
shapes actually repeat themselves. These right here and these right here. It's actually a letter substitution code that spells out everyone's favorite
Oh,
phrase
fuck's
from
sake,
the
it
game.
actually actually is that. God damn it.
And taking it
Oh,
one step
lovely.
further, we can actually extract the audio from this moment.
Have you watched Violent Nights?
And do
Very
some
violent.
audio
No, I haven't
trickery.
seen
By
that.
doubling the
Don't know
speed
what it
and
is.
then reversing it, we get this. I always come back, let me out. So in essence, Princess Quest is showing us a recreation of the events from the original
Spooky.
Help Wanted. This does a couple of things for us. First, it basically proves 100% that this is, in fact, William Afton's spirit and not some sort of AI or code meant to replicate him. It is him through and through. Dude wasn't lying when he said he always comes back. He's got more lives than Jason Voorhees. He's also got himself a solid understanding of brand consistency. Afton
There you
always
go.
comes back. Secondly, though, what Princess Quest is doing is confirming for us the origin story of our new killer, Vanny, Vanessa. In the original game, the fate of Tape Girl was unclear because she sometimes
Easy.
encouraged us to collect
Easy.
the tapes and
Look
sometimes
at the recap.
didn't.
So
But here
quick.
we
We're
get
speed running
clarity
this.
on the
New
whole
information.
story. Vanny is
Somewhat.
the princess with the
We're
lantern.
not going off
She
some
collects
weird
all the
arbitrary
tapes,
books
pieces,
to make up
whatever,
some
and
weird
gets
random
taken
shit
over
about
by
like
Glitch
one little
Trap. This all
factoid you can sum up in
confirms
a
what
single
we were
sentence.
speculating about before with Vanny in a previous theory from a year ago, that a
Maybe that's
young
what I should
woman
have
named
done.
Vanessa,
Kept like a
Vanny
log
for short,
where I
would
just
be
like
taken over
quickly
by
summarize all
Afton
the
to
episodes.
kill in
No.
his name,
No.
brainwashed or partially controlled by a spirit living
Sitting
inside
through
of her.
this is already enough.
I know.
No.
No. There's no miscommunication.
There's also a similar conversation currently hidden in the source code of Scott's website, except here you see both
Hey.
sides of the conversation. Stay the course.
I will.
Focus on my voice.
I will.
Don't let anyone lead you astray.
I won't.
Have you selected one?
I have.
The one that seems to be selected is Gregory from the game's trailer.
Be still.
I need to vent, Gregory. Are you ever heard of being sus, Gregory?
A lot of information we already knew. Are we just left to speculate about the rest until Security Breach finally comes out? Well, no.
You have to
see,
jump.
in the
You have to
last
get
year, there's
Roxy's
been one
pictures,
final
Gregory.
source of
I need
information
them.
about Vanny, and it's a big one. A game that I've largely ignored up until now, FNAF's augmented
cock.
reality game, Special Delivery. If you haven't heard about this one, basically the concept is that animatronics get shipped to your home so you'll have yourself some new friends. Because let's be honest, fighting for your life against a malfunctioning robot is probably still better than trying to hold a normal conversation with a living, breathing human being. I think I've been dancing around this one just because the possible canonicity of characters like Shamrock Freddy, Liberty Chica, and Clown Springtrap makes me have a nervous breakdown. But
Oh my
questionable
God.
lore implications of
Gregory, you have to vent,
flamethrower,
Gregory.
bear, endo
It's pretty
aside,
sus,
this
if
game
you
has
ask
been
me.
seeding us more info over the entire last year about the history of Vanny and Glitch Trap, and it requires us to do one of the scariest tasks any FNAF game has ever required.
No.
Reading email.
No.
You see, the game will occasionally share you on emails that aren't intended for your eyes. On one side, we have ourselves the story of a company working on behalf of Fazbear Entertainment to disassemble old animatronics and scan their circuit boards into their computer system. And, just like Tape Girl warned us about back in FNAF VR, this causes a virus to spread through the system. Quote from those emails, turns out that wasn't a glitch.
Springtrap and the Burn Trap only has his head technically and not really other body parts, and just some flesh bits?
We're gonna need
That really the
all hands
explanation?
on deck. New email. Hey Jim, just
Honestly, at this
checking
point, it
in.
probably
I
is, not gonna
emailed
lie.
you
I should-
earlier
I
this
should
week
stop
about a
asking so many
virus
questions.
caused by one of your
Just
circuit
ride
boards, which
the
is
wave
currently
at this
spreading
point.
throughout our system and causing serious
I mean, hey,
problems.
we're getting close.
Please
We're like
contact
definitely
me
over
ASAP.
halfway now.
Thanks, best
We're
Steve.
approaching,
So
like,
that
last
is our
20.
Glitch Trap
Let's
origin
go.
story. And to me, it's especially interesting because I think it helps explain something that dates all
Also,
the
I
way
remember that
back to
movie known as
FNAF
Cats
3.
in 2019.
Recently
Oh
in the
no,
series,
not the
we've
weird
learned
furry
that the
movie where
FNAF
the
games
thing
are canon
pisses
in
on
the
the
games.
no.
Now, that's a really
not
confusing sentence, so
Cats.
let me explain. In both FNAF
Spooky,
VR
spooky movie.
and the Fazbear Frights books, it's confirmed that the urban legends about murders happening at Freddy's restaurants are mainstream enough to have gotten some
yippee.
video game spin-offs. Not necessarily the FNAF games that we know, and certainly not FNAF World, since everyone, including Scott, wants to forget that one, but games inspired by the legends of the pizzeria. In FNAF VR, in fact, we're told that they were made by Fazbear Entertainment as a cover-up.
Fazbear Entertainment hired the game developer. Those indie games were
How much-
designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an
How much
elaborate
recap can we
cover-up.
do?
And looking back on it, I believe that we've seen those games. I think we've played those games. They're the 8-bit minigames from FNAF 3, Mangle's Quest, BB's Air Adventure, Chica's
what?
Party, and Stage 01. Heck, they might even include the Take Cake, Give Gifts, etc. minigames from FNAF 2. Those are the games being referenced in the games. I mean, they even have those sorts of cheesy titles that would come with cheap Atari-style games of that era. And how do we know all of this, and why am I talking about it now? Because of Glitch Trap. It's easy to forget, but the last minigame that you have to play in FNAF 3 features a glitched-out bunny hopping, I didn't even mean to put the pun there, hopping between the various minigames. This is the first
lovely.
appearance of Glitch Trap. It's
Not Shadow Animal,
spirit
Shadow
trapped
Bunny.
inside
It's
the circuit boards of these retro
fair
games
enough.
looking for an
Fuck it,
escape.
fair
An
enough.
escape that doesn't actually get realized until he's scanned into a new modern
played
computer
the
system
Killer in
meant to
Purple too,
produce FNAF
No, I have
VR.
not.
Now,
I've never heard of
admittedly,
that.
this is a bit
If
confusing.
anything,
when it
this
comes to
chat's
the
gonna be an
timeline.
interesting one
We
to like
know
comb
Freddy
over after
Fazbear's
stream
Pizza
and
was
just like
founded
go for
in
recommendations and stuff like that.
1983 as
If anything,
a
one
from
game
the
I'm wanting to
VR
try out
coins in Help Wanted. In
soon-ish
FNAF 1,
is
Phone
a
Guy
Bolt
tells
Gun
us
that came
the
out,
animatronics
the
have been
Doom
around for
clone
20
sort of like
years.
Warhammer one.
That
I
puts
think that would be
FNAF
interesting to
1
play.
in
Not gonna
2003,
lie.
not
If I can ever make
1993 like I previously thought. And based on the official description for FNAF 3, Fazbear's Fright and the discovery of Springtrap all happened 30 years after the closure of Freddy's, making that one roughly 2033. Now, we have no idea when and how Afton got a piece of his soul into the circuit boards, probably via his extreme agony at getting spring locked.
when
But
he's
if this
bleeding
company
out,
is
he bleeds
literally
out in
opening
all, like, the
animatronic
arcade
suits
machines.
sent from Fazbear Entertainment and scanning the boards as implied by the emails, are we assuming that they opened up the Springtrap suit, completely ignored the dead body inside, and scanned it? Just doesn't seem likely to me. Is Fazbear Entertainment rescuing the board after he was burned to death in FNAF 6? It's just odd. This is why I don't like to talk timeline with this series anymore.
Until you
to me,
do.
the simplest solution here is that William Afton's soul is just in multiple places at once, split like a Harry Potter Horcrux, only instead of swords and scars, he's split between suits and circuit boards. And one of those iterations is Glitch Trap, stuck in the various games' codes until he's eventually released. But reminding all the way back to FNAF Special Delivery, there's a separate and related story happening in the secret inbox between Lewis and his fellow employee, Ness. Ness, as in Vanessa. It's Vanny again, my friends. Here we see a series of emails where Ness is acting weird, and Lewis, the IT guy, is honestly acting weirder because he's creeping on Ness. Here's a few highlights from these emails. Hey Ness, it's no big deal, but I wanted to reach out off the radar and remind you about the company policy about personal internet usage. Certain words and phrases trigger red flag flag reports, so your last order got automatically sent to me. Basically, anything mentioning torture is gonna raise the alarm.
Damn.
If you have any questions about the policy, let me know. We could even get coffee or something and
Bruh.
go over all the words to avoid. And now I've raised my own red flag. Good thing I'm the one who gets the notification. Smiley,
HR!
Lewis. Hey, Ness.
HR! I love how they gave him a bit of a balding haircut to just make him extra creepy.
Search terms. If I thought I'd have to
That's
file an
funny.
incident report,
And I
would
think that's
I'd just
funny,
have to
okay?
quit
If you have a balding haircut,
was
go
a
bald.
little
Go bald, grow a beard.
something is going
Be a
on
man.
with you. One day
If
you're
you're
researching flowers and the
you're
migration pattern
man
of
and
bees,
you have
fascinating,
your
right?
hair is
And the
balding,
next day you
like
type
your
in,
hairline's
how
starting to
far can a
recede,
human being be
take
cut
the
in half
sacrifice,
before losing
grow a beard,
I figured
go bald.
maybe you're
Do the
writing a
Kratos.
screenplay or
Only
something.
way you can
Always here if you need
survive.
me,
Otherwise
Lewis.
you become
Hey,
just
Ness.
creepy.
So the
You
word
just become creepy by
compliance
yourself.
itself
This is
isn't
what
gonna
it
set
is.
off any red
You can't make your
flags,
hair
but
grow
the
longer if
sentence,
you're
how
having
to
balding
induce
like hairline.
compliance in human
Just forget it.
subjects and
Sacrifice.
how to induce
Become better.
self-compliance did actually get my attention.
What am I doing?
I think the
Oh, yeah, I'm
answer might
watching these
involve
goddamn
chocolate
videos.
chip cookies. Always works for me. I also thought it was strange that these
Ooh,
were
maybe after
immediately
this
followed
video
by
I can
searches that couldn't possibly have any relevant answers
I
for
can
you.
go
Did
get
you
I can go
search
some
for help by itself? Anyway,
cereal.
my offer
More
still
cereal.
stands if you want to go over the company policy. I'm free any day after
Wow, it's already
work. We
10.
could grab dinner or coffee if you want, Lewis.
14
Oh,
we've reached the
Lewis,
14
when you
hour
say
mark.
stuff like that, it makes me
I'll start to lose my hair at
but
age
HR
50.
violations aside,
Indeed.
these
And when you
conversations
turn
tell us
50,
a
you
lot
go
about
bald
Vanny's mental
to a
state. She is sharing control of herself with
You
Glitch
have
Trap.
to.
That's why
You
we
get
get
a strong
references
hairline
to
and you're
her
just lucky.
searching the internet
Join the
for
club.
help. It's part
Can't
of her
see me, but I'm,
psyche
like,
crying out
shaking
for
my hair
anything.
to the side.
Anyone who
Hair.
can save
My
her.
side is weird.
Anything that'll provide an escape. It's also why it's so important that Lewis calls out the searches for
14
inducing
hours.
compliance in human subjects and inducing self-compliance. That is Glitch Trap, searching for a way to gain complete control over Vanny, over her psyche. This further confirms something that we talked about in my last theory on Vanny. In that episode, we talked about how she's a reluctant follower, that Afton isn't in complete control. On Scott's Voices.com page, where he tends to hire out actors for the various vocal roles in the game, Vanny's listing was for a character named Reluctant Follower. So this woman is clearly a devotee, brainwashed or controlled by Afton to an extent, but a part of her is actively fighting back, hesitant to do what he asks, which makes me think that in Security Breach, we may be able to save or redeem her. In fact, knowing that may help us out with the gameplay. Maybe it's a secret or a true ending
Sanity
condition.
check,
That, my
60%.
friends, is what I believe to be the big twist that
Only
awaits us
60?
in Security
I'm doing
Breach.
good.
Wait, as I finish this video, of course, new statues just dropped with important lore reveals, so let's just talk about these real fast. With Gregory hiding inside of Freddy, definitely looks like my idea about gameplay being a version of hide and seek is absolutely confirmed, or maybe Gregory is just piloting an 80s era bear-shaped Gundam suit. Either way, I am totally living for it. As for the other statue that just dropped, looks like Vanny is
sorry,
going to be
there's
taking
like
a
a
page out of
glitches
the
thing
Afton
happening. It's,
playbook. The classic security guard
Oh,
by
don't
day,
take away the
serial killer
60% of my sanity.
hard, I guess. But in Vanny's
Fair
case,
enough.
here's my question: is she gonna remember
Spoof my
it?
hair
My
turned
guess
white
is
as a
no.
kid,
I think it's gonna be a classic
so you
case
too
of
can have
Jekyll and
white
Hyde.
hair,
But who
anime
knows?
boy,
I
when
guess
you
we're
reach
just gonna
50,
have
you
to
will lose
wait
hair.
and see what
No,
it is.
white hair
I
is
hear that
fine.
some
Then you don't
big
have to
things
shave.
are
But like
coming
if
to this
you
franchise
start
before
balding,
the
you know,
end
you
of the
start
year.
receding
And I'm
hairline.
not just talking
That's
about
when you
all
go
that
long
cool
hair.
new merch we dropped, which, as one last reminder, is all available right below this video. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
He said it. He's a game theory. He said the move. Oh, I missed it. Fuck's sake. Yeah, let's go. We're back. We're back, baby. Doing actual theories on the games and not on random fucking goddamn. We passed the book arc. We're back. We're heading towards the security breach arc. Woo! Woo! Please don't let them talk about the goddamn shark. Please. Don't forget to join Discord if you're interested. It's in the description because you can join it there. Also, we're compositing wait, no, that's not the one. Compositing a tweet. This is the background music now for in between the videos because we're 14 hours in, so we need the anxiety-inducing FNAF 2 hallway. Perfect for doing stuff like. Wrong. pause it. Can't talk when I'm compositing because I just get distracted. VTuber because I am a VTuber. What the hell's the Game Theorists Twitter? Let's see if this not end. This stream, oh my god, that music is kind of spooky, not gonna lie. I want the casual bongos. Let's listen to it. Yeah, there we go. Where's Game Theory on Twitter? I don't see them. Oh, Matt Pat. Wait, is this literally Matt Pat? Boo! What? They don't have a channel thing? It's just like him? That's surprising. Ooh, never suspected that, honestly. Not gonna lie. Ooh. Ooh. And I will read chat. I'm traumatized. How many more videos? We're at 38, so 20 more videos after this. Look at that. We can start counting down. Maybe. Kinda. Not really. But sorta. What is this? What am I doing? Why am I doing this? Why am I here? Why am I bongos? Bongos, bongos. There's a movie called 2033. The film is set in the year 2033 with a dystopian view in the future. Exoskeleton at the time was renamed to Villa Paradiso, Paradise City. Oh. So it's like Cyberpunk, kind of, I guess? But not really, but kind of. Anyway, so where are we now? So we recapped for the millionth time the goddamn VR games. The mobile game from the VR game. We kind of touched on AR, but not really. Now we're going on to fucking. The map has not made a FNAF video in a while. Let's motivate him with a controlled shock. There we go. To let frameworks be. Oh, so it's gonna be one of those random videos. Okay, nice. I don't mind it. Let's go. Let's put my little toe into a wall. Something I want to cry.
Lame.
True. Where's the original Screech?
Been there, done that one. Guys, huddle up. Y'all here? It's kind of hard to count you all. At this point, there's more of you than there are Pokemon species. Paper plate people. Here.
What?
Obscure lore-filled egg
like...
baby. Here. Jar of
Is this a
fishes.
Toy Story reference, technically?
Listen up, everyone. Y'all have a big problem on your hands. You all are yesterday's
no.
news. People know about you. They survived you. They remember you. Well, except for you, egg baby.
Yeah, no, this is
Long
a Toy
story
Story,
short,
I
guys,
think.
people know
It's a
what
Toy
to
Story spoof.
expect
Oh,
of you. To be
that's
scary,
cute.
you need to be
I think it's cute.
unexpected, new, unpredictable. And that's why, gentle bears and lady chicks, I introduce you to the new breed.
The hell?
Welcome to the family, guys.
Oh, is this talking about the goddamn, what's it called? The FNAF Fanverse Initiative? Is that what he's going to be talking about here? So for those who don't know, the FNAF Initiative is like a bunch of creators that made their own fan games over the years that were scouted by Scott to make licensed games about the thing. They're not necessarily canon to the actual canon, but just, you know, vaguely sort of part of it. Vaguely sort of art, not part of it, but kind of.
Deal about how huge this franchise
The what?
has gotten.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
if you're looking to
exactly.
keep up with all the lore,
I
this
wonder
year,
if he's gonna
2020
talk about it.
alone
It
is home to
might.
not one,
He might be talking about that. Not gonna lie. It's like a bunch of games that have the similar vibe and/or gameplay of the FNAF and could be copyright struck to oblivion, but they don't, and therefore are like collaborated.
An announcement
If
that,
fanverse,
to me,
yeah,
isn't
it's the
just
fanverse
important
initiative.
to this
I
franchise,
imagine,
but
right?
is important for all of gaming. Between all my jokes about how much I hate the franchise and how complex the lore has gotten, I've always said that the way Scott has crafted these games and how he's managed to run his community is perhaps the smartest, most modern
Fair enough.
way of
Honestly,
making
you
a
can
video
criticize the
game.
guy for a
From the
lot of
very
things, by the way,
first Five Nights
but
game,
the
he
way
understood that the
he
current age of gaming is all
engages
about
with
sharing your experiences, that no two
communities online,
playthroughs
right,
should
is
ever be
most
alike, that
consistent,
obscure
and over the years,
screens, jump
fine.
scares, glitches,
I
minigames,
think he doesn't get his
all
like
should
first
appear
big like
randomly with
controversy
very
until
small
what,
probabilities
like
so that people can
here-ish?
go online and ask their friends.
That's 4 more videos. That's
Did
at
you see
42
that?
from
Was this a
58.
real
Like,
thing?
damn.
From the first appearance of
We'll get to
Golden
that when
Freddy
we
in
get
the
to it,
newspaper
but-
clippings in FNAF 1, all the way up to
The
help
animatronics for the
wanted
models for the
surprise
Fang
Easter
Games
eggs of
Juniors are absolutely
coffee from his
amazing, not
early
gonna
game,
lie.
The Desolate.
Oh yeah, that
these
Fang
sorts
game
of
has
things
a
form the
beautiful models.
lifeblood
That
of
is
this
true.
franchise. That is what gets people
They're like
talking
very
about
well
your game
designed
and sharing
because
your
they're
game
very
and
well
sharing
like
videos of
they
your
work
game.
with primary shapes that are based on the originals and their secondary, tertiary, and even micro details like that.
All of that's happening on
The shit
the
is so
micro
neat
scale.
for that
Today
game.
we're zooming out to talk
Supposedly
about
the gameplay
big
for it is also
picture.
pretty good.
Another move that Scott's made that completely bucks the trend of modern game development and truly embraces what it means to lead a successful franchise in
Honestly,
2020 and beyond.
I imagine
An age
that
of
Scott probably takes a lot of inspiration of the way. There you go, the fanverse initiative. I imagine the way he orchestrates the fanverse is kind of similar to how Star Wars did the expanded universe back in the day, back in the late 90s and early 2000s. I feel like there's a similar vibe going on there.
That's why I've put some of my own cash toward development of new games in those game series. However, I'm going to stay out of the development side of things so that these creators can do their thing. They're going to develop these games and interact with the fan base just as they would have normally. And when the games are done, they'll be released on Game Jolt for free, just like normal. The difference now is that they'll also be bundled up with other games and sold on most major consoles and
So it's a
mobile
distribution
as well.
deal.
At least that's the plan.
It's a funding and
Did I mention there may be
distribution
some
and-
toys and other
and-
merchandise in these fan games
fair
too.
enough.
It's a project that's designed to invest in those franchises, give back to the developers, and hopefully bring new entries to those
To foster them.
franchises as well. So the TLDR version of this, Scott's pulling a reverse
Kinda.
Nintendo. He's embracing and extending
Smart.
fan games. He's
Honestly,
investing in them,
from a
helping them
business
with
point of view, right?
distribution, and maybe
Business.
even merch.
One of the smartest
first
things he's done.
wave of this
Really.
initiative involves 5 titles. Five
It
Nights
is.
at Candy's 4, which, you know,
Five
is
Nights at
just
Flumpty's
FNAF
ass.
but with cats. Pop Goes
Flumpty's
Evergreen, which
was
is
pretty
FNAF
successful, right?
with rodents.
Yeah.
One Night at Flumpty's, which is FNAF with eggs. The Joy of Creation, which is FNAF but on fire. And FNAF Plus, which is, well, it's just FNAF.
That ever come out,
Plus.
FNAF
That is
Plus? Yes or
obviously
no?
a big simplification of all these games.
I remember
just for
seeing
the
some like
joke, but you get
videos
the
about
point
it, which
here.
looked
They're
pretty
all
cool.
spin-off
Like
games
rendered
with the
videos that looked pretty
basis of
neat.
Five Nights at Freddy's. Now, all of this
Don't know if they
sounds
ever
well
really
and good,
released
right?
them.
I mentioned that it seemed like Scott Cawthon was taking the initiative to embrace and extend existing fan works.
embrace,
And
big
those
B.
are words with warm and fuzzy vibes, but they're also words that have, well, they have themselves a history that's a lot less warm and fuzzy than you might think. Thanks to a third E that's less mentioned, extinguish. That might sound harsh and seem like it's coming out of nowhere, so let me explain what I mean with all this. I think it's necessary to talk about another company that publicly took the embrace and extend approach and what it meant for the evolution of an industry and how Scott is taking
he talking
a
about Star
similar
Wars?
approach but turning it on its
least-
head. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time
What
for
the
a
hell?
lesson on everyone's favorite
Microsoft?
game theory topic,
Oh,
antitrust law. Antitrust law seems to be a hot topic these days, with Facebook robot Mark Zuckerberg and Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey getting grilled in front of Congress this year not just once, but twice. Well, it might be a trending topic in 2020. Big tech companies getting taken to task for monopolistic and anti-competitive business practices is nothing new. Back
I thought
in
we
the
didn't
90s,
write that
before
off, right?
companies like Google and Twitter and Facebook
Ah,
were but a
yes.
twinkle
From
in
now
some
on,
source
FNAF
coder's
gets
eye,
political.
the tech giant that everyone had their sights on was Microsoft. And mind you, this was almost a decade before anyone
God,
had even
let's go.
heard of an Xbox. This is back in the days of Internet Explorer, who, let me tell you, was facing some fierce competition from the likes of Chrome? Firefox? Heck no, this is the 90s, baby. Their competition looked a lot more like
fuck?
Netscape Navigator and Mosaic.
Yeah.
And Microsoft resorted to some, not so pleasant, and as it turns out, not so legal
sounds like a big
tactics
company.
in order to
Not
edge
gonna
out the
lie, right?
competition. During the 90s, Microsoft was public about their strategy of embrace and extend. The basic idea is that you start by finding something that someone else has made, like a technology standard, a protocol, or a tool of some kind, and say, cool, we're gonna embrace embrace it and start using it ourselves. And then you extend upon it by saying, well, this thing that someone else made is cool and all, but we're going to make it even bigger.
Is that the reason that my computer gets stuck
better.
sometimes?
We're going to build our own proprietary technology on top of it, and people can begin using our version of that old standard. Steve Ballmer, who at the time was the executive vice president of Microsoft and went on to be president and later CEO, described it in an interview with the New York Times. Quote, new products and services should simply be extensions of the old. Whether it's me or the guy who replaces me because we don't do well, we'll keep coming, and we will do well. Yeah,
What
that's
was
saying
that
it pretty well for
sentence?
yourself,
Is
Microsoft,
that me or did that
largely
sentence just
because of
become,
this
we will keep coming, and then when we don't come, we will do well, we do.
Even wrote a song
Okay,
titled The
sure.
Battle Hymn of the Reorg that ended with that exact phrase. The song goes a little something like this. Oh,
What
our
the
eyes have seen the glory of the
fucking what?
coming of the next.
What is
We
this?
are ramping up
What is
our market
this?
share objectives. Will
No,
be
Matt Pat,
through the
no, stop
browser,
singing,
will
Matt
be
Pat.
everywhere. You ain't seen nothing yet. We embrace and we extend. Man, and I thought I was nerdy. On its face, the policy of embracing and extending
big
tools
dog.
and protocols made by other people seems generous, right? You're adding to what's already there. But what this hides is the fact that once you take an existing standard and extend it with
It's
your own
not-
proprietary
yeah, you own
technology,
the thing,
you own
yeah.
the part that you're adding.
That's
And
why
not
open
only
source
that, you're
things are very
replacing the
important, right? And
original
very
public
spooky.
open standard with your own version
That's the
that you
spookiest
alone
Microsoft
have
I've seen in a
control
while. Holy
over,
shit.
effectively
It's probably the
taking
most
ownership
disturbing
over
image
a
since
standard that someone
one
else
of the Dead
created.
Children images.
And
I
when
don't remember which
Microsoft talked
Maybe that
publicly
the
about
my
the
the William
first
Afton
two
one
E's,
where
there
he's
was
like a
hidden
fucking
third
like
E that they didn't like to
burnt
mention in
crispy
public.
guy.
Extinguish.
with no
Because
eyeballs.
once you've extended the old standard with your own proprietary additions, having effectively hijacked something that someone else had made, you now have control that you can use to extinguish the competition.
Takes
By the
until
way, that
here until we're
third
back on
E,
FNAF stuff.
extinguish, isn't just speculation on the part
Hey,
of
you know, it's a good little
Microsoft
break from the
haters. Though
books.
Microsoft never talked about it publicly for obvious reasons, an investigation by the U.S. Department of
cringe of the
Justice found
bourgeoisie.
that the
True.
motto extend, embrace, extinguish was used in Microsoft internal
Embrace and
communications. And considering
Maybe
that the
not
entire
put your
court
evil
case
plan
centered
on
around the fact
email.
that Microsoft was
God damn
allegedly
it.
using anti-competitive practices to bar other companies from competing with them, the fact that they were literally trying to extinguish the competition didn't work all that well in their favor. Pro tip, if you have a business strategy that's evil and illegal, try not to use words
Evil,
that make
exactly.
it sound evil and illegal. And then don't use it in company emails, you doof. The Microsoft example is a bit technical, but it's easy to see examples of a similar strategy used in the entertainment world if you look at Disney.
Disney!
Rather than creating their
No,
own
we're talking about the big
stories,
D.
they began by embracing
Man,
folk tales
no.
and classic stories in the public domain, like
Oh,
Sleeping
God.
Beauty, Beauty and the Beast, Cinderella, and The Little
Let's
Mermaid.
go.
No problems there. They were open
The
and available
versions
for
of
anyone
them.
to use. Then they extended
own
these
shit.
classic fairy tales by
And
creating
those
their
are
own animated
copyright
versions
written,
of
so
these
everything
stories
that
with their
feels
own
similar to
spins
what
on
those
them.
things
But
are.
then they
There
effectively
you go.
extinguished competition by replacing the original work with their own. And when it comes to protecting their own characters and copyright, Disney is fiercely controlling. Unlike Microsoft, Disney has managed to do this without breaking any laws. Technically speaking, they just lobby to change the
One
copyright
more change,
laws. And Mouse is a
please.
92-year-old character at this point should technically be in the public domain
no.
by now, except for the fact that the laws seem to mysteriously change every time his copyright is set to expire. Strange coincidence, huh? Couldn't possibly have anything to do with the millions of dollars that Disney's spending to lobby Congress every time it happens, could it? Nah. There is some serious irony in the fact that Disney has worked so hard to prevent their characters from entering the public domain, despite the fact that they began as a company by creating their own
Exactly.
versions of classic public
Do
domain
expand
stories.
and then
in many
eliminate
cases,
or whatever the hell.
Disney's versions of these stories have effectively replaced the originals in the public consciousness, which I gotta say is a shame considering I personally want to re-experience the original Little Mermaid's ending, where, you know, she's given a dagger and has to choose to murder the prince or herself, and the Red Sea at sunset is actually the result of her blood pouring out
Yes!
the water.
I want those
That is
versions, or the one where she
original
turns into
story.
foam, right?
Imagine why people would prefer the Disney version. Anyway, it's not all that surprising that you go to the books section of Amazon and search for classic fairy tales like Cinderella. The first thing that pops up is a Disney coloring book. Disney's worked really hard to make sure that their version of the
Novelization,
story
arguably, even
is
more
the
to that
only
point.
version of the story that matters. So is Scott Cawthon guilty of doing the same thing here? Funding fan projects might seem like a generous gesture, gesture, but is this really
Not
part of
world
his plan for
domination,
world
but more
domination? Well, the short answer
control
here
over
is
the IP
no. In fact, while his strategy
bit,
might at
right?
first
Or
appear
not
to have some
IP,
superficial similarities with the behavior of Microsoft in the 90s, you can actually argue that he's doing the exact opposite of
Well,
the
depends how
business
much creative freedom
practices
he
that we
allows,
see
right?
from companies like Microsoft and Disney. And this applies to basically
And
every
if
step in the
anything, he
process.
gets to
For
help
instance,
capitalize,
Microsoft worked
help
by
franchises
embracing public
capitalize
standards and
quicker
products that
on
other
the
people had created, and
merchandising
Disney
segment,
worked by
right? Because he gets to
embracing
initiate it
fairy
way
tales and folk stories
quicker
from the public
than
domain. They were
a
effectively
franchise that would have to
things
do
that
all the
other
legwork
people
of building
had
up their
created.
goodwill
But
before they
here,
can
Scott is
launch
honing
merch,
in
right?
on what's effectively
So,
his territory to begin with. Scott's own work is the foundation on which these fan creations were made. They exist with his blessing. This is something that we talked about in our FNAF fan art video from
Oh,
last
that was a
year, but
year
the long
before
and short
this
of it
one?
is that
Damn,
while
it feels
Scott
like so
doesn't
long
have the
ago.
rights to
With all the
publish
goddamn
work
book videos in
by
between.
fans without their permission, fans don't have the
That's
rights to
interesting.
publish work based on his characters without his permission. All the fan creators are working with Scott's blessing, but ultimately it's his characters and intellectual property to do with as he pleases. He's not capturing someone else's folklore and planting his flag in it to claim ownership over it. His flag was already there to begin with. And what's more, he's doing this with the full consent of the fan creators, which brings us to the second E, extend. Rather than trying to extend these fan works for himself in a way that would allow him to claim creative ownership over them the way that Microsoft did, he's leaving the power in the hands of the fan creators and letting them be the ones to extend
otherwise you
their
keep
own
milking the
fan
same
lore.
IP.
And lastly, the third
right?
E, extinguish. Once again, it feels like Scott's doing the opposite of the original EEE strategy. Rather than trying to quash other creators so that the only thing left in the space is his original FNAF games, the entire point of
Although this
is to
initiative
include
did
and
later
promote
on
other
have its own
creators who can
controversies,
offer
right? When
their
it came
fan
to
games as an alternative.
when
Not
payments would come
satisfied with
through and stuff
only
like that.
7 official
And some
FNAF
creators
games, here,
basically
check out what
banking
other
on the
people have
idea
made.
of
And
just
now
doing a
you can
lot
check
of
them out
work
on more
that would
platforms
earn
as they're
them
coming to consoles and smartphones, and
paychecks,
Scott
which
Cawthon
is
giving them the development
a bit
resources to
dubious,
make it
as in that,
happen. So,
not that
yeah,
that's
I think
actually
that's
that much
far from
Scott's
being an example
issue,
of a monopolistic
perhaps,
business
more
trying
that
to
like,
control everything.
hey, if
This
your
is an
business
example of the
strategy is like,
opposite.
we'll make an
Rather than
awesome
be
game and we'll just have Scott pay us eventually, it's like,
issuing a cease and desist to
come on.
anyone who tries to create
You
their
kind
own
of feel
fan
like
game
there's
or
something
spin
wrong
on
with
his
that,
creation.
right?
Scott is doing the opposite. He's giving the fan community's biggest
You guys
developers
can't copyright
even more
fairy tales and
resources,
mythology.
all while letting them have
Disney surely
control
could try.
over their own products. If all of this is
Not
starting to
because
sound
Disney
like one big
copyrights the
puff
fairy
piece
tales or
of
the
feeling
mythology,
ripped off that
they
got this
copyright
started to a video
their
without any
interpretation of
Sorry,
that
the
copy
drama
of
you're
that
looking
fairy
for
tale
is
and
in another
mythology,
castle.
and
Because
because their
this, to me,
interpretation is the
feels like
widely
the future of
expected
the
and
games
widely
industry.
influential
In the
version of it
internet
that
age,
most
this
people
age
harken
of
back to,
social media,
then
we
they
are a
own that one, right?
culture of
It's fucked up,
We
but
take
that's
other
how Disney
people's
does it.
creativity, we build upon it. We embrace the worlds that they've created to make our own original works via fan art, via fan fiction. And that is something that should be welcomed, embraced. If your product is important enough in someone's life that they want to develop their own version of it, they want to show their own fandom by doing their own video, game, whatever, that is a
Yeah, that fan
compliment.
verse has
You
had its
hire
own
them. You
issues.
bless
On the
their
same
work. You
time,
be
though, a lot of it
mentor
gets
to
formed
them.
by
Whatever it is. I can't
So,
help
'cause,
but
like,
think about
oh my
Sonic
God,
Mania,
somehow
which was
I've not
created by
really
a
talked
team
that
known
much
for
about
their
that,
work
but
on the Sonic fan game and ROM
every like
Sega
whatchamacallit,
gave them the keys to the kingdom to produce what's probably
every
the best canonical Sonic
community
game in
has
recent
its drama
history.
channels,
Now
and the
contrast
FNAF
Scott
ones
and
are
Sega's behavior
particularly
with
vicious,
Nintendo,
as if
banning
every day
live
something
streams
is
for
like
games that were
something
paid
like
for and
fundamental
played
is
on
happening. Well,
release
at the
day,
same time,
shutting
it's
down fan games because they were
you know,
worried about it
depends how much you
competing
want to
with
get
their own
involved in that
products,
community, which I
shutting down
just do
tournaments run
not,
by people
because
that
I
are still really passionate about a
I'll be
multiplayer
honest,
game that was originally released back in 2001. Sorry to pick on you, Nintendo, but I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't think it was deserved. These are bad moves. When
But-
games like Pokemon Uranium or another Metroid 2 remake come out, you just kill them. You
Yes,
stomp
because they
on
do
them.
not care.
What could be and are
Because in the end,
many
everyone
cases,
seems to keep
fully
loving
fleshed out
Nintendo,
games made by creators who
even though they're
spend years
really
putting
big
them
assholes.
together out of a love for your work. You put them through a shredder. Congratulations, you protected your IP, but you killed the love
Nope,
of
because
your
the community is too stupid to remember that Nintendo is such an asshole.
It's
true.
Those projects.
Hey, let's be honest, it's controversial about Nintendo for a minute, right? Hey, they have good IPs, so good IPs that people take so much inspiration from them, but they take the Disney approach. They do. Very protective of their shit, which, you know,
with so many scummy exploitative
sometimes
and
I
downright
understand
crummy
it, and
business
sometimes sometimes I'm like,
practices that
yeah,
exist within the gaming industry, it can be easy to lose sight of the positive stories, the companies that are doing it right.
also
And if we're able to
Sonic,
recognize
so,
the more
you know.
positive examples of how some companies are able to succeed by doing the right thing, maybe we can get just a little bit more of that sort of thing. FNAF is a huge example of a game that isn't just a game. It's a community of fans that pour tremendous
What are we
amounts of
doing?
love and effort into making their own content. Whether it's the Let's Play videos that first brought
Or
the game
me,
during
game theory, Matt Pat. Watching your video, watch me watching your video.
Fanverse initiative is a great example of what can happen when fans love a game franchise, and the franchise is willing to love them back. I just wish more people
love us,
would pay
Matt Pat.
attention. But hey, that's just a theory.
A game theory. How is this a game theory, but the books aren't? God damn. What we finish? Oh my God, we're going back. No.
Jake?
No, Michael, no. Pinocchio in the original stories kills Jiminy Cricket or Talking Cricket, which I guess he also doesn't Puss in Boots. But no, exactly, like stuff like that, like that wasn't in the Disney one, and the Disney one is the one a lot of people grew up with, including me, and I never really knew the original version of Pinocchio because I don't like reading books. I'm more of an audiovisual person, always was. So then I don't get to know the original version of the story, and therefore I don't really know of it, right? And that slowly leads to the cultural homogeny, which is, you know, adapting Disney as seeing that that's the original one, even though it's not. And they own that one, so then, you know, you don't tend to know things like that. Or you don't tend to see that many adaptations. Although I think Pinocchio became public domain, or was public domain, or something like that, which is why we got a bunch of movies of it last year. I think, if I remember correctly. Only vaguely, because I want 100%. I don't 100% know, that's why. Huh. Bongo. Put that in between anyway. Back into back. Oh my God. 2 more videos before we're 3 more videos before we're no, how many more videos until we, God damn it. Still a bunch of videos until we're at a security breach. But we're getting close. Somewhat. Let's continue.
Jake?
Back to the goddamn
Can you hear
books.
me, Jake? What did you do today, Jake? I went to the movies. We watched a scary one. It was so scary that I jumped out of my seat and spilled my popcorn everywhere. Did you do that, Jake? Were you there? Jake. Then I went to the arcade. I ate a bunch of pizza there. I got red tomato sauce all over my mouth.
We're back at book purgatory. God damn it.
There were so many other kids there. And then there weren't. I love you, Jake. You know that, right? I love you. Open the cabinet, Jake. Come over here.
Ooh.
Open the cabinet, Jake. Open it. Open it. Open it. Open the cabinet, Jake. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory. Today, the theory is coming from you.
What did I do?
That's right. Just because we're all still waiting for Security Breach to release doesn't mean that FNAF theorists out there have been twiddling their thumbs. In fact, the lack of a new game has prompted the community to go back and comb over all the pieces that were in place for us before. Pieces that we might have overlooked or missed the first time out. And it was this thorough re-review
Big
of the clues that
recap
prompted
episode?
what may be
Please,
the
no.
biggest fan theory to blow up in over a year. And that's saying a lot since 2020 was full of us connecting massive pieces of this franchise's lore. I mean, with the help of Fazbear's Frights, throughout last year's videos, we managed to pinpoint the year of the missing children's incident as 1985. We solidly connected Foxy Bro to Michael Afton. We even concluded the high likelihood that 2 spirits are trapped inside Golden Freddy, not just one.
He recaps it in at least less than a minute. Nice. Love that.
Victim, the crying child. But have you ever noticed that kid doesn't have a name? I mean, it's been 6 years since he was introduced into the franchise in
Crying
FNAF
bitch.
4,
There you go.
we
Good
still
enough.
don't have any hints as to
Yeah,
what
crying child. Just call him the crying
child's
boy.
name might actually be when he's, you know, experiencing literally any other emotion. Wait, is that crying child? But no, that's happy child, and that's angry child, and that's confused child. That's apathetic child. That is passionate child. Nope, not that one. Ooh, is that emotionally repressed child? Hashtag relatable there. But really, take a moment to think about that. We know the puppet's name, Charlie, and her father, Henry. We know that baby was originally Elizabeth Afton. Purple guy / Springtrap is William Afton. Other purple guy is Michael Afton. There's the missing children's incident victims, Jeremy, Fritz, Susie, Gabriel, and Cassidy, the vengeful spirit, who is at least one of the things trapped inside Golden Freddy. I mean, there is a name for pretty much every single character in this franchise, except for this one kid. The one kid who, wouldn't you know, was also important enough to have the first on-screen death of the series. Feels like we should probably be able to solve this one
The
by
other
now,
kids were already
right?
dead.
Like, we should probably have gotten a name for him somewhere
It's
along the
FNAF 1 till we
line, or
actually
at the
see
very
him
least,
die.
the means by which to solve for his name. The pieces have got to be in place for us, right? Well, today might just be the day where we solve exactly that. One Reddit user named Wolfie1740 Kingdom thinks that they've cracked the code to finally solve the final name of the FNAF mystery, to finally give the crying child, the Bite of 83 victim, a proper identity. So break out your tambourines, theorists, because it's Morty time. It's a theory review.
What? Oh my god.
In the next episode of Morty.
Now, today's theory starts where all the best theories begin, dabbing Chica.
Really?
That's right, folks, we're back to the most important
So now we're
lore
in
in
the
whole
recap of the
franchise.
recap?
Not any of the novels. Certainly not the games. Those are just afterthoughts at this point. Nope, it's back to the children's activity book, FNAF Survival Logbook. In a past FNAF theory, we had a huge revelation about how this thing works. Basically, there are 3 people present within this book. There's Mike, who's alive and always writes everything in red pen. There's Cassidy, who haunts the book and speaks in ghostly faded text, but there's a second spirit here, the crying child, who's forced to communicate by actually altering the words that are found in the book. The example that proves it is right here. Cassidy says,
This is
the
recap,
party
we
was
already
for
had
you,
this.
and the crying
Yes.
child responds on page
You've
89
already
by
said this,
altering
Matt
the
Pat.
text of the book to read, it was for me. We know FNAF 4's
Imagine
party
if I
wasn't
could
for Mike,
skip
and we
things
know
that's just like
Cassidy
repetition,
wouldn't be
right?
saying this to themselves. As such, it must be crying child acknowledging what Cassidy has said. Same thing here on page 59 with Cassidy asking, "What do you see?" and crying child answering on page 109,
Sadness.
"I can't see." Again, altering the actual print of the logbook. So that alone was pretty huge, and it went a long way to supporting the theory that both Cassidy and crying child possess Golden Freddy. And that alone would be pretty awesome. But it still
third
leaves
thing?
a major part of this book unsolved. You see, on page 95, there's a loose thread that's never been tied up. One that has personally driven me
thing?
crazy for years. It's a grid where you're told to draw an 8-bit Foxy. Just another random activity in this children's workbook, right? Wrong. The grid is numbered, and you can see in faint print that you're supposed to put letters into the squares, with the first few already being put in. So in our quest to solve Golden Freddy's name years ago, we collected the page numbers where the phrase "my name" appeared, we added them together per the
Yeah, and
instructions
you were
hidden in the book,
wrong.
and then we plugged those coordinates into the Foxy alphabet grid to get the name
That's
Cassidy.
not the-
Good
that's not
game,
that
everyone.
grid.
Let's all treat
What's
ourselves
the
to
grid
some
on the other
orange
app
slices
page,
and
my
give
guy?
ourselves a pat on the
Don't
back
get
for
it
solving
wrong.
another piece of the lore. Except that's not how it worked. You can imagine my surprise and confusion when the numbers got plugged into not the alphabet grid that was clearly being telegraphed
Matt
to us,
Pat
but
being salty
rather
because the thing he
word
first thought wasn't true.
And apparently we were right to do that since Scott Cawthon himself confirmed in his FNAF movie announcement the critical role that a child named Cassidy plays within the lore. But all of this still means one thing. The alphabet
Maybe then the
grid
movie
is
will explain why the
awkwardly
Cassidy is
left
so pissed
completely
off.
unused, despite it obviously needing to be used to solve one of the mysteries within this book. And that's where Wolfie1740 stepped in. In the book, there's one Cassidy question that's left hanging. On page 31, Cassidy asks, "Do you remember your name?" Of course he does. He's the crying child, duh. Crying child Afton. His friends call him Bite Victim for short. Just rolls off the tongue. But seeing that the logbook had helped to solve for Cassidy's name, Wolfie suspected that it might also be helpful in solving this
bigger
other
mystery.
name, using, you guessed it, the Foxy alphabet grid. What Wolfie noticed was that the crying child specifically uses the night's 4 and 5 shift rating questionnaires to speak with Cassidy. For the first 3 nights, the section reads as follows: overall, fulfillment, health, stress, purpose, hope, and existential dread. But on nights 4 and 5, you have other things mixed in here, like "I'm scared," and "it was for me." So Wolfie reverse engineered things, taking Bite Victim's answers and matching them to the page numbers where Cassidy asks the question. To quote from Wolfie's own post, the first one is "I can hear sounds." The page it's responding to is 75, which says, "Does he still talk to you?" And one trend to notice is that all 4 pages have a piece of blood on it. Next is "It was for me," which is responding to page 103's question of "The party was for you." Third is "I can't see," responding to page 59's "What do you see?" And last is "I'm scared," which stumped me, so I went off of what I already had. End quote. He then fully filled out the Foxy chart with the alphabet, and going in the order that Bite Victim's answers appear, he followed the grid code to find the following 4 letters: E, V, A, N. Evan. After 6 years,
God, that's
could it possibly
rage.
be that Evan
that sounds
is the
good enough.
name of the crying child?
Fuck it. Why not?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Or at least I'm not convinced
What do you
off
mean?
of this wrong. I don't think that this is a bad theory at all. Quite the contrary, in fact. Anything that tries to figure out the true purpose of that stupid Foxy grid is going to get credit in my book. The problem here is the methodology. Throughout the book, Cassidy asks a lot of questions, but only 4 of them actually matter. Wolfie also points out the bloodstains, but there are bloodstains on a lot of pages throughout this book, not just those 4. And even then, an answer like, I can hear sounds, to the question of, does he still talk to you, it feels just a bit off. It's not very precise. You know, it feels random. Arbitrarily trying to fit pieces together in a book that is
Game theory talking about stuff that's random and arbitrary.
Required you to find 6 numbers, find a page that points to another page on what to do with
someone say it in the
those 6
comment section?
numbers,
Is it just Matt Pat salty that he didn't solve it himself?
Multi-step puzzles like this have to be precise in order to work. And while the puzzle pieces in Wolfie's theory certainly fit, they fit a bit loosely. You know, I mean, even Wolfie admits that finding the last N was a bit of a stretch, and it forced him to break his own methodology. In fact, another Reddit user, Godzilla813105, tried to correct for that to find
I feel like Evan is the crying child's real name, but we didn't find a name the intended way. It's like you're in an escape room and you skip the section of the room by brute forcing the combination of a lock. Whoa!
They're never used, or at least their true use has never been discovered, but again, similar to the Foxy grid, they must mean something, right? To quote from Godzilla's post, I realize that there's a magazine Foxy is holding on the first page of Night 1 that has 5-3 on it. When you add 5 and 3, you get 8. Then, I took every single tally mark set in the book and added them together. I got this from the idea of how the whole quiz thing at the end of the shift says tally up your score. Putting all of these together gets you 47. 4-7 on the Foxy grid gives you the letter
maybe they just
N.
brute force the answer.
On paper, and I love the attempt to make sense of it all, but the why of it just doesn't line up for me. Why add tally marks to this number on Foxy's magazine? How are those elements related? And why would they be connected to a completely different
there's a
set
Foxy
of
on the
numbers
page
gotten
down below.
Different set of clues. Plus, the story just doesn't hold. Contrary to what Godzilla says in their post, there is no tally up your score at the end of those nightly surveys. Thus, the rationale just doesn't hold up. In short, it all feels like we're convinced that we have a solution to the problem, and we're trying to back our way into how to get there. This is classic confirmation bias, where, as you conduct research, you try and find sources to justify your belief, or you retrofit the data to fit the conclusion that you're looking for. And I should know about confirmation bias, because lots of our theories over the years play with that very concept. Mario is a villain, provided you ignore all the times that he saves the kingdom. You play as the king in Hollow Knight, as long as you squint really hard during this one cutscene that might disprove that. For me, theories like those are all about telling a story, connecting dots that definitely exist within a game that flip your understanding of the plot, but also sometimes go against what is much more likely and probably much more intended by the developer. And the theories that I tend to focus on are the ones where you can connect a surprising number of dots, even if 1 or 2 tend to disprove
a bit of it's
They're
a
just
bit of
meant to be
like
fun thought
what you would call it.
experiments, you know? I
A
love
bit of it's
playing
like
with
the
lore
ego
of these
bouncing
worlds. But
between
here
back and
with
forth
FNAF,
from
you have to be really careful. While I love
Matt
both
Pat,
of
not
these
gonna lie.
posts, FNAF theories tend to be about trying to solve things, speaking things into the generally accepted
It's funny,
canon,
but
and
it is
as
what
a
it is,
result,
you know?
the methods by which we
Nothing wrong
come to
with it, actually.
conclusions require more
It's just funny,
scrutiny. And
that's all.
here, the methodology of arriving at the name Evan just doesn't hold up as well as I'd like. But that doesn't mean the name Evan doesn't hold up. Because here's the twist, friends. This isn't just coming from the logbook. Shortly after Christmas, the Fazbear Frights book series released its latest installment, Blackbird, and it contains what is to date the most moving story in this franchise. The Real Jake, short story number 2, tells the tale of 9-year-old Jake, who's dying as a result of a tumor in his brain. With his mother prematurely passed away and his father overseas in the military, Jake is under constant care by the young Margie. But there's one other special person in Jake's life, a mysterious figure named Simon who speaks to him at night from a small cabinet in his room. Quote, the first night Simon had talked to Jake, Simon had made it clear he would be in the cabinet until Jake got well enough to walk to the cabinet. When you can do that, I'll be here waiting for you. End quote. And while it seems like Simon should be a sinister force since, you know, this is a FNAF book after all, it's actually an expression of love. Margie had created this small doll named Simon with a walkie-talkie inside of him that allows Jake's father to speak to his son, distorting his voice to make him sound younger. Simon, every night,
why not just let him talk with his dad?
The real Jake is doing, the one who isn't afflicted with cancer, the one who is outside playing with his friends. All of this was intended to give Jake hope, with Margie updating the doll every few nights with food stains and scrapes on his knees to reflect the adventures
Margie
that
has
the real Jake
problems. Just let him talk to his dad. sad.
Sad
What the
story
fuck?
With some legitimate surprises that I'm actually not going to spoil here. But the reason I bring it up is that strangely, it is the only one of the 18 Fazbear Fright stories so far that has no explicit connection to FNAF at all. Zero. Every
it's just
other
a
story
random
thus
one.
far
Fuck
has
it.
mentioned a Fazbear pizzeria
Why not?
or connected back to a familiar animatronic in some way. This one doesn't. Yes, it does have some lore connection to the ongoing
Oh,
Stitch
lovely.
Wraith storyline, but the lack of anything FNAF stands out like a sore thumb when every other story thus far has connected back in some way, which is why the name of Jake's father stands out so strongly. Jake's father is named Evan, which alone is interesting, but becomes much more noteworthy when you consider that he has a brother named Michael.
No!
Family. And not only that, this is how Michael
God.
is described in the book. Quote, he's a little different. He's intense about making money and he's really good at it. Just the way he is can make him seem like he's not human. So he's like a cyborg with bad programming, end quote.
Wow.
Two brothers, one named Michael who gets compared to a human robot hybrid. Where have I heard that one before?
Father, it's me, Michael.
And that's just the surface level stuff, friends. Looking deeper, this is a story about a father communicating with his son via walkie-talkie, just like we see in Sister Location. Heck, you see him communicating through the walkie-talkie that is in a plushie.
That's
In
the
the real Jake,
spookiest fucking
it's Simon
plushie
the
ever,
doll
by the
with
way.
a walkie-talkie inside of
Oh
it.
my
In
God.
the games, it's psychic friend Fredbear with a walkie-talkie. Both children suffer from a severe head wound, Jake with his brain tumor and crying child with the bite of 83. In the story,
You know,
Jake
'cause
goes
those
on
two
to
are the
possess
same.
the Simon doll, only for him to then pass on to the Stitch Wraith, sharing that endoskeleton with another soul named Andrew. In the games, could it be that our crying child dies in the hospital and goes on to possess psychic friend Fredbear, which then somehow gets him passed into the Golden Freddy suit, where he then shares it with another soul named Cassidy? And all of this is happening in a story that has no connection to FNAF, but very clearly has a connection to FNAF. I'm just saying that the absence makes it all the more conspicuous. In short, I'm not convinced that the FNAF survival logbook is solved or anything like that. Right now, I'm just not sure the methodology for arriving at a final name is really as solid as I'd like it to be to enter my personal headcanon. But strangely enough, the name Evan feels like we're onto something. It has some very
Yes.
compelling evidence to support it from the real Jake story. So
There
at
you
this
go.
point,
Use
I
the
wanna hear
book to
from you.
cross-reference
Let me
the
know,
answer.
Are you sold on the crying child being Evan alongside his older brother Mike? Or is this yet another example of Scott trying to bury the lead a bit and confuse us by using the same name a bunch of times, shoving Michael in a bunch of places where he doesn't belong? All I know is that I can't wait for the next book coming out in March. At this point, forget Security Breach. It's all
No,
about
it's
hosting
not.
book drops, my friends. Because let's be honest with ourselves. At this point, uncovering the lore of FNAF requires more reading than your typical JRPG. But hey, that's just a theory.
He said the thing.
Thanks for watching. And hey, if you missed our first quest to solve the security logbook, that
No,
video
already
is on
seen it.
screen right now.
We saw it a while ago. I don't know where, but you see here. You already saw it a long while ago. Video 40. Woo! 18 more videos to go. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we're kicking off Game Theory's
Really?
10th anniversary month. Yes, I am that old. April 18th will officially mark 10
The original
years
story
since the
of
first
Pinocchio
episode of
was
Game
supposed to
Theory.
end with Pinocchio dying. If I recall, the video was just hanging from a tree, but Carlo, the author of Pinocchio, was forced to rewrite the ending. I think I heard about that one. Yeah, but like I was such an ass that he was like an ass to work with or some shit. Or like that it wasn't popular, so they were like, change it! And then he changed it. Which is a bit funny, I'll be honest. You know, it happens. It happens. That stuff is funny, and I get to do my haha laugh. Where am I? Oh yeah, back to the video. Next one. Woo!
Was uploaded. For context, my debut was the same year that everyone fell in love with the Pop-Tart cat flying through space, and Rebecca Black's Friday was the most watched video
I guess someone
on
had lasting power.
YouTube, and yet we
Damn.
still call them the good old days. Anyway, to celebrate the channel being older than dirt, all month long we'll be doing special events like remastering an
pretty
old
cool.
theory or two, giving you a behind-the-scenes look at what it actually
Way too
takes
much.
to do these things in 2021, and capping it all off with a live stream celebration
Remember
on
when
April
live streams
30th
were just
to
like
thank you guys
celebrations
for an
of things
unreal
that channels would
decade
do?
of overanalysis. Genesis. There's also a commemorative 10th anniversary gold foil shirt filled with Easter eggs from the past 10 years of episodes if you want to celebrate alongside us. That's available right now below this video and only until the end of the month. So if you're interested, grab it before it's gone. As for today's episode, well, it wouldn't be an anniversary of this channel without an episode about FNAF. And what better way to cover our longest running series than doing it rewind style?
Oh, that's hot.
Not that rewind. I'm talking about editing it in all the styles that we've had across the 10 years of this channel. So without further ado, let's talk about new developments in FNAF in game theory styles through the
Honestly,
ages.
that's an interesting video. Not gonna lie. Wait, is this a recap episode? Fuck.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, gaming's tangential
No, don't tell me
experience.
No, it's 3 new theories, right? It's not just
FNAF content. A
Oh my
gameplay
God,
trailer
it's
for
probably
Security
recap,
Breach
isn't it?
dropped, 2 new books that I
The
haven't
hell's
talked
with
about
the
yet, and
Princess
there was
Bubblegum?
even a bunch of images from the game
How many
revealed
hours
as part of a
currently?
charity stream. And sometimes,
We're at
dear
14
Webiverse,
hours
you
and
have
44
ideas,
minutes.
random
We're almost
thoughts
at the
that are floating
15-hour
around your
mark.
head, but not enough to make a theory out of. Maybe enough for a game
We haven't even
hypothesis,
started the
perhaps,
true
but
Security
not so
Breach
much for a
arc.
fully fledged theory. So today I'm gonna nab
What
those
the
little
hell?
theory nuggets hovering around my head and serve them up on a delicious platter for you to munch on. In true Fazbear Frights fashion, I'm gonna present to you 3 mini theories covering the upcoming Security Breach, the twists I expect that we'll see in the game, and where the franchise might be headed next. Because I think the information is starting to leak out. With delays in this new game causing it to lag
constant
behind, I
puns?
think
Is that
other
it?
parts of the franchise, especially the books, are starting to surge ahead and might already be giving us clues as to life after the breach. So without any further ado,
Oh my
hop aboard, friendos,
God.
because this theory train is about to leave the station. Woo, woo! Theory number 1, the glam
there we go.
rocks are
The early
secretly
gaze that was
toy
from
animatronics.
14 hours ago.
Recently, my good friend Dawko held a 24-hour charity stream benefiting the World Wildlife Fund, which, first off, congratulations to him to reaching his goal. The reason I bring the stream up here, though, is that as Dawko crossed different donation milestone goals, he was able to unlock screenshots from the upcoming Security Breach game, which, by the end, amounted to 20 images in total.
Hasn't that guy,
And
like,
while most of
dedicated
them
his
are just
life
better angles
to
and places that we saw in
FNAF?
the recent
Jesus
gameplay
Christ.
trailer, there were a few
Like, this is the
that
nice
had
thing, right? If
details
I
that
stop with
really
the
stood
stream,
out.
eventually
First
I'll
was
be
confirmation
over
that
with. I
Bonnie
could put
appears to
down
be in the game in the
FNAF.
form of
Imagine, like,
Bonnie
having
Hole.
FNAF
Whether
be
Bonnie
all
is
that you
physically
do
in
for
game or
all
if
the
this is
years.
just an Easter egg reference
Damn.
is unclear, but it's a huge detail because up to this point, Bonnie has been absent
Look at
from
look
all
at that
the
glam
imagery of
rock
the Glam Rock
Foxy. Look at
animatronics,
that. Look how
seemingly replaced
obviously
by
she is the
newcomer
best design, right?
Gator. It led
Obviously.
everyone, myself included, to think that the game was just pulling a sister
100%.
location where, if you'll remember, Chica was actually absent from the Funtime lineup, replaced by new characters like Baby and Ballora. But nope, Bonnie is here at the Pizzaplex. If not physically, then at the very least from a lore perspective, leaving the only missing face from the core 4 to
Sadness.
be Foxy.
Whoa.
And we'll get back to
Kinda.
that in a minute. Other interesting shots included a view from what appears to be inside of Montgomery Gator's mouth. And while this certainly could be a walkway to a different part of his Gator Golf section of the restaurant, considering we see decorative heads on the walls in different photos from the stream, the view from inside this mouth just doesn't line up for me. It feels too high up to be a walkway, too closed of a mouth to have
Funny
humans
because
walking
it
through it
was.
like they'd be walking
It was a
through
walkway.
golf course. Instead, and admittedly this is a bit of a long shot, could this be an indication that we're actually going to be riding inside of Monty at some point in this game? It might seem outlandish, but it actually fits with what's already been leaked out about this title. In case you weren't aware, Funko Pop leaked out this statue of Security
cute little
Breach, where we
statue.
see our character Gregory hiding inside
Oh,
of
damn, look how
Glamrock
big,
Freddy,
like,
indicating
Glamrock
that at
Freddy
least
is.
one of the
Jesus
animatronics,
Christ.
Freddy himself will be working
FNAF
alongside
is now
us to
mecha
survive
anime. Get
against
into
Vanity
robot,
the Killer
Shinji.
Rabbit.
Goddamn.
So why not the other animatronics too? Looking at the characters side by side, we see that both Freddy and Monty seem to have a similar build and the same flip-open chest cavity. And consider this, we're stuck in the Pizzaplex,
there were these
meaning
cute.
that we'll
Oh my God! So
presumably
after
ways to
Security Breach
unlock
launched,
different
right, and it was,
sections
you
as
know
the
what
night
it was.
goes on.
There were these
Maybe
very
one way to
cute,
do that
like,
is by unlocking new
there were these
abilities
really
from
cute fan
animatronics
arts that were made,
themselves.
where
We
it was
see in the
like,
gameplay
oh, what
trailer
if
that Monty is able to
Roxanne
break
was the
through
one that like helped you
chain-link
instead of
fences. Maybe
Freddy,
instead of
right?
using that ability
And
to chase
like goes out and
us,
it
it's
causes
us
the idea of
inside
every
the Pizzaplex
animatronic being like a friendly instead of like either Freddy or whatever, right? And what it did was then for Monty, it would do the same thing where like as with Freddy, you climb into them. But then for the female animatronics, instead of like you instead of you going inside of them because their cavity is less big, right? What would happen then is that you would either ride their shoulder or like piggyback ride them. It would be like a different sort of mechanic, and it posits the idea that like each one of them has their unique abilities, and it would be like a different way of beating the game. It's this really wholesome and cute little idea because in the game they're positing there in those fan theories, those fan images and fan art is like about like saving all the animatronics and stuff like that instead of like killing and destroying them all. It's really cool. It's a really cool bit of fan art I remember coming out around the time that the game.
Why would the tiny toy Chica be missing her beak?
Oh my gosh, and even in the asset you see Chica's beak lying on the ground. Wow, so many memories coming back from that one. Oh, that was such a cool stream and such a cool day. Anyway, the missing beak is a reference to two things. In FNAF 4, there's a tiny toy Chica with a beak that's lying on the ground, which itself is a reference to way back in FNAF 2, where the new version of Chica at the time, dubbed Toy Chica, would lose her beak when she went on the attack. So to see Glamrock Chica here missing her beak seems to be Scott and Steel Wool suggesting that she is none other than a reskinned version of the toy animatronic dating back to FNAF 2. And while that might seem like a leap in logic, the closer you look, the more this seems to be the case. Look at the similarities in the face shape, eye size, and hair feathers between Toy Chica and Glamrock Chica. Same round head, same slimmer body shape.
I mean, Chica's still pretty scary besides the male makeover.
Let's count fingers and toes, friends.
Chica's always been one of the
4 fingers
spookier ones,
and 3 toes on Glamrock Chica. Just like the 4 fingers and 3 toes on Toy Chica, which, mind you, is not the same as every other iteration of Chica. Even the material that she's made out of appears to be the same. That
toilet break. Let's go. I'm back. See, I'm quick. I'm there, and then I'm back. And then we go, and then we're back. Haha. And then we lay down. Or lay down, like lounge in my chair more than like that.
hardened, glossy outer shell that would crack and shatter rather than rip or tear or mold like you see with the other old versions of the animatronics. Want even more proof? Remember how I said that Foxy isn't present in this game yet? Well, you know the only animatronic without a toy version? Foxy. It was true in FNAF 2, no toy Foxy. It was true in the FNAF 4 minigame. Bonnie, Chica, Freddy, but no Foxy. And here again, if these are indeed reskinned toy animatronics, there's no toy Foxy. Follow the missing Foxy, my friends. Follow the Foxy. Now, why would this matter? Well, it actually matters a lot. If you can remember back that far, the toy animatronics are actually meant to be friendlies to children. You don't have to take my word for it. Let's listen to another blast from the past explain it.
They've spent a small fortune on these new animatronics. Facial recognition, advanced mobility, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database so they can detect a predator a mile away. Someone may have tampered with their facial recognition systems. The characters have been acting very unusual, almost aggressive toward the staff. They interact with the kids just fine, but when they encounter an adult, they just stare.
They interact with kids just fine. The reason they attack us in the game is that we're an adult, a security guard that looks an awful lot like William Afton. But kids are fine. Again, if Security Breach is all about animatronics helping Gregory against the threat of Vanny, this makes perfect lore sense. Gregory is a kid. The toy animatronics are designed to protect kids. Coincidence? I think not. Between the visual similarities, the missing Foxy, and the lore connections, I think that this one might just be a slam dunk. But hey, that's just a
Tired
theory.
yet?
My first theory of the
I'm
day,
still alive.
2 more to cover.
but I'm less pissed off because it's just.
Theory number 2, Elizabeth Afton
That's
is
not
the
a bad
real
one,
villain.
though. That's a good
Over
theory.
in Bookland, things are getting weird, which, you know,
Almost at
when it comes
15
to a
hours.
series
Holy
where
shit.
a rotting
Wow.
flesh suit filled with robot
Wow.
spaghetti is normal, is saying a lot. We'll get around to
Very
Vee
much
being
pain.
impregnated
That's
by a
what
video
it
game
is.
and giving birth to a baby
Hey,
rabbit
what
is
the
next
fuck?
Theory, but first, I wanted to touch on
Oh
the
my
security
God.
breach theory that
Still
I've been
alive.
banging on
Yes,
for about a
still
month now.
alive
The
somehow.
fact that we'll need to redeem Vanny
Somehow.
the killer for some sort of good ending.
Nothing
in
for me
this
to
game.
angrily
I feel
yell
like
at
the
for
evidence
now.
for this has been pretty convincing thus
The next
far.
one is
Her
going to be
being called
annoying
a
because that's
reluctant
going to be in our
follower in
book
FNAF
one,
VR's
and then it's
audio
probably going to be
recordings,
the
fact that in FNAF
controversy
AR we
video,
have
so
a
that's going to be
series of
interesting.
emails from a character named Ness, as in Vanessa, Vanny, actively searching for such contradictory terms as help and how to use compliance in human subjects, indicating
God.
Glitchtrap's control over
Not
her
gonna lie,
is not
Glitchtrap's
complete
kind of a
and she's trying
dum-dum,
to escape
not
his
gonna lie.
grasp. There's more, but I've covered all that
Bit
in
of a
much more
dum-dum,
detail
but
in
it
the
is what
previous
it is.
theory. Suffice it to say, I feel good about that theory as it applies to security breach. But now we're getting even more evidence from outside of the game.
We've
via
only
the most
18 more
recent
videos to
Fazbear
go.
Frights book, The Cliffs.
18.
At this point, we're
Think
at
about
book
that.
number 7, so you're
We're
probably aware
still
of
not
how
in the
these things
security
work. 3
breach
short horror
arc.
stories set in